to cause the heat waves for you to even get a glimpse of her hair on the other side of the fence. I just don't think that there's enough light bending or light slowing down, because light goes pretty damn fast. And when it slows down, it really doesn't slow down that much. Not without a huge density difference.
So if you have an extreme heat, you could bend light in an extreme way. But you could also have a lower heat over a very long distance, and that just keeps gradually bending it slightly.
Right. Here's the problem with that. So as you get deeper and deeper out towards the ocean may be making the air get colder, but the light's bouncing off the object and heading towards your eyes, where it's shallower and shallower, which means that it would be getting hotter and hotter, and that would make the light bend up, not down. Because the sun can heat shallow water faster than it can heat deep water. And the hot water is going to increase the temperature of the hot air next to it, or the air next to it.
So does light bend towards the heat or away from it?
It bends towards the cold, right? If it's colder, right, it's going to cause it to bend down.
Well, because what I saw in that video where the guy uses the hot iron, it looks like, I think the light bends toward the iron, not away from it.
Show me.
All right, I'll have to find it. Just give me a minute.
I didn't mean to take over. I was just trying to show them the refracted horizon, because you can't use Alberuni and refraction. You just can't. Is Orion still here? Damn, bro, I wasn't trying to take it from you.
I always have a difficult time trying to find this video every time I look it up.
So the thing is that it all boils down to making the measurement outside yourself. Like, I don't care what you believe after you make it, but you need to go make it yourself, because we don't even disagree that we can see too far, right? The question is why we could see too far, right? That's what we seem to be arguing over. I don't know why, right? Because it's not like this, right? This is how it's not like. It's not like the Earth is a globe, and every time you look out the horizon is no greater than 1.225 times the square root in the observer's height in feet, right? That's how it's not. And if it was like that, then flat earthers would be saying, well, the reason you can't never see past the geometric horizon is because of refraction, light bends down. Right? We're not the ones ad hocing making stuff up on the spot, right? That you can't demonstrate. You guys are the ones that are, coming up with ad hoc theories as to why, light bends at the same rate as the curve, and we're not coincidence theorists. So,
But why is it that you can only get those observations like of things like the black swan or whatever when the refractive index is high?
okay, so when is the refractive index high?
There's various conditions that can affect the refractive index.
And what conditions was that day when was made video about Black Swan?
Well, it must have been a clear day, right?
Yeah.
If you could see 10 miles away, that must have been a real clear day. So there must not have been a whole lot going on.
But you can't see it on every clear day. You can only see it, on certain days.
Well, when I was in Corpus Christi, I could see it day and night for 3 days.
Frost, what conditions influence it that we can see more on Black Swan example?
I forget the exact conditions, but like something to do with like
do you have for any distance conditions? That means 35 degrees, humidity 50%, whatever, blah blah blah, and then it's like 10, you can see 10 miles.
Okay, I just found the video, and you're right. It does bend away from the hot iron.
All right, cool. Show me. Thanks for being honest.
So the light bends towards the cold. That's how it works, right?
Right. And if the object you're looking at out into the water is bending towards the cold, well, the cold would be the air. The air would be colder than the water.
Well, warm air rises, so potentially the water would be colder than the air.
Well, shallow water heats up first. So the closer the light is getting towards your eye, the hotter the water gets. And the water is going to heat up the air along with the sun. So it's going to be hotter next to the shore than it is 10 miles away. 10 miles away, there's some deep water there, especially if you're in a place where there's a lot of water flow, like Texas. We got like a whole lot of stream, or there's what is it? I forget what it's called. The jet stream. No, that's air. The streams in water. What is that called? Ocean current. Sorry, bro. Yeah, there's lots of current.
I was listening just a little bit. I had a power outage kind of like issue, and I got everything back up now. But I was listening just a second ago. So you guys were sort of referring to Black Swan or something similar. Just like and someone's like, "Hey, certain conditions can make it look." It can never make something look further, and that's the main issue about Black Swan, or any other observation across water. I mean,
And that video showing that sunlight's bending.
sunlight's bending. Okay.
No, he showed the video. He showed the video in the room that light is bending. That means that light in nature bending, because that video showing in the room that light is bending with some
Or
laser.
is it bending towards you or away from you?
But have we laser spots from the sun, or we have some kind of light from the sun?
Dude, check this out. I mean, everyone lives on Earth. I mean, it was just like, hey, the Earth could be a globe because I just don't like the way the flat earthers say this.
He posted video in the room showing how light bends.
Let me check it out.
Does light bend also in nature, like in room, or it is the same way?
Well, light is light. If it's a laser, it's
Is
just
that light presented in the room is the same one like in nature?
not exactly, but it's light.
Oh no, exactly. What that mean? Not exactly.
Well, I mean, it's light that's a certain color and it's directed in a particular direction. But other than
Yeah,
that,
but
it's
which light? The same one. What we
Yeah,
observe
sure.
in
Frostnut,
nature.
you're gonna have to get a little more specific if you're gonna talk about this, because we're very specific about what we talk about. As far as like the shape of Earth and the claims made about size of Earth. Can you be a little more specific about that?
yeah. My only point by showing that video is just that light can bend due to a temperature difference.
Again,
But
is it that light?
does it
Is it that?
in
Is
any
it that?
situation that we present?
I think so.
Really? So even though the Earth appears to be a level stationary plane, you're saying that with refraction of light can cause the Earth to appear to be flat, even though it's not.
It can make the light that is coming off of very distant objects bend.
Who told you that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That
Right.
motherfucker.
Did you say
Hey,
objects?
my
Did you say?
I'm done with that
Sorry.
argument. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Did you
I just
say
wanted to point
objects?
out his bullshit, but anyway, go ahead.
Peter, did you say objects?
Well, the light that comes off of the object.
Okay. Is it horizon object?
No.
And then how is it 10 times further?
Well, I should say that it's further than the edge of the ball.
How could be further than edge of the ball?
No, what you should say is, I'll just make anything up that I can conceive, and to convince people that you flat earthers are dumb as fuck. That's pretty much
Like
what you're saying.
I see physical water, 10 miles away, but the real physical water is 1 mile away. He's saying.
No, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's just like, dude, it doesn't matter. He's not going to concede any point. And he's just really making a lot of
Oh,
stuff up, and
he
it
need to he
really
need to
doesn't make
only
any sense.
provide he need to only provide phenomena, and it's written for sure everywhere, and it made experiment, and it's saying like this: we have these phenomena and extending horizon when is this happening,
All right,
and that will
on
be.
that point, Sasha. Last night, why should we consider anything you say at this point? Do you have anything to offer to this room? Do you think that all the flat earthers are wrong? I mean, is there something? Is there something we're missing? Is there something there?
I think you're missing that you could fly from Santiago to Sydney and
Oh
Port.
my God! All right, well, yeah, okay.
Maybe you're missing that we measure elevation from the sea level, every elevation in Switzerland, in Czechoslovakia, in Nigeria, in the middle of the continent. We measure the mountain reference to sea level.
Correct.
In every
You
country,
see what he
you
went
need to
to as
consider.
soon as I asked him directly about Earth's curve. He went to Santiago to fucking Sydney. I mean, bro. I mean, that doesn't help you. Let me ask you, since are you still here?
I'm here.
All right. Do you think that helps your argument?
I think so.
Really? Well, I mean, do you think it helps because there's only like 8 people listening? It on YouTube or whatever. But do you
What
think
will
it?
happen?
Do you think it actually helps your
I
argument?
have, I have
Like, wait. Do you think that people actually go from Santiago to Sydney in one airplane flight, or are you just trying to take the piss out of us as if we're not fucking paying attention to what's going on. Nobody flies in that fly. Why would you?
Well, let's say, for example, if I was a Chilean and
There's no examples. I'm asking you directly. Do you know anyone that's actually taken a
Oh,
flight across the South
he,
Pacific that
he
way?
wants to he wants to
I
take
don't
Chile.
care what he wants to do. I'm
No,
wondering
listen here.
if he thinks somebody has
Chile,
actually done that.
Chile is great example. He said Santiago. That's great. Do you know how Chile looks? Megaphone.
yeah, it's like kind of thin.
Oh,
Flying
yeah.
across the South Pacific is one of the most
Oh,
dangerous things you could
okay.
ever do.
Chile, please, only Chile. I need entries. Chile, it's a tiny, like from the north to the south. Is that true?
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
which city that you're
Yeah.
coming from.
Let's say about 1,000 miles for sure, or maybe less, but let's say 1,000.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go on to point A on north, on the beach,
Okay.
Okay.
and point B it's on the south, on the beach.
The what?
Especially Sydney. I mean,
Point
it's actually
point B point
Western
B
Australia.
point B on Chile it's on the
Yeah,
south,
Eastern
and point
Australia.
8 is on the north, but on the beach. You know
Okay.
how much curvature we have there?
8 inches per mile squared.
In 1,000 miles, how much curvature we have there? I assume 1,000 miles. It could be 800. Could be 1,000. I don't know the real distance. From
So
point
why
A
did
to
you ask
point.
the question, bro? I mean,
I will
it's
get the
really
point.
getting
From point A to point B, how much curvature it is?
I
It's
have to
a
do
lot.
the math.
It is a lot. And
so
what
it's
is
a
on the
lot.
left? What is what is?
There's a lot of
Yeah, yeah.
curvature
What?
between the
Yeah, great. But
western
now,
coast of
now yeah, yeah,
Chile
yeah,
to the
yeah.
eastern
But
coast
you're watching from the north to the south. There is a curvature. But let's go left now and measure all elevation in Chile from north to south.
Okay.
How we will measure that? Because it's curving. All that land it's curving together with the sea. Is that true or not?
How does this have anything to do with the flight from
Nothing.
Chile to Australia? I mean, I'm wondering
No, I want
something.
to know how we measure mountains in Chile. Then we will go take a flight from the Chile.
Well, when it comes to airplanes, they don't really consider mountains because they travel in a
We
higher
cannot have
altitude.
fucking elevation to the land to and measuring to sea level from. You don't understand that. The
Sasha,
sea level on the north
Sasha,
is the sea
I
level, the
do
same
understand. I
not
do
you,
understand it,
Helio.
dude. I do understand it. If you're traveling from Santiago, Chile, which is it's not all the way south in Chile. You know, do you know where Chile is, Sasha?
South America.
Yeah, it's in South America. I mean, and it, it's Santiago is one of the southernmost points in South America. Fine, but I
What
don't
will happen if
really.
you fly 100
Hold on.
meter above? What will happen if you fly 100 meter above the sea for 200 kilometers
We're talking about
on
traveling
the
across.
globe? What would
Hold,
will happen on the
hold the
globe?
phone. Hold the phone. If you're going to travel in an airplane that has enough fuel or whatever to travel from Santiago, you're gonna have to travel across the South Atlantic, past the southern peninsula of Africa, across the South Pacific at one flight. I mean, this is what people are claiming that this is possible. And then you're going to land in Australia. It would be a ridiculous flight. No, there's nobody that needs to go in one flight from Santiago to fucking Sydney, Australia, it would be impossible. I won't say it's impossible, but certain airplanes are only designed for that flight. But it would cost too much money. It wouldn't even be worth it for somebody to build an airplane that could do that.
Well, anyone in like Chile or Argentina or Brazil who wants to have a vacation in Australia, that would be a convenient flight for them.
Really, how convenient would it be for
What
them?
about flight 100 meters above the sea for 200 kilometers on the globe? What will
Not
happen?
what I'm talking about. That's not what he's talking about either. Why are you talking about something that nobody's talking about?
Because why are you talking about flights? Are you flying over something, or you're flying on because of flight?
Listen, the original claim was there is a
What
flight from Santiago, Chile,
and what's that
directly.
prove? That flight.
It
What's that
doesn't
prove?
prove a goddamn thing because it never happens.
Even if it
That's the
happened, what
point.
that prove?
It doesn't. Well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but
But Globers claim that it does happen, and it can't. It's impossible.
yeah, but if it does happen, what that prove?
Well, the point is that on a flat Earth, Chile and Australia are very, very far from each other, but on a globe, they're a lot closer.
Really? How do you know that?
Well, it's just the way that the way that it would.
Well, all right, Sasha. If you don't understand this,
because
the globe
he said that
idea, it's like since Chile and Australia at the bottom of the globe, they're much closer than they would be, otherwise, and so you can just go like going from fucking
and he knows
Chicago to Deutschland, in Germany or whatever. I mean, come on. But nobody does it. So if you claim that people do it, you
but
have to.
he knows how.
No, he's claiming that actually people go from South America to fucking Australia in one fucking airplane flight, but he has no evidence to prove that
For
they
me, it's
do.
interesting. He knows how Sydney and Santiago looks on the flat Earth. That's interesting.
I mean, I have an Expedia link that shows that you can book the flight if you want.
But you said that doesn't work on flat Earth. On which flat Earth? You have the map of the flat Earth.
Dude, we already went over this with him. You can book the flight, but you'll never be able to take it.
I think you could take it.
Really? You think so?
I would bet money that if you book that flight, that you could get on that plane.
How much money would you bet?
$20.
I'll give you $20 if you take the flight. Dude, that's weak sauce right there. Dude, I thought you were about to say 20,000. But I will give you that too because I don't think you can actually do it.
I will give him 200.
Dude, I'll fucking give him $200 if he can actually prove he can take a fucking flight from Santiago to Sydney and one flight.
If I go on the flight,
it's going to cost him fucking $10,000 to actually do it.
I want to ask him a question about airplanes. What would happen if one airplane is flying 100 meters above the sea level for the 200 kilometers on the globe?
There you go. Cut the shit. I mean, freaking David Weiss, man, he has 2-3 bitcoins. If you can prove the Earth is flat, I mean, talk to that dude. I mean, if you just want $20 from me to spend $20,000 on a flight from fucking Santiago to Sydney, I mean, I'd gladly help you. I'll do it on live stream. I mean, it's like, hey, made my way to Santiago, which I'm pretty sure you're not there right now, right? You're not in Chile.
Then, Helio, you take that flight, you take your Nikon, you fly, you go to Sydney, go to Sydney on the beach. You take
No,
observation.
it's even
You take
easier than that. It's
listen,
even
listen.
easier than that.
This
All he
is the
has to
best.
do is
This
all he
is the
has to
best.
do is say, "I'm in Santiago. I booked my flight from Santiago to Sydney," and all he has to do. He posted the link earlier. It said it was a 14-hour flight. And all he has to do is show me that he is in Sydney, Australia the next day. And
And
I'll give him $20.
but
And then
you know,
then you come out from aeroplane, go to Sydney Beach, and then you find out that there is no curvature there.
even if I were to live stream the entire flight and then show both countries, you could just say that's all CGI.
No. The only
Really?
way that
Can you show now?
hold on,
Can you, Helio,
The only
please? This
way
is important because he said if I am there, we will not believe.
Arwen's
Now,
asking for me and Sasha to stop talking over each other, but that's
okay.
I'm saying, like, if you were to fly from Chile to Australia, you're going across the South Pacific, right? One of the most dangerous areas, in an airplane to fly. And so, bro, I'll give you $20. We'll just solidify this bet. You go to South America, freaking fly from Chile to Sydney, and I'll give you $20.
I'm gonna chip in $20 too.
If
Yeah,
I
we'll have like several people. We might even make it to 1,000. I mean,
Ross,
we might even pay
Ross,
for your airplane ticket.
Ross, did you say if you have 14 hours of video that we will say that is CGI? Did you say that?
yes,
Okay, great. Can you now provide a video, and I will believe you, at least 100 videos when it's showing on 10 miles, and every video, everywhere, 66 foot of drop.
Yeah. I mean,
And I
well,
will not say it's CGI because it will not be CGI. It will be one good presented video of 5 or 2 minutes showing, look,
I think
there is
Sasha, he
66
said he
foot.
was going to take a camera and document it. So let's freaking do it.
Yeah, but this is easier, Why to take this flight? This is, now he will go to UK beach now. Then he will go to Croatian beach. If he is near the beach, he can travel in that country and say, look, and make video. Look, 66 foot. There is 100 every day, and every country and every beach showing that video, and there is no CGI,
On
and
that
everything is
flight, I'm
okay.
wondering if, like, after you pass South Africa, would you be able to see South Africa? I'm not sure about that flight path, but would you be able to see South Africa and you'd be like, you know what?
Like,
Before I hit the South Pacific, I'd really like
Silvio,
to stop there.
I'm going in 2 weeks in Italy and in Croatia, and I will show you 2 hours of my flight, and that means that I was there, and that's
Yeah,
not
I'm just
CGI.
talking about, he's saying you can go from fucking Chile to Sydney, Australia in one flight. And he's like serious about it.
if I show you a 14-hour video of me flying from Chile to Australia, will you become a globe earther?
No, of course not, because I don't think you can.
But what if I
I mean,
could?
I really wouldn't have anything to do with globe or flat. So I really don't.
In a sense,
Sure,
whatever.
I would take a look at your your video, and I would analyze it and see if you're really serious. But going from South America to Africa, that's something plausible, just like traveling across the Atlantic in the Northern Hemisphere. But if you just skip by Africa and you just go to Australia from South America, dude, I definitely would be interested in that video. I don't think anyone's ever done it.
But it's enough that he find out some friend or somebody else record that video. He don't need to
Yeah,
go.
no, well, it's cool. I mean, if someone has done it, can you find some footage of people, traveling, bypassing South Africa and going across South Pacific and going to Australia from South America? I mean, I would recommend you do that before you actually try to do that. I think it's very dangerous. I don't think you should.
I think that he will take his airplane.
Well, I mean, I just went to YouTube and I typed in Santiago to Sydney, and I see a number of videos of people who they didn't record the entire flight, but they recorded, a little clip.
Okay, cool. Share it with me, and I'll take a look at it. Direct flight. You're talking about direct flight.
So this is a woman who's claiming that she's taking that flight from Santiago to Sydney nonstop. I just posted it.
Across the South Pacific.
Correct. Well, actually, let me see. Hold on.
It has to be across the South Pacific, otherwise we're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, that would be the Pacific. Yeah.
So they go near, South Africa or whatever, and then just go across the South Pacific. You know how big the Pacific Ocean is?
Pretty big.
All right. So
It's a lot smaller
how
on
the
a
fuck are
globe.
you gonna do it in 14 hours?
Well, on a globe, you can do it in 14 hours. On a flat Earth, it would take, I don't know, like, what, 30, 40 hours? I don't know.
I don't think on a globe you could even do it in 14 hours.
Well, I mean, the math works out. If you look at the distance, you can, and how fast does a Boeing 787 fly? You could do some math.
At what altitude, which airplane, which ports? All right, yeah, just bro. My messaging, anybody can message me. I mean, it's a detriment to me sometimes because anybody can message me anytime. You want to show me, what you have.
Let's just assume for a second that the flight is real, that you really can get from Santiago to Sydney in 14 hours. What would be the conclusion? Like, how could you save the flat Earth model with that knowledge?
All right. Well, how about you tell me what you mean by the flat Earth model?
Well, I mean, just in general, how could you do that on a flat Earth? How would that be possible?
No, tell me what you mean by the flat Earth model.
Okay, sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have said model, but what I meant is how can you go from Santiago to Sydney in 14 hours on any flight? Doesn't matter.
I told you I don't think you can. So, yeah, we disagree on that.
So it's impossible on a flat Earth, correct?
A flat Earth?
On any flat Earth model, any possible flat Earth, there's no way to go from Santiago to Sydney in 14 hours. Is that correct?
In which globe model water curving?
The globe model.
Yeah, and in reality.
In reality, well, who knows? I mean, that's what we're trying to figure out.
What do you? I mean,
Yeah. And because of that, my darling, Santiago or whatever, gravity, satellites,
I mean, what pilot would actually even want to
whatever,
take for
whatever model you want to take, whatever one comparison want to take, but sphere must be sphere forever. If he's not sphere, then he's not a sphere. That's the only point. Of me who is not religious, of me who was fucking atheist, of me only, who was fucking mathematician, that means geometry, that means sphere, it's a sphere. And whatever flights or whatever I mentioned, whatever, moon, stars, refraction, science, that, on the end, I will be glober when I see the sphere. Again.
Unless it's taken by a picture by NASA, then you won't believe that one.
Okay, great. If it's taken from NASA, that means it must be in reality also.
So you believe NASA?
No, I'm saying if it's taken, what you see on television, because you see on television. Did you see space like a NASA whatever, whoever, astronaut? Did you see like a Earth like that, or you saw on the TV?
On the computer.
Okay, on the computer. That means you didn't see in reality Earth.
Correct.
That means the Earth, what is presenting and what you can see and observe, and what you can measure, and what you can come with the logic because of elevation and everything, because of water, you can realize that things, and you if you are in this, you can see that people made observation and there is no curvature. That means that people was showing on TV, there is not in reality there. It will be there. It must be here, but it is not. That's the point. And
But
nobody can tell me, you know what? Where I'm, for example, I will ask where I'm wrong in my observations, what I'm missing.
well, I mean, is it possible that we could be on a ball?
Not
Ball, what
anymore.
ball? But
No,
I mean,
no, no,
wait.
no, 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 not anymore.
No, no. I mean, why would it be a ball? I mean, are you like? I want it to be a ball, so I'm
No,
just gonna pretend it's a ball. I'm not talking to you, Sasha. I'm talking about this guy. He's like,
yeah.
do you think it's possible it could be a ball? I mean, which size ball? Or I mean, whatever. We've gone over the numbers many times with you and others. I mean,
If you want,
why do you
if
want the Earth to be a
if
ball
he
when it's
want, if
obviously not?
if he want honestly, it cannot be physically. It cannot work like a ball. It cannot be. No, it
Yeah,
cannot
that's
be
not
ball.
Earth. Earth is something
Yeah.
different.
Only things because we were. I was thinking like for 45
Yeah, I
years. I
used to
was
think it
thinking.
was a ball. I used to think it was a
Yeah,
ball. Didn't you,
because I
Sasha?
never. Yeah, I was for 45 years told that
Yeah,
it's a ball.
yeah.
Because I
For,
never thought in my because I never go inside of questioning anything like a gravity. Of course, I know that it's theory, but I left like a theory is working. Blah blah blah. Everything what was presented for us, it was like, oh, of course that it's a globe. The flat Earth idea was presented like a stupid in the beginning, everywhere
if
the,
you put
from the childhood, not now, from the childhood flat earth idea. Because of that, in my mind came 7 years ago, what the fuck is this stupid, what, who can think that earth is flat? That was my idea 7 years ago. Who can even think that earth is flat? That's some cult stupid or something like that.
if you put an ant on the top of a basketball, the ant would.
Listen, Dean, listen, Dean, that's great.
Hold on, let me
That,
finish. Let me finish.
again, if you put an ant on the basketball, that ant, if on that basketball it's a water, that ant will go and use the technology what that ant have, and ant will have conclusion. There is no drop on this ball.
The ant will think he's on a flat surface if you put an ant on the top of a
No,
basketball.
we have dimensions, my darling, mathematics, we have these dimensions because this is the ball with the 3,900 radius, and that's the ball what you see on the computer. That's what is showing to you. It is not. That distance is what they are telling you. That is the ball.
Okay.
That means that ant has technology because it's human, and ant can see on that ball enough to see flat, and ant is coming to conclusion. But this is the ball. It must curve on one on 10 centimeters. Why is not curving on 10 centimeters? Because and has a technology now to see that. Do you understand me? And is not standing there with a like a standing and watching. Even it could do like that. Like my wife told me like 1 years ago. Oh, we could see Belgium from here, from UK. And I said, what? She said, oh, yeah, yeah. And I said, with what? She said, with nothing, with my eyes. Oh, great. My wife is not flat earth, I don't know to tell you. She's not into that. She told me like a story. And then I was listening other people's story. I could see this from this view. I could see this. Oh, great. That I'm speaking about your ants.
Yeah.
All ants are flat earthers.
Of course, that I cannot realize if all spherical shape with my size, but if is math given, then that sphere must curve on that rate. And not only that, it doesn't curve. It could be, for me, it would be like, okay, great, it's curving there because it's like, I don't know, 20, 30%, it's coming off or down or up. But this is not 20%. This is 1,000 to 2,000% of. I mean, if we sphere, then it's 10 times bigger sphere. Oh my God, really? Then from Chile to Santiago, it's 100,000 miles distance. It's not, it's 140 hours flight on the globe.
Except for the fact that you're not factoring in the refraction of the light.
And again, I can tell you again this water fraction. You are going to the trap, you will speak now something, but you don't know anything. If you want to know, tell me this. This will be written in every publication of the science. We have this phenomena in the air when we look, and that is happening. Because of that phenomena, and I will precisely explain everything, this distance, it's moving, horizon, it means geometrical, it's moving. You cannot see here, it's there now. Because of temperature, this is 30, But this is, you don't see more with the refraction. You can see only less. How you had the wars, how you had battles during the Second World War. There was like, oh, I will shoot this submarine is coming. I will shoot this fucking German ship. No, no, don't shoot, don't shoot. This is refraction. You need to count on refraction. Come on, man. You will believe in some explanation. That is enough for you. Okay, believe in that. Nobody. But that for me, it's stinky. It's still not. It's still nothing. It's not giving you anything.
Sasha,
You cannot measure elevation, man, on the curved surface because you need to have curve through the land to measure. That line needs to go through the land, and that line is, of course, always zero line. It's watched from the sea level from everywhere. Sea level.
Sasha, you can't get from Santiago to Sydney in 14 hours on a flat Earth. It's impossible.
Why?
Man, did you, from all of this, you're speaking about flight Chile Santiago. Man, I have a flight. I asked you and you didn't answer. The flight it's a drone. They want to make a parcel to see how much drone can fly, and they are flying 100 meters above the sea level for 200 kilometers. That means because of drop, they need to be something about, I don't know how much on 200 kilometers. You can make a math, but a lot above the sea. They are on the same elevation all the time.
Correct. Because
Correct.
we measure elevation based on the
Man,
height
did
above
you
the water.
understand me what I'm saying? He's flying 100 meters above the not 10,000 feet to 30, I don't know, 100 meters above the sea level for 200 kilometers. You need to have drop there. I don't know how much it is. You can make it's so big drop. When he's flying down, he's on the same elevation.
Yeah, you could fly around a basketball if you really wanted to.
Bullshit.
Man, he is on the same elevation all the time. He's not, the sea is not curving down. It's on the same elevation like
Put
aeroplane.
yourself in a situation, maybe. All right, so I'm in Santiago, Chile, and I
Oh my
want to
God.
go to Sydney, and I want to go direct flight. No. So I'm going to book the flight. I'm in Santiago, but I need to get to Sydney as quick as possible. And then you book the flight, and you're going to get on this airplane. Now, how many people are going to be on the airplane with you when you book the flight? Because obviously there's dozens of people that want to go from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Yes.
There's dozens of people that want to go. So the airplane, the booking flight is like, I'm in Santiago, Chile. How many people that are in Santiago want to do a direct flight to Sydney? How many people are interested in that?
The population of South America is 422 million people. You don't think you can get a couple dozen?
Helio, you ask how many? How many? Billions and billions and billions.
All right, so all of the people in Chile want to go to Australia.
Well, look, out of 400 million people.
What about the price of rice in China?
There are not 400
Yeah, it's
million
pretty much the same question. How many people want to go on a direct flight from Santiago to fucking Sydney? You know.
Well, look, like if you're anywhere in South America, like let's say Brazil, right? It would be easier to just fly to Chile and then fly to Sydney, right? Than to go all the way around through the other.
I'm going to tell you something. If you want to travel from South America to Australia, you're going to have to go to Brazil. If you're in Chile, go to Brazil first, then you fly across the Atlantic, and then you go to South America, and then really, all right, no, what?
No.
How do these flight paths work here? Am I wrong about this, Jimsy?
Yes.
All right. So how do people from South America get to Australia?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm
gonna yield my time to Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha. I'm gonna yield my time to Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha.
Oh, can I speak about flat earth or
yes, you can speak, Sasha. Helio's not gonna interrupt you anymore. Go ahead, Sasha.
You speak only about flat earth.
You know what, guys? I'm sorry. I was waiting for the globe proof 7 years, and finally I got it. I don't have anything to say. I'm done because flight Chile Santiago exists. Earth is a globe. I'm sorry, guys. You need to also concede.
Yeah, this is your fault, Jemsy.
Jemsy, you need to concede. Jemsy, did you know that we have flights? Jemsy, we have flights from Santiago to Sydney.
Ban me.
Earth is a globe.
Yeah, Earth is a globe. Ban me.
I want silver glober roll.
You'd be out of your fucking mind if you think you can fly on one airplane from Santiago, fucking Sydney.
Hey, it's a flight, man. You can book it yourself if you don't believe it.
Well, I told you I'll give you $20 if you do it.
Yeah, but you're not going to believe me with your own eyes.
Well, I mean, I saw what you posted. I want you to book it and do it, but you're going to have to go to Chile.
He doesn't even know how to book a ticket, and this guy is talking about flights. Are you kidding me? Sasha, do you know how you can book a plane ticket? Have you ever booked one?
I've booked an Airbnb several times.
I booked it now. Fucking the bags are now expensive.
Well,
they make double price for bags, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
If you look at flight paths,
you know what?
Hey! I flew from Mexico to Massachusetts.
I was flying with the airplane, I booked all the tickets from the airplane.
Hey, you flew
Hey,
from Mexico
I
hey,
to
bought them all.
Massachusetts?
I
I
was
flew
flying
from
alone.
Mexico to Massachusetts. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe.
Mexico doesn't exist.
Hey, guy, the guy from the Australia Chile flight. So I flew from Mexico to Massachusetts. That debunks the globe, bro. What you got?
How's that the case?
Because Sasha, help me with this one, with the third point. So the airplane is designed and requires the antecedent for the airplane to work is a flat, non-rotating Earth. You got that one?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, if the airplane was flying north,
So the antecedent for the airplane to work is not a globe. You got that one first, right?
You can't be flying towards Australia. If you fly north from Chile.
No, James explained very well. James explained very well. Everything is there.
Hey, and then the pilot never ever thinks about a globe when he's operating the aircraft. And then Sasha, when he's on the ground with artillery machinery to shoot down, when he's down there trying to shoot down the airplane, Sasha never ever takes into account any curvature. Tell him, Sasha.
That sounds pretty dangerous. You said people were trying to shoot down the airplane?
No, Helio, because I was doing that in military.
Oh,
Sasha actually did that in military.
Okay, cool. That was
army.
Else. I'm getting shit mixed up now.
I can post you the weapon if you want to see.
No, I don't want to see the weapon that tried to shoot.
I want to see Sasha. Don't worry about what Helio wants. I didn't
fucking. I didn't shoot in war. It was my military service.
All right, cool. So you were in an airplane and people were trying to shoot you down?
No, Sasha, I was anti-aircraft in military. That is the point.
Yeah, bro, those anti-aircraft guns are pretty freaking horrible. You definitely don't want to get hit by one of those.
Helio, how about the price of vodka in Russia? How about that?
How about the
price?
Because
every fucking time I'm trying to make a point, you're trying to obfuscate it. Thank you, Helio. Thank you very much.
All right.
For the focus focus station.
Go to Massachusetts. Tell us about it more.
I yield my time to Get Bigot. Go ahead, Get Bigot.
How's shit work in Romania there, Jippy Jip? Go ahead.
I find it. There it is.
But how do you get all the way from Santiago to Sydney in 14 hours on a flat Earth, though?
Yeah, I don't know how you don't account on Coriolis and on curvature about your military shooting on airplanes.
Well, because the globe is really big, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, really? But why Sniper is learning about Coriolis and I'm not learning about that anything?
And if you're just going from Santiago to Sydney and there's no...
Why Sniper is learning about Coriolis and everything and I didn't learn anything and I was good in shooting?
But I don't think anybody's trying to shoot you down if you're on a commercial flight.
Are you trying to say that snipers are like NASA shills?
No, I'm saying that it was a story about that sniperist account on Coriolis. If sniperist account on Coriolis effect, that means that I also in the past shoot to account on the Coriolis effect. Same. Even better because I was shooting on the my targets was on the ground and in the air or on the water. It doesn't matter.
Artillery only goes a few kilometers. Doesn't go that far.
And
So then it doesn't matter. It's unless you're shooting like hundreds of miles.
a sniper is going on 30 miles. How much sniper is shooting?
Give or take.
More than my weapon?
No.
Oh. And sniper's account on Coriolis and me no.
I don't know what snipers account for. I'm not a sniper.
Yeah, it was the story about sniper and football. Did you say Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah.
But he said that on the football, there is happening Coriolis effect on the football ground, and his ball it's on the air. And he said for sniperist also.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a paid shill. He's paid by the flat earthers to make us globers look bad.
Ooh.
That's brilliant.
Ooh.
That's brilliant. I like
And you are who? You are the guy who is protecting. You are on the border. You are like on the how to say protecting this mainstream everything, but the science of all this cult. Are you protecting mainstream science for this cult?
What?
Are you protecting mainstream narrative and science from this cult?
I will defend science until
You are
Yes.
protecting. That means you're protecting
Yes.
mainstream. You don't. They don't need protection, man. They are more clever than you. Why you are here? You are protecting them. They don't need protection.
No, everybody has to pay protection tax.
And listen this get and we are that one who want to deceive. Okay, what is our aim?
Yeah.
What is our aim? Who is our president? Who is moving this movement? Well, I need to have somebody who I believe. He has somebody. He has the
I think it's
he has the company.
yeah.
I don't have a company. I don't have the I don't know United Flat Earth whatever.
Our boss is Robert Simmons. Yeah.
Yeah, our boss is Earth itself.
Robert Simmons
I love Elon Musk.
and Dom Petit.
I
Dom
love
Petit.
water because water doesn't speak.
Yeah.
Water doesn't say anything. People saying water curves, and water doesn't say anything. Only behave how it wants to behave. That means that the water doesn't give a shit what people saying about water.
that's true. Water is not conscious.
Look at the devil. We need a container for the water, and look at the devil. The sphere is the container for the. Or maybe we don't need container for the water.
Like, well, water, just like gas, needs a container. I mean, to be a
Well,
living.
actually,
I
is it's harder to demonstrate that water is not conscious than actually to demonstrate that water has a consciousness.
I mean, that there could be an element of truth in that. Jiffy Jeff.
Yeah.
Water curves at 8 inches per mile squared.
Without water, life
Oh,
wouldn't exist.
nobody can take you
Well,
that belief.
without water, what life wouldn't exist on Earth. So I'm kind of like we don't
especially
know.
8 inch per mile squared, especially in that range.
That's a good point because well, 8 inches per mile squared is their calculation of their globe weird nonsense, which actually doesn't exist. We've
It will
proven
be
it.
easier if it's sphere without dimensions.
It do what it
Then
do.
then it could be sphere, if it has no dimensions.
What? Uh,
If it has
we
no dimensions,
so
that
we
could be.
have bodies of water, oceans, lakes, or whatever. That we've already tested that through many different methods. That the surface of these bodies of water, they're not curving around the Earth.
Of course, because of that, we measure elevation above that
Sure. So there
point
is no
point
such
zero.
thing as 8 inches per mile squared because Earth is obviously not this stupid globe they told us about. If it was what they told us it is, and people are like, oh, you won't be able to see it because it's so big. No, not really, man. You gave us a number. Are you going to stand by that number? Because we've been testing this shit for several years and we can't find this curvature that you keep talking about.
You're right, it's not a globe.
Can't be.
It's actually a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
Really? Oh, so is it wider at the equator
No.
than it is from pole to pole?
Yes, because of the Coriolis
All right.
effect.
Well, what's the difference? What's the differential between the equator length and the pole length?
Uh, a few miles or something?
Yeah, so it's essentially a sphere, right?
It's close.
All right, so it's close enough to actually
Yes,
know what you might or
Sasha,
might not
Sasha,
see
wait,
over a
wait,
certain
wait.
distance.
Helio, he made the claim that the Earth is oblate, spheroid, yeah, because of the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but I don't think he actually
That's
knows
what
what he's
you
talking
just
about.
said,
But anyway, I know he
Sasha.
said that, and that's
Can
why I
you
was.
show? Can you show me anything? Can you show me anything physical that gets deformed because of a Coriolis effect?
Yeah, pizza dough. If you spin pizza dough around, it starts
No,
getting
No,
wider.
no, no. Earth,
that's not true.
Earth based stuff. Not
Uh,
you spinning pizza dough. No.
yeah, explain that. How Coriolis effect is deforming a pizza dough? Yeah, explain that to me. I
Because
need to
yeah, we
understand that.
we heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say, "Well, it's a little bit wider at the equator than it is from pole to pole due to the spin of the Earth."
Helio, it's Coriolis, not
I know Coriolis.
centrifugal force.
This
I want him
Coriolis.
to explain how Coriolis is deforming anything
Mm-hmm.
physical.
Have you ever made
The
pizza where you spin it
you
around?
mean the pseudo force Coriolis? Pseudo force?
It's not a force, it's an effect.
I just said it was a pseudo
Uh,
force, just like gravity's a pseudo force. But anyway.
Should I post a picture of a chef
no,
making?
it's not even a pseudo force, it's just an effect.
I
That's
know.
all it is.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, this
If
guy
it's,
apparently that
you know, Coriolis effect, the Coriolis is an effect. That is the, how it's defined.
no, it's
So
actually
it cannot
defined
be
as a pseudo force.
anything
But I
else
mean,
other than
anyway,
Coriolis is
you
nothing
about
else other than what it is defined to be.
that. All right,
So
so
Alright, I just posted a video of someone spinning some pizza dough and it's getting
yeah,
wider.
but I have no idea.
yeah, well,
Has
explain
nothing to do with
what's the
Earth at all.
Coriolis there, and how is Coriolis deforming that pizza? Explain it to me. I need to understand.
When something's spinning, the sides of it get wider.
Yeah.
All right, so
But
you
that is not Coriolis. You're not describing Coriolis.
Yes, I am.
You realize that.
Yes. You want me to read the definition of Coriolis?
actually the spinning of the
No.
pizza actually has more to do with the Coriolis effect than with their bullshit nonsense about how it supposedly affects the Earth. Because Coriolis is just really the effect of the spin due to anything spinning. You know, just like if you're on a merry-go-round, you're going to feel the effect. And if you're on a merry-go-round, somebody's holding a ball. You have three or four people on a merry-go-round, and somebody's holding a ball. You throw it, the ball's going to go straight. But to everyone on the merry-go-round, it's going to look like it's curving, but it's actually not. That's Coriolis.
Yeah, it's an effect. But it doesn't make a pizza to go wider or a ball to go oblique.
Well,
That's
actually, with the pizza dough,
centrifugal force.
that's centrifugal force. When you spin a
Yeah.
pizza, that's centrifugal force.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Centrifugal.
Yeah. So why would you
Well,
correlate it?
centrifugal is not Coriolis.
They're
Yeah,
pretty similar, though.
no, they're not because
No, they are not
Coriolis
similar at all.
Coriolis, Coriolis
So,
is a pseudo effect. It doesn't really exist at all. It's a pseudo force. It doesn't exist.
it's not a pseudo force, Helio.
All right.
Stop defining it as what it isn't. Coriolis has a very specific definition, and that's what it is. It's nothing else other than that. Coriolis is an effect. Yeah, it's how you observe something when you are in a rotating reference frame.
And I mean, if you're in a spinning reference frame, and just
Yeah,
like I was just describing with the merry-go-round, if you're holding a ball and you
yeah,
have some people and
yeah.
you're all on the merry-go-round, and someone throws the ball, everyone sees the ball curve, but it's not actually curving; it's going in a straight line. So, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's going straight up and straight down. But because you are in motion, in circular motion, constant acceleration, you observe that as a sinus wave, you know.
yeah. Okay, if I was describing it wrong, I apologize. But anyway, but yeah, that's. But it honestly, when you look up Coriolis effect, and they describe it, in relation to this pseudo force of Earth, and it causes hurricanes and shit.
Mm.
Yeah, we already know what they say about it, but because of the Earth spinning and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it's ridiculous, the way they describe it. But I mean, it's like when I look at. Well, I'm looking it up right now, and I'm just
The
seeing all the.
Coriolis force.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I'm looking it up. Different. They think it's a force, and that's what I'm saying. What is the Coriolis
Yeah.
effect? I mean, I've looked it up before, and they call it Coriolis force. It causes hurricanes and shit because of spin of the Earth. Look, man, this is Britannica. So I mean, the only reason I was saying force is because this is what they say. It wasn't me, just making shit up. I'm just saying that's what they say.
Yeah, but we who was the first person ever to mention this term, the Coriolis force?
I think that it's named after the person that came up with it. I think his name was Coriolis. I don't
Oh,
know.
that's the Coriolis effect, yeah. But the term Coriolis force,
Oh,
because it's a fallacious term.
it is. This Coriolis force is fallacious. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, of course. Because the effect is obvious to anyone that really understands it. Yeah, it's an apparent deflection between
Mm,
two reference frames. Very simple to
yeah,
understand.
yeah,
Matter of fact, Wikipedia, if you look at some of the images they have on the Wikipedia article, it really explains it quite well. And I think I have a GIF that goes along with that. Really simple
yeah.
to
But
understand the Coriolis effect.
are
It's
they saying? Is Wikipedia saying that Coriolis is a force?
yeah, they say the same shit as Britannica. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But they do have an image though where it shows the apparent deflection between two reference frames. They have the image, but the description totally, globe side, stuff.
Mm. Well, what's the opposite of Coriolis force?
There is no opposite because the only thing that you can understand about the Coriolis effect is that if
Well,
you understand it properly,
when you have
it's just like
force,
yeah, you have an apparent deflection between two reference frames, one inertial and one non-inertial, which a spinning reference frame would
well,
be
to have
non-inertial.
a magnetic force, for example, to have a magnetic force, yeah, you need to have a north and south pole. To have a electric force, you need to have a positive and negative charge. Well,
I
if
don't think that.
Coriolis is a force, then what's the opposite of it? Yeah.
What would Coriolis effect even be involved in magnetics that way? I don't necessarily think so. Because
No, you're jumping now from term Helio. I was asking about the Coriolis force, not effect.
but you brought up magnetics, so I was just wondering what you're talking about.
Yeah, magnetic force is defined by the presence of the poles. It's caused by the existence
The
of
only
the
way you can
poles,
observe
north south.
the only way you can observe Coriolis is being in a non-inertial reference frame and something else is moving in a straight line and it appears to
Mm,
be curving. You're spinning, something else is moving in the inertial reference frame in a straight line, and then you see it, but it looks like it's curving, but it's actually going in a straight line. This is wow, man. This is the easiest thing to understand. Oh, man. Do you think? I mean, if I'm wrong,
yeah, but where is the force there? What's the force there? Do you know what
you're
the
going to have to
force is,
ask people
Helio?
that think that this Coriolis force causes hurricanes. That's
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you're going to have to ask them because I know what Coriolis is.
Aha.
It has
I
nothing to do with
see.
the spin of the Earth.
It's just like saying the horizon is a physical location, place, you know. Like
Well, we had
the
a lot
sky
of
is really
things we covered
touching the
tonight. Yeah,
ground.
there's a lot of things we talked about tonight. Just like, oh yeah, yeah.
In reality, the horizon is something apparent, and now someone is saying, "Oh, because I can see the sky touching the ground, that means the sky is touching the ground right there, very far away from me, where I see it." you know
It's just like, wait, do you understand the definition of horizon? It's like, well, I
exactly.
do, but
This is the same problem we have with Coriolis effect and Coriolis force. Because one is real, the other one is not.
well, neither of them are. Well, I mean, Coriolis effect is.
Coriolis effect is very real. Yeah,
Yes, it's absolutely real. It's an apparent deflection between two reference frames.
yeah, yeah,
Very simple to understand. Has nothing to do with Earth
yeah,
at all.
yeah.
But when you look up
But
Coriolis on Google or whatever, they're always going to be talking about
mm,
hurricanes spinning in different directions and shit, south of the equator. That's their idea, but the real definition of
yeah,
Coriolis effect is just an apparent deflection, between two reference frames, one inertial and one non-inertial. Very simple to understand. Has nothing to do with Earth
mm,
moving.
yeah. Mm,
As a matter of fact, I think the best article, if you just look it up weird, then it does say some of that in the Wikipedia article, but they actually
mm,
do have a one of the better standard definitions, and they actually have a good GIF on the Wikipedia page. I'm gonna post it right now about the Coriolis effect. This here, and you can. I mean, even when I post it there, shows you what the difference is. That that's
mm.
you can download that GIF.
So,
Wikipedia page shows you the difference between. It's not a difference. It's the same. You're looking at the same thing. Yeah, it goes in a straight line.
you don't believe in gravity?
You don't believe in. Don't even try that shit on. Yeah, no, I mean, don't even get me started on gravity.
yeah, but that question is so funny. You don't believe in gravity?
Hey, but
oh
but
my
to
god.
be honest, I mean, look, we get that question every single day in the server. It's like when new people
Yeah.
like, wait, you guys don't believe in gravity? It's like, should we?
yeah, it's such a shock.
It's like okay,
Yeah.
okay. But you have to remember that most people do, so you have to kind of be patient with it.
Yeah.
Like, should I believe in gravity? But I mean, you just kind of get an
Yeah.
idea of where they're coming from, and so you're just like, oh, you don't believe in gravity?
Mm,
Well,
yeah.
well, do you believe? What's your favorite aspect of gravity? And tell me about it. Tell me about gravity. What's your favorite thing about gravity? Let's hear
Yeah.
about it. I mean, like I said, I mean, I know I talk a lot, but when it comes to like new people coming in, they're just like, you don't believe in gravity? Like, well, what do you think about gravity? Tell me about gravity. What's your favorite thing about gravity?
Mm.
No, just get them to talk. You know what I mean? But what are you gonna do with gravity? And it's like, well, gravity is everything. I mean, That's why the universe exists. That's why space time exists.
Yeah.
Depends on what they're going to say. You have no idea what they're going to say.
Mm.
I love the.
Always the darndest things.
I know the damnedest. The damnedest
Yeah.
thing. It's sad, man. It's just like, but it's not. I mean, to be honest, I mean, we laugh about it, but at the same time, it's pretty sad. It's just like they think
Yeah.
gravity is real, and that's why everything exists because gravity is holding
I
everything
like it.
together. I love it and
I
hate
like
it
it
at the same
when
time. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad, that they're, the brainwashing is
mm,
that different, that far. Okay.
when I talk with people in life, and that I met, and when I get to subjects about gravity and stuff, uh, I'm like, oh really? Oh, what is that? That's how I start.
Yeah, sure,
And
but at the same time,
um,
they're kind of like, oh, what do you mean? What
when
is
I start telling them things
because they
about
they think
what,
everybody knows
yeah.
gravity's real. That's already been established. I mean, gravity, man.
Well, when I
What
start
do you mean?
telling them why isn't real, then they ask me like, "You don't believe in gravity?" And therefore, I say, "Well, I'm not religious.
Yeah, that's a little harsh.
So
No,
if
that's a
gravity
little harsh.
requires belief, then it's not science.
Yeah,
And
sure. It was like
in their
like
minds, I
gravity
see
is
it's like a
science. What are you
battle
talking
inside
about?
their mind.
Yeah, it's
What do you mean, bro? When you sit on
Uh,
the table, when you sit on the table and you have the food
but
and the
yeah,
drinks,
I do
and you
break
you
it
know
down to
that
them, and then
gravity is
they are
holding
like,
everything, and you
"Wow,
gotta you gotta say
so
thank you.
shocked!" Their mind is
Yeah.
short-circuited,
Get big guy,
and
can you hear
they
me, bro?
can't comprehend that you can't believe gravity exists and stuff like that. It's
Damn.
shocking for them.
cause
Shocking for me that you can't hear me.
the fool on the hill sees the sun going down,
Helio!
and the eyes in his head
Helio!
sees the world spinning. I can fucking hear you, Jimsy.
How dare you not tell Get
I
Big Guy
don't
that he was somewhere
hear
speaking?
Jamesy. How come?
What?
Is
You got
he in
Why are
you
you
got me
so
stealth
muted, bro.
nasty
mode?
right now? This is insane.
Uh,
You got me muted. Get Big Guy. Tell him. Tell him. Tell him.
Wait, I have Jimsy muted?
No, no. Get Big Guy has me
oh,
muted. Come on. Tell him, Helio. Tell him.
Tell me.
Tell Get Big Guy to unmute me.
Oh,
Do I
Jimsy.
have to draw you? Do I
Debbie
have to draw
Jet,
you a map
Debbie
or
Jet.
something, bro?
All right. Now
yeah.
you spelled it out. Debbie Jet, Jim. Apparently, you have Jimsy muted, and you can't hear him.
Oh my God. Let me check out.
No, unmute Jimsy. If you have him muted,
He
so
said he's gonna check. He said he's gonna check. That's what he said. Go ahead.
holy shit. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't know what you were saying at first because you were bitching at
Oh,
me earlier, and that was
he
kind of
wasn't muted, but the volume was low.
all right.
I
Can you
don't
hear
know
me
how that
now?
happened.
Talk again, Jimsy.
Can you hear me now?
Holy shit! I don't think he can.
Holy
Hey,
guacamole.
Jimmy Dick, you can't hear Jimsy?
No, no.
Oh
Oh,
no.
oh
But
no!
he's not muted for
No!
me.
Oh no! No! Dude,
Oh
we gotta
no.
figure out a way for him to be able to hear you, man. That's insane.
I
Let me see. Check my settings
Hey,
again.
can you hear me, Gabby? Can you hear me?
I'm gonna have to ban Helio. Maybe that work. That'll fix it.
Doubt it, but it might be a good idea. But yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, I didn't really notice that he couldn't hear you.
All right, bye.
I still can't hear him. Maybe I
Well,
should
he
try
just jumped
disconnect,
out and came back in.
reconnect.
Try it again, Jesse. See if he can hear you.
Hello?
Hello, is that Espanol for hello?
That's
Hola.
hi in Romanian.
Hola.
Hola is hello. I know that.
Hey, Gabby, can you hear
Hola.
me? Yes
Hola.
or no?
What the fuck is going on? You can't hear Jimsy? Gibby
Yo,
J?
No, not
I'm
at
gonna
all. Yeah.
I'm gonna
What?
disconnect him. Fuck it.
No, I
I'm
don't.
gonna ban him.
It's got to be on his end because I can hear you fine.
I disconnected his ass.
All right. This is gonna. He's gonna have to jump back in. That's really strange. All right, so now he's back.
Welcome back, Gabby. Welcome back. Fuck!
Hey, Gibby, are you on your phone or a PC?
Phone. Always a phone.
So can you you know how to and like press down on Jemsy's name, make sure he's not muted for you?
Yeah, I did that. He's not muted. I had the volume. His volume was like halfway, and I
You should still be
pulled
able
it
to
all the
hear
way
him,
up.
though, even with that.
Yeah.
But you still can't hear him. Go ahead and Jemsy say check or something.
I'm pretty sure he has me muted. He's not looking at the right key. There is a mute phrase, and
Pick up,
then there is a
Jamesy.
mute then there is a mute key
Oh,
individually.
is
There
that
is a server mute, and then there is an individual mute.
yeah, Jebby, you're gonna have to figure out how to unmute Jemsy on your end because
Mhm.
I can hear him fine. I don't know what's going on.
This is weird now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure that shit out because it wouldn't make any sense for us to talk together if you can't hear him.
I just mute myself.
No, well, no, actually, you shouldn't. I mean, but I think he'll figure it out pretty quick. Since he knows now. Anyway, he'll figure it out. I mean, he's a computer guy. He's a techie.
It's an old computer guy.
Yeah, an old techie. He knows how to do this. He'll figure it out.
Well, can you, Jamesy, can you say something now, please?
No.
Oh, I hear you. Oh my God.
See, I told you he was
Nice.
going to figure it out.
Did you
Yeah.
press the mute key? Did you press the mute key? You pressed it?
But I have no idea when or how. I don't think I did it myself. Sometimes my phone lights up and is making those touches on my face. Because
That's actually a common thing that happens in Discord. Randomly,
yeah.
you have users muted for no
Mhm.
reason. It's not the first
I
time.
never muted anyone. Yeah, I never muted anyone.
Old
I
It
dude.
does
never
happen.
had such issues. Yeah.
I've never muted Helio, but he always gets mute on my end.
I get on his nerves a lot, so I
Yeah.
don't blame him if
Oh,
he wants to mute me. But if you just
oh,
personally
yeah.
mute me, that means you can't hear me
Yeah.
while I'm ranting.
Yeah. But yeah,
Hey,
that
good. We got
button,
it
the
figured
mute
out.
button, was on,
Yeah. All right. Cool.
and it
So,
has to be off.
Jamsey has a lot to say about Coriolis effect, and that's why he wanted
Hmm.
to for you to hear him. He could tell that you weren't.
Yeah, listen to this very carefully, okay? I'm gonna say it once.
Yeah.
I yield my time to get beget.
Yes.
All right, so I see Meadowlark in here. Do you want to talk about? Actually, Coriolis is kind of boring. We beat that like a dead horse for
You
like
know,
30 minutes.
I was trying to understand get beget explaining it, but Helio, you were like speaking on top of him, and it was difficult to understand his point because he between explaining Coriolis and the other thing and trying to overtalk you or yeah, it's a bit difficult. It's a bit right, Gabiga. It's difficult to explain something when you're trying to fight for the mic.
Yeah, if I'm being,
Um.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about it, but I, I I wouldn't say I was explaining the Coriolis. I was like more questioning it, and that we fallaciously accept to for this Coriolis effect to be called a force.
Right, and
Right.
that's what I was talking
Yeah,
about. And
yeah,
this is what they
yeah,
explain it as in the Wikipedia. That's what I was getting at.
yeah,
But they're talking about something different than I mean,
yeah.
it's not a force; it's a pseudo force. Just like gravity. That's what I was trying to say. I mean, I wasn't mean.
No, we don't have to. We don't even have to give them this pseudo force term because it's not. It's not a pseudo force. The Coriolis has a very specific definition. It's very well defined, and that's all it is. Nothing else outside of that.
Yeah.
Pseudo
And that's
force
what I was
is like
saying. That's what
outside
I
of
was
that
saying.
definition.
Exactly. It's exactly what I
Yeah,
was saying.
yeah.
So
So we don't have to give them those terms like pseudo force or like whatever.
there's no force involved.
Helio,
Yeah,
he said that.
yeah.
Helio, he said that same thing to you like 5 times already. Do you
Yeah.
understand the words that are coming out of his mouth?
He did. He did.
I do. Are we gonna
Yeah.
get married now? I said I do.
You do? All right. So
Very.
now you can now you can kiss each other.
Yeah. Shake hands.
Yeah, I know. I tend to be a dick late at night, whatever,
Um,
or early morning, whatever.
Yeah. Thank you for scaring the Globers.
Bro,
yeah, but this was all Sasha, because
Hey, go ahead, bro. You got something to say? Go ahead.
Обсуждение радио. Скажи Мексике.
English only in this server.
Hey, we don't speak any of that LA shit, okay? Only English.
No, Alicia, only English.
Yeah.
Они нас слышат, блядь.
We know California is their own Soviet
Wow,
Union
guys,
of the
I'm so
US,
sorry. I was thinking my
but no
microphone
preview.
off. No, sorry, guys. I was thinking my microphone was off, but sorry
Yeah,
for
you
that.
were making fun of my
okay.
accent. I get it. It's okay. How dare you?
So sorry. So how what?
How dare you?
How dirty I am? You can't imagine how dirty I am.
Are you trying to look kind of funny in front of the lady, bro? That's what you're trying to do?
What? No, I'm showing. I am talking with her about the flat Earth. So
All right. Good for
that's
you.
why I show her.
We did not mean any offense. We didn't mean to offend you in any way.
Oh, so Helio is
We
offended,
can
so
understand that,
that's a bad thing.
but
Yes, yes. This is a new topic for us. We'll discuss it at
For her, not for me.
For me,
I'm
yes.
flat earther, so I try to show her my work.
Right. My friend was sharing this with me.
nice.
I really appreciate all you guys do.
Hey, lady, and guy, my bad. I was just messing around with you guys, and I heard that you were hot
Thank
micing, so
you.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Thank
Not a
you.
big deal.
Yes,
So
thank you. All
welcome
right.
to the server.
Okay, take care.
Well, are you leaving us? No.
Oh, they're here.
Uh,
He's explaining the
so,
flutter to the lady, so whenever
does the
you get
passenger have a question for flat earthers?
I don't have any question. Whatever you know, I know.
He's very certain about it, but I've been just recently introduced by him to this whole theory, and I'm very interested. So he was just trying to share with me.
Yeah, nice. But you see, flat Earth is not a theory. It's actually
It's a fact.
scientific theory. Yeah, in
It's a fact.
reality, it's also empirical observation. Um, the theory is the heliocentric model because in the heliocentric model, you are supposed to blindly believe many, many things. So when you
Right.
have blind beliefs, then you are a fanatic, a blind follower of a religion, of a belief system.
Correct. Yes.
Where are you
Yeah,
from, brother?
and this is what we actually hate as flat earthers. We hate to do this, to blindly believe. You know, if we can't verify it through scientific experiment, you know, we will not accept to believe a story if that story
Right.
cannot be verified by science. You know, so this is the beautiful thing about us, I would say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are interested in the world's truths, and we can accept that we have questions that we don't have an answer for. Yeah, that's fine. But to have answers to questions which you cannot question those answers, then that's a problem, you know.
Right. How did you come
Yeah.
to even look into this theory to begin with? How did it occur to you that this could be the fact?
Well, for me, I happened to see the 9/11 attack, and in that very night, 9/11, I was in a chat room with Microsoft engineers and stuff, and they were showing me how the flight number of the plane was having a meaning in this when you do in Windings in Microsoft Word you change the letters to symbols like in Windings, and it was showing when you put the flight number, it was showing exactly how an airplane hits those buildings. So I was like, oh, conspiracy theories and stuff. But when I saw this, it wasn't a coincidence to me anymore. And I saw that the Microsoft engineers, they knew what was about to happen. You know, they knew something will happen in that day. And yeah, then I was open to this idea, like the government is not us the truth.
Yeah.
And in 2010, 2012, I saw Eric Dubé's video documentary. And even before his documentary, there were some YouTube channels of flat earthers. I was discussing with them about drawing triangle shapes on a sphere and how that cannot work. And if it was a globe and you start from the North Pole and once you reach the equator you take a 90 degrees turn, you walk straight, then you take another 90-degree turn, you're supposed to get back to the point where you started from. So you're constructing like a triangle with 390 degrees angles, which is impossible, But actually, yeah, if we lived on a sphere, on a giant ball, then that thing should happen, and it doesn't. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Coming through loud and
Thank
clear.
you, Jimsy. So
I'm chat skanking.
yeah, vast majority of people that come here, they ask us about many things, how and why gravity doesn't exist. They still assume that if the Earth is flat, then it's something like a pizza flying in space or like a frisbee.
Did you think what about the other thing? Like, let me get example. I'm gonna shocking you. North American continent, how they show us on the map where we live. Like I live in LA, right?
Yeah.
California,
Yeah.
USA. So North American continent, how they show us on a map, it's fake. Australia continent, it's fake. Antarctica.
You mean the
fake.
size? You mean about the size and shape is fake?
Not only size. When you walk from the Russia, you can get to the US actually from Canada. Canada in first.
To Alaska,
Can you imagine
Canada.
Can you imagine my level? Like you believe Earth is flat, you think globe version is fake. So I believe North American continent is double small and connected with Eurasia continent. Sorry for my bad accent.
Oh, Eurasia. Yeah.
Eurasia continent. Yeah, we connected. So in a fact, you can get from China to USA, like
by land.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is a North Korea country. It's fake. It's not exist with the president, with the with the nuclear.
He's crazy, as you can see.
Yeah. So Australia is fake. And yeah.
But again, Australia, so do you mean the size or the location?
I mean, real Australia is it's a big continent.
But half of it is blocked.
Just little part we have the access. It's just cities like Sydney, blah blah blah. But the continent, how they show us on a map, it's fake. It's 10 times bigger continent.
what evidence have you come upon that brings you to this conclusion?
Uh,
It's just
Because half of part of Australia it's officially closed, right? If you know about it. And again, sorry for my bad English. Nobody can cross that
just
continent.
just just like many other nations that you have limited places that you can go to. You can't
A
just
lot of
go
places I
everywhere.
can go, I have access. Yeah, of course. But somewhere I can get. Why? It's a question. Officially, they giving answer, of course. But like about gravitation, like how you think about gravitation, they have answer about the globe version, right? But same. I'm thinking why Australia is not like I can cross it by the airplane, by the swimming around. Nobody can do that officially. Army not gonna let you, and you
Can you
can't
can you
drive.
can you get on a boat and go around Australia? Can you get on a boat and
no, you cannot. No, you cannot.
Now officially
No.
nobody gonna let you.
Yeah, it's blocked.
It's blocked. So and plus all the maps, old maps, like 300 years ago maps, they showing Australia like a big continent, and it's actually old name was Antarctica. Real Antarctica is not ice. It's a green continent, like hot continent, like Australia. Just little piece we have access, and it calls Australia, but actually it's 10 times bigger. And old name of that continent it was Antarctica. It's not mean ice or whatever we know. Like
so when you go away from the center, like you stand in, let's say around the center, let's say North America, and then you move south, the geographical distances get bigger and bigger and bigger because the circle gets bigger. So when you say you
yes,
reach
correct.
Antarctica, when you reach Antarctica, Australia, that's a very big region, and there's a limit on the area that you can explore or whatever. So you're saying Australia is actually connected to what we call Antarctica, which is a huge region that we have limited access to.
But it is not. It's not ice.
I have a feeling
So,
that we're
Not
going to have
ice.
some Australians
So
join. We have
if
several
you wanna
members in Australia from Australia in here, so
just
I have a feeling they're going to join.
Zazerkalin.
First?
Yeah,
I think
when you open the Google map and you check the continent Antarctica, it's same like Australia. Just switch it to the side,
Like in reverse.
like you're watching on a mirror. What you see, the other side, right?
Yeah.
I'm already seeing
It's
some
same
Australians
picture.
jumping in here
It's
now.
same picture. I don't know. In my language, I can explain as well, but in my English, not very well. So it's hard for me. But actually, for example, in Russian language, I can explain everything. So why I think like that? But in first, questions. So can you cross the Canada? Who can cross Canada? Northern type.
Let me ask you this.
Nobody. You know have
Which
access.
do you subscribe to any type of map, or is there something
Yeah,
that
yeah. I can send you the map what I have like in mind. How is the
yo,
world?
send it to me, Jamsey.
yeah.
Send it to Jamsey. Send it to Jamsey.
But I'm so sorry. There is continent or countries. There is in Russian language. If you can translate that
That's
words,
fine.
like
That's
you
fine.
can see America or something like that.
You know what? I seem to agree with you what you said about that there is not just ice down there because that's what they give us. Everything is frozen down south, whatever. Right? It's only ice and a desert land. I agree. I agree with this guy that there is much more than just ice down there.
I have a video I
So
put
the
up like 4 years
circle
ago on my YouTube channel that I got from
yeah.
some Russians, and
Some
they
Russians. That's correct. Yeah, they
yeah,
do amazing work.
anyway. So I'll post that video now. If no one's seen it, And
Yeah,
it's a totally different kind of map and stuff. So anyway,
I want to look at it. Come
yeah,
on.
yeah. Let me post the video.
I have it. So and Mongolia country, it's fake too.
Well, fake.
Mongolia, you
Hold
know.
on. The word fake really doesn't. When it comes to maps, so you don't really. Nobody can know what Earth is. You know, the shape of Earth or dynamics and everything. You can't necessarily know what Earth is. But
Wait, Helio. Let's not move on yet from there. Hey, LA guy. You can post in the live stream voice text, or you can DM me what the maps that you're talking about. Can you do that kindly before we forget?
Did you give him perms to do that?
He has perms.
Yeah,
He has
cool,
perms.
cool,
at the moment. Okay, add me friend list. I'm driving right now. I have to drop
Oh,
off.
you're driving. You're
So
driving.
come
Don't
back.
worry about it. Hey, yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna DM you
So when I get home,
later. Yeah.
just I'm driving. I didn't know who's talking right now. Just add me your friend list. I'm gonna send you that maps or the lot of videos about it. But actually, I search in English language. It's not too many.
Don't worry
Yes,
about
for
it.
Flutter
Don't worry about the
about
language.
Flutter.
Yeah.
I can send it like on a Russian language and subtitles. You can see in English what is talking about.
Yeah, I already DM'd you. So whenever you get home at your leisure, you DM me whatever you got about that. I'm interested in that kind of stuff. So thank you very much.
I just posted that
Thank you
video
too.
I got from some Russians. I just posted that in the.
They are my friends in real, even in real, they are my friends. All the
Yeah, I actually
like
just like
alternative
one
bloggers.
night, like 4 years ago, I just happened to come across a Russian chat on YouTube, and they were I had to use Google Translate to actually talk to them, and they were like, "You got to see this video," and they sent me this video, and then I put it up on my channel. So
I gotta see that video, Helio. Come on.
I just posted
Come on.
it.
Come on, Helio.
Yeah, and what else? What else?
It's pretty. It's pretty insane, man. I ain't gonna lie.
So I'm sure right now at the moment all the versions about everything like A to Z it's fake. Just somehow you don't have any information or you're not interested about the like chemistry or physics, but everything is fake. Like everything, you know.
Sure. Well, it's a
No.
not fake, but a forgery.
Wait. When you say that,
Every time I say something, Jim G just starts yelling.
Yeah, I gotta yell because I gotta overtalk you. So when you say that, you mean like, let's say when they say water is H2O, that's fake, something like that.
Yes, of course. Like
Didn't
USA have
H2O?
problem. USA have problem about drinking water. We have to save it, right? Save it.
Yeah. That's fake.
Hear about it? It's a bullshit because this stupid Elon Musk, he have to spend just make the filter for cleaning ocean water. Who cares about the Mars project? Who spend like 30 billion, 30,000, 30 billion, 300 billion, right? Or 100 billion. They're spending like giant money for the bullshit project like Mars. I don't know.
They could just filter ocean water.
You can spend 1 million and create commercial filter for cleaning just ocean water and drink it, right? So, and then about the global
you can
warming,
distill
it's
ocean
bullshit.
water, and the salt will just fall to the
You
bottom.
can do that by yourself, but anyways, we have officially information. We know how water, or we have some problem. And about depopulation, we have a lot of people in the earth and depopulation. We have to do, or we need some, right? We heard about too, but actually, it's fake too because population of China, it's fake. They lying too. Population of China is maximum 500 billion.
Billion?
Million. Sorry, half billion.
She said billion. I love it. That's good stuff.
But there is There
agree.
I
is
mean,
not
it's always
1.7
fun to hear a
billion.
couple that come in here and have a
Can
conversation.
you imagine the guy meet the girl and I'm
Yeah,
He's
you found
completely
it sounds
talking
like
my head off.
you found the right woman.
You know
a woman getting
the person that proposed the H2O thing was Henry Cavendish.
actually I don't know any American or like I know only Russian speakers.
Yeah, that's fine. But what you're saying about the chemistry and all that kind of stuff, there is something to that. And I'm just saying that the Henry Cavendish was the whatever philosopher or
Asshole.
theoretical chemist that proposed the composition of water as H2O. And
Mm-hmm.
Cavendish, many people know that name,
Mm-hmm.
and many people don't
Mm-hmm.
like whatever. I don't know if is that the same Cavendish that we talk about in here.
You
Either
said
I think you're
way,
right.
they're both
I
assholes.
think you're right. Yeah.
Let me see if they're
So
related.
yeah.
I'm going on mute. Excuse me.
Anyways,
No, because that's important. That's there's
uh-huh.
something to that. There is something to
Oh,
that.
good. I'm actually being blocked in the chat by a chat skank scumbag piece of shit with a large mouth
Wait,
that
what?
literally doesn't understand
Who's
the
that?
basic foundation of the
here's what's
fucking
about to
argument
happen to
he's
Arwen.
making.
Hold
You
on,
fucking big
Arwen.
tart.
You can't friggin' talk in here because old dude, he already took care of it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Because you're
and
being
I
a
got
piece of
my
shit,
response.
motherfucker.
Got my response
If you're
We
not
because
want
of
to
gonna
call
Arwen
friggin'
your
there.
bluff.
dude,
What's
I
Yeah,
going
can
on?
get rid of you
he's
really
an
quick
idiot. He
too.
doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm talking about a map being to scale, and he's just whining like a gamma bitch that doesn't even have a
Wait, what?
60 IQ
Hey,
in order
I
to
got this.
understand
I
what
got
the
this.
hell I'm talking about. Even after I've repeated
He's
myself
gonna make a
3
fool of
times.
himself again.
I had to
Need
repeat myself
to
3
see
times. He's a fucking moron. Old dude. Maybe you should go back to retirement home, old dude.
old
Dude,
dude.
There's a lady here
old
present,
dude is a
actually,
trusted
so
member
please watch
here,
the
and you're
language.
not, Arwen. You're being an asshole right now, and you're about to go
Dude,
to
don't give a
detention.
fuck. Don't give a fuck.
Yeah, что нет связи.
Okay, I have to
Oh,
Oh, fuck it. I mean,
tell
Arwen.
her
Arwen,
I have
I
to
would
drop
prefer you. I
her
mean,
and I have to
I
tell her
want
good
you to
night
be here,
and
but I
I'm
want
gonna
you to
come back.
be not an asshole. How about that?
and my
Wait, you mean you don't want competition?
No, yeah, I want to be the biggest asshole in the room.
Oh,
Maybe that's the problem with.
all right.
No, I saw what he was saying to old dude, and he was just in the live stream voice text. It was that's unacceptable. Or Arwen, if you want to be a part of our group here, I mean, just fucking chill out, bro.
Wait, why is he so worked up about what? What
I don't know.
happened?
I mean, apparently he's pissed off at old dude for some reason.
When your IQ drops below your age, it's time to go, moron.
Bro, my IQ is really low, bro. Come on.
No, he's talking about old dude, and we know old dude
I'm
is.
who's
handicapped.
old?
I'm handicapped. Everybody knows I'm handicapped, so
Dude,
take it easy.
don't fuck with old dude, man. I got his back, Mero. Don't fuck with me
Age
or
is
old
not a
Hey,
dude.
well, then I will
handler.
fuck with you all.
Oh well, I'm
Dude,
fucking with
I
you,
have a
bro.
channel longer than you do. Yeah?
This channel?
Hey, I don't have a channel.
Who gives a fuck about your
I do.
fucking
Who's
channel?
old dude?
I know what I'm talking about.
No,
I
he
should
knows
be
what
getting
we're
respect
talking about.
for
I'm
knowing
not.
what I'm talking about. But I get detention for bad
Oh boy.
words. Bad
Oh boy.
words.
Yeah,
Oh.
great. God willing.
Bruh.
Dude, Arwen, if you come into this voice room and do this, I can put you in detention, into Cogdis, but I don't want to. I just don't want you to disrupt our conversation.
It's all
I
a matter
can
if it's
do it.
worth it, you know.
I hear old dude.
I mean,
Do you want me? Do
I
you
was
want me to
just
just
crushing
ban
it in the
you,
chat here.
and
No,
then
no,
I'll
no, no,
let
no,
you
no,
Crushing
back
it
no,
in
no.
the
in?
Do
chat
not,
for
do
like an
not, no,
hour,
no.
talking
Wait,
all
wait,
good
wait, wait.
info, in the chat. And then this ass clown decides to just ban me because he doesn't.
All right. So Arwen's banned.
Wait.
Let's
Oh,
continue.
come on. That's quick on the
All
trigger.
right. All right. Good, Jimsy. You want to unban him, and so you
I,
can
I
he
wanted
can
to
bitch
ask
at
him
everybody.
something, but it's too late. I'm driving now. I can't unban him, so
Yeah, you
whatever.
can. I told you
I'm
can't because
I'm
I banned him.
No, I can't because I'm driving, so I can't
Mm.
unban him.
Or do you want me to unban him so he can come in here
Yep.
and
I wanted to ask him if he wanted
rail?
to change the topic and bring up bring up something interesting. Because Arwin got good stuff to say, but not
Yeah.
what he was speaking at the moment.
He's not. He's triggered, man. There's no way he's not going to talk about that shit.
Helio's got a point.
I've known this motherfucker for 5 years.
I don't
There's
care.
no. I don't care if you don't care. I just
I
know
don't
that
care that
he's
you don't care
once
that
he's
I don't care.
triggered. Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
look,
since you're
even
driving, don't try to unban him if you want to talk to him.
I
Or
looked
whatever.
I
It's
looked at
fine.
his conversation with old dude.
Yeah,
They
it's
were
fine.
arguing about maps, scales, and stuff like that.
Wasn't
And
just about
even
that.
if he was right or not, you still have to be decent when you speak.
Cordial. The
Yeah,
word is cordial.
cordial.
Well,
Yeah,
does
correct.
those rules apply to
Yeah.
Helio or no?
Yeah, and you have to be polite, man. I mean, we here in the live stream voice text, we didn't had that conversation with the lady and the guy driving. Yeah, we were talking about totally something else, and this guy
Of
jumps
course,
in
you shouldn't.
and starts swearing and
Yeah,
stuff like this.
Arwen was
I
being a
mean,
dick. He was being a dick.
yeah, yeah.
Poor
I'll
guy.
unban him. I'll unban him later.
Mm.
But
Sounded like
he's
a fraud.
disrupting the entire
Now,
Yeah.
conversation. So anyway,
do it now,
no, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it in
Helio.
30 minutes. How about that?
I said so.
No, you're
Yeah, do
driving.
it
You
for
can't do
Jamesy.
fucking shit about it. I'm going to do it in 30 minutes. How about that?
Whatever.
All right. Well, fucking whatever. Let's continue the conversation. He was being a total dick. So anyway, that's the way it goes.
You do what you gotta do.
That's what I do. Anyway, we were talking to the Russian guy and his girlfriend, or the girlfriend and his
Hey, that's his
and his
sister,
Rush
bro.
and her Russian boyfriend. Hey,
Yeah.
let's roll with the punches. Same way it goes. But it sounds like they're flat earthers, and it's like boom, and I'm just like, oh, this is what I
Hey, I
discovered.
like that topic. I like the topic about maps and geography, and I like that topic. It's underrated. It's an underrated topic.
Yeah. Maps are not reality.
Well, maps are a way to navigate from one destination to another. That's what maps are for, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, so you like, hey, I live in Tennessee and I want to go to Montana, or I live in London and I want to go to France. Those are maps, right? It's just like, hey, and we have very detailed maps, from cartographers, right? And historians actually are very interested in how these maps came about and who might be the cartographers and everything. And they work together, correct? Boom, boom, shlock, lock, everything.
Testify.
All right, cool. So how do they map the entire Earth?
Are you asking?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm asking. Do you guys know how
Angle
they do
measurements,
that?
the Polaris. Angle
They
measurements, the
don't
Polaris.
do that with angle measurements. God damn it! That's the most retarded.
They actually use Helio. They actually use sticks and shadows. Just letting you know.
Sticks and shadows.
Yeah.
See, that's why I asked that question, because I knew somebody was going to say "fuck angles." Angles
Walk
from
right into that
where?
one.
No. If
Watch
you
this. I'll
want,
say
if
outer
you
space
need,
next. Watch.
if you
Gravity.
need to measure the distance between two cities, you need a camel.
You need a camel.
Yeah,
Measure the distance between what?
between two cities.
What are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
what?
I didn't say city. I said star, man. I said alpha.
All right, so
I said
Alpha Centauri can tell you where you are on Earth, right? Yes or no? I mean, this is a very simple.
we're talking
I
about
asked a simple
Polaris.
question, and
Polaris.
you brought
Yeah,
up stars. All right,
Polaris.
Polaris, Alpha Centauri. It doesn't matter which star you
It
whatever.
doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter which way you're facing. Everything
All
in the
right,
sky
so
moves
you
from
can
east to
use
west.
different stars and different
Oh, okay.
constellations, whatever, and you can say, "Well, I'm here on Earth," which Earth is Earth, same Earth we all experience. We're not. All of us are experiencing the same.
Right. Right.
We're experiencing the same
We agree.
Earth. Yeah, all right, cool. So why would you say, well, Earth is a globe? Because I can use Alpha Centauri or Polaris to tell where I am on Earth if I'm in the middle of the Atlantic.
Facing north or south.
Facing, well, it depends on what instrument you're using, to determine that. But yeah, sure.
You need to know the time too, I think.
Yeah, time, yeah. All of that is involved.
Yeah.
And these little kids coming here and just like, oh, you flat earthers are dumb.
East and west counts, and so does north and south.
Yeah.
That's all. That's about it. That's about all I know.
All right, well, dude, you're exactly right. East and west, north and south counts. Do you live where you live?
I sure do.
All right, cool. So where you live, is the Earth a globe? Where you live?
No.
Well, I don't think it's a globe either. Now, somebody told me it was a globe, and they gave me all kinds of ideas of how they figured out it was a globe. But at a certain point, I figured out that they were either very confused about Earth because it's obviously can't be a globe, or they're right. Do you think they're right about it?
Who's they? What do they claim?
Yeah, people use these instruments and say, hey, say
Like an astrolabe? Yeah, the people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, man, they're right.
So they're right in
Yeah,
thinking
you
the
use an
Earth is a
astrolabe
globe.
one way. No, bro.
No,
No.
the
It
only
depends if
way.
you're in the north or the
Wait,
south, but everything
astrolabes.
moves from the east to the west.
All right, cool. So that means that the Earth is not a globe.
A double negative there.
All right, well,
I think that's a positive. That's positive. No, that's positive.
Astrolabe
I would say
only
that.
uses
Yeah, Earth is not a globe.
triangulations. Only uses triangles, right? So,
Yes.
all right. So
Earth is not a globe.
how do you get triangles with a curved adjacent, right? So come on, man.
Wait, no, yeah. How do you get the curve adjacent?
All right, so the
is what cannot
baseline is
exist.
curved. So the baseline from the bottom line, baseline from where you are,
is
then
not
you point near the
curved.
horizon, and then you measure the star. Is that a triangle?
It's a flat baseline. The It's not a curved
Every
adjacent.
single
What are you? You want to
dude,
talk
this
about
must. It really sounds like something that's new to you, but yeah, this is fascinating.
new to me?
Yeah, I mean, it
Okay,
sounds
new
like
to
you're
me.
familiar with uh, with this, but you don't even know that you're actually measuring triangles, which can only exist as you know what a triangle is, right?
You're telling me.
I don't have
Tell
to.
me what a triangle is.
Everyone knows what a triangle is. It's 3 straight lines.
You're telling me, buddy.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yes, I'm telling you. Triangle is 3 straight lines. If you're using
I mean, they
if
need to
you're
be connected
using a
through the
sextant, you're talking about the bottom line, the angle to whatever star you're pointing at,
Are there any
and the
Navy men in the
hypotenuse.
house?
The
Helio, are you
hypotenuse.
a Navy man?
A
I don't take
squared.
you for a Navy man. There's no way you're a Navy man, Helio. Are you a Navy man, Helio? Is there any Navy men? And any sailors? No sailors? We got any fishermen in the house? Anybody want to talk to Helio?
I'm not
None, huh?
scared to talk about it. I'm talking about the same thing. I mean, a triangle is still a triangle. It's 180 degrees. 3 angles. Very easy to understand. I'm not scared to talk about it. I mean, are you scared to talk about it?
Yep. I'm terrified to talk about it,
Yeah,
actually.
you're terrified because you
Please
don't
don't bring it. Please don't speak about it again. I need
really. So you want to
I need
talk about the
180
sextant,
degrees.
how it works?
I need 90 degrees, man. I need a ground position to a star. You got that? Do you have that?
It's
Do you got ground
impossible.
position
It's
to
impossible.
Polaris?
Jesus Christ! Can you let me finish my? What I was gonna say? It's
Sure.
impossible to establish a ground position to a star. That's it's really
Oh
what you're
man,
gonna have to do.
that's a hell of a claim.
Really, tell me about this. Old dude's a fisherman. Uh, don't make him come in here because he's Scottish, man, and he'll freaking roast you, bro. All right, so tell me
Hey
about
everybody,
how
I'm going to mute. I'm going to mute. Is that cool?
really why
Yeah.
because you're scared.
No, I don't have anything interesting to say.
Yeah, apparently you don't.
If
Yeah,
you're if
I
you're a
was
global,
actually
you
I
definitely
wanted
have.
old dude to come in here and just roast his ass, but he just
If anyone is a global, you definitely have something interesting to say that we can talk about.
sure. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I'm not talking about myself.
No, sure. I mean, like the sextant, it uses triangulations. There's you don't have anything about globe Earth on triangulation. I mean, like the baseline of a sextant, it has
Needs
to
to be
be a
flat.
straight line. It has to be a straight line. I mean, you can use the angle and then back, to the hypotenuse is how you travel across Earth. If you're going to use a sextant to traverse Earth, whether you're looking at, whatever star you're looking at. And if you're traveling west, east, I mean, you have to know about the map, the stellar map and all that kind of shit. That's what you're looking at. You know where you are based on stellar triangulation. And he left because he thinks that you can actually figure that shit out based on the Earth being a globe, which is impossible. Anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like even he's like, are you in the Navy? Have you ever been in the Navy? Even if you're in the Navy, a lot of times you're not privy to a lot of this information. But I've looked up this shit for a long time.
I'm obnoxious, Helio. Yeah, my bad.
No,
I'm not saying anything slick to a can of oil, bro.
All right,
I'm not.
so tell us about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Oh, celestial navigation and angle measurements and like you said.
Oh,
Three.
my bad. No, maybe I'm. Shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's right. It was like
90 degrees. Yeah, 90
well,
degrees to the.
well. It's not 90 degrees. Every triangle, triangle.
Every star. Look,
It's a
the
right
navigable
triangle,
stars.
but
Ilya, can you allow the guy to say something, finish the sentence, please?
The navigable stars have a ground position. 90 degrees. You have to subtract from 90.
but it's the angle to the star where you use the sextant.
Yeah.
That's how you determine your position. It's not it's
What
not
time is it?
exact. It's not
What
exact
time is it?
time.
Earlier, you asked me what time. You said it depended on the time.
Well, I live in Central Time Zone. If you want to get that part of it, it's 7 a.m. here.
Helio, you alright, buddy? You take a. You alright? God willing,
He's
Are
definitely
you
not all right.
fucking guys? Are you guys worried about me?
No, I just
No,
water
we just
like I
worry
was
about your liver.
water.
We worry about your liver,
Yeah,
not about you.
My liver's fine.
I'm gonna get a water. I'm gonna get a sparkling water right now.
According to my pseudo doctor, my liver's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many doctors do you go to?
Definitely more than you.
This asshole's bothering me. I need a good proctologist.
That was a good one, bro. I like that. That was good.
Haven't used a doctor since like 5 years.
Yeah, I don't go to the doctors. I don't.
Yeah, ever since I stopped going to doctors, I never had any problems with anything.
I feel
other
like
than
shit sometimes, but for the most part, when I feel like shit, I don't go to a doctor to diagnose me.
I don't.
Yeah, Helio switched his doctor, but for a whiskey bottle.
Oh, I was actually somebody else was saying the same kind of like doctors. Hey, Jimsy, do you have a general practitioner that practices medicine on you?
Yeah, his name is Dr. Professor Jemsy.
Actually, in the 1980s, there was a strike. I think it was in Israel. The doctors were on strike, and the death rates dropped by 50%. Not even joking. It's official statistics. I'm pretty sure.
I trust you on those studies. Yeah. Why I'm not surprised? I'm not surprised.
There was a similar story happened in Los Angeles. I think it was 1974 or something like that. But it wasn't that dramatic. I don't remember the percentage. It was something like 14% or maybe higher. I don't know. So yeah. So doctors, they don't save lives. I'm pretty sure. The medication.
But they make a shitload of money, though, don't they?
Yeah, I think they might save lives when it comes to acute
rat poisoning.
Yeah, that's acute symptoms that can be deadly, and they can save people from that. But
then again, you have better ways to do it. I've heard from some alternative doctors regarding some of the acute injuries.
It's just like we can actually have opinions about stuff, but we can't talk about it on here. They'll shut our fucking channel down.
Sorry.
No, not you. I'm just saying. Yes, of course. If you if you talk about allopathy all day, and everybody should go to doctors and make them freaking millionaires. We can talk about that all day, and they won't touch our channel. But
they are already billionaires.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't necessarily mean to bring that up. I think we're on another path of lines of logic and common sense. Common sense is very. If you start talking about common sense, that we might get shut down too. If you really get some
That's
of
kind
the
of
details about common sense, that shit will fucking get you banned from YouTube. If you really talk common sense.
we are deep into a very strange kind of communism.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That's how I see
The
it.
propaganda's real.
Oh, propaganda is real on many different fronts, So, yeah.
Yeah.
It could be on the truther front too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like or you're woke, right? All that kind of shit.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that.
I don't think
Go
it
ahead.
means what you think it means.
I don't think it means what you think. What's that from? Isn't that from a movie? I think it means.
Yes.
No.
It'd be a lot cooler if I remembered what it was from.
Be a lot cooler if you did. That I know is Matthew McConaughey, but I think it's from Ted, that movie Ted. But I don't think that means what you think it means. That's from another movie. What? Somebody. I'll give you $500.
Oh, my name is Ignacio. What is his name? My name is Ignacio. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Oh, yeah, it's Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Princess Bride. I ain't giving you $500, but yeah, Princess Bride.
I knew you wouldn't. I wasn't doing this for you.
I know. I don't think that
My name. What's his
means
name?
what you think
Montoya.
it means. Yeah,
My
my
name.
name is Inigo Montoya.
Yeah. You
You
killed my
killed my
father.
father. Prepared to die.
Prepare to die.
Yeah. Princess Bride is a brilliant film, and it's. I mean, there's a lot of shitty films that are good, but that is, for some reason, that film. It just. How can you not love that movie? Man, it's freaking. If you haven't seen The Princess Bride, you should watch it. It's an amazing film.
The one arm, the 6-fingered man.
6-fingered man. That's what he's like. When he met him, he's like, "My name is." You remember when he got so excited? My name is Amigo Montoya.
Show me your right hand. Yeah.
Anyway.
And then, yeah. That movie was awesome.
Yeah,
It was great. Inconceivable.
Yeah,
Inconceivable.
Like, bro, there's so much great about that movie. There's little details. Oh man, it's just like, bro, that's one of the best movies of all time.
How does that prove the Earth is not a spinning globe?
It proves that Hollywood knows how to make good movies, but they put out a lot of bullshit. So,
Sparkling water.
I didn't like films flat.
Cut the shit. Put
Who's speaking,
that's
man?
Wolf of Wall Street right
He,
there. But anyway, that's a good
Helioskeptic
movie too.
is speaking.
Helioskeptic, yes.
I'm
What's your
talking
name,
shit.
sir? Who?
Somebody tell me to shut up. And Jemsy's
Shut
always
up.
the one that's gonna be telling me.
Johnny
Shut up.
Cash. That's his name, Johnny Cash.
Yeah, shut up, Cash.
What you guys want to talk about? I'll shut up. I want to listen.
About how you found out about the flat Earth, Helio.
So you tell me to shut up, but then you want my
bro.
story.
Because even if I tell you to shut up, you won't.
Hey,
Okay, well, he's got points.
Might as well embrace.
That is a point. What is your name, sir? Point, sir.
Me or Jemsy?
Jimsy. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jimsy.
Yeah, I want to hear your story, Jimsy. I want to hear your story about Flat Earth.
I'm gonna yield my time to the guy that asked my name. Go ahead, bro.
My turn? Well, how? Okay. Flat Earth. Late 16, early 2017. Probably seen, what was Mark Sargent's clues, Flat Earth clues, different videos. Like, I had avoided it for a while. I thought it was strange. I had heard some Byrd stories, Admiral Richard Byrd stories, and never really considered it. Late 2016, early 2017. I learned that outer space is not natural, and water is at sea's level, and yeah, we see beyond. Like, we see for miles and miles and miles. And
sure, yeah.
No vacuum, no space, none of this, none of that. I bought books. I bought a few books. I got Robotham, Parallax. Rest in peace, Parallax, and a couple of books from late 1800s, early 1900s, and besides that, Helio, I think I forget the author of the book that you like so much that I read. It was The Greatest Lie on Earth.
Yeah, that's what's his name? Edward Hendry. That's that guy.
Yeah, it's a good read. It's a good read.
Dude,
I read
you
other
can
books
find
before that. Like, I was a
interviews.
creationist.
Dude,
Yeah, I was a
I
young Earth
recommend
creationist
everybody. You
before
can
this,
find interviews with Edward Hendry all over YouTube. If it hasn't been banned, different channels. But Edward Hendry is a great author, and he had a.
Earlier, you guys were talking about Ron White. Guys, what do y'all think about Ron White? So, a lot of claims there. I mean,
Wait, Ron White.
I'm on the wrong channel, man. I'm on the wrong channel.
No, man. The only Ron White I know is a comedian, and he's fucking badass.
Word.
Because we're not talking. Are you talking about the same Ron? That's Ron White right there. Cut the shit.
Wyatt, yeah.
Oh yeah, Ron White. No, that's Ron White. Bro. Yeah, that's him. I love him. But anyway, that's not flat Earth. But why?
Of course it is.
Yeah, why are you talking about Ron White?
Are you joking? Are you?
Well, I'm not joking. I mean, it's just like, why did that come up when you're talking about fucking Edward Hendry talking about flat Earth?
That's like 16 walls.
It's like half the time I want to be like here just freaking clowning, but and the other half of the time I want to like show people that the Earth cannot be this fucking. If you think the Earth is a globe, you're out of your mind. So I mean, Ron Wyatt, is that what did you really mean that person, or are you talking about?
Why? There's a guy, man. If you look at him, if you look him up, there's a guy that's on the record apparently that his name is Ron Wyatt, I believe.
Oh, I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about. I know who you're talking.
yeah.
He's the guy that found the Noah's Ark and shit, right?
Sodom and
And he
Gomorrah.
found,
Yeah,
yeah,
allegedly, yeah, a lot.
yeah. It's
Like
Ron Wyatt.
it's a whole bunch of claim. Like it's a big claim.
Yeah, I know who that guy is too. Yeah, as a
Yeah.
matter of fact, I know a lot about Ron. Yeah. All right, cool. So, what do you know about that?
What do I know about it? What do you mean? What do I know about it? He got
Here's
some
some of his. I can
spectacular.
tell you a lot. Yeah, he has some spectacular claims, like very spectacular claims. I mean, he even claimed to have gone underneath where Jesus
I
was
saw something that said he
crucified
claimed.
and shit,
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
blood of was on the Ark
yeah.
of the Covenant and shit. Yeah, yeah. I watched. I read all that shit. Yeah, so yeah, I'm quite familiar with his stuff.
Hmm.
But I mean, you don't have to stop there. Dude, it's very hard for anyone to prove, and hey, Christianity is it works for a lot of people. And it worked for me for a very long time. But I'm not. We're not even in that now. Talking about Earth, and even in Christianity, I mean, Ron Wyatt was had some fringy stuff. Even though I really loved, I mean, I loved his stuff when he went across the Dead Sea and went into Midian and said, "Here's where Moses split the rock."
Did he now?
Yeah, you already know. You already know. So I'm I'm sort of about that. I'm sort of about that shit, but that's not what we do in this room.
Was that Ron Wyatt person? Was it who found I guess there was two pillars, like one in Israel and one on like the sea on the other east side, not on Israel but like Iraq or something.
Sure, yeah, it's across the what they call the Red Sea, but it's they say the Reed Sea. It's just like the Sea of Reeds, and there's stories about it and all. I mean, where they say Moses.
Is that the same guy who found
Yeah, that's
that?
Ron. Well, what Moses or? I mean, they call him Musha or Misha in Arabic, but yeah, it's the same guy. But the story of the crossing of the Red Sea, I mean, they made a movie about it back in the 50s. I mean, this is not news. I mean, this is biblical stories. It's historical. Now, with the
It's from the Remembrance.
Ron Wyatt,
My
what
brother
he
still
was
never
doing,
introduced himself.
and I know a lot of people don't like Ron Wyatt
He's
or
a Frenchman out here. Who is he?
since you guys want to talk about it, freaking it's 7:16 on Sunday morning. Hey, we're in church now. Anyway, so you want to talk about what Ron Wyatt did? Um, what, or at least what he claimed to have done. I mean, just like who was I talking to earlier? Was asking me about the Ark of the Covenant there in Israel underneath the skull of the rock. Who was that I was talking to? Maybe they left. Maybe I scared them away because I didn't say skull of the rock before. But anyway, But yeah, so when if you're claiming, if you follow Ron Wyatt and what he did, crossing into Midian, across the Red Sea, there are there's physical evidence um, on each side of the Gulf of Aqaba, right? See, the traditional Mount Sinai is in a little a peninsula, right? And most people know this. So they call it Mount Sinai. It's in a peninsula um, uh, southeast of Egypt. But the real Mount Sinai is in Midian, which is in Saudi Arabia. And so when you hear the Bible story, what happened with the Jews after God killed all their firstborn and stuff, and then the Jews fled, they went to Midian. And if you look in the New Testament, Paul confirmed that, for everything. Uh, anyway, the story is it's confirmed. I mean, they there's there's conflicting stories because it talks about the Sea of Reeds, which is on one side of the between the Sea of Aqaba and I can't remember the other anything. And but what that story tells, it doesn't make any sense, and they wouldn't have gone to that way to Mount Sinai, and it. I mean, that's his story. Just like everything is broken. What? Someone,
I know.
you got
Sign. Don't get me started.
I know. Well, don't get me started. I told you, don't get me started. Because
Please,
I think
goodness,
the
we will
real
surely
Mount
die.
Sinai, which may or may not be true or whatever, but the whole story doesn't make any sense. If they just crossed the Sea of Reeds, on the other side of the Gulf or whatever. But what really makes sense,
It,
or it clicks together when Paul went to Midian, right? That's the same place that Moses took everyone to. Um, really, without going through every detail. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense than anything about, I don't know. I mean, and that was thousands of years later, so it's weird.
everyone in this room is now dumber.
Yeah, they're dumber because they don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about, to be honest.
At no point did you ever come close to representing anything of of a cognitive thought.
Really? So a cognitive thought. Well, it's because I didn't necessarily tell them that I was talking about the Bible. I mean, I mentioned Moses and Paul and stuff. Yeah. All right. So help me out
I can't.
where I could have done it better.
I can't.
All right. Do you have any? Well,
No.
it. All right. So as far as the Jews like fleeing Egypt and the plagues and shit that
I can't help you. Dude, if you don't believe the law and the prophets, I can't help you. Are you kidding?
the
If you don't believe the law and the prophets,
wait,
does
I
that
don't
we
believe
agree.
it.
We agree. If I can't, if you know what I'm saying, we agree. If you don't believe the law and the prophets, then I can't help you.
Wait, since I said I don't think it literally happened, I don't understand it, and you don't understand it either.
Well, when it's a literal historical account. Yeah, if it's
Well, I mean,
literally
here's something you
that
brought up
count.
a Rod Wyatt thing. Here's what's something that's very interesting about the Red Sea, right? Now
Are you talking about Reed Sea or Red Sea? Don't double speak.
I'm not double speaking.
Because they got the
I
Reed.
actually brought up the reeds
Yeah,
to see if anyone actually
I
had
would say they
any
cross.
concept,
They
about what I was
cross the
talking
red.
about.
Yeah,
So if you're talking
they
about
cross
the
the
Gulf
red.
of Aqaba that leads to Midian, which is in Saudi Arabia, that's where the real Mount Sinai is.
What sounds like we agree.
All right, cool. So why are you taking the piss out of me? Anyway, so there is a portion of the Gulf of Aqaba where this could have happened, right? There's a I mean, it's deep on one side, it's deep on the other side, but there's low, and they found some chariot wheels and shit. Right.
Hi again.
I mean, it's like
I drop off my girl and I come back to you.
I'm just wondering if you think I haven't come across this information. I'm just wondering if you think I'm just bloviating, which I am. I ain't gonna lie.
Bloviating. That's a nice word.
Yeah, dude, I do that often. I bloviate. But since you brought that
Expectorating is
up, I mean, I actually expect you to reciprocate, information if you think anything that I'm saying is valid, or you can at least give some confirmation. And I was just like, hey, we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the Gulf of Aqaba and how these beaches, on the other side, and it's shallow there, and that's possibly where Moses split the waters and everybody walked
You
across.
know a lot more than I do, bro. Like,
Okay, well, never mind. Maybe okay,
yeah.
my bad.
Well, I can only like, vis-a-vis, expecting the best.
Well, I'm not here,
You know,
trying to preach anything that I know. I'm just telling you what I heard.
sounds like you got a real dark.
Actually, I think it's light, but
Oh, not all interpretations are equal. And mine, I'm saying that's why I'm saying this about myself.
Well, let me. Well, sure, yeah, and yourself, and
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the contradictions between the Book of Remembrance and the New Testament?
You say did you say the biblical commandments and the New Testament?
Isn't the Book of Remembrance isn't that the Old Testament?
Well, the Old Testament. You talking about the
It's
Ten
the
Commandments?
Torah. Yeah.
And then are there commandments in the New Testament? In your understanding, you think that's something?
I am not an expert on this. I'm just have heard there are some contradictions.
No, cool. I mean, sure.
Books of Moses?
There's apparent contradictions sometimes, but anyway, somebody else.
Also, there's one very huge one that I know of. I believe it was God. He said that you should not. I think it is in the Ten Commandments. Yes, like you can't have any other gods before me. But like the New Testament completely violates that by putting Jesus in front of God, like you should worship him.
I mean, it's like
Like
but it
make God.
also presents Jesus as the Son of God. I mean,
That's the most common sense. Really. When you make a God in your own mind that's comfortable with you, and you're comfortable with
Why
this
would
God.
God make another one? another.
Worship is very common. It's a
It's like
common.
if you own a company, I mean, and when your son takes the company over, then he's still, you know, the owner of the company. I don't think necessarily that's a contradiction in terms, but you know, when it comes to spirituality, there's so much more. Of course, bro, been through this. I'm not. I don't know if that really solves any idea about that. But you know, it's
Everyone agrees on the
like,
Ten.
dude, you know, if Jesus is the Son of God, isn't he? You know, the inheritor of everything. I mean, it's the same way with it works.
I
With
mean,
kingdoms.
why would you need to have a son? I mean,
It's got.
Nobody needs to have a son, but if they do, and you know, they're the son is the inheritor of the.
There's no way.
If you're a king,
There's no way.
no way. What?
I can't. No way.
No
Who am I
way.
talking?
What? Why do you keep saying I can't? No way. Think that the creator of the universe had a son. Is that what you're saying?
Who asked? There was a. Wait. Why? How come? What did he ask?
I'm wondering. I was just waiting for someone to respond because I have something to say about it. I mean, I have a lot to say. About it. I just want to hear. I respond when other people talk. I know I talk a lot of shit, but I actually really like to respond to other people's comments. Like, no way. Someone asked about
Salem.
about creation and Jesus and stuff.
do you think the Bible restricts your thinking?
Somebody else talk besides me, please.
Or like when it specifically comes to things that is in the Bible, has anything to do with that?
No.
That's good.
All right, what do you
God,
think? What do you
because
think
the
the
God has to fix your thinking. I know it's not the Bible that fixes your thinking because people are still people who, well, I don't know how many people are reading it, but the people that claim they read it, a lot of them still don't think right. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think that we think about the Bible? I mean, what is the real question here, man? But I mean, the Bible, obviously, in Western culture, you know, it's important as far as like law and religion and everything. I mean, what? I mean, it's important to a lot of people. I mean, where do you stand on it? I mean, we're not necessarily trying to promote it or demote it in any way. I mean, what do you think of it? Obviously, you think about it because you asked the question.
Yeah, I think it's I think the Old Testament is pretty pretty nice, cool, and stuff. Some things I don't agree with and stuff, and a lot of interesting or good things to say.
Okay, architecture. You said Old Testament is cool, but what about the New Testament? What do you know about what they say?
I think they are kind of written by the same people who, I mean, the same kinds of people who control our world now. Mostly, I mean, the elites, the Romans, the I guess.
Mm-hmm.
hmm.
I agree
Listen,
with
the
you. You
Romans have
don't
been
know
pointing
shit
out
about
this
the Bible. I agree with you.
for
I
thousands of
don't
years.
know it, I guess.
I'm not laughing at you. Well, I am laughing, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I can tell you're ignorant about a lot of this stuff. So I've studied the
I
Bible
think
since I was a little kid.
I'm just off-putted by the fact that like you are like you have to believe in this guy, and if you
No,
don't believe in this guy,
you don't
you're in
have
hell.
to, and that's what's so fascinating about it, because we have similar ideas, but you shouldn't feel threatened by that. Where did you grow up? Is there a like religious like thing? Is there a tome that anyone else followed where you grew up? I
I mean,
grew up as a
my
Christian,
both
but I
my
mean,
parents are Protestant Christians.
but did you have a spiritual thing, a tome or
Did you
anything?
hear him? He said Protestant Christians, man.
Well,
Part of yeah.
But
We are
I,
living in America.
no, I don't. I
America.
don't live in America now. I live in Norway.
All the world living in America,
no,
We
sure,
all.
I get that,
It's
dude.
Rammstein.
I was raised Catholic, and I didn't know anything about the Bible until I graduated from high school. When I was 18 years old, then even though I went to church every Sunday at the Catholic Church, that was a religion. But when I when I left when I left the Catholic Church, and whew,
I used to live. I used to live God before reading Bible. After I
I'm
read
just
Bible, I stop believe any religion.
no,
What
it's
about it?
not about religion.
Well,
No, I
religion,
used to
re,
believe God exists, but after I read the Bible, I
but
stopped believing.
here's
And
the
I
thing:
religion.
you can be religious. Yeah, I mean,
What
we're
does
all
mean
religious.
religious?
We're
If
all religious about something,
Sure.
if
because we
if
all believe.
okay, if for someone
Are you
religion not
listening? Because I'm
exist,
trying to relay a message to
Yeah,
you that
let Eli
you.
talk, man.
I am listening like 30 minutes.
No, I wasn't here 30 minutes, so that's disrespectful and a lie.
Okay, bye.
No, he's been here a while. But anyway, let Elijah
Well,
finish his statement.
let him leave if he's leaving.
Well, he's leaving. Yeah, he was about to say some bullshit anyway. Go ahead,
I
Elijah.
mean,
Religion is what man does. Go ahead, Eli.
yeah, everybody has a religion, bro. Like, including the atheists that think they don't.
I
I
don't.
mean,
I actually I
uh,
object to that. I think the
I,
atheists have
are you the
a
same
religion.
guy or is this a different guy?
No,
Different.
architecture, man. Let him really just give the.
Well, don't police for me.
I know.
It's
No.
just
It's not the same.
redundant.
It's not the same guy. It's not the same guy.
All right, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, it's. I think atheism is a religion because they believe God doesn't exist and they don't really have proof of that. I think the real people who don't have a religion are agnostics, or they can have no religion, I guess,
No,
because
agnostics don't know who specifically the God is. They have. Do you think they don't
well,
have beliefs on?
that's the atheism.
I'm sorry.
Agnostics don't know if there is a God or if there isn't, as far as I know,
Yeah,
at least.
that's what I just said.
Yeah, they
Okay.
have to assume God before they.
They don't reject God. They're kind of indifferent because they don't think that they can know who the God is. Well, yeah, whoop de doo. Deep down, all of us feel that way, but the bottom line is we all choose to believe in something. We all do. Nobody chooses to
Oh
believe
yeah.
in nothing. So, in that
I
sense,
mean,
everyone is religious.
there is a kind of thing that I think is practiced in kind of Eastern spirituality, where you'll kind of like empty all your mind and stuff, and you basically become you are nothing and you are everything or something. I don't know. Anyways, forget that. That's complicated.
Gnostic? Is it Gnostic?
I don't know. It's some
Slavic.
some
Imagine yourself going, "Hey, mommy, they told me at school that everybody came from monkeys and stuff, and that's how God made us."
Yeah, that's a religion, I guess.
I mean, what's your mom gonna say? I mean, is she religious or whatever? She's like, well, I mean, the scientists, they already have it figured out. I mean, of course, that's the way God did it. I mean, how fucked up are you gonna be when you hear that shit? That's the way I grew up. So anyway,
I was agnostic.
yeah,
I'm Jenny.
I never believed my science teacher when he started talking about evolution. I never believed that nonsense. But I'm just telling you, this is what they tell kids in school. You know.
Sure. I heard somebody say hi.
Matter
Hello.
of fact, my biology teacher went to church with me, and I confronted him about it. So anyway.
Yes, hello.
What's happening, Jenny? What you got going on Sunday morning? Well, you're in. It sounds like you're from England.
No, Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Oh, sorry. You're in the same time zone as me.
If anyone's anywhere near me, I do monthly meetups, and I'm doing an event here in August.
Awesome. Well, I don't think I'm coming to Minnesota. I'm in Arkansas, but
well, just saying. I always ask because you never know.
I do meetups here in Arkansas. But...
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Anyone on toilet
I would love to finally go to a meetup where just it like flat earthers are. That would be nice.
Bro, you
I
live in New York,
recommend.
don't you? There's hundreds of flat earthers in New York, bro.
Get that FE app. I know it's kind of buggy and not the greatest, but
it's not hard to set up a meetup, man. You can get like freaking at least 8-10 people, man. It's not even hard to set the meetup up, bro.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I can. Go ahead.
I got nobody to come at first, but eventually when I started doing it monthly and everybody could count on it, and I started trying to make a group and whatnot, I had 20 plus people come just to a dinner, you know.
Nice. I wish it could happen here I live as well. I don't think it's possible. I don't think there is a single soul in this town I'm in that's flat earther. It's just 300 people here in the middle of nowhere in the western Norway.
They got to be out there somewhere.
I mean, like most Norwegians are either totally NPC or are very don't know, are barely into the truth community. If they are, they're usually Christian kind of, and they are very pro and stuff, and definitely not questioning the earth. I met many of them. They are nice people, but you can't talk to them about flat earth and stuff.
Surely can be practical with these people, right? Well, we got that in common.
Yeah, I guess so. But I haven't managed to convince anyone that it's flat and stuff. I've just given up on
Architecture. You're right. Sure, bro. Anything that any man can convince you of, another man can convince you out of. So the goal should not be convincing someone of anything. It should just be the truth.
Obviously,
really want to yeah.
I want to
Go ahead,
convince them of the truth. Maybe with the discussion. In case I'm wrong, I'm not wrong though. But off, I'm pretty sure.
God willing, architecture.
Sorry, what did you say?
God willing, architecture.
God willing.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
It was your point.
What?
That just happened.
Okay.
God willing.
What are you talking about? What is God wanting right now?
What is God wanting right now? God is nothing like me. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
God is everything like you.
Why do you think that?
Because
Haven't met.
everything we are, can do, can think, and how is facilitated by his instruction. Everything that works in this reality is because the one that created this reality facilitated all of this. Just like in a movie, just like in a game, just like in a script.
Do you have
You
any proof?
understand that? I'm sorry?
Do you have any proof of that?
Proof of what?
That this God figure is basically responsible for our physics and how everything works and stuff.
Well, either there's an informant or an informer for the information that I'm giving you right now outside of myself, or inanimate things such as this meat suit that I'm walking in can do things without the
Your meat suit
facilitation
is
of
animated. Definitely, it's moving its lips.
without the information part. Where I didn't create the information highway. It's here, and I can use it, and I can think correctly or incorrectly, and I can make choices and do decisions. Like, but who do you think is responsible for that possibility? It's not me. It's not random, and it's not nature. Something inanimate that would create information and all things metaphysical. So just like physical things exist, metaphysical things also exist. And I know
Yeah,
that
obviously,
I
you can
have
see
no
evidence
part in
of
that.
that. But I would just call them a part of reality, and yeah.
Yeah, and all I said was there's a creator for the reality, right? Or there's not. How could there not be a creator for the reality?
Because the creator needs to exist too, you know. I mean that could work. I don't know. I don't have proof of him. I'm
Well,
just what
just
I
think about
believe
what I'm
is like
saying. Just think about what I'm saying. I'm not attributing
the
any.
flat Earth existed
I'm
forever.
not attributing any properties or attributes specifically. I'm not giving you a mental image of a specific God. That all I'm saying is obviously, in order for there to be a place that exists, something put it here.
Well, I
And
just think
in
it
order for
has to
all of
be
the
forever. I think the
what?
flat Earth has existed forever and will exist forever. That's my idea. I don't know what it is. That's just my belief, if you
Question.
will.
I got a question.
Isn't that a red herring though?
If
I don't know.
or maybe even a non sequitur. Like, because I
Today,
say, well, in order for there to be existence, something must have facilitated the existence. And you said perhaps it was here forever. Well, mine is in line with natural law. Yours is not, because
I think
yours
not. I
regards
think none of none
yours
of.
disregard. Listen, if I'm making a critique, you have to allow it. Otherwise, it's just dogma, and you just want to think what you think just because, without any challenge. This is what challenging someone's worldview feels like. You have to let the critique happen. I'm not going to force it. If you don't want to hear it, I'll be quiet.
I want to hear it.
So let it happen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Nothing can exist forever or have always existed. That's not a logical, like epistemologically, how do you approach that notion and make it sound and justified?
What is epistemological?
Your approach to knowledge. So you have the empirical, and then you have reasoning. Well, how would you deal with the kind of inquiry we're talking about? You have to choose that first, and then you have to flesh out whether it's sound or not, based on the reality you live in, that we all live in.
Could you? I don't see a better explanation. I think both are good explanations. I just prefer one over the other because I have not met God, or I don't know. I don't know what God actually means, to be honest.
That's fair. Like I said, God is just the person who created it all, or the thing, or the whatever that preceded it all. I don't know why that's a big
Just
deal.
it's like
People will fight to say, I don't know if it's that. It could just be nothing did it.
yeah. I mean,
Why does that
if
make
you
sense?
if you continue that argument for the God itself,
and you can
then
see
nothing
though.
should exist at all.
No, it's nothing to continue. It's just something to acknowledge. That's the problem. People want to debate it. There's nothing to debate. If there's something created, there was a creator. The end. It's just for some reason people want to argue that,
But
but
do
they
you
do it
know that it's not
unjustifiably
created? Do you know that everything is created? How do you know that? Maybe it was forever. So
because
that
it's here. Because it's
Yeah,
here.
it,
that checks
yeah,
out.
but like if you say that it is a creator that created it, the creator is like
No,
and
it's either the
It's a
creator
concession.
created it
Yeah.
or nothing created it. I
yeah.
go
I
with
mean, I
the
guess
creator
I think
created
the
it.
universe. I think the matter.
What's the third option between either something created it or nothing created it? Give me a third option.
Yeah, my third option is like
Just say it,
the
bro.
flat Earth cosmos basically
No.
created itself out of nothing. I guess. No, I mean that it always has existed or something.
The word you're
So
looking
then you
for is
fall under the
universe.
nothing created everything category then.
Yeah, is it something wrong with that?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's nothing in existence that exists without a creator or a manipulator. I would call us manipulators rather than creators because we manipulate matter. But obviously, something had to have put the matter here and the information and the reality into a coherence that we could utilize and create things and have relationships and build upon previous memories. All of this stuff wasn't just put into dirt and rocks. The rocks didn't create all of this and all of us because we're included in the creation too. You can't just look at the universe and say all of that was just it was here. It did itself and it did us too. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, the creator exists being before it or whatever doesn't make sense either.
Yeah, but that's a what do you
That's a
call
good
that?
argument.
It's not an argument, it's a fallacy.
How is it a fallacy?
Does anybody remember what that fallacy is?
You don't need the name of it. Explain why it doesn't make sense.
Infinite regression. Because you're going to infinitely regress. Who created that? Who created that? That's like what a 5-year-old does.
Yeah,
The bottom line, the foundation to the argument, the foundation to the argument is either a creator facilitated all that we experience, or nothing facilitated all that we experience, and thus your response thereafter to, well, what about the creator's creator, is an infinite regression fallacy to that point.
Yeah, it is an argument that asks that way.
It's a fallacious argument. You can do that about anything.
It just means that what you are saying is dumb because I can use that easy argument.
You use the fallacious reasoning. I didn't. All I said was I believe that everything that exists was created by something. In order to argue that nothing created it, you're asking me, well, what about the creator's creator? I'm telling you, how does that address the fact that either something created us or nothing created us? It doesn't. All you did was give me an infinite regression fallacy. How do you not understand that?
I guess there is something that's blocking me from thinking the way I should be thinking or something. I don't know. I feel I maybe I'm relying on my feelings. I don't know.
Well, it takes time.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, I already said it, but I don't think it doesn't make sense that it could be infinite. It could have existed forever, but I don't know.
Check this out. I mean, I have an opinion about this, and I'll say it really quick. The reason you think that there's a possibility that you came from nothing, from a Big Bang, and all this.
No, I don't think I came from a Big Bang.
All right, cool. So you're not from that vein. Maybe you're not understanding what Elijah's saying, because obviously we're created. So did you come from nothing?
I came from my mom, and I think
yeah, you came from your mom. You were born from her womb. Okay.
I think humans have existed forever too, and all.
Your mom needed your dad to take that step first, bro.
Sorry.
We're not going to get into how. I mean, obviously, procreation works the way it works, but I'm just talking about. We're talking about, Well,
yeah, but his argument is that everything has been forever the way it is, and that there was no beginning. He's saying there was no beginning.
But yeah. I mean, how could there not necessarily be a beginning?
He's saying there was no first step. There was no something happening at that moment. He's saying it's just.
I mean, but he also said he doesn't agree with the naturalism, and that part of this idea of creation. So where do you stand, architecture? I mean, what?
I think.
Go ahead.
I think the flat Earth has existed forever, and there has been many civilizations. Maybe it has to be infinite civilizations going back. and that
You can't
things have been
prove that.
set.
You can't prove that, though. But
No, I can't
why are
prove
you
it.
disagreeing with what Elijah was saying and what what we've been trying to say? With
I mean, he
like
says that it wasn't
we
possible.
can't know a lot about our past history, but we can know a lot about what we experience now.
Well, the difference between what I said and what you're saying is mine doesn't include an infinite regression fallacy, and mine doesn't include first, second, and third law of thermodynamics violations,
Exactly.
which is what thinking that
Yeah,
things have
mine either,
always
because it
existed.
always existed,
I'm
and
sorry,
then
I
you
don't
can't.
care. Like you said, you're answering emotionally because I wasn't
I guess.
done. So if I wasn't, I'm coming out. If I wasn't done, that means you're definitely not listening. I don't know if you're trying, but I know you're not listening.
Okay. Sorry.
It's not about being sorry. It's about trying to listen. You can be sorry about interrupting. I don't care about that. I don't really care about interruptions, truth be told. The problem is interruptions typically in this debate signal that the person is not listening. Sometimes, like when I do it, if I'm interrupting, I'm looking for clarity from something you said. I'm never
I'm
interrupting
sure
to,
I'm listening.
okay, so what did I say?
That that it's an indication that I'm not listening if I'm
Before that, what did I say? The thing that you cut me
uh,
off, what did I
something
say?
about second law of thermodynamics that my theory is violating or something.
Okay, so why did you have an allergic reaction to what I was saying before I could finish?
Because if what I'm saying is true, that is has always existed, then it's no violation of the second law of thermodynamics because there is no matter being created or destroyed. But with
No,
your theory,
that's the first law.
oh sorry, that's the first law. Sorry,
But
I
I
didn't
did
know.
say that was also broken.
Okay, what is the second law? I don't know.
So so the second law is entropy. So
Oh yeah,
all things basically have a shelf life.
yeah, but I
Yeah,
don't I don't really believe
we
in
live
that
in
theory.
a cyclic cycle. We live in a cyclic world where cycles repeat,
Oh yeah, that I
but
believe in. Yeah.
nothing lasts forever. Again, we're talking about something where
Mm.
cycles repeat. Why would that have always been?
Uh,
'Cause we're talking about more and more complex things and nothing to facilitate it. Is like it just existed without a creator. Why does that make sense? How can something exist without something making it exist? In this reality, just not talking about God, I don't know of anything that can come from nothing because that's not how
yeah,
reality works. So
that's what I 100%
philosophically
agree
when
with.
we go
You're just
to so philosophically
modifying
when we
things.
go to well, how was this whole place created? All of a sudden it did itself. So we can create things, highways, music, all types of things. That's fine. Man can do anything. He can even walk on the moon. But the place that we
No.
live and the sky that we use to tell time and travel and do all of these things we wouldn't be able to do, seasons, plant, crop,
Mm-hmm.
we couldn't do any of that without it. And that's the thing everyone's saying, well, Doesn't have to be any created for that. That was always like that. That's mad disrespectful.
Well, sure, okay, maybe I don't know.
You should hope there's not a God. Because if there is, that's wild disrespectful. To walk into your mama's house and think, yeah, nobody's paying the bills. Nobody's. I'm mopping the floor.
Hmm.
I'm doing all this. I'm laying down these tiles. Nobody's paying the bills. Nobody built this house.
Why
This
would
house is
you?
mine. That's crazy.
Okay. Hmm. Well, I'm not trying to disrespect,
Well,
at
it's not
least.
me. I don't. I. It's not me. I mean, I don't. I don't care like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what to say actually.
Wow. Well,
Maybe you are right.
you haven't addressed the whole thing of how could nothing create everything? Because when it comes to cars and all this simple shit, it's like, yeah, nobody's gonna say no one did that.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
cars
you
have
are
all.
proposing
But
that
when it
nothing
comes to the
created something
world,
that
when
created
it comes,
everything.
why do you every time I get to the point about the world, you cut me off?
Sure. Sorry. Never mind. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you're responding, but okay, then answer the question. Why does it make sense that nothing created everything?
I don't think any of this makes sense. I guess. Maybe
But
I don't
then
know.
again, I'm sorry. That was a bit of a straw man. You don't think nothing created everything. You think that everything that existed has always existed, therefore nothing created anything, which is insane.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah. I
step
think
worse
you're
than
just
nothing
modifying
creating
matter,
something.
like in alchemy, like we are transforming stuff into other stuff. That's
Okay,
all
but how
this.
did the stuff get here?
Um.
How did the information how did our ability
Maybe
to
it's itself.
interpret
Maybe the
listen,
entire.
listen, how did the ability to interpret information get here? Never mind the stuff. How are you and I communicating right now?
Um, I maybe because of our souls. I don't know that we are
Well, who the fuck
conscious.
would create a soul? What the fuck
Maybe
would
they are
where would
always
that
How
come
would
existed.
from?
There
nothing
are many
create a
souls.
soul?
Maybe there are many souls, and they are always existed and go from one body to another, but we don't remember. Maybe that's explanation.
Okay, but if the souls have to go into a body, then who created our bodies?
It comes from procreation, the transforming of matter, and then the souls magically pop pop out there.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
you can believe that if you want to, my
I
friend.
don't know.
You can no. I like that. You can believe that if you want to. If that's what you
I
really
don't
believe,
really
by
believe
all means.
in anything actually. I don't,
No,
as regard.
you believe in that, bro. Because I'm asking you quite. We went down a nice little road, and I'm asking you, well, how are you and I speaking? And you're not joking about that what you just said. So stand on it,
No.
own it, go to sleep on it, and maybe change your mind or understand that that's what you really believe. Because when I ask you, well, where the hell would a soul come from? It always existed. Okay, well, then how does a soul build a body? Magically. You don't have an answer. My answer is obviously something created it. Your answer is, well, it was magically created. So guess what? You do believe in a create. How would something be created without nothing to create it? Even if it's a process, something had to facilitate the process for that creation. There's no way around that other than your mind rejecting a prime mover. I don't know why again, that's what humans have done for all of recorded history is reject God for no justifiable reason. All they do to reject him in the end is have this broken logic of, well, magic did it instead. That's kind of disrespectful. When you could have just said,
Okay.
I don't know who he is. I don't believe in all the other religions and all that. But I mean, come on. Obviously, something created it. Let's move on. Can't even
The
do
Maybe
that.
question that's going to bother me
maybe
later
the
is why did my conscience stir my soul and the words burn? That's what's going to bother me later. Why did my
maybe
conscience
the
talk to me?
maybe the God existed. That
And
was the only thing. And then he made like a flat earth and stuff, and then he made a human, and then he was the human. And then like he was many other people at the same time as well. I don't know. Never mind, forget what I'm saying. I'm dumb.
You can do that,
you
though. You can
you
think about those things.
get serious enough, get dark and quiet in your own, knock on the door. Does somebody answer? Do it enough. Does somebody answer? Yeah, they do. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm trying to think
She's
differently. I've
right.
been thinking ever since I was started to speak. I was
Shut up!
taught Christianity and
Shut
stuff.
the
So
fuck
I'm
up!
trying to try
Shut the fuck
others.
up!
What is it?
Who is that?
It was me.
I don't know. It was shouting.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
You want to answer the question, bro? You won't. It sounds
No,
psychologically primitive.
it's yeah. Well, we're giving it to him as best he can. I think we've
I
reached
don't think so. I think
the best
you
conclusion
know.
that we can.
Everyone knows.
I think that we've reached the best conclusion that we can. Once
Right.
someone says something like magically, it's like I'm gonna let you eat that one and sit with that one for the day. You know what I mean?
It doesn't
That's
mean
the
I
best.
believe it. I just came up with one possible explanation for it.
I know now later on when you don't have the heat of the conversation on your heels and you're not talking to us, if you're like me, you're gonna think about what you said, and then you're gonna say, well,
Yeah.
obviously it can't be that, and then you're gonna continue to think about what it could be. And then if you can't come up with anything more reasonable than magic, just say it was God, bro. It's
Okay.
not that big a deal.
Would you agree that God is kind of the same argument, like it's magic?
No, God is a title, fam. Do you know what God is not a name. God is like King, Lord, but God, it's a title. We say the God. The God because it's the creator, the one, the Alpha, the Omega. I know this language is probably weird to you, but like I said, I can't see any reason to reject that there was some being, something that made all of this possible. There's no reason to fight it or deny it, and there's no reason to get into religious debates about other people who believe in specific things. Really, no reason. But there's definitely no reason to reject it either.
Okay, okay. Sure. Maybe you created everything, but you forgot it when you entered the body.
Well, I couldn't
There you
create
go. He wants
myself.
to imagine a vain thing. Maybe imagine a vain thing.
Yeah, you say you couldn't have created your own body, but let's say you were the god with the title, not the
This
name, I
guy.
guess.
This guy.
And
He's not serious. You're not serious.
okay, never mind. Let's forget about this. We can talk about flat Earth now. Any globals there?
Hey, it's become comfortable for us to go ahead and assume a creator because we have
A
because
creation.
all of the evidence points to creation. So it's become comfortable for us to acknowledge that as a proof for creation. Now, How it came about, we can't devise that. So
Okay.
you should not reject it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's really, it becomes frustrating for a lot of us that have, you know, come across this, this topic and talked about it for a very long time. It's self-evident that this creation. I mean, and you're not even making an argument for or against. You're just kind of. I'm talking to you, architecture. You're
Yeah.
making. You're just not even trying to go on one side or the other, and you don't have to. And that's your freedom to choose. But I'm just telling you what Elijah was saying and everyone else was saying. We have evidence that we live in a creation. I don't know what it's called Earth. You live here, don't you?
Yeah, obviously.
All right, cool. So we're all in the same creation. It's not even
Yeah.
that hard to figure out.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, but as far as like figuring out how God did it or the Creator did it, yeah, that's another thing. But bro, that isn't, it's just like stand on it, It's like, bro, I'm standing on Earth. I live in Norway. I live in Arkansas. We're standing here on God's creation. Now, trying to figure out who God is, that's another story.
But the whole argument you have to remember is either something, something created or nothing created it. If it's magic, created. Woo woo, created. Anything of that effect, still created. That's how you think about it. That's all on you. If you want to say it's magic in all this, you can have that. But you're still saying created. You're not saying something separate from created, even though you're saying, well, it could have always been. Well, but within that epistemology, you're still saying created. And I'm saying, well, all I'm saying is it's not nothing or inanimate objects or things without information to put all of this in motion. That's not possible. Just the machine that is the world. If you think it's a machine that has always been here, there's no
But
way for something like that to make a soul, so called.
But
Happiness,
the soul
happiness,
of you,
love,
right? The soul of
affection.
humans, yeah, exactly. The soul of humans can only exist through that type of creation. No, that's anyway. It's just
Like I was saying, love, um, adoration. All of these things are not physical things.
yeah, obviously they are not physical things. I cannot touch love.
Yeah, but the point is, in this reality, that is such a thing. That
Yeah,
couldn't have
yeah,
come
yeah.
from that can't come from nothing. That's not.
And
That's
those,
also
I
a
just
part
see I just
of.
see the
okay.
That's
I just
that's
see
all it is.
physical
I'm
and then
fighting to finish a
physical.
sentence. That's actually what I was trying to do was finish a sentence. I don't I don't know, man. I mean, you know what?
Elijah, those
I'm not
emotions
gonna
that
fight
you
it.
were,
Whatever.
those things that you were talking about, do, an environment is required to experience those things like love, affection, those things. There has to be a construct in place, and even the body and soul in place to be able to experience that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
I will say
magic.
yes.
Yeah, I agree with Elijah. I mean, it's not magic. It's
So,
our
so,
soul.
so the
It's our soul.
environment, the design and the environment in place to even be able to experience love, it looks like a construct, like a design. And this guy, architect that we're speaking to, you're speaking to architect. So, architect, don't you need an architect for an architecture, for a construct, for a design?
Yeah, you modify materials to create a building or something, a structure.
Okay, what about a horizontal plane with mountains and valleys
And
and a
Yeah,
sky that helps you tell
um,
time?
you would need, I guess, since I don't have any good arguments against it, but I do feel I don't like it. But you would need to have a creator. A
Yeah, I
creator.
mean it's not something you fight arbitrarily. Your reasoning was also given to you. The creator's trying to tell you through your reasoning. Yeah, there is no other option.
I guess since I can't dispute it or something properly, then yeah.
And you can try like that. I encourage you to like. This is it. The conversation doesn't end here. Oftentimes, after I have conversations with people, I turn everything off and I reflect on what the conversation was about because that's where the real epiphanies happen, right? That's where the real understanding happens when you can process everything that you were told, maybe do some research, maybe exhaust all avenues of thought that you can possibly think of, while you
Yeah,
have
but
the
sometimes,
time to yourself. And then
yeah,
if you
that
can't
sometimes,
refute it, you should accept it. Like that's the whole thing.
even
That's the whole
even
point.
being even being a rebel child that negates his father, the environment in place needs these parameters in place are required for you to be the way you are at the moment. Negating your father, negating design, negating all that in place. Even to act the way you're acting, a designer is required.
okay. You're making it sound like I'm doing a
No,
very
not just you,
deep
not just
thing.
you. My bad. Maybe I was a little harsh like that, but even behaving the way you behave, there's a design in place for that, bro.
Yeah, it's logic, I guess. Like in a computer, programs don't behave like them by themselves, I guess, and it's because of the hardware and the software that program the hardware that makes it run the way that it runs. So yeah.
Exactly.
So if today's the finish line and I have an eternity between me and the finish line, I'll never get there. How did I come to today? I can't deny God. Listen, I can't even deny God without assuming Him first. What a pickle.
And what's the point? Like why? I look. I reject. Look, maybe you'll resonate with this. I reject a lot of the people that I met at church. I reject church and the way that we
Yeah,
think of it,
I
right?
also do that as a Christian.
These structures, these buildings with these tax exemptions and all of the pastors that don't choose to. I mean, because truth is all around. I mean, some of the biggest churches are in some of the most impoverished places, and it's like, okay, your area code though. What is the power of the church here, and the bishop that's lording over this district, these districts, or what are they doing to change people's lives? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, God bless
Okay.
who, right,
So
Elijah? God bless who?
so the point that I'm making is, I understand. Fuck them. What does that have to do with God? Like, that's the thing. Like,
Nothing.
just
Nothing.
our experience with religious folk have turned us off
Actually,
to the idea. Fuck, man.
do
I'm
do you
listening,
know?
bro.
I don't want to get angry.
I mean, it's Sunday
I
morning.
just don't like telling everyone that I would like to finish my sentences over and over again. It's kind of annoying.
When I'm silent, that's a sign that you can continue and will not
Shut the
interrupt
fuck up.
after you said it. Never mind. You can just continue.
Point is, I don't confuse how I feel about these religious people with things that God has done. God didn't do any of that. God didn't make people rape. God didn't make people sin. God didn't make people do any of that. In fact,
What?
the story
He must be a
about
creator for that.
in fact
But
the story what?
you
What?
must
He's
there be a
here.
Interrupting
He
creator.
is
Elijah.
here
He
to do
asked
this.
not to be interrupted, and somebody's
He is here
interrupting
to do
him.
this.
Fuck.
Someone doesn't have manners.
Stop interrupting him. Please finish, Elijah. Please, brother. Because I'm loving
No,
what you're saying, bro.
look, it's okay. I already have my message. I don't have to give it to anybody that doesn't want it.
No, I'm
That's right.
loving it, man. Please continue. If somebody will let you, go ahead.
No, it's cool.
No, you talk about.
Obviously, it isn't valuable information to him. Because when I hear someone saying something valuable, guess what? I don't say a word until I fully understand what the message was, and then I ask questions.
That's true.
So he doesn't value it. Okay, well, it's not up to me to change his heart. That's up to who? The creator.
And the creator notices every time.
Man, my conscience testified, huh? Why did my conscience stir in me just now? Maybe I'll ask myself later.
Hmm.
You stopped talking about it in moment I was interested.
I mean, fuck with that. Fuck with that. All your conscious and how it, does what it do. My conscious, what it does.
But have you heard about?
Shut the fuck up.
Please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you heard about allegedly Dave?
What about him?
Yeah, he has a nice theory about how how like the Old Testament was and stuff. I think it's pretty interesting and it makes sense. Have you heard about that?
No.
Can I?
You know what you have to do in order for something to make sense?
What do you mean?
When you critique something, you first have to be able to do an internal critique, which means you have to have knowledge to critique from, which means I would have to read the entire Bible to agree or disagree with his critique. And if I disagreed, I would have to have a justifiable reason based on the knowledge that I have. That's the only way to actually do it. I don't know if he's read it. The only way to know that he has is to read it myself. And if what he's saying is consistent, then I could either accept it or reject it. That's the problem
Okay.
with most Christians. They haven't actually even read the Bible. True fact.
Okay.
Neither have I. I'm only in like the third book.
Talking about allegedly Dave talking about the Bible, or are you talking about something else?
That was well said.
I'm talking about the several videos he has made on what he thinks the Bible is really saying and stuff.
Yeah, I think I've heard some of that. And it's really like about black people and stuff. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, kinda,
Yeah,
in a way.
I don't know what he said about it.
Not really, but
talk about
all right.
Victor
So
Yuri.
what do you just bring it out? I mean, just say it. I mean, what does allegedly Dave say about the Old Testament and the Bible?
well, he's saying that the humans, the original humans, were. I mean, they were also the ones who were the Jews were like Negroes, that type of people, and now everyone has been corrupted with the
Hey, let me
Nephilim.
ask everyone on this live stream. Do you want to talk about this?
Why not?
I want to talk about
All right, fuck it. Let's
Frederick
talk about
Douglass.
it.
Like hearing about
Frederick
this.
Douglass is coming back.
Yeah, I've heard these theories of many black people. That the same applies to other white people. I've heard the same
The
theories from them,
standard
where
story.
it goes.
Don't
Helio,
interrupt. Just
Helio,
let me say this. I know I'm interrupting.
Helio, don't
Go for it, Jace.
Yeah, I've heard these stories from both sides, where both sides say, "Oh, it all came from black people," or the white people say, "Oh, it all came from white people." To me, both it's just stories. I would like evidence.
Yeah,
remember what I was
allegedly
talking
they
about
have
of an internal
when it comes
critique.
to the Bible.
Well, there's a birth in the Bible. Like I said, because he's doing a critique based on what's within, right? Which means you have to kind of go with the story. Like if we were talking about Star Trek, you would have to go with the story, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's interesting about people that reject stuff like this. It's like they don't tend to go with the story. That's the weirdest thing about rejecting something is you're not actually rejecting it. Which is anyway. So in the Bible, there's clearly ebon skinned people who birthed a white baby to the point where the father is so upset. I forget who this baby was. But it happened. And so there you have it. There were white baby births, even from black people. Now it's like, what
Wow,
did
that's
she sleep with
completely
someone white,
opposite of what I was
or did
saying.
she? Who knows? But what I'm saying is just that one accounting alone undoes his whole theory because it leaves it out. How do you leave something out that is within the story?
It also even happens today. You see this happen when someone has an ancestry in either direction. It sometimes comes out strong in the child, and it looks different from the parents.
Talking about a Punnett square. Little biology.
Okay. That sound
Wow,
That's why you got to
you
read it.
guys, as far as biology goes, or human biology, I mean, as far as nature and different districts of where people live and how they procreate, I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
I think he argued that there was some disease in. It was talked about in the Bible, which was called leprosy, and he argued that it was having white skin, actually.
I think
Damn.
somebody was saying
That makes
something
sense.
like that,
That
but I
actually makes a
really
lot of
don't think maybe it started out. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding, the entire.
Well, the thing about that is here's what's simple about that. I'm trying to fix how you think about things.
Fix it.
Okay, so you've accepted this information, at least maybe not accepted like believe, but you're like, okay, I've taken on this information. I'm going
I
to
think
relay
there
it to
were black
others.
people in America long
Elio,
before they
I don't
came
know
from
why
Africa.
you thought that right there was when you could just randomly. I don't even understand how that happens. I really don't. But so, person has to first have read something in order to say something about it. So I'm wondering, if I were to read the entire Bible, I wonder if it explicitly would state that leprosy was a condition that made white people, or did he come to that with his own reasoning? And if so, based on what? And if we have to ask
I don't
based
think you
on
back
what,
that up.
if we have to ask based on what, it definitely wasn't directly that it said that leprosy is what causes white people,
Yeah,
right?
isn't that Hodgkin's disease?
No, I thought it was goyim. I think goyim was the word.
No, we're not calling it goyim.
It's
Hodgkin's
actually
disease is what it is. Anyway,
it's
But
like
you're
if you
missing
have
the point. It's just it's not the rhetoric or the argument. It's like, how does that thought make any logical sense? How'd he get there? That's what I care. I don't care about the story. How did he get there?
I don't actually know, because I don't think he backed that up when I in the talk that I heard.
This guy's professional.
Well, he's being
Me or
honest.
him.
I think you're being honest.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not.
a lot of stuff to think of, because I've had these same thoughts. It takes a
I mean,
long
I was once.
time to
I
undo the
once thought that
indoctrination.
I once thought that white people was like the original race with the Hyperboreans and stuff. I don't know. I'm just like to entertain new ideas and concepts and stuff.
yeah, man,
And
it's
no, I
just
haven't
like,
read the Bible.
I'm
How
way
about the idea that?
far
sorry.
removed when I just said what I said a minute ago. I thought we were about to get into another topic, but
I hear what,
I
yeah,
totally
Eli
fucked
was
that up,
talking about
bro.
the
I have a question. Doesn't it say in the
Eli's.
Bible? I think it's in the Old Testament. It says that, like, after those days, like in other words, like our time, like after the flood, that there was Nephilim as well. Doesn't it say that?
I
Can't
think.
remember.
Sure.
I think I've heard.
I was wondering if it is if it,
Well, I
if it
mean,
is
after the
after
flood,
the flood.
in my opinion, I mean, there was a major, major event.
Exodus
But
3,
it
right?
didn't result in only 8 people alive.
Humans
But
always want to argue about
right, I mean,
stories, and
Yeah.
the 8 people were indigenous to their territories or whatever. Maybe in that
To
scenario.
refute it,
Flood
you need to
wasn't
know what
worldwide.
it
Do you think it
says.
just killed like an
Yeah.
area?
No, I mean, it's just
but look at how like obviously we have the ability to what is the word when you're in a
Turn.
assimilate the word.
Emily?
8 people can make shit happen really fast.
In a virtual reality, what's
Dichotomy?
that? In a virtual reality, if you were in a virtual reality simulation, okay, simulate is the word. Okay,
Oh, that's what's
like you can simulate in your mind any scenario. Like it's literally like the Matrix up there. Think about something. Boom, like the Matrix. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
is
So
thinking and lucid dreaming as well.
Lucid.
So look, you do, but you doing it again. Like now, it's like you hear the word
Shut
lucid.
up.
It's like
You guys fucking hash it out.
It's like being tied to balloons that just carry you away from the foundation. I don't know.
It is
Oh, looky, this. So all I'm saying is, I don't even know. It's very hard to stay on point. There's so many things pulling me.
I have
Like,
one question though. So I don't know exactly what the Nephilim were in the Bible, like, because it says that they like are alive past the flood, but I don't know. I don't see any.
Yeah,
So I don't know. Maybe they're hidden or something, or maybe they died out. Like, I just want to hear his view on it, and also what they are, like what they look like. Maybe if you have any details. Any your views.
why did you read the Bible?
I am reading it. I haven't read half of it.
Okay, why don't you ask where what you're asking for is at in the Bible, and then go do some research?
I was wondering what your views
other than what it says in there, there is no other answer. You know that, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
my
I know that.
problem.
I know
That's
that.
my
I
problem
agree with that.
because
I was just wondering if maybe like you've got anything, like any answers, because I haven't read it all yet. But I was wondering to hear your views on it anyway.
yeah, my problem is that everybody keeps looking at the same book and getting a different story out of it because they keep adding things about from themselves or what they want to be there into it. Like, I don't think the Bible says anything about what kind of color they were skin wise. So they could have been rainbow colored for all we fucking know.
One thing that really annoys me is that there's so like it's literally one book. The Bible, well, it's not one book. It's a collection of all the books, and yet there's more than 100 and, if I remember correctly, more than 120 something denominations, which is basically like religions split up from Christianity. So there's literally 100, basically 100 different religions from the one book, which is just crazy. Like how can that happen? Like it's one book. Like I'm pretty sure I don't watch a movie and someone else thinks
Religion is whatever man does. Whatever man does, that is religion, bro. Like literally, whatever you do is your religion. Whether it's shaking bones, whether you live in a little cave and you're shaking bones and you're throwing whatever dice, whatever you're doing, that's your religion.
But okay. It's a good question, but it's something that just happens. It's something that just is. It's something that's just a part of the reality. So when someone says, "How do you get so many stories from one book?" You could think of it as because it's not sound, because clearly there's something wrong with it, or because it's not like how is it really even one book when it's yeah, these questions can be answered if someone cared to really do some deep research. There are answers. Like people just assume and they ask rhetorically these things. I'm not saying that's you, but then there's well. Haven't you ever been in school where the teachers sit you in a circle and whisper something to the one kid, and by the time it gets around all the way around to the end of the circle, uh, the statement that the last kid makes isn't the statement that the teacher introduced into the circle? Yeah, because we're liars and we play with the truth from birth until the day we die. And that's a sad fact.
Yeah.
It's also really easy to make mistakes when you read something, when the language is constantly changing and how we think of the words. And if we don't have a full understanding of the words when we read it, we might get a completely different impression than somebody else.
You got the gift of gab. Not all interpretations are equal. You can be sincere, but you can be sincerely wrong. Can we agree?
Yeah, but that's why it's so important to not add extra things. Just if you're judging a text, judge the text itself on its own merits, not by the added things you add into it and read between the lines.
That's very well said.
Elijah, did you see the I posted in voice text?
There's enough to deal with the plain meaning of Scripture. No sense in searching for some hidden knowledge, some secret wisdom.
It's kind of like with the globe and the flat earth. The truth is hidden in plain sight, but we can always twist ourselves into circles trying to make our beliefs fit reality.
That is definitely true.
Yeah.
A
just
lot of people
reading the
try
book.
to change the truth into what they believe in, what they want it to be, is what I should really say. So when they read the Bible, when they read it in the beginning saying God made the firmament, instead of them thinking, oh, that's a dome, like, hey, wait a minute, maybe what I'm believing is wrong. Instead they think, oh, that's just the outside, that's like the atmosphere, what are you gonna call it? I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
I want to believe it. I want it to be flat, even if it wasn't.
It just makes perfect sense when you realize it's flat. Like everything.
Well, you don't. What? But why? Look, 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 look. Look. You. The conversation is constantly being framed, and that's one of the things that I've picked up on. Like people don't pick, and that's what I'm saying. Like worrying about rhetoric is dangerous. If your mind is not constantly focused on the method and how it sounds before you interpret the information, then you don't know what you're interpreting or how it's being interpreted. You're just interpreting it the way someone else told you to, or in a way that epistemologically you've gone down some parallel or some metaphor that is parallel. You've thought in the same line of thought that was incorrect before, and you've applied it to some new rhetoric. It's the same, not you in general. That's what people do.
I actually did something very ironic just now. I said I agreed before you were finished.
Mm. And I forget why I said that. What was the previous statement before I started talking?
It was basically like someone interpreting something into their own, like with their own ideas, into their own beliefs, something they would rather it be. That's basically what it was.
Dang. I forget.
I like how maps work more on a flat earth than on a globe.
Right, that right there. That right there. That's like just imagine something else that actually is concrete. A tree, rock, mountain, whatever, build anything. Like people don't go around discussing that, as a foundation for all discussion. Like pick a rock, pick a tree, pick anything like the thing that is concrete that we're talking about, the earth. Nothing is spoken about like that. This conversation has been framed. I realized that a long time ago when I realized what they were doing on Facebook when they were shutting down groups, because they needed conversation to happen in a particular framework. And you know what? I saw people go with it instead of wonder, why does this pattern keep popping up? What is it that I'm seeing? This pattern of dissonance. Why is this here? What's going, like, no one's questioning it. They're forcing themselves to think inside of these frameworks. But the point that I tried to make before I forgot, because you're talking, is that when it comes to flat earth, just that term alone, like, well, let's not, it's the connotations that come with it, because it's like, okay, it's flat, but the need to, because it's here, look, I didn't wake up as a flat earther. I woke up thinking maybe the globe isn't what I thought it was. Like that's actually the conversation. The conversation is, isn't the horizon supposed to be the geometric cutoff for the rest of the globe that I believe I live on? Isn't the sky supposed to be a vacuum next to our air pressure, something that I've never experienced before? Isn't the earth supposed to be accelerating, making many circles around things that are also making circles? Shouldn't I feel that? These are the things that we've asked. For some reason,
every time we bring up anything like this, the conversation is reworded and reframed into, well, prove this on a flat earth, which is essentially tell me how things work. But how am I? So they've already did that. They've.
I mean, talking to the person you are talking about.
I didn't hear your question. I was busy trying to finish. What was that?
Yeah, I'm just saying the person you were talking about is kind of dumb. Like, how does that work? Like, they can't figure that out themselves. That was what I was saying. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, it's fine, man. No, no. I'm the person asking how these things are true. You know why? Because there's no empirical data to back it up. So I don't know how the person that I'm talking about, which is myself, is dumb. I think you missed the message. I don't get how.
No. I didn't say
That's
you are dumb.
hilarious.
I know, but I was describing my experience in questioning what I've believed my whole life. And you said that person is dumb.
That's hilarious.
Misinterpreted. I thought you were talking about
I
global.
was speaking super slowly and clearly, and I'm long
Architect,
winded too. So I don't understand how
I
people
am going.
misunderstand what I
That's
say.
hilarious.
I'm going to call your
Like I'm
parole
very
officer.
long winded. You would think that someone who's long winded but isn't circular is the one who's describing exactly what they want you to be getting from what they're saying, and I still am misunderstood. Am I retarded or something? And I think that I'm smarter than I am. Is that what it is?
It's honestly funny because what the
That's a
guy said
great
about you,
question.
he literally said about everyone.
I don't know. I'm thinking it could be. It would have to be.
I like
Well,
good
I
questions.
understood you very clearly. He must have been distracted.
Sure.
Then I'm talking to the rest of the room. If you're distracted, bro, why the fuck would you interrupt? It's not just for you.
Yeah, I want to confirm everything you said. I was just listening. Sounds great. And yes, why would they even question? Like, we give a very concise argument on, on our side, and we compare it to what their side is. We always do that. So for them, their only argument is to make fun of us. So anyway, it's just kind of dumb. Why would they actually? Do they really have an argument?
No.
But you're
No,
right, Elijah.
Because what they believe is based on lies.
They put us into this frame where flat Earth is really triggering, and you can see it if they say, "Oh, you're a flat earther," after you start, and you say, "No, I'm not a flat earther. I know this and I know this and blah blah blah." It really it breaks their dissonance because they expect it at that point.
I mean, well, they come in a lot of
Yeah.
times if they're new to the argument. They come in, pompous. It's like, oh, everybody knows the Earth is flat. I mean, globe. And we can just say whatever, because the flat earthers are obviously wrong.
Yeah, flat earthers is the labor.
Like when I was sorry.
All good.
Go ahead, Elijah.
No, dude, go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's just a label that they put on us, and we kind of accept in between us, but it has no value outside of our group.
Yeah.
Sure, we do have a certain standard we go by. I mean, we do use some of the same arguments over and over, but they're really good though. I mean, if they're not good, we wouldn't use them because we're smart. You know what I'm saying? So, we agree with each other on so many points when it comes to to the. It's like, what globe are you going to throw at us that's not the same globe that we've already argued against for several years, or the flat? I mean, do you what they fail when they try to throw flat Earth models at us that we don't subscribe to. So that's where they fail, because we don't
Yeah.
subscribe to these models. So I mean, that's not
Yeah,
our
I'm gonna
fault.
start. I'm gonna start changing some of the rhetoric. I because there are flat Earth models. There's the celestial sphere, and there's all of the flat Earth models that NASA uses. So I don't get what the problem is. It's a model of a plane and relationships of things in the sky to that plane. That's all it is. That's all
Yeah.
it ever was. So, but outside of that, um,
What's that song?
it's
There's a
just
song
it's
that's like
so
"Same as it
hard
ever
to
was,
make.
same as it ever was." I just like shit hits me in music and rhetoric. And it's same as it ever was. Same as it ever.
Okay. I was just gonna add, for instance, even Google Earth and the elevation profile there is a flat Earth model.
Really,
Hmm.
Google has a flat Earth model. What's their favorite flat Earth model?
It's Google Earth.
Is it the AE model?
No, Google Earth is a flat Earth model. If you take
Oh
measurements
no,
between
yeah,
any two
sure.
points, the elevation profile is a flat Earth model. They just wrap the model into a ball visually. That's all they
That's
do.
absolutely true. Yes, you're absolutely right about that, Trace.
I hope some very intelligent hacker could figure out the source
It's
code,
already been
maybe.
done. Architecture, we've already done it. What you can do is as a side profile going across the oceans, and it'll give you the depth of the oceans. Guess what? The surface of the ocean is flat. You can do it on Google Earth. Yeah, the surface of the ocean is flat on Google Earth. It's already been done.
Oh,
No
okay.
doubt.
Yeah, I know. I understand that it's that you have found out that it's flat. They use a flat model, and they
Google
just.
Earth's flat. Yeah. Okay. So we
But I
all
would
agree
like.
now.
What?
I said we all agree now. Google Earth is flat.
Yeah, I would just
Yeah.
add that it would be cool if some hacker could like extract the exact map that they use. Then we would probably
No,
get
they actually it's an open platform. You can actually go there and actually show the. I mean, when you zoom out in Google Earth, it looks like a globe, but when you zoom in, it's complete CGI, and
yeah. No,
all
I've
of
used.
the everything is flat Earth. You know, when you zoom in on Google Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I know
I
that.
have the program. Do you have the program? Have you used it much?
Yeah, I have it on my desktop computer. I don't have my desktop computer plugged in right now.
Well, we don't have to do it right now, but have you actually used Google Earth?
Many times.
Yeah, me too. I think it's really cool, but yeah, it's definitely flat when you zoom in. When you zoom out, it looks like a globe, but when you zoom in, it's flat.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
definitely.
when they zoom out, it's not actually matching what they claim the ball would look like either. So it's not realistic. It's just an animation.
Well,
Yeah,
the whole thing is animation until you get to Street View. Right? That kind of it's combined with Google Maps, but in like even with like major cities, they've CGI'd freaking most of the major cities that you would zoom in on Google Earth. Uh,
Yeah, you can see it
yeah,
once you zoom in enough. Once you start seeing the data from the planes, because you can see the differences in the night and day when they were taking or recording the data or the images.
yeah,
Um,
you can tell when it turns from CGI to real image. You know,
yeah,
you can
the
tell
image
on
strips.
Google Earth. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. It's pretty badass, man. What they did with Google Earth. I mean, that's a really
but
cool
has
announcement.
anyone like kind of extracted the like the map, like the flat map the whole of it, and like made it into an image or something, so that we have
Well, it's Google Earth, man. No, it's the
Yeah,
Earth. I mean, of course, it's
map,
a globe. You can spin it around, and then you zoom in on the city.
I don't think you get my point.
a map, a map, a map.
Oh, the
Like the maps we use, like the Mercator projection,
Yeah, we don't
is
need
a projection.
the object because it's flat. That's why
Every time I start talking, it's like that's the time to continue
that's how I
talking.
converse with
I'm
people.
trying to help you out, or you can continue
Architecture.
getting answers from Helio.
Architecture.
That's
I'm sorry for
you can
interrupting,
just.
but architecture. Can you let Elijah answer your question?
Yes.
All right, do that, please.
Why are you interrupting me, though?
That's how I converse, I guess.
But
I don't know.
I was answering you. So what was I saying that made you interrupt? Let me know.
Probably something that you misrepresented something that they said or don't did.
Okay, so tell me what I said that you started interrupting me for.
I don't think this is.
I already forgot.
It's asking a question about maps. Can you? Just...
Yeah, I was answering it, but then he started interrupting. Like, so how do we have a conversation if you don't even know why you needed to stop me? When I need to stop someone, it's because I need clarification. Why did you stop me?
I don't remember what I said.
That's foolish.
Okay.
Okay then.
So you
I-
wanted to extract the flat map out of it. That's not how it works. They take strips of data from airplanes and other such things, and that's only of the land. They're not taking pictures of all of the oceans.
Nobody's ever been everywhere on Earth, so I mean, there are projections.
Google Earth isn't a flat Earth model. Just responding to that guy that just talked.
Yeah,
It
yeah, it
is a
is.
flat Earth model in the elevation profile. You can take any 2 points. All of the heights on the total Earth are derived from a flat baseline using sextants and other such means. It's only on a flat Earth, and it's
Oh, my bad.
relative to a flat Earth.
I get where your hang up is because again, you don't understand how to hear things
Yeah, I think I
outside of rhetoric. So let me say it like this. It's a horizontal plane model, like all of them are. Any questions?
No, I just I can explain how I misunderstood it. I just thought it was.
Well, there's a horizontal plane model, and you have bits and pieces for the parts of data that are necessary for travel. And there's one world map, which no one has because none of them are within 100% accuracy. None of them, none in existence.
Yeah, they can't.
That we know of.
There's
That
no
we know of, right?
so there's none in existence that we know of.
Yes, yes. That was why I misheard. I misunderstood it. I heard some. I think I heard somebody
That's because
say
you're
that.
talking too much.
Why are you interrupting me, though?
Because I'm annoyed now. And I dare you to continue to challenge me. I'm gonna mute you. Because I'm annoyed now.
Yeah,
Don't you
it's your own.
fucking dare talk about how I'm interrupting you now. And you've done it to me for the past hour. You can't be
Yeah,
serious.
it's your own fault, Elijah, because you've been competing against Helio and Architect. So yeah,
It is my fault.
yeah. Don't compete for the mic. When Helio is here, bro, just don't try. You've done this so many times.
Yeah, you're
But
right.
you've been doing a good job, bro. Like I've been listening, and it's been enjoyable for sure. It's been enjoyable. It's just that the interrupting can be less obvious, guys. Come on, just contain yourself. Let the other guy finish a sentence and then go for it.
I could see if I was interrupting y'all.
But you know, Helio was built different, bro. And I think this architect guy and Helio are related.
How?
How? Bro, it's in
Yeah.
his DNA. You said it earlier. It's just the way you talk. It's the exact same copy as Helio. It's the way he speaks. He has to interrupt other people. It's
Yeah,
how it
that's
is.
how I speak with my dad all the time. And it's we both speak that way, so it's fine. I guess it's not if I speak with a different kind.
Is your last name Cash?
No,
Oh, okay.
I think it has most of the letters though.
Hey, honestly, Elijah, that conversation that you've been having with him about, I mean, for the last hour plus, it was enjoyable for sure. So good, well done, guys, including Helio. I did enjoy listening for most of it. So, architect, have you learned anything from the conversations for the last 2 hours? Have you one thing that you have learned, please? One.
That I don't have any good arguments against creation. Also, yeah.
Hey, that's I think that's a step forward.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say how I misunderstood what was said. I thought it was like uh, I think I heard somebody say it was a flat. Google Earth had a flat Earth map, and that they just wrapped it around a sphere. And then thought like you can like unwrap it, or something. I
Yeah, the
mean,
data is wrapped around the sphere, but that doesn't mean we can unwrap it, if you will, because it's just designed according to, or placed according to where they believe it is, according to the globe. Antonio Superats tried to untangle all of the globe stuff into a flat Earth map, but it would take a lot of money to actually verify or try to get any of that 100%.
yeah, that would be hard.
So is it since we do have there's maps for counties and property lines and all that kind of stuff, right? Is it possible that there is a map of the whole thing, but it's just we're not privy to it, we're not allowed to look at it or something? I
Well,
think that there might be such a thing.
the map of the lands are all accurate. That's not a problem. Where they're exactly located in the water has a few discrepancies that they say, like, oh, the magnetic declination and all sorts of excuses to make it work. That's where Antonio Superats got his map from the discrepancies in how long it takes for some boats to travel between Africa and to what's it called? What's that part of the South America? Yeah, they took for much longer than they would take on a globe. So he adjusted all that and tried to make it work. But
Yeah.
it would. He's dead now, so we would need someone else to start working on that.
Yeah. Somebody should maybe compile it in, maybe make a program or something that calculates these things. You input a lot of variables and stuff that It would be a very complex program to write, but maybe it would make it faster in the end.
But still, isn't there limitations to the places we can travel to? So that will kind of like not give you an actual, I don't know, view of certain terrains out there,
Yeah.
especially to the inner circle and outer circle areas.
Definitely.
So it will still be incomplete. I think there's probably not one person by itself that can make a whole map because this place is way too big, isn't it?
I think the elites have it. I think you have way more land to maybe like outside because of the stories of people going outside. I don't know if they're true even.
Yeah, they use the equidistant azimuthal maps generally for planning flight paths and stuff like that, and so it generally works.
Yeah.
A quick question for Architect. You said you're from Norway.
Yes.
I just seen some map that shows Norway connected to and like these islands in the middle. Have you seen those maps from Norway?
Islands in connected to islands in the middle. What are you speaking about?
I think you're thinking of Greenland.
Am I?
Doggo. No, speaking of Doggoland.
It's possible that I'm thinking about Greenland, but I've heard someone talking about Norway, and he was speaking kind of like a different way of depicting Norway. That it was more.
That's interesting. What I know about Norway is that Svalbard or whatever is the closest part of Norway to the north.
Yeah,
It's an island.
they say that, but I am pretty sure Eilert was. I think it was some Greenland island that actually was the closest.
Yeah, but but part of Norway is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty far north. You have like 3 main islands there, I think. You have Spitsbergen, and you have I don't remember the other names. You actually, what's funny about the Svalbard actually is everywhere in Svalbard except in Longyearbyen, which is the capital of Svalbard. You are legally, you have to have a gun with you, which is funny because Norway is pretty restricted when it comes to guns generally. It's because of polar bears have attacked people in the past when going outside the city.
You should send a high altitude balloon wherever you're at and record the whole thing like 360 degrees or something.
I find that really strange because they keep telling us that all the ice in the north has melted, and where are all these polar bears coming from?
Yeah,
From caves.
I heard people say they are dying off, but like we keep seeing fat and lots of polar bears, fat polar bears, and lots of them because they have so much food.
There's people reporting hybrids now, hybrids between the polar and the brown bears.
Yeah. Is grizzly the same as brown bear?
Yeah, grizzlies and polar. There's hybrids.
Oh, okay.
Whatever that is.
Yeah. I've always thought in my life that Norway was pretty boring. I always wanted to go to like the equatorial places. I still want, but now that I live in a pretty nice town, it's like fjords there, and it's also very high mountains. It looks pretty cool, and it also gets pretty.
It looks like you going up the stairs. When you think about the topography of the Earth, you're going up the stairs. You might go to the middle to Mount Meru. You're closer. You're closer to the inner circle than anybody in here, I think. Oh, Drace is closer to that area as well, right? The inner circle.
You are breaking a little
So
bit.
maybe you can go. Maybe you can. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm driving.
Jace. I actually wanted to do an observation, seeing as that I found this article that was talking about how majority of the people of Earth will be able to see daylight like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Because it's about that time. And I obviously looking at the Mercator, I'm like, oh shit, look, this is a different projection onto a different geometry, flat versus globe. Like, but if you tried to put that on globe, there's no way for the light to reach all of these places. Obviously, their answer to that is, well, refraction and this, that, and the third, and light doesn't exactly light half of it. There's the blah, 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 blah. Whatever justifications they try to give for it not being what would be if it were a sphere. Okay, half lit, half not. And I thought it was interesting because it's like, oh, this is the time that I could have multiple people take a picture of the sun in all of these different locations. But more than that, because I don't think you'd be able to take a picture of the actual sun in all of these places. But for there to be sunlight in a lot of these places, like the West Coast and the UAE and the Netherlands, I don't see how that's all possible.
How the fuck is that possible?
Well, it happens. It happens. It happens. I've personally documented it with a group of friends here. Yeah, that exists as data in this place.
Wow. That doesn't.
But you just Google it. They're telling you that that's possible anyway. What difference does it make?
I would like to see the path of the sun in each of those places leading up to that point. That would be interesting.
Yeah. But again, I'm not talking about seeing the sun. I'm talking about seeing the daylight from all of these places.
Oh, okay.
Which is still impossible if you just open Google Earth and just look at all of the regions that would be lit. Again, they already know it's geometrically impossible. That's why they're saying, well, it's refraction and this, that, and the third.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like it would work on a globe. Like 3 different points, like totally different places couldn't be lit up. Yeah, at least the what you said on the globe. Not on the standard flat Earth map either. But I don't. We don't really believe in a model like it's gospel, I guess. Do we?
Mm-hmm.
We can almost actually, where I live, we can actually have a midnight sun. If I go to the mountain, we can actually see the midnight sun. I don't think we can do it right now. I think the time has passed for that. But earlier, like we could actually. It was I checked the clock, adjusted for the daylight saving time. It was at like the true midnight I could still see like where the sun's position was, like the. So if I went to the mountain, I could probably zoom in on the sun and see it still, meaning we had basically midnight.
That's what I wanted. I want to know, next year, during that day, that the most sunlight, like they're like 99% of humans that inhabit the earth will experience daylight at the same time. And I was like, isn't that interesting? But on a sphere where it's supposed to be half day, half night. Now, the problem is, obviously, there's some nuance. They never told us that because it could be half day, half night. We just happen to all live like on the half that's lit. The land happens to be situated in a way. So it's like, it's playing on people's ability to fill in the blanks and their ignorance at the same time. So the first thing you got to understand is what is happening, and then you have to understand what they're saying, and then you have to look at all the people who've made who've taken away, who have a difference in thought.
Yeah.
Like it's like, okay, well, we think like people think that gravity is a force between masses, and the current paradigm says no, that's not true. But people fill in the blanks because they're like, well, the planets are moving because we have Newton's laws, and that's how that's happening. And then Einstein did a thing, and you can't do that, but people do that lazily because they don't have time to think about how all of this works or doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's a lot of shit about the sky that is real funny. When the moon jumps, call it a moon jump. It'll go from it'll jump like 7 degrees spatially in the course of a day, and it's like I don't understand why that's happening.
Recently this year, I noticed some interesting with the sky. I was like looking at the sky and when the sun was going down and stuff. But it was like almost like instantly I could see the stars in the sky. Right before it, I couldn't see them at all. It was like 5 seconds and you could see everything. Very very fascinating. I had actually never seen that before. Maybe because I hadn't watched at the sky at that time, or maybe because it was a special event. I don't know. In the sky. That was in the summer. I think it was in June or something. Earlier in June.
Cleaning off the old J's.
I think it was because the sun went past the mountain, like from my perspective. That was what's causing it. Because it was pretty late. It was like 11, like in true time. I hate daylight saving time. I always complain about it, even when I was a global. Thought it was stupid. Like no reason for it. Like if the jobs like need to have it that way, then they could change the time when they need it. When they go to.
Yeah, they're ending like daylight savings time now. You know that, right?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Hasn't happened
Yeah.
yet. So I still complain about it.
The last one was the last one. Either that or the next one is the last one. No, and they won't be doing
Yeah,
it anymore.
the last time, like the last year, I think they said exact same thing as you said. I heard from someone else, so it's probably the last one. This one, then I guess. But maybe different in different countries.
I think it's at least Europe in here.
Architecture, you're saying you saw the planetary alignment last month?
I did.
Did you? Oh, cool.
Well, I saw a UFO. I told you guys.
Well, I didn't
I'm dead ass.
No, I didn't hear when you talked about it.
Not that you saw on your phone. You took a video of it. That's the question.
No, I didn't.
Ah,
But you know what I tell people? Come with me.
Come
The
with
person
me.
that, cause I'm tired of people. Oh, how do you know? Oh, what did you see? Oh, do you have evidence? How do I know that it's real? Well, I don't give a fuck about what you think.
You have seen it.
you heard that,
Is it
Helio?
real?
I've seen
Like
100.
if
No,
I'm
man.
telling you, if I'm
I
telling,
don't give a
if I
fuck what
tell
you think
you
either,
that
man.
hey, there's a UFO that I saw, and you ask me to prove it, I'm gonna say, come to my roof sometime and look at the stars with me.
That sounds like
Yeah.
the name
That's
of a.
all. Because the
Come to
only thing I
my roof
can do is show
sometime.
you what I saw. That's all I can do.
I got
That's
you.
literally why I've seen
Hey,
hundreds,
check
because
this out.
I used to drive
Besides
out.
the UFO,
I used to drive
Just
outside
talk
of
through him,
the
Trace.
light
Just
Trace,
talk
go
through
ahead,
him.
pollution.
Trace. I'm sorry, brother.
I used to drive outside of the light pollution, and when you drive outside the light pollution, you can see a lot further in the sky. You can see the whole sky becomes lit up with lights. And
Mm.
if you just spend a few hours watching it, you are guaranteed to see some funky shit there. That's why
Yeah.
I've
Funky
seen
shit.
hundreds, because I
Only
brought all
reason
of
I
my friends who didn't believe me out there to watch it, and they all saw it.
Only reason
Yeah.
I
There was
jumped in is like who saw. I didn't, here in Arkansas, because
We
there was
heard you. That's
harassing
why
and
we're trying to talk about
constructed
it.
high hills and shit. But I was just wondering if you guys saw the
We
planetary.
heard you. That's why we were in the middle of talking about it. Now
But
you're
you
telling
started
us
talking
you
about UFOs, motherfucker. So I mean,
in the sky during watching the planetary alignment.
tell me about it more.
Damn.
Tell me more about it. Fucking love it.
Jimmy,
No,
I
Helio,
need your
because
help again.
if he starts telling you about it, you're gonna interrupt in the middle of his sentence. So might as
No,
well
I
don't
promise
do it,
I'll
bro.
just fucking.
Nah, you gonna promise, but you're still gonna do it. So I don't trust you.
Yeah, I don't trust you either.
Where was the UFO between Saturn and?
I don't know. I don't know, Helio. It's too late. You've like people have to you know what? We have to start doing in general as a people, anybody who resonates with this message. It's not about flat earth, it's not about any like we have to understand when people don't deserve good information. You're trying to tell them something and why give it to them? It's good information. It's like a good movie. Oh, you don't want to see it? Fine.
Understand when I'm just
Okay.
clowning, man. You should understand when I'm just clowning a little bit, man. Come on, man.
No, that's fine, Helio. You can. Your prize is your laugh. I'm glad that fulfills you. Instead of getting the answer to the question you initially asked, I'm so glad.
Well, that was
You know,
actually more than
Elijah,
ever.
the timing of your observation of the phenomenon of the UFO, but you were observing the alignment of the luminaries, the wandering stars, the planets, right? That day or that night,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you saw what?
And then I saw something I thought was another planet, and I said, "Oh, what's that? What planet is that? That's not in the alignment." And then I said to her, "Oh, it must be a star." And then she's like, "It's moving." And I said, "Huh?" I'm looking and I'm like, "Oh, it is moving." Mm. And the problem with that is I know what planes look like. The moment I see a plane, I'm like, "Yeah, that's a plane." Wasn't a plane, but I kept saying, "That's a plane. That's a plane. It's got to be a plane." Because I'm like, it's not nothing fucking else. I'll tell you that. That's what that's I'm telling myself it's not a UFO is what I kept telling myself, right? And but I'm looking at the thing move and I pulled out my binoculars, not my bird watching binoculars, my celestial observation binoculars, the Celestron whatever's they're called, but they're 25 by 80 zoom. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's no fucking flat. I looked to my friend and I said, do all aircrafts have to have flashing lights? Like, is that regulation? She's like, yes. And I said, okay, then what the fuck is that? Because it's a light, but it's moving. but it's not an aircraft because there's no flashing lights. And then she said, well, maybe it's a shooting star. And I said, it's going real slow to be a shooting star, fam. And it was very slow. It took like fucking, we were standing there watching it 15 minutes. It went from spatially above the the moon and Venus, and it kind of went diagonally towards the horizon. Everything is going westward. It's going east, going that way. That's another thing that was wrong with it. I'm like, okay. And then it disappears under this, the deck of opacity that Dave Weiss is always talking about. If you watch a sunrise or a sunset, you look out into the distance, there's like this band of atmosphere. It's purplish and pink. That it disappeared beyond that. I couldn't see the light anymore. I was using my binoculars, and I was like, okay, well, whatever it was, that settles that. I guess we saw a UFO, but I still wasn't convinced. I was like, maybe that's some kind of, I don't know. But then it reappeared. It went in a different direction. So after it had diagonally went down out of view, it started to go up, but it wasn't going west back the way it came. It just continued, it just not in the same trajectory. And it was like a very interesting thing to watch because I couldn't say, well, that was a star, or whatever the stars do, because they typically just go in one direction. Whatever it is, shooting star, whatever, it's just one direction. That went down, then came up, continued down that path.
Yeah, that's
So
What is
anyway,
it like 3 in the morning or something?
like like five in the morning. What was interesting about the stars too, by the way, it was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen in my life. So I I got my binoculars looking for the whatever, the UFO, and it's like flying towards this part of the sky. It was like a gate of stars. Now, you're used to looking at the stars up at the sky, but I'm looking horizontally, and I can see near the horizon. It was so close to the horizon, right? That I thought, oh, why the fuck does the bridge keep getting in the way? So I'm like, there's this bridge in the way. Is that the Verrazano? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm trying to see and then I realized, like, I almost dropped my binoculars because it was so creepy that I was actually looking at a gate of stars. I called it. I called it the Stargate because I'm annoying. But that's what it looked like. It looked like a gate. There was a pattern to it. Was like three lined up on one side and four lined up on the other side. I guess that's one of the not a constellation, but one of, how they have different clusters of stars that they're like, that's this shape and that's this. I guess I saw one of those, but it was horizontal. It wasn't up. It was like horizontally. And to see that, it was just creepy. I can't describe it, fam. I hope I'm. Anyway, when you look at the stars, and it's, you don't live in the city, and you can kind of like you use binoculars to zoom in on them, they dead ass look like it's on a flat backdrop. That's all it looks like.
very cool.
It doesn't look like, the things that are this distance and that. They all just look right there, like they're on a quilt.
About this bridge you are talking about, are you talking about the physical bridge?
Oh, it wasn't a bridge. I thought it was a bridge, and then I realized when I located the bridges I thought it was, nothing was in the view of where I was looking other than the stars themselves. So it was just a gate of stars at the horizon or near the horizon. Not okay. What's weird is yeah, fam, shit. I can't even say it was 20 degrees. That sucker was right there on the horizon before the sun started to really come in and before things started to get purplish. So it was before all of that when it was still dark. And I saw a gate of stars damn near touching the horizon so close that I thought that I had just zoomed in on a bridge. It's the creepiest shit I ever saw.
So that sounds like an unidentified flying object, but it might also be.
No, it was just the stars that I'm just talking about the stars. It was just a
Elijah,
cluster of stars.
next time you start observing the sunrise around that time, before, let's say, hour before the sunrise, you're gonna notice towards where the sun is gonna be rising, but above, high in the sky, you're gonna see the brightest star in the sky that is kind of almost in line towards where the sun is gonna rise. You're gonna see every night. I see it every night. Every early, you're gonna see this star that is the bright. You're not gonna see it for most of the night, but when the sun is about to rise, you're gonna see the brightest star east towards where the sun is, around the area of the sky where the sun is gonna rise. But up in the sky, not at the horizon, but towards that
Yeah.
area.
Maybe I think I know what you mean, like about somewhere between 45 and 55 degrees. Like
Yeah, bro. It's
diagonal to where the
every
sun.
time the
I know what
sun
you're
is gonna
talking
rise,
about.
you're gonna see that the brightest star is that one.
Yeah.
Serious.
Before the sun comes up. And try
Yeah,
to look it up in
the sky is real interesting.
I have screenshots about it. But try to look up in the star maps or whatever. Try to identify it. It's not any
Yeah,
star that is
those
normally
star maps
identified.
are those the like the app that I have is trash because it 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 is so off from where the things actually are. I I could
Yeah.
never just I could never point it at something and like because I know what the moon is. So when I see it in the app and then when I see it there, it's like okay, well it's mad off, but okay, I know that's the moon. But if it's just some random star, I'm not gonna know where that is. You know what I mean? Like if I'm
Yeah.
looking at a star and I don't know, hey, that's this star, like with the moon, like I'm gonna be looking at the star and then I'm gonna try to locate it in the app, and because it's not perfectly centered, uh, it's like that. I don't know if anybody has like real good apps for stars and you find it to be accurate, then please let me know.
Why don't you use a PC? There are probably better programs for that there, I think.
Yeah, but I use the app on the phone to point at the sky to tell me what I'm looking at. You can't do that with a computer.
Okay.
I mean, I could get I can get I can get the information. Like I can look at a star and figure out its declination and all of that, and then just like physically figure out the degrees to find it. I could do it that way.
Yeah. But maybe what you saw was Project Bluebeam type stuff.
It was just stars, fam. Or are you talking about the UFO?
Maybe I mean both, or possibly that. Like they can project.
No, the stars were just stars.
Like they project like the ISS and stuff onto
I've
the
never
night.
seen the ISS.
All right, but I've seen footage of it on the internet. I
Right.
don't think it's real.
The things that I've seen in the sky, I've never seen footage of, and the things that I've seen footage of, I've never seen in real life.
Yeah,
Isn't that interesting?
and
That's interesting. I was gonna
adults have
ask.
been projecting stuff into the air since the 1990s because that's when when I started looking into this and seeing it in the skies.
Yeah.
I think they had technology a long time, maybe.
Think about it this way: they actually didn't have any of that technology back then, but according to the Germans, they did have flying technology that surpasses what we currently use. So
Yeah.
who knows how
Well,
long they've been flying stuff around up there and to the Antarctic and to the north, and that might be the modes of travel that the elites, true elites,
Yeah,
use.
that's a definite possibility. Definite
yeah. If you
possibility.
want, okay, don't be triggered by this title, but it is a video on Odyssey and YouTube. It's called Electrogravitics. It's about like the actual practicality and how you can make a like a flying thing. You can also use it to get free energy. You need like certain stuff, electrical stuff. You can watch it. I don't remember the details, but everything she talks about there is available to like get.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen
You know,
hundreds. The first one I saw close up was silver colored and disc shaped, and it flew right over our city, pretty low. That made me start looking into this stuff, and that's why I started like looking at the sky always. And then many years later, after I gotten all my friends into looking at this, we spotted a light flying low over the city, and we went out and chased it, and it turned out to be a triangle, a black triangle. We couldn't chase it fast enough before it disappeared, but it was silent. It was pretty interesting.
think about it. Like, why wouldn't a frisbee shaped object be better? I mean, just think of how easily frisbees fly.
Also, do you guys believe in light speed?
Later.
I don't need to believe in anything. This is just what we have seen. Uh, Outside the light pollution, we've seen like thousands of lights move in weird ways. I can't identify all of them as being UFOs because I don't know, but
So,
a lot of
Drinks,
weird lights. Some of them are guaranteed to be something other than anything natural because, like, you have two lights going towards each other and then looping around each other and going back and then doing some weird air maneuvers in the sky. You have
Is this
formations
only
of them
happening
moving
in the
together
USA?
and then shifting directions all together. That's not normal.
Or is this
yeah,
like only happening in the USA? I never seen
it
this before.
Yeah, I've
it
seen.
happens everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen it happen quite a bit, but I would generally drive outside the light pollution with my friends like every weekend back in the day.
I would say that aliens was invented to, for the people who were interested enough to explain away why lights are doing anything other than what they would do in the heliocentric model. I think that's why the advent of aliens.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
So for the people that are going to speculate, maybe it was aliens, maybe it was, but they've made it UFO, and then they let people come to the conclusion aliens, right? But they are UFOs. So, oh damn, you know what? Let me go get my sweater because I was kind of chilly last night. Um,
It's not
so
necessarily.
you know what's interesting? I was trying to say earlier is that there's a lot of things that we don't see online that we can see looking at the sky, and then there are a lot of things we see online or in movies that we actually have never experienced. One of the things that is very interesting to me is rain, fam. And it's like rain doesn't come out of let me say it like this: when it's going to rain, yes, we see this effect of the sky. It's like this. It definitely becomes a sheet of of what we say are clouds. Like, but there's you can't distinguish between. It's not like the clouds you can distinguish between when the sky is blue and there's a cloud here and there's a cloud there. You're like, oh, look at that cloud and that cloud. It's more like a film, like a fog. In the same way of like, yeah, when there's a fog, you can only see but so far. Well. Guess what? If it were raining, so if it was more than a fog, if it was a rain, guess what? You would have a limited visibility of where you're looking at in the distance, right? Like that would be up to. Wouldn't it look like this big white cloud? But anyway, sometimes it's cloudy, but it doesn't rain. So I can't fully say, well, the clouds are really just rain and blah blah blah. But
Well,
but but what I do know for 100% certainty, because I'm questioning this, right? So I'm like, well, you know what settles this? I want to see a plane fly over storm clouds that are raining. Guess where I have seen that? In movies. Guess where I haven't seen it? In real life. Now, okay, the only thing that we would have is video on YouTube. There are pilots everywhere. They're right. So it's like, okay, there's some pilot that's flown over the rain, surely. That doesn't exist. But we have an idea of that possibility because of movies, though. So why don't I have a real life video of it? So how do I know if I've oh, the only one that can give me the thing I'm looking for, coincidentally, when you look it up and find the search you're going to find eventually is the ISS. Oh, that's right. The ISS. That's how I can see storm clouds and stuff and the rain and all that. Obviously it's raining under those storm clouds. I can't see a plane actually fly above the rain and then see in the sky that there's no rain above them. So these are just the things that we just fill in the blanks, and it's like I'm not filling in that blank anymore. I don't know what the fuck is above the clouds when it's raining, fam. Rain is a really interesting thing.
yeah. I'm trying to think if I've seen something like that. I mean, I've been in a plane when I was young. I've seen, I think I've seen above clouds. Don't know.
Yeah, you can see above clouds. I'm talking about above rain clouds,
Okay.
whatever that is.
Yeah, those tend to be darker, I think.
Hmm?
Yeah, those tend to be darker, I think.
Well, I've seen. That's the point I'm making is I've seen movies where it's dark and rain, cloudy, and then guess what? They go over the clouds, and now it's bright and sunny because there's the sun.
Ah,
I've
good point.
seen that,
Yeah.
just not in
Well,
real life.
well, actually, that's quite interesting. Where I live right now, we have like one big mountain where I'm at, and we have a fjord right next to the mountain, right next to where I live. And on the other side, there's another big mountain. And sometimes there has been rain on one side and not on the other side. And then it's kind of dark over there, and you can see like the shadows from the rain clouds over there. And then you can see them move over to maybe where I'm at. So that's anecdotal evidence for me at least. I haven't seen above them, of course, but I can see them from the side. I can't actually remember if it was dark above them. I don't think so. I don't think I think I could see that actually. It was like I don't know how to describe it. You have to kind of see it in person. Or with camera. Does that sound unusual? Have you seen something like that? You probably don't have
Well,
yet.
I've experienced raining on one side and not somewhere else. I've experienced that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've like seen on over the other side, like it's very bright where I'm at, and you can see it's very dark over there in a way. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but I didn't see above them, so I guess that doesn't really say anything to you.
I mean, it's all interesting.
I've also seen white clouds next to darker clouds. That's probably also not that interesting or
Yeah, I've
special.
definitely saw that.
Hmm. Have you guys been in a plane when it's night?
I can't remember. I've only been in a plane one time in my life to go to Miami. I mean, to go to Florida, actually. Not my. Well, was it? Yeah, it was Miami.
Yeah, I've been twice, I think. Once to Greece when I was like 6, and one to London when I was like 14, maybe, I guess. I don't remember much from it.
Maybe it was Miami and Florida at the same time.
Wow.
Considering Miami is a city in Florida.
Wow.
Mhm.
I actually know
Yeah,
a.
I was saying I didn't know if it was Miami specifically, but I know it was Florida.
Yeah. I think I actually can name every 50, all of the 50 states and a lot of the cities. I hear like Americans don't understand how, and I don't know. I mean, they don't know the names of European cities. Not cities. I mean countries. Is that a thing, or is it just stereotype with no basis?
Your mic's
How
very quiet.
is my microphone weak? Do you hear me low? Not much. I mean.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Oh, okay. Let me put on my headset with my microphone. Where is it? Put it somewhere. Oh, there it is.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a lot louder. It's shittier quality, but a lot louder.
Shittier quality?
Yeah, I don't know if it's as good as whatever you're using before, like speakerphone.
Well, yeah, I was using the microphone on my phone, and now I'm using a HyperX headset.
Yeah. I think the phone mics are pretty good. So. But yeah, it was quiet.
I have a different mic actually that I got from my dad. It looks pretty crappy, but let me test it. Let's see.
Yeah, me. Yeah. A little
Is
bit.
this better quality or worse?
Yeah, that sounds good actually.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so it's a handheld microphone actually. It's made of only plastic. It looks pretty shitty. The one that I was just using on my headset, that looks pretty professional actually. So I don't know how that makes sense. I guess it's bigger, or maybe that has something to do with it.
It might require an amplifier. You might not be able to just plug that headset into your PC, or you need to have an amplifier. You know what I mean?
I know what an amplifier is, yes.
Yes.
I'm not using my PC right now actually. I'm using a modded phone.
Just saying, high end like PC headsets need an amplifier. Otherwise, you get really quiet audio.
Oh yeah. That's probably true.
Yeah.
We use like op amps or something for that, right?
What's that? Sorry.
They use like operational amplifiers for that, right? I don't know how it works, but I think that's one of the components of it.
I'm not sure exactly, but it's definitely a device that connects to the auxiliary port, and then
Yeah, it's an analog amplifier.
Yeah.
Do you hear if I eat? Let's see. Do you hear that?
I heard a little bit of chewing, yeah.
Okay, so it's not that loud. Anyways, I'm gonna mute myself so that you don't hear.
Anybody else want to troubleshoot their headset? That's what I'm here for.
Anyone else had a problem where when you grew up, you didn't like candy? I know, major problem, right? I still don't like candy. It's not healthy.
I always like candy.
Oh yeah, I always got sick from it, immediately. I got nauseous when I eat them. And now I'm into health and stuff, and I love eating healthy food. Always did. I think it's because my mom never introduced me to candy until the school did it, and then I wanted it, I guess. And I didn't like it that much. Probably because I didn't get it when I was 3 years old or something. I don't know how early they give candy. I think it's pretty dangerous to give it to a child, actually. But nobody talks about it.
Your mic's gone a little staticky.
Staticky? Maybe it was the wire. Is it staticky now?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, so when I'm moving my head around and stuff, it's I can even hear it in the headset because it vibrates from the wire into the headset. Maybe it's doing that to the microphone. I guess it's doing that.
I'm eating some homegrown Nature's Candy right now. Pineapple and strawberry.
Now I'm eating mostly keto food. I started to make pizza. I have to say, keto pizza, it's much better than normal pizza. Tastes better, and you don't feel like shit afterwards. And the crust is much nicer to chew on, and it tastes really better too. You can make it from. You can take cauliflower, and you take 2 eggs, and you take 2 cups of mozzarella cheese. You should take 2 cups of cauliflower, I mean, and you can either shred it or you can take everything and just mix it with food processor, and then you spread it over a frying pan with some parchment paper, I think it's called. Put it in the oven on 415 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around 215 to 210 degrees Celsius for 13, 12 minutes, maybe less, maybe more. And then you have a crust, and then you can put topping on it, and you don't turn off the oven, put it back in the oven, and you put it for about the same amount of time, maybe less the second time. I usually use olives and champignon, I think it's called in English. It's the most normal mushroom you can buy. And you can put in tomato, maybe meat, pepperoni, mozzarella, maybe normal shredded cheese. And you put on the spices like basil, oregano, maybe thyme. I like to put cumin. I think it's called curcumin. I don't know. It's like a brown powder made from a certain seed. And you take a little bit of pepper, a little bit of salt, and I also take a lot of spicy pepper because I like that. And then you have put in the oven. You have, not assuming you haven't already, I mean, you put the topping on first, and then you put it in the oven. And when you put it out, you let it sit for 5 minutes, and then you eat it. It's tastes crazy good. It will. I've tested with food processor and without food processor, with shredding and mixing with the fork, and it's much more solid if you do that way. It's almost as solid as normal pizza crust. Yeah, we're talking about pizza. Who are you? Dave Hinkle. Hello. How are you doing?
Hey, May.
Yeah.
There's I was listening to the live stream. How you doing? Mike is still making sound like a lawnmower. I'm just waiting.
Your audio is a little bad.
Well, I'm trying to tell you if yours is bad. Does anybody else hear that?
Dave, you're a little bit low, but Architecture, you've got this feedback coming through your mic.
Oh, okay. I don't know how that's possible because I'm on headphones. Let me see if I can do anything about it.
It's like an electric feedback. It's not like a background noise or any type of echo or anything like that. It's like an electronic crackling.
Yeah, it's my wires. They are colliding with each other. Is it static now? Do you hear anything static?
No, you're better now.
Yeah, I separated the wires.
You might still bad. I'll shut up.
No, you're better. You come through louder now, Dave.
Have y'all talked to Pizzizzle on here? Fled hesitant. Are you there, Pizzizzle?
Yeah, I've been talking, but I'm driving right now, so.
Okay. Just saying hi. Talk when you
Hello.
want to.
Hello and thank you.
I'll continue. I was just coming on here to tell that guy his mic sounded like shit, but it sounds good now. Go ahead, architecture.
Yeah, about the vegan pizza, or what was it, vegan or keto? Because you were putting everything on that.
It was keto pizza. It's pretty hard to make it vegan. I think you can make use fermented cashew, mashed fermented cashew. You can use that as cheese, but like meat, I don't think you can get good quality vegan style meat. I know you can make vegan stuff that tastes like fish, which is vegan and no soy and stuff. So, but yeah, it's a keto pizza. Very, very healthy and very good. You don't feel shit afterwards. Anyone who never heard of keto here before, or don't like it for whatever reason? I would like to have a discussion if you want, or we could talk about flat Earth, which is the main topic of this channel.
Yeah, I eat some stuff that I guess is technically keto. Like I have these little cauliflower things that are kind of like bread that I eat. They're delicious.
Cauliflower?
Yeah, they're made out of cauliflower.
Cool.
Like little, kind of like pieces of bread. I don't know. I just slap a couple pieces of cheese on it and microwave it a little bit, heat it up.
I mean, there are many things that are keto, like most vegetables, especially cruciferous vegetables, are very keto. And keto is not the only point. You should need you need vegetables and stuff because they have minerals, and minerals you need. And water won't help you with minerals, by the way. So that's why I use distilled water. But that's another topic.
Yeah, I'm pretty much pescatarian, so I consume quite a few vegetables.
Yeah. I eat. I never buy eggs from the grocery store unless I absolutely have to. I might need that sometime soon because I won't be visiting my mom right now since she has a farm and I can get eggs from her. But also I eat, the only meat I eat is from my stepfather who shoots, I think it's called deer. Maybe it's deer, maybe it's, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's deer. And I eat ground deer that they make. It's very good. I never go to buy a grocery store meat ever again because I found they had one time I was cooking ground lamb, and it was aluminum foil inside of it. So when I took a bite of it, it was aluminum foil in it, and I was kind of traumatized by that, and never going to buy that shit again. Also,
Hey, make sure you eat the liver from the.
Actually, a few days ago, I was talking about like the organs of like the meat. They said they only took like the heart for some stuff, and I asked about the liver because that's pretty nutritious and stuff. And they said maybe they could do it, but like they haven't done it because I don't know.
Yeah, eat the liver, bro. And if you get the heart, eat the heart too.
Yeah, the organ meats are pretty healthy.
So I'm with you there. So I have friends that hunt, right? And I get deer meat and elk meat. So I will eat deer meat and elk meat. I got a bunch of it in the freezer right now. But I don't eat meat from the supermarket.
Yeah, only animal products that I buy from the supermarket is cheese.
It's called white privilege, people.
Bro, he lives in Norway. Leave him alone. He's a lonely man in the mountains.
Yeah, it's true.
What else is he? What else is he gonna eat? Trees? Can't eat trees.
You can grow a lot of stuff, Pharaoh.
Just eat the polar bears then.
Can do that too, I guess.
Just kidding. I don't know about eating the predators, but you're probably eating maybe elk and bison is pretty good, like buffalo, bison. You can get that. That's pretty good.
It's not an industry here, as far as I know. I actually asked my stepfather about it, but I think it is very close to where I live, like some kilometers away. I mean, some hundreds of. I mean, about 100 kilometers away. There's an area where there lives bison. Some other places as well too, but closest to where I'm at now, it's that far.
100 kilometers.
Yeah, about that. I think it is. Yeah. But I don't think they shoot it. Maybe because they are like not endangered, but are like protected species or something. So that you can't like just shoot them.
Of course they are protected, so you don't eat it.
Yeah. I've heard like bison meat is pretty good.
Oh yeah, it is pretty good. I've had bison pretty often.
Nice.
But it's whenever I can find it, but it's normally it's difficult to find. But whenever I find it, I buy as much as I can.
Have you guys heard when Eric Dubé is arguing for veganism and stuff? What do you guys think about that?
Well, I guess some people can do it, whatever. But for me,
like his arguments
for me, it doesn't work.
Okay.
I think it's not my mouth, so it's not my concern. If people want to eat vegan, if people want to eat nothing but meat, I don't really care. Whatever people want to do, feel free to do it. It's your body, it's your mouth. Do whatever you want. I don't really eat meat, but I certainly don't preach it to people, and I don't give people a hard time if they do. It's everybody has.
I feel like his arguments are like just as good as like the pro-life arguments in abortion debates, because of they like animals are also like sentient beings and stuff. Why should we like differentiate? So he has like a point about that.
Are you saying some of the vegans say that you don't eat the animals because if you kill them, they suffer.
They're living.
They're living, but I mean the plants are living, so don't kill the plants.
He made an argument about that, I think too. Yeah, I mean, his argument was like pain. I guess because plants don't feel pain, and he brought up like there were some plants that respond to stimuli, but it's not pain. He said, yeah.
I mean, if that's his argument, he can do that, whatever. But it's like
would it be pretty painful? I guess if you were killed, that would be probably pretty painful. And I wouldn't do that to anyone, actually. But I'm like unsure about animals. I still eat them. I'm just like pondering stuff. And also I'm looking at like nutritional value and stuff. You can't like get retinol, for example, from anything other but animal products. You can get beta carotene and stuff, but that's like the weaker version of it. That's one example. I think there are some others too. There are some things that are like kind of harder to get from plant stuff. You have like plankton, like spirulina and stuff. There you can get a lot of protein, a lot of healthy protein too, actually. But yeah, it's a lot easier with meat with some kinds of nutrients. And one diet that I think is pretty stupid is the like all meat diet. It has actually some applications. It's a lot better than the SAD diet. Standard American diet. It's a not abbreviation. It's an acronym. Yeah, it's it's pretty good for like it's like keto because you don't really eat any carbs, so that's good. But you don't get any phytonutrients and probably some vitamins, maybe. I guess I think eggs have most of them. Maybe vitamin C. I'm not sure. Maybe vitamin K too.
Which vitamins?
I think you could eat a lot of protein and animal fats and organs, and probably whenever in season you can eat fruits.
Also, you don't get fiber.
Pineapple and papaya, mangoes, stuff like that.
Yeah. Also, you don't get fiber, and you don't get like, as far as I know, certain healthy bacteria that you need.
Why would you want to eat fiber?
Fiber?
Because of the gut bacteria. That's what they eat. They eat fiber in order to. Yeah, that's how it works.
Try not eating fiber. You'll feel much better.
It doesn't really work that way exactly. Well, you can get overdose of fiber, but you have to like ease in to like eat.
You don't need to eat fiber in general.
I mean, you can get a lot of stomach problems if you don't. You can get like GERD, I think, or something.
So, Copter, I would just kind of try to shy away from blanket statements of like health and nutrition where you're saying you don't need specific things. Are you a qualified nutritionist or a medical professional? If not, I would just say, it's my opinion for my body. I tend to function better with no fiber, but to make a blanket statement and say you don't need fiber, period.
Are you sure? What are you getting your fiber from? What do you think you're getting fiber from? What do you think you're getting fiber from?
What are you asking me?
The ones that was advocating for not eating fiber or something like that.
What's the question?
What do you think you get fiber from?
What do I think I get fiber from?
Fruits?
I don't understand the question. Or where do I get it from?
Yeah, like where you think you get your most of
he doesn't get any fiber. That's his argument. So what about you?
When you ate fiber, where did you get it?
Well, when I ate bread, I would get fiber from there, I guess.
You don't get a lot of fiber from
Pasta,
bread, and bread is pretty. Yeah, that's also you don't get much fiber from that. What you get a lot of fiber from is I mean, No. I'm cruciferous vegetables, and you get another type of fiber called soluble fiber. You get that from certain seeds. You can also it's also in some vegetables as well, I think, especially chia seeds. That's a very different type of soluble fiber. We can watch.
If fiber is hard, then why should you eat it if it's like hard and difficult to digest?
You can your body if you have never eaten fiber before, your body will adapt to it. So like slowly, you shouldn't like take a lot of it, but because then if you have never done it, because then you get problems. But like easing in on it, you don't get any problems.
So
yeah,
what
fiber is a good way to clean the pipes out, right? The materials that you're not necessarily digesting are good at cleaning out stuff that may be stuck in your gut.
If you were living,
your microbes need it. I know for a fact.
How would you get fiber in the winter in nature?
You have. I think you can get it from evergreen trees. Maybe.
Evergreen trees? What would you eat from the tree?
Like the needles. Maybe.
Needles? What do you mean?
Lettuce has fiber. A salad is packed with fiber. Lettuce is.
You can also like ferment stuff and let
nature,
it and be smart and like.
If you wanted
lettuce,
to get,
you would eat wild lettuce. Come on.
You can.
I grow
in
lettuce
the summer you can harvest. In the summer you can harvest and then you can ferment it.
What do you say? Architecture.
In the summer you can harvest like lettuce and stuff, and then you can ferment it, and then it will last for like at least 1 year if you do it properly, and then you can eat it like in the winter. You should prepare a lot, I guess.
So you would eat wild lettuce? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can like grow it yourself, or you can.
No, I asked. Well, my question was in nature, so I meant in the wild.
Yeah. So do you know what dandelions are? Weeds that grow in people's yards.
Yeah,
dandelion. Let me look that up.
Dandelion.
You can ferment dandelions. That's also possible.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Wouldn't you preferably make like maybe some teas from the dandelion than eating it, or what?
Well, I'm not necessarily talking about the flowers. The flowers you can use for teas and stuff like that, sure. But you can eat the actual leaf.
Yes.
Do you mean the yellow plant?
Yes.
Yes.
You would eat the yellow leaf for fiber?
You can eat the yellow flower, and you can also eat the leaf itself.
Yes. I've done that myself. You can also ferment that. Actually, there's a lot of recipes on that you can make. You can actually make dandelion kimchi made from mostly like wild plants and stuff. It's pretty interesting. I haven't tried it myself. I was gonna, but I forgot about it. I ferment a lot of stuff. That's really, really good for your stomach. Then you get also the prebiotic, which is the bacteria. So you get like the good bacteria, and you get the fuel for the good bacteria, the ones that are in the ferment, and the ones that are already in your body.
Yeah, you can get fiber from a lot of stuff, right? So most of your vegetables and your lettuces are going to give you a lot of fiber.
Well, vegetables.
I just posted a picture of
bread is not good
in my backyard.
I think Dr. Berg has a very good video showing why actually bread has like a very it's not good because of like I think it was the gluten and stuff, and also because of it's like addicting and stuff. Get like
Go ahead, Copter. Copter has been trying to say something. Go ahead, bro.
Wait, what was the last point you said first? You said you ate dandelions. Was that for fiber? You ate dandelions? Whoever said that? I was just asking out of curiosity.
Well, you were asking about things in the wild that can give you fiber. Most plants that you eat are going to give you fiber.
Right.
And I just gave the example of dandelions, right? It's something that typically people aren't going to
grow to harvest, right? But it's something that is found in nature that you can easily walk by, take a little leaf. You're getting fiber.
Do you think that humans digest wild plants the same way as herbivores do?
Well, there's different types of digestive systems for different animals, right?
Correct.
If you're talking about like ruminants, so like cows and stuff like that, they have two stomachs and they have a completely different digestive system. But humans don't generally eat grasses
right.
for a diet. We eat a mix of a lot of things: lettuces, fruits, vegetables, nuts, meats, all kinds of different things. So,
sure,
I don't know if you're trying to go down the track of like, as a human, we shouldn't eat these plants. I mean, they're packed full of nutrition. I honestly think that meats and fats are probably something that over time or historically humans would eat more in the winter time, meaning it's a food source that is there all year round. You have the ability to hunt, trap, and kill these animals in the wintertime when you may not have any plant life to be able to help sustain you. Whereas in the summertime, spring and fall, you have an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and plants that you can intake.
Depending on where you're from, the last statement, because in Europe, for example, in Northern Europe, there isn't really that much plant matter you can eat, even during the summer and spring. There's berries and stuff like that, like even wild apples, but it's not like an abundant, I wouldn't say. But in tropical countries, sure, yeah, in tropical countries, yeah, Eskimos obviously don't eat any plants at all. Yeah, but I mean, it depends on the environment, as you said.
I have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, I was just responding, so go ahead.
Yeah. Also, fats. They are not just they like last a lot longer in your body, and they're pretty efficient. And they turn into ketones, which are like more efficient than carbohydrates. Not only that, carbohydrates we actually don't need to put that in our bodies actually to function, because our liver will synthesize glucose for the organs that actually needs it, which is not a lot actually. It's the brain and the think pancreas and few other things. Maybe not the pancreas, I don't know. But also the sweet berries and stuff, you can also ferment that, and you will get a lot more health benefits from it because of like lactobacillus that comes when you put salt on it and stuff and ferment it.
True.
It's pretty interesting, and then you can have it on the winter.
I think you should be able to eat food naturally without having to process it, though, like as an animal.
Yeah, I will say that for me, mostly, let's say, kind of this map, right? I will say meat, some organs, and then raw milk or cream as a meal. I'm talking about a meal. I'm talking meat, organs, like liver, heart, and then raw milk or cream, and then some fruit like pineapple or mangoes or papaya, but it will be like a little bit of that. It would, like, I will say the meat and the fat will be like 80% of the meal, and then the milk.
You shouldn't really eat,
and maybe some honey,
Oh no! You shouldn't really eat carbohydrates right after you, or I mean, right next to a fatty meal.
But real quick, what I'm saying is that there is like during the year, right? Like you mostly will get animal products during most of the year, but then certain time of the year you will get fruits, and I think you can eat some fruits and it'll be okay. Some, but not. It wouldn't be like 90% of what you're eating.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of. I would say it's maybe would be a good thing to maybe eat a lot of carbohydrates in a period, because then you would get fat. I actually think you could use that to like fast a lot longer, because people who are fat will fast a lot longer and can survive a lot longer without food. That's as far as the evidence I've seen. And but like if you eat fat next to carbohydrate, like right after each other or something, they will like it's a term for it. It will like destroy either the fat or something. It will create inflammation and stuff. It's not that good, especially if you eat protein.
Yeah, for sure. So if you're gonna eat one thing, like let's say you're gonna eat meat and organs, eat that, and then maybe the next day or 24 hours later, can you eat some fruit, maybe, possibly, or drink raw milk?
You can.
Maybe I don't know the science of that.
You should just experiment, you know? Like if you eat meat and then if you eat fruit right after, see what your body responds. If there's no reaction,
I think I agree with him. I think I agree. Don't eat the animal product and the fruit at the same time. I will say I agree with him what he's saying. But
I don't do that.
You could eat both, but maybe separate times.
Yeah, my body doesn't respond well if I eat meat and fruit at the same time.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you in that. Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with what you said before. I think in terms of the natural diet of a human, it's generally animal based, and then during like spring or summer, you can eat fruit depending on your environment. If you're in a tropical country, maybe eat more fruit, and you're also burning the sugar off more because you're like more active in the summer or in the dry seasons. But in the north, you don't really eat much plant matter in general. Like
if you have access to raw milk, drink raw milk for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I've heard.
Yeah, milk is alright. Yeah, it's okay.
Not you shouldn't drink pasteurized milk. It's like they kill everything, especially homogenized. They kill like all the proteins and all the good bacteria and stuff.
Milk is definitely better than what most people drink, but it's not like, I would say it's more of a supplement food, in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, you should like get like the real original cows if you are getting cow milk for it, because like most of cows nowadays have like mutated something, probably because they have like genetically modified them. I don't know. Maybe or maybe like it's like inbreeding or stuff, because like they have a protein in the milk which comes from a mutation. They say it's like called A1, and the A2 is actually the original, and all the other animals that we drink milk from have the A2 gene. They say, and it doesn't cause that type of inflammation.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you Norwegian?
I'm Norwegian.
You have Are you from the western side?
Yes, I'm from the western side.
Okay.
How did you know?
You have a distinct accent I can decipher. Nah, anyways.
Really? You didn't hear I said I was from Western Norway earlier?
No, literally I just joined.
Yeah, he just joined not too long ago.
Yeah.
During the eating talk.
Yeah, I'm from Denmark, so I have a pretty good idea how you speak.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway.
I was gonna go to Denmark to this summer, but unfortunately, I'm only going to go to Sweden. I was going to like drive with my dad.
Okay. Nice. But yeah, I think milk, kefir is also very good with raw milk if you want to heal the gut.
Yeah.
Not everybody can tolerate milk nowadays, even raw milk. But kefir is good, I think.
Yeah,
because you eliminate the sugar.
I think everybody, if you like make kefir, real kefir, and you use A2 milk, raw milk, I think everybody should be able to tolerate it. I don't know, but I would think so.
No. Even some people who eat or drink A2 raw milk, they can't tolerate it. That doesn't necessarily mean the milk is bad. Maybe their body is just not accustomed to it, or they've degenerated their body so much that they cannot handle it.
Wow.
You know?
Maybe. Maybe they could probably recover.
Because I know people who drink A2 raw milk and they can't tolerate it. So, but a lot of people can.
There's people that have leaky gut and have damaged digestive systems, and I can speak for that. And definitely, I've met multiple people that had issues with the milk from the store, pasteurized milk. They could never drink it because it will give them a lot of issues, and they did had raw milk and they did enjoy it and have no issues. But I hear what you're saying about there's some people at the extreme of that can't even drink it, they can't tolerate it. But I mean, the first meal for people, man, woman, or babies, it's mother's milk. So there's something there. That's the first meal, and it was designed to be like that. So I don't see why it will cause damage for let's say a natural reason or in a perfect environment. I don't see how milk will actually cause anybody damage. But under these circumstances that we find ourselves, that our bodies are under attack and modified and damaged, then some stuff will definitely affect certain people. Also, in raw milk, there's an enzyme called it's called lactase. It's a lot more of it in raw milk, which means it breaks down like lactose. And some people have a lack of that enzyme, and that's I think people who have lactose intolerance. So raw milk will make that easier. Maybe the people who can't even drink A2 raw milk, kefir, maybe they didn't get milk when they was young. Maybe they got some Bill Gates formula or something.
Yeah, probably a healthy human from birth could probably tolerate milk no matter what, like even raw cow's milk. Yeah.
I think so. I wonder if you could ferment human milk and give it to a baby.
Of course you can. Mammal milk is just it's all the same but also different. It's, like goat's milk and cow's milk is of course different, but it's very much the same in general, like overall in terms of the nutrition and so on.
Okay, so this is probably very weird, and I think you know where I'm going with this. So you could maybe ferment it, but could like an adult drink it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Why not?
There is the first meal, which is the mother's the
milk.
colostrum, the first meal, that first milk that the mother produces when giving birth, and that's superior to regular milk. Regular milk. The colostrum is the first milk. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean milk is filtered.
That stuff is packed with everything the baby needs to be healthy and grow healthy.
Yeah.
Just by receiving the first meal is a huge boost to the growing factors.
Literally the best way to gain weight is to drink raw milk, 100%. Like I gain so much weight if I drink raw milk because it has growth hormones in it, which can be a good thing but also a bad thing as an adult.
You also get that from fasting, by the way. Growth hormone. Fasting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the baby, the newborn cannot fast. The newborn needs the mother's first milk, which is different than regular milk. Yeah. Yes. I'm just trying to make a differentiation between the first milk, which is different from the regular milk.
Yeah.
I also heard smoking weed will give you growth hormone. I'm not sure about that. Oh yeah, smoking weed gave me big brains. Yeah, that is true. It repairs brain. That does fasting does the same thing actually. It does like special brain like chemical that grows brain. Is there something about the fasting, right? Like you need fats in the body. You need certain weight or fat percentage to be able to fast correctly, because if you don't have enough in the body for the body to go through that process, it's gonna start eating muscle. Yeah, you need minerals, and you need you need like enough in the body, like a decent fat percentage. You also you won't lose muscle mass if you are moving. If you are sitting still, if you are strapped to a chair, then you will lose muscle mass, and this is tested. You can maybe lose muscle mass if you fast very, very, very long, but there is a guy in India who has like fasted for. He claims to have fasted for 70 years. They have watched him over 1 year, and he was like thin all the time, and didn't shit and didn't piss, I think, and he was like perfectly healthy, and they did it 2 times. 2 separate times, like over a year, I think it was. You can watch a video by Eric Dubay, who made a video called "The Biology of Belief." I don't know if it has to do with belief or it's something that we all can do, but it's an interesting thing. The facts speaks for themselves, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, I recommend watching it. It's not that long, I think. Probably like 20 minutes. Will feel like 10 minutes because it's so interesting. Covers different things like people not feeling pain and people able to like grow stuff back without bleeding.
By the way, why did the other guy ask me if I was a qualified nutritionist or an expert? Isn't that the thing that you are all against? The appealing to authority?
I don't know. Probably was a global. I don't know who that was. No, I think it's more when let's say you make a claim, a broad statement. I think he said you made a broad claim about you cannot fiber. You cannot.
Yeah.
About fiber, and he said, "Yeah, are you a nutritionist to make that claim or something?" Yeah.
Well, what he should have done is should have asked me, why do I say that? Why did you make that statement? And not say, are you an expert? Like, that's kind of dumb.
Why do you say that? Why you made that statement? What was the statement that you made? Can you repeat it?
I didn't actually state anything, but I asked why you should eat fiber, or that you don't need to eat fiber. Okay, I did make a statement. I said you don't need to eat fiber. That's what I said.
Okay, yeah. And why not?
Because it's been found to not digest. Humans can't actually digest it properly, like herbivores can.
If I can, I'll give the fiber to. It's the bacteria. If I can,
I can link the study if you want.
I'll give the fiber to the animals, and then I'll eat the animal. Can I?
Yeah,
do that?
that's much better.
You need like a functioning gallbladder, and you need the prebiotics, and you need like a functioning stomach. I'm wondering if there was something missing there when they tested this, and maybe they tested with bread or something, which is like but the study is like not like. I mean, you don't get a lot of fiber from bread. You get more like gluten and stuff, and that's not good at all. You can't. I think like, most breads these days, you maybe depending on the grain that is made from, but I think you cannot digest. You cannot digest bread. There might be bread that is made. There might be bread that you can make it from some sort of I don't know. Better grain or whatever that you might be able to digest it better, but most breads that you go buy at the store, that stuff is difficult to digest. Yeah, I don't eat it at all.
I mean, just think about what bread is in its natural form. It's just the grain sludge with water, like, and then you put it in the oven, you heat it up, and then call it food. But it's not, you know.
Yeah.
Like if you look at bread before it's bread, it's just disgusting sludge.
Yeah, right. I mean, the pizza dough I'm creating looks like kind of the same when it's
Right.
before I put it in the oven, but it's like only 2 eggs, 2 cups cauliflower, and 2 cups mozzarella cheese, and I mix it up either with a food processor or with a fork. Put it in the oven, and that's it. You have the pizza crust.
Yeah, but then you're adding tomatoes with the seeds, and I don't know, man. That
Yeah, you can
I
add
think
whatever you want afterwards.
yeah, but if you're gonna eat tomatoes, peel the tomatoes, the skin, and take the seeds out. Don't eat the seeds or the skin.
What? Okay, I've heard something about like a type of I think it begin with an L or something. It's like something in like peanuts and stuff. But it's mostly a problem for people who have like severe gut issues and stuff, or just AIDS. But it's like I don't worry too much about it. But what is wrong with the seeds, you say, or the skin?
Well, the plant has to protect itself somehow, right? And the seeds have to make a certain process to go to the ground and grow. So there's certain.
Oh
I don't know,
yeah.
Yeah, the seeds. I don't think you're supposed to put them in your mouth and chew them and eat and break them in your mouth and eat them. I don't think that's good for you.
That's partially true, depending on the type of seed and stuff. But you can also germinate them. If you heard about that before.
Yeah,
and
sprouts.
Yeah. And there are also many types of seeds that you are like supposed to digest in order for it to spread. I think blueberries saw that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you eat a whole seed without crushing it, it's gonna come out whole, right?
Yeah.
Just because it's not being
Also, there are also some types with like vitamin B17. I don't think they have like the phytic acid and stuff. Like the phytic
Right.
acid.
Have you noticed that about corn? And the corn people if you eat like a corn whole, it's
You
gonna
shit
come
it out.
out whole.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
people, okay, I'm gonna just crush it, and they crush it and make flour out of it, and then eat the flour, the crushed corn.
It's still not digested. Yep.
Yeah, when
Even if
you
crush it.
germinate it, when you put it in water for like 48 hours or something, then the phytic acid will go away because it's triggered the instinct of it like starting to grow, and then it converts the phytic acid to like
So
other
it's not producing any more chemicals to protect itself anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And then you can actually, after that, you can maybe ferment it, or you can just eat it, or you can use it for different stuff, and you won't get any problems really. The phytic acid prevents you from absorbing certain minerals and stuff, and will cause a little problem in your stomach if you eat a lot of it, which has happened to me when I'm eating too much hormones that are not germinated.
But then you would have to then somehow extract nutrients from it, which I don't know how you would do that.
What do you mean? The nutrients are already there. You just germinate it, and the nutrients are still there.
But he means your body. How is your body gonna digest and metabolize or whatever those nutrients? Is your body designed to do that?
Yeah, like it's It's like the minerals are like what's it called? It's organic minerals. It's not like mined minerals, which is a lot different from organic minerals. So you get in like in a biologically available form. That's how it works when you eat meat too.
But meat, I don't know, man. When you eat meat and the acidity of your stomach is correct, you just definitely digest that completely, and you barely produce any gases or any.
Right. That's right. Meat
food.
has like no side effects, as far as I know.
But if you eat only meat and organs and fats, a lot of nutrients are fat soluble. So if you don't have the animal fat, you're not gonna digest a bunch of nutrients, right? So, but if you just eat, let's say, a bunch of seeds, whatever, how are you gonna process that if you don't have the fats to process?
Yeah, you should like eat fats are essential. I mean, you definitely need saturated fat that you need the way most of, because that's the healthiest, like undisputed. They are like only misinformation about that stuff you can find on the internet. And you have like the unsaturated fats. They are also essential. A lot of them, and you have like some polyunsaturated that are useful, like omega-3 and trace amounts of omega-6 that you need.
Have you seen people trimming the meats, taking the fat off the meats? People do this, like.
Yeah, butchers do that.
Very retarded. There's like no reason for it. It tastes worse. It's less healthy.
But it has cholesterol and saturated fat.
Okay, yeah, that's a major.
Bad.
Yeah, you're joking. You can watch a lot of. I like forgotten a lot of the info about it because it's so uninteresting to me. Because a lot of the problem come from. It's okay. A lot of the problem comes from the carbohydrates and stuff. I don't actually remember the details, but you won't get cholesterol problems from eating like eggs, too much eggs and stuff. I've eaten like 12 eggs a day at some points, and you don't get cholesterol problems because the cholesterol you get in your body comes from things not working in your body. You can't get too much cholesterol. You will just poop it out if you have too much of it. And by the way, the cholesterol you get from eggs is like the good type. There's like two types of it. And not that the other one is bad, actually. Too.
I've eaten in a day, like you said, like about 8 to 10 raw eggs in a day, and it's all good.
Yeah,
like actually raw.
Dr. Eric Berg has a lot of good info on that. Also, another guy called Thomas the Lawyer or something. It's not written like a lawyer. I mean, it's like Lauer. You probably don't know what. Never mind.
Lauer.
I know what you mean.
As Helio knows, he's a pronunciation expert, Helio skeptic. So you can ask him to pronunciate it. He probably fix it for us.
Laeeuer, I think.
Got it. Yeah, food is yummy. Just eat real food. Great.
Yeah, the real food. That's the most important.
Like broccoli and kale. That's real food.
Disgusting. That's disgusting.
And spinach in a smoothie with bread and strawberries.
You shouldn't really eat a normal spinach you find on the supermarket because it's like full of pesticides. It's like
shouldn't eat spinach at all.
I mean,
spinach is not human food.
Bro, you never watched Popeye?
It is actually.
You never watched that guy, the Popeye guy, that he eat the spinach and then he grew like big muscles?
I mean, it's
from a documentary. Yeah, I watched a documentary. He had like dozens of episodes documentary, and every time he had spinach, he was like a superhero. He saved the lady. He saved the vegan lady. She was vegan. You could tell.
True. Spinach makes you strong.
There's no problem with spinach if you have grown it yourself organically and no GMO and stuff.
Bro, just by eating spinach, this guy beat the other guy that had 4 times his weight. Just by eating spinach.
No GMO, no homo.
Out of the can.
Also, one thing I should say, that's pretty important that many people don't know about is seed oils. Most of the seed oils are most oils in general that you buy are extracted with a petroleum substance called hexane, and they go through like 6 different processes to remove it because it's like deadly toxic to humans. And they are like found they have found like trace amounts of it, or at least it's like possible that you can get a lot of it. And if you like find an oil, seed oil, and it doesn't like taste much like let's say it's sunflower oil, I think it's probably extracted with hexane. And not that's not the only thing extracted with hexane. You can also avocado oil too. The only oils that are like known to be like real stuff is like extra virgin olive oil and coconut oil, and that's about it. I mean, you can. There are also, I mean, normal olive oil and virgin olive oil too. I think actually they don't have any problems, but like the best one is the extra virgin because it's like not too many heating processes. The absolute best olive oil you can get is like first cold pressed. They use the least amount of heat and stuff. It's like a different process.
I just got this from the documentary, and if you look at the live stream voice text, if you eat spinach, your muscles turn into Tesla turbines.
Yeah, leaves are superfoods. True.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what? I mean, if you're going against this, come on, like, why will they lie?
Yeah. Why would? I mean, spinach is our food, right? So.
Do you think I'm bullshitting?
I mean, he's a sailor that's looking for spinach. He's not looking for fish. He's in the sea. He has an abundance of fish, but he doesn't want that because he knows better. He wants to go to land, back to his girl that is about to get with another man. That's in the cartoon, and he has to eat the spinach to beat the guy and get his girl back.
It's just brainwashing the children to believe in that stuff, and they actually grow up and think it's true. Like it makes you strong. Sad.
What if he smoke? What does he has a pipe? What is he smoking?
Spinach. He's smoking spinach, bro.
Oh, smoking spinach for sure. Yeah. Or seaweed.
Also, the seed oils, they usually have a lot of polyunsaturated fats, and those very easily go rancid if you like let them stay out like in the sun or like have them open and stuff. Also, you shouldn't like cook with it because usually the temperature, the smoke point is pretty low.
It
also
oxidates as well.
Also, you have like hormones in like soy oil and stuff. Yeah, it oxidates. It's the thing it's called, I think. Yeah.
I mean, that's probably the best way to digest corn. Since you cannot digest the corn, they're just gonna press tons and tons and tons of it, make an oil, and then you can just eat the oil.
Also, rancid oils are are almost as bad as like raw sugar. I mean, normal sugar. It has a lot of. I recently tried to make like a type of keto bread, and I like put olive oil in it, and I let it stay there for too long, and it became rancid. I ate like around 2 cups of it, I think, and I got like diarrhea from it. It was not good. It's not when it gets rancid, it's not good.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think
people confuse oils for animal fats. They think oils and animal fats are the same thing.
Yeah, that's not the same thing at all. Yes. Also, butter. That's pretty healthy. That's if your child likes to eat butter, it's pretty healthy actually. If it's like normal No, butter, not margarine. Margarine is like full of something called trans fats, and
It
that
should be
also
raw,
is like
raw butter.
that's like
raw
the
butter.
worst type of fat that exists, I think, other than rancid fat. Maybe it's the same thing actually when I think about it.
Yeah, because it's
like
mixed with like vegetable oils, right? Margarine.
Margarine, it's like something like that. It's like overheated and stuff when he produced it. I think it was
Ultra
it's
pressurized.
yeah, and yeah, it's not healthy. It's like that was the butter that they claimed was healthy back in the day. I think.
But yeah, butter is
yeah.
good. Kids love butter, but the parents are brainwashed to think cholesterol is bad, so they say don't eat the butter, but the kids want to eat the butter. You know.
Yeah, it's full of.
Bro, the other day I was in a big like a party, and not a party, like a family get together, a bunch of people, and they made meat and other stuff, and they had this butter, but in the label says, "I can't believe it's not butter," right? And I see it over there, and I tell them, "Hey, I want butter. Do you have butter?" And they pass me that thing. I'm like, "No, I want butter." This is butter, they tell me. No, this is not butter. But they say, look, it says butter right here. I told them, bro, read the ingredients. It's a bunch of things, but not butter. And I told you right there, it says, I can't believe it's not butter. And they actually believe that thing was the same thing as butter.
Yeah, because they make the product look like butter, and then they label it butter, then it's butter. It's like soy milk, soy milk or oat milk. They call it milk, but it has nothing to do with milk, right?
Also, did you guys know soy has no health damaging effects in its original form, but actually almost all soy is very dangerous and full of that hormone because almost all of it is GMO. There are some farms left that produce the old version. It's mostly like a market in, I think it's Japan, because that is where it comes
There
from.
is an argument from people that consume soy, and they say, "Oh, but the Chinese and the Japanese, they eat a lot of soy, and that's gotta be something to that."
Yeah, that's they usually ferment it, which usually removes a lot of the problems with it. It's like distilling water. When you ferment stuff, you usually like remove a lot of the bad stuff. Same with germinating. So yeah, the Japanese have some dish called natto. I think that's fermented soy mostly. I think.
But when you look at the plate, I mean, I will say because when you look at the America, right, the United States, they have this pyramid, right, and a lot of people go from the pyramid, and it has a certain ratios of what you should be eating.
Yeah,
and they say eat a little bit of meat, just a little bit of meat, right? And then the most you should eat is grains and vegetables and all that BS. But
yeah, you're rotting your brain with that.
Yeah, so I think the Japanese, they do consume a lot of seafood and meat and maybe a little bit of the other stuff, possibly. But I think you should be good eating many of these foods like grains and stuff, but just in lower quantities from what they put it. Right? I think myself, if I eat enough meat and fats and that kind of stuff, and maybe a little bit of rice, a little bit of fruit, I think I'm okay for my. If I had access to the best meat, only meat, I think I will. If I had to choose, I'll choose raw animal products and raw milk, butter, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Best thing you can do. Okay, obviously, best thing is wild meat, but beyond wild meat, you can buy your own animal. And third best thing is then go to an actual farm that sells the meat. And then fourth would be like going to a butcher. Fifth would be like supermarket. So yeah, but most people don't have the opportunity to slaughter their own animals, so it's a struggle.
Yeah, food is delicious. It's good to be aware of good foods that we should be consuming so we can stay healthy, hopefully.
Yeah,
And
I think rice is pretty important. I'm not the type of person to like do that. I mostly stick to keto, but maybe once if it's like hunger and stuff, rice is pretty like full of energy and stuff. And I think like in the summer you can eat probably a lot of that to like have a lot of energy to fast long in the winter and to like counteract like the pressure you get on the pancreas and stuff, because you get a lot of pressure on the pancreas to like produce all the insulin for all this. You could because like urine therapy that can cure it and stuff. Yeah, it will create stem cells specifically for the pancreas, and it will heal it if you drink it.
wait, heal the pancreas? How? Can you just repeat that?
Well, you can read a treatise on the urine therapy. It's like a thousands, millennia old therapy. It cures literally everything except for physical trauma, and it will aid in physical trauma if you like healing it. It's like
Oh, you're talking about urinotherapy.
yeah, it's urine is
Urine
as far
therapy.
as I know, it's just protein, distilled water, minerals that your body don't need at the moment, and stem cells. And all that. I think the yellow part comes from the stem cells. I'm not entirely sure about that, but it's only that.
Sounds good. We're gonna wrap up the health conversation, because this is not the channel for that actually. But if you have any information about that, you can send it to me so we can wrap it up, because some people might get triggered just by that.
I mean, you can read it. I'm not the one originally claiming this. It's people have done this and still do, like in the Middle East and in Asia and stuff. Also in South America. It's like the Rockefellers. I think those were probably one of the guys trying to get this out of public knowledge. Even actually, I've heard on Discord people saying like. I don't know if it was on Discord, but somebody said like their parents said they should do it, but they didn't know why and stuff. So it's like it's been erased from public consciousness a lot of places. Anyways, we can talk about flat Earth.
I do know. I mean, I didn't met him, but I saw like some world, like a top class legend boxer, Mexican boxer, Juan Manuel Marquez, and he drink his urine for a long time. And, like a nutritionist recommended to him, and we're talking about a top level athlete, like a world boxing world champion, multiple weight classes.
Yeah, I've done this every single day in 1 year now, and I'm pretty good. No problems.
All right, that's just what I've heard about it. So yeah, that's
also a lot of people who have done it look way younger than they should. Also. Yeah. Anyways, we can talk about other stuff. I mean, flat Earth. I think I'm gonna go.
You have to. Later, bro.
Okay. Bro, how? Bye. I mean.
Norway guy, he's pretty cool. Yeah, you don't like the talk? You talk, Helio. You don't like it?
I bet you guys have better things to talk about, huh? Probably Helio is trying the urine therapy right now. Old dude, where you going? Where where you going, old dude? Where you going? Here we go again. Where you going, bro? Old dude. Helio is definitely sleeping. He fell asleep for sure.
How's the plane doing for you this fine Sunday morning, band member, sir?
Oh, morning.
Good day.
Can't think straight right now. I gotta have my coffee first.
What's that?
Just making my coffee.
Gotcha. It's that time.
Well, we've got a talkative group on here right now. Any new people? Any old people? Any people in between? Any people at all? You're all bots. So. See my little no globe thing lighting up, so my mic should be working. Come on, prove this spinning magic water ball. Anybody. Doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. Alrighty then, this has been Dead Air Day. We'll go back to silence for the globe.
going on? Carla? Never seen that name before.
Hi.
Oh, hello. On speakerphone.
I cannot hear that.
Hold on. Bruh. How does this thing? I never do mobile. Yeah, I'm always at my computer. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you. Sounds like you're in a jet or something.
That'd be a screwdriver going. Fraud and I are.
I thought you were trying to catch some curvature.
Oh, no, you can't do that from an airplane. You can't do that from anywhere, really.
I know, dude. I'm one of us.
One of us.
That was a joke.
That sounds like a TV show name, doesn't it? One of Us.
Okay. We're looking for a Zeblong that should be joining hopefully soon. Keep an eye out for that.
What's up, CB?
Hello, GB. Yeah, we're in the chat in the lobby talking to a gentleman named Z-Bong.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a little headstrong, so I figured we'd jump out of the chat and maybe we could have a discussion.
Oh, yeah.
There he is. There he is.
Here to be enlightened.
Welcome, Z-Bong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we should first talk about what burden of proof is.
What's he want to know?
What could I get a picture of the ice wall? That's what I'm mainly here for.
Yeah, well, that's
wall pictures.
I thought I was coming here to be enlightened, not educated on a logical fallacy.
Well, you shouldn't know about that because you don't want to commit logical fallacies, right?
I don't really care. I just want an answer.
Oh, he doesn't care if he does or not.
You don't care about being logical?
No, it's just logical fallacies. I mean, you just point them out to me, and then I'll just stop going on about it. It's not really a big deal for me.
Well, you should know what you're doing ahead of time.
No, I shouldn't. This is kind of. I just want some proof.
Right.
That's all I want.
Again, you don't want to commit a burden of proof.
Not other proof. I want specifically proof about Antarctica or this ice wall that keeps the oceans in.
Well, who presented you something called an ice wall? Did you bring that here?
Well, I think it was up in chat. I'm pretty sure it's the old Haas Radburn guy. I've been going back and forth with him for a while, and he said that that's just what Globers call it. But then he also went on to.
Yeah, it's a Glober term. Like, they bring that idea. Oh, so you guys have an ice wall? Show me this ice wall. It's like, well, no one told you anything about any ice wall. You're asking about Antarctica. So you believe in Antarctica. We think there's an Antarctica. What's the problem here? Oh, he left. Oh, he's back.
No, he's there.
Z-Bong, you're all right there?
He's mad now. Don't be mad. Oh, he left. Now he's back again.
On my shit.
Z-Bong.
Yeah, but basically, the old.
real quick,
I asked what.
Yeah, I was following along. So again, no one here presented you something called an ice wall. That's just something silly that Globers made up. We both think there's an Antarctica.
Yeah.
Right. And so, did you look in the chat? Box Ops posted a couple screenshots about Antarctica. Let me see if I can pull those up, and I'll post them in the chat.
In a meme format, I would prefer the
No, it's not. It's not in a meme format. Again, it doesn't matter what the format is anyway. It's information. So
a meme format comes off as a bit disingenuous.
well, it's just a format again. It's not. It doesn't matter.
And
would you want me to write you a letter? You know what I mean? It's the information is the same.
I mean, if I started putting clown faces after everything I say, I don't think you'd like that too much, would you?
But no one he didn't do that. So anyway, let me post in the chat so you can.
That's what the meme format is.
No, there's no clown emojis here. So, highest elevation continent, Antarctica seems to be the highest continent on Earth. So, is this something you would agree with?
For now, I guess I didn't know it was the highest. Well,
so
yeah, I guess.
If you didn't know that, then that answers your question, doesn't it?
No, I've still yet to get an answer of. So if it's not Antarctica and thus an ice wall, what does keep the water on the disk?
Listen, Zebong. No one's presented you something called an ice wall.
So then what is it called?
Antarctica, brother.
Okay, so Antarctica wraps around the Earth, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by wrap around.
Well, if the Earth is flat, would Antarctica be going around the edges of it?
Possibly.
Okay, and if it is, what would we call that? What would it in effect be? No. Other than Antarctica, I know it's called Antarctica, but
okay,
what would it be doing?
Name?
What would it be doing?
What do you mean?
Well, it would be an ice wall that goes around the Earth, right? Even if it's called Antarctica, it would still basically be that.
Okay, so why do you have such an issue with that then?
An issue? I would just like an issue with the ice wall. So we agree then. It is an ice wall.
Well, give me proof. You're like asking for proof of Antarctica.
No, I'm asking for proof. Yeah, of Antarctica.
Antarctica the ice wall, brother.
Antarctica.
Come on, man.
So then what is it? If it's not so we agree it's Antarctica, but how else could you describe it if it's going around the entire Earth?
It's just the highest elevation, right? It's the shore.
You're just describing a property of it. Yeah, it's the highest elevation.
But where's the confusion here?
1 sec.
You want us to call it some magical wall and defend the wall?
No, you don't. You don't have to call it the wall. I'll keep calling it for what it is, which in effect it's an ice wall. It's literally what it is, even if it's called Antarctica. So you can call it Antarctica all you want.
What's your issue with it then?
My issue? I just like to see, a picture would be nice. I mean, we have pictures of the supposedly fake globe. Surely we can get a picture of something as big as this Antarctica.
I posted it for you.
Oh, you did? Where? Live stream voice chat. Like an actual picture?
But like if it is,
that looks like Antarctica to me. That's not high enough to get enough scale.
Correct. How high don't you think? How high do you think?
Way higher than that.
Okay, so do you believe that you can leave the Earth and turn around and take pictures?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you saying you can't?
There's your problem there.
We can.
Are you saying so you can't fly in an airplane and take a picture looking at the ground?
No one said.
But we're leaving. I presume by Earth you mean the ground.
Well, it seems like you want a whole view of the Earth, which no one is going to be able to provide you because
you don't need a whole view of the Earth, even just a little part of it to provide enough perspective to actually see that it's.
I did. I gave you a shot of the ice wall that you're talking about.
No, I mean, but it doesn't
want the whole thing.
It doesn't. No, I don't want the whole thing. I just want a picture with enough scale to it.
There
you go. To actually confirm that it's going around the thing. Oh, there's a bigger picture. Yeah,
you want more pictures because you didn't even go to Google and search them yourself, right?
You want us to go there. Are you just ignoring the whole scale thing? No, I want a picture that has enough scale to actually prove that it's not just the normal Antarctica.
There's people on top of that ice right there. There's a good scale of how big that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but on the scale, we're talking about Antarctica or ice wall that goes around the entire perimeter.
I want you to show me the entire perimeter of the United States.
The entire perimeter of the United States.
Yep.
You want it? Why? No. Examine. Let me just show you. I'll show you the whole entire parameter of the United States.
Yeah.
Okay. You might have to shoot it in DMs and I'll post it for you. Let me grab that.
Okay. Wouldn't really call it a parameter though, because it's not.
Perimeter.
It'd be a perimeter, yeah. Boop.
No, what is this like?
There is the edges or the perimeter of the United States.
Oh boy. You sent me a map, dude.
What?
Okay. Then
That's
let
not
me send you the satellite one. Would you like a written map? How do you think
No, but
maps
you're
are
asking
made?
us for, wait a minute, hold on, Z-Bong. Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing here, brother.
He asked for the perimeter of the United States.
Hold on,
I don't know what else he wants me to get.
Hold on just a second. Let's
What
just
else would he
reset
like?
the table. Let's reset the table. Just stop speaking for a second. You're asking us for a picture of the Earth, correct?
No, I'm asking you for a picture that has enough. I'm asking you with a picture that has enough scale in it to actually determine that Antarctica is not just a lump of ice on our poles, but it's actually going around the Earth. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. It could literally just be a quarter of it.
Okay, how would you do
not
that?
a crazy ask.
No,
You would
but
go
hold on,
up as
Z-Bong.
high as possible, and then
Hold
you
on.
take a
Okay,
picture.
Z-Bong, I have to mute you because you're just speaking continually. You're asking us for a picture, and Radwin pointed out, hey, why don't you send me a picture of the whole perimeter of the United States? And you sent me a map.
What else would? So please tell me what the correct response
If
for
we
that
give
would
you
have
a
been if
map
not a
of
map.
Antarctica,
Z-Bong.
and then you're going to be happy with a map?
Wait, you're asking which do you want? Do you want a map or a picture?
I want the picture. He did not specify the form. He didn't know, but
Z-Bong, hold on. You're asking us for a picture, but then you sent a map. Do you understand the double standard here, the problem?
not really, because I specified a picture. He did not specify the format in which he wanted.
Okay, so send me a picture.
A picture.
Why do you think he asked you?
What counts as a picture?
Hold on, Jesus. Why do you think he asked you for a perimeter of the United States? Maybe because you can't take that picture? Just like you can't take a picture of a quarter of the Antarctica. So maybe you're asking for something that's not possible.
So you want a picture of the United States, right?
No. Z-Bong,
perimeter
just apply the same standards that you're asking us to the thing that Radwin's asking you.
Okay, so what counts as a picture to you?
The same thing that you would require as a picture for the border of this Antarctica wall.
Okay, so then you're asking for a picture of it from space, then,
Basically,
right?
what we're trying to
Does
tell
it
you
have
is
to be
there
the
is no
entire?
picture of this.
But does
Z-Bong,
it
let's
have
just
to be
rip
the
the Band-Aid
entire one?
off. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. There's no outer space pictures of the Earth.
Thank you. Oh, old dude
so
just
then-
posted a map there. Antarctica is real.
I asked for a picture, not a map. I specified the format.
No, that's why, listen, Z-Bong, that's why he asked you for the same thing, but a different continent.
You see, I'm not asking for the entire thing. I'm asking for just a part of it that's
But
big
he's
enough.
demonstrating, listen, by asking you this, he's demonstrating that you can't do this. You can't provide this for even something like the United States.
So I can give you a part of it.
But you didn't. You didn't,
I can give you a part of it.
But you didn't, though.
And I gave you
Would
a part
like
of it.
Me to?
I
Because
gave
he
you
did
a
not
part of it.
specify. Well, he didn't specify he needed a picture.
Z-Bong,
You
it was
didn't specify
obvious.
either. I gave you a part of it, and then you said no, that's not enough. So you only asked to see a picture of some ice wall, and I gave you a picture of an ice wall.
Listen, just try and pay attention to the conversation, right? He's leading you to understand that there is no pictures of this stuff, right? He didn't have to specify. It was already obvious. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so he says that he genuinely met my requirements for proof. Could you just post?
Z-Bong, we've already covered this. So the answer is there's no picture. We can't provide you a picture of what you're asking for.
How will this? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, how will this help you understand that the Earth measures flat, Zebong?
Hold on. Could you just, before I answer that, could you just post that picture? I have a thing I want to say.
No, we need to.
Okay, so I
we're going to
sent
stop
him.
here.
So I sent him a picture of a concrete wall.
Oh, good.
What if I said that picture of a concrete wall is actually to a secret underground military facility?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking
That's
about.
basically what he did. He sent me a picture of ice.
No. So, Zebong, I'm going to ask you again, please. Let's never talk about Antarctica again. How's that grab you? Also,
That's a very valid point, though. If there's no Antarctica,
a valid point. It doesn't matter.
said there was no Antarctica.
What's keeping the water in?
Who said there's no Antarctica? Who said that?
What if you can't?
No. Who said that? Because you heard it from somebody. So who said it?
No, I didn't say you said that.
Oh, then why the hell are you talking about
say
it?
that? Here, you want me to clip the last 5 minutes and I can see if I actually said that?
No.
Zebong,
We can dive into that if you want to. I mean, I don't mind.
Let's just focus can we focus for like longer than 5 minutes?
I came here for an ice wall. You're trying to redirect away from the ice wall because apparently you can't provide a picture with enough scale to attach.
Brother, listen, Zebong. Listen, this is a flat Earth server, not let's talk about Antarctica server.
So then you should have the proof, right?
Proof of what?
Zebong.
The Antarctica that goes around.
It has nothing to do with the Earth measuring flat. Nothing at all. It's like talking about Australia. What the fuck does that have to do with it?
Okay. So then if it doesn't go around the perimeter...
What do you mean if? We don't make the claim of that.
So then what keeps the water in?
Who knows, man? Nobody makes the claim.
So then I'm just supposed to go on a who knows for a total...
Hold on a second.
Is it okay not to know something, Zebong? Is that okay with you?
I just want to know, Zebong, where do you get this idea that water can exist without some sort of containment?
That's why you keep redirecting off to something.
Well,
so you're saying something does...
No,
did you
Zebong,
just
listen,
say...
I've been trying to focus you down to the conversation this whole time, brother. I was the one who invited you to this VC, so I'm not trying to steer you away. I'm trying to teach you why what you're asking for is silly. You're asking why water doesn't fall off the earth? What do you mean? Do you have this idea that we're on some disc, the water should be falling off?
And what makes you think that we know that in the first place, dude?
Okay, so then, So then, if we're gonna go with, we don't know what keeps the water in.
No, listen.
Then where does the water go? Because that's what he's
It's purposely saying this shit.
This is ridiculous, dude.
I'm just arguing. It's like you guys just can't stand.
Saying "nuh-uh" is not arguing.
Hold on.
I like how you say
can you
stuff
answer the
without
question,
context,
Zebong,
Dr.
please?
Science.
I'm going to go away because I don't like talking over people. But Zebong, can you answer the question? So this is Flat Earth server, right? Not Antarctica server. So what does Antarctica or water being contained in something have to do with the surface of Earth measuring flat?
Hold on, just one second. Okay, so Antarctica is supposedly not a good. Why has it? If Antarctica isn't, a really mainstream, isn't like the main.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth measuring flat, right? Then that's what you're trying to say. Because I think the audience it deserves to hear that you're just wasting time talking about Antarctica when this is a flat Earth server. Okay, thanks.
Is that why Antarctica has been mentioned 13,000 times in this?
13,000. Wow. Go ahead and count all that and give me the citation. 13,000.
Oh, you want it?
That's an even number.
Here.
Not by flat earthers.
Hey, Kodak, post this picture.
Wait, listen. Let me just talk to him for just a minute.
Oh, okay? And it's been said by a flat earther too.
Glad you walked right into that one, brother. But listen, Zebong, I want to answer your question, but we have to understand that.
Could you just post the picture, please? He wanted the citation for it.
Yeah, I know. Glad you walked into that one, brother.
No. He said 13,000. I'm not talking about that.
You just have to
post the
tell you how
picture.
many times
Come on.
It's been in the. No, I don't need to. I don't need to do that.
Come on. Well, how come? Well, then let me post pictures.
Glad made the mistake.
I gave. No. If he made the
mistake, dude?
He deserves what's.
Just focus, dude. Well, glad you said. Well, cite that. It's all you have to do is type in the search bar Antarctica. It tells you how many times it's been mentioned in the server.
So 13,000.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. So you said.
Oh, I get it. So you think we haven't talked about Antarctica before, Z-Bong? This is the first time that anyone's brought it
Yeah,
up.
and he said,
Well,
and it's by flat earthers too. Listen, okay, meaning like we bring it up. You know how many times we have to talk about fucking ice walls every day?
So let's just answer his question so we can shut up and move on.
He won't move on, but go ahead.
If you talk about it so much, you think you'd have a pretty simple answer.
Listen,
to it
we're
by
trying
now.
to help you out, Z-Bong.
Or like some proof.
We're trying to help you out of here, buddy.
You do need help, Z-Bong. Let us help.
Okay.
So,
just give me a picture with enough scale to it that I can actually see it's an ice wall.
You weren't able to provide that picture for something else, so I think you have a high standard.
Would you like part of the perimeter of the United States? I can give you part of it.
All right, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
You were supposed to do that
just part of the perimeter, right? Not all of it, part of it.
Enough that you would believe that now you know the whole perimeter, right?
The guy still doesn't know why that has to do with Earth measuring flat. I don't get it. I don't understand why we're entertaining this.
13,000 times, then apparently it's a pretty important thing to talk about, and it's a thing that a lot of people want to.
We've also mentioned apples 13,000 times. So fucking what?
Oh, we have?
Okay, well, let's
look it up. I'll bet apples have been said more than Antarctica.
Apples have been said 5,618 times.
Okay, there you go.
Focus.
You lost that bet. What do I win?
I didn't
$5?
bet anything.
You win 5 more minutes of our toleration.
Focus, everybody. Just take a deep breath.
Y'all getting heated.
Focus.
Oh wait.
All right. Stay focused, okay? And no, we don't get heated. We do this every day. We deprogram fools like you.
I don't know. It seems like y'all getting pretty heated in here.
Yeah, no one's heated. Just focus, okay?
Guys.
Yeah, I'm working on that picture though.
Guys, he's asking for something that was already provided.
So then we have a picture.
You're asking for a scale. You're asking for a scale of the ice wall. Okay, look at that ship. Isn't that enough scale for you? Do you need someone with actual measuring tape falling down the ice wall and you know how high it is? Isn't it funny coincidence in itself that the highest continent, so-called, is this huge ice wall that points... I mean, just apart from knowing that the Earth measures flat, right? I mean, that's just a coincidence in itself. But knowing that there's actually evidence of ice walls, so-called Antarctica, is also just a great coincidence, right, kiddo? Yeah. Maybe you should start thinking and not making fun of flat earthers who actually look into things, okay? Thank you very much.
Very good.
So my question is, what else does he need?
I'm very confused what you were even answering there. I'm not the scale of what I was asking.
You're confused.
I was asking for a picture that has enough scale to it that I can determine, that I can actually see that it looks like Antarctica is going around the perimeter of the Earth. Doesn't have to be all of it. It could be a small portion with just enough to tell that it's going to keep, it's actually going around.
Right. Well, hey, I have just a quick thought.
I have no idea what that guy was just answering to, because I don't know, he went on about height or whatever. Very confusing.
Would anything else, you only would accept pictures, correct?
I mean, you think pictures are like one of the easiest things to get. I mean, I could take a picture of my remote and prove its existence. So I think it's pretty reasonable to expect a picture.
Hey, so where's that picture I asked for from you?
I'm still working on it. I was just
I know it's pretty hard to do.
No, it's not. I just get a helicopter picture of the U.S.-Canadian border and then send you it, and that's enough to tell that there is Canada on one side and the U.S. on the other. And you have the perimeter. You have a bit of the perimeter of both going down the middle. The only way you would be able to determine, like, if what you're going to say is, I send you the picture of the thing, and then you say, well, how do I know the shape of it? Well,
that's what you're asking.
Different. Isn't it? No, but the thing is,
that's different.
Antarctic. No, it is different because the U.S. is not circular. This ice wall, if it's going around the perimeter, it's inherently going to be circular. Thus, if you can see a small part of it, you can presume, and visualize in your head the rest of the shape.
Wait, why?
Why? Is the flat Earth a flat square, or is it a flat
Kodak,
sphere?
he just
Everything
fucked
I've
up.
seen is a
Listen,
flat circle.
Kodak, he just screwed up. So, in most of the pictures that you're going to see that are already posted, you can see the ice wall kind of curves inward, not away. It's not convex. It's kind of concave. The boat is sitting in the middle of it. Okay. And now, if you want to look at your globe map of Antarctica, it's a big circle on the bottom, and the ice should be going the opposite direction. So you fucked up.
Oh, I did I?
Yep, you sure did.
Could I just get a picture of the thing, though? I don't really care if I fucked up.
No, it's over now. We don't have to do anything.
So you're conceding.
Why does it have to be a circle or a square?
So then, what shape is it then?
I don't
if
know.
It's not a circle or a square.
What shape is ice, kid? What shape is ice?
What shape is a lake?
What do you mean? What shape is a lake? Some are circular, some are rectangle, some
they
are
only
other
circles
weird
or
shit.
squares? Are they only circles or squares?
Okay, so then
just answer the question.
No, they're not only circles or squares.
Right. So why would the Earth have to be only a circle or a square?
Then why is most of the stuff I see on here seeming to imply that it is a?
Because you guys are new to the topic. You don't know how it works. So people have provided these illustrations, these drawings, these conceptions, these ways to look at the Earth for you. So no one's claiming that the Earth is a circle or a square or any shape.
Okay, so if you're not making a claim, then it's perfectly reasonable to assume that you could also believe the Earth is a sphere. You just haven't agreed upon a defined shape, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? I was reading the chat.
So you say no one's claiming it's a square or a sphere or a rectangle, right?
Well, what
are you guys even claiming then? I'm confused. Are you just claiming?
We don't make claims about Antarctica, bro. None of us.
Are you just claiming that it's not a sphere?
We don't make claims, bro. We don't make claims. How's that grab you? So.
Gosh, bro, take a chill pill. Step back.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. It doesn't matter. Emotions aside. We don't make claims about Antarctica. Next question.
I'm not even talking about Antarctica here. It's almost like you just
what?
Not currently. Not.
He was asking about the shape.
It's almost like you just tuned out and then just all of a sudden re-engaged.
We should ban him unless he wants to talk about flat Earth. That's my opinion.
Maybe just answer his question though.
Fuck his question. Fuck this dude.
So what's wrong? Why are you so mad?
Okay, Z-Bomb.
I bet I'm a troll. How dare I question flat Earth?
Z-Bomb,
am I right?
No, you can question the flat Earth.
That's what
you haven't yet questioned the flat Earth.
No more derailing, please. Not once have you questioned the flat Earth.
I'm talking to Kodak right now. Could I please continue? I know. So Kodak, if it's not
let me answer your question.
A circular flat Earth.
Answer your question, right? So flat isn't a shape. So if I were to ask you to draw the shape flat, you wouldn't draw a circle or a square or any of these silly shapes. So we're not telling you what shape the Earth is. Flat is a description of a surface. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's a description of the surface.
Yeah. For example, that lake, I would consider a lake to be a level surface. What shape is it? I don't know. Could be irregular shaped. So I don't know what shape the Earth is. What if it's irregularly shaped like that? Who knows? What if Antarctica is shaped irregularly around? So it doesn't have to be a circle or a square.
I just stumbled upon like the perfect thing for that ice wall, how it was like curving in earlier or whatever. Could you just it's probably not in your memes, but
see, this is what happens. He thinks he's winning because he brings up something that doesn't have to do with flat Earth.
It doesn't have to do with flat Earth, and yet it's been mentioned 13,000 times in this server.
What shape is ice?
So what? Well, so what do you mean, so what? Clearly,
I mean that
people
we
think it does.
field, listen, we field bullshit from Globers that come in here just like you, and we have to explain to you what your side believes. That's why we talk about it so much. We
Okay,
never
so then,
bring it up.
So then what keeps the water on flat Earth then? Or
what makes you think we know that?
So you're just claiming ignorance there.
Nope,
No,
not that either.
That's a
What
pretty
I'm saying,
important
what
point.
makes
You
what
deny
makes
the
you? It's a
whole
question, dude.
record.
What makes you think that we think anything about Antarctica? What makes you think that?
What are you even asking
See,
there?
he can't do it.
No,
He
but
can't
what are
do
you
it.
what are you
I don't
asking
know.
there? Hold on. So then, what keeps the water then on the flat Earth? If gravity doesn't exist, what keeps the water on the Earth? If it's not a wall, because
Where
you
was
claim
it
ignorance.
supposed to be going to?
Yeah, that's
What?
correct. That's correct. What he asked is a perfect question. That's exactly what I was going to highlight. Is that there is no other place. So where's the water going to go? You guys think that it's
Where's
a
the water
disk.
gonna go?
You guys have this idea that it's a space
It
disk and the
doesn't
water
matter
should be
if it's a
falling off.
disk or
Hold on,
square.
Zebong. Let me just finish my point, and then you can respond, please. The question you're asking is based on this idea that we're on some sort of space pizza or space shape where the water can fall off. Okay? The flat Earth doesn't go in outer space. There is no other place where the water can go. It's not going to fall off or any of that stuff. Matter in the liquid state requires containment. It doesn't have to even be what you think it is, some sort of ice wall. No one presented an ice wall. You still have to have containment for water as well. And this idea that the water should be falling off is just propaganda.
And funny.
Okay, so you're not claiming that so you're still claiming that there is something containing it, right?
Well, I mean, first of all,
that's a yes or no
not
question.
like the water would be going anywhere. Where would the water go?
So you are making the claim that it's still being contained, right?
Well, it's not really a claim. Matter in the liquid
state. That's what you said. You said that it requires containment. So
Earth is contained. Everything within Earth is contained. Next.
What are we contained by?
No idea. We have gas pressure, which means there's walls to press upon.
Yeah, we have 14.7 psi at sea level, which means we are contained because the definition of gas pressure. What's that?
How would pressure contain the sides of a flat Earth?
The whole thing. It contains the entire Earth.
How would a big jar hold a plant inside?
Hold on.
How
Why
to
are
hold
we
a plant
explaining
inside?
claims
Because
to
it
him
has.
when the positive claim is on the globe side? Zebong, hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Explain how the bendy water works.
Bendy water?
Yes, your globe, so-called bendy water.
It might be above his head there.
Bendy water.
That
I think I gotta look
He's
that
not allowed
one
to
up.
have. No, we're not going to go down bending water.
He keeps pushing the claim that is our side.
We're on flat Earth.
You have to prove us you can have bendy water uphills.
How does bendy water relate to flat Earth?
Can you show us that?
How does bendy water relate to flat Earth?
Yes or no?
Sorry,
can you show uphill running water or not? Yes or no?
Kid thinks he can run the conversation. This is adorable. Go ahead, Quetz.
Bro, he's pissing me off. What the fuck is this shit he's coming with?
Can
you present us with the running water going uphill?
Running water
nature,
going.
naturally.
You want running water that goes
naturally
uphill.
outside. Can you show us doing that?
It seems like you speak English. You should respond to him.
Can you demonstrate that?
I wouldn't.
Can you demonstrate anything about the globe?
No.
The bendy water goes around it and wraps around it like a fucking ball. Can you show us that?
That water wraps around the globe, right?
I asked you
heard him.
Keep derailing
but
it.
You guys keep interrupting, so you're kind of
yes or no?
talking
uphill,
over him. At
running
some point.
water, yes or no?
So do you want proof of the water going around the Earth, or do you want water that's going uphill?
Fucking scared, man.
It's almost like you're asking two questions at once. Do you want water running naturally uphill, or do you want it going?
Quetzalcoatl, he didn't prepare for this, so we're just going to have to deal with that.
Obviously. Fucking dumb fuck.
I wouldn't think I don't have any examples of water running uphill.
So why you keep asking us for positive claims then? We don't have any positive claims.
Positive claims?
You have to prove that.
Sorry, please elaborate for my low IQ mind.
Someone else take it. Fuck this
That's
kid.
why originally the reason why I brought you to this VC is so we could talk about what burden of proof really is. And where does it lie?
I've been here for an ice wall, but y'all don't want to talk about the ice wall, so I've kind of
We
just
already
been
covered that.
trying to go on a different thing. We're off the ice wall part because apparently we don't actually think there's an ice wall. We just don't know. But we
No.
still do agree that there is a containment of some sort, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what could be that containment?
I don't know. Do you know the name of the cow that you had your last steak from?
The cow I had my last steak from?
Yeah, I
That's
mean, let's
oddly
just assume
specific. No, I
let's
don't.
assume you're a meat eater and you had a steak recently. Like, do you know the name of the cow that it came from? Do you know where the cow came from?
Gosh.
Do you know what the cow looked like?
Do I know where the cow came from? Vaguely, it came from a farm somewhere.
Do you know what it looked like?
Like a cow?
Do you know what its name was?
I don't know any people who name cows.
You know what color it was?
Color? Probably black and white.
Okay. So those types of questions are basically what you're asking us about this, when it comes to this containment. We know that gas pressure requires a container. Can I show you the container? No.
That gas
Do I know what color it is?
requires
No.
a container. Right.
Do I know where it is? No. But I know that steak comes from a cow. So I also know that gas pressure comes from a containment.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, I can't show you this container, just like I can't show you the cow.
Okay. So, I'm
if
very
gas
confused what that even was.
The water also requires containment as well.
Yeah, so then we both agree that it has a container of some sort because it requires it, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you can't actually tell me what the container is, even though...
just like I can't tell you like the name of the cow or what it looked like or if it had any weird spots or any of this. I don't know.
Well, y'all have been looking for evidence of flat Earth for a very long time now. You think someone?
Yeah, we found it. These things aren't. These things aren't even talking about the surface of the Earth. You're talking about gas pressure.
Wow, that globe guy is very. He is not happy. If I did that, I'd get banned.
Can you just focus? Can you just focus on the conversation?
Sorry, I just.
That's something personal.
Double
You can deal with that.
I don't
you can
like
deal
those.
with that. You can deal with that between the two of you.
Okay, so if I said what he's saying right now,
my friend. So
okay.
We're live on air, so let's try to keep the show rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, is there anything else? Because it seems to me like you can't. If you can't give me proof of this, okay. So then basically we've conceded that we don't know what's containing the water, right? And you can't actually give me proof of anything else that's containing the water, right?
What do you mean? I mean, we know that water needs to be contained.
We know it's being contained by something, but you guys can't actually provide what's containing it.
Well, just like I can't provide you with the cow that.
I mean, I can say I can say gravity contains it though, but you guys don't believe in gravity.
That's fine. Zebong, you can say that, but then you'd have to back that
up.
Well,
I'm just looking. I'm looking for what you guys think contains it. I at least have something that I can say does.
Right, but the problem
you guys are just saying it's contained.
Yeah. No, I know what you can say, Zebong, but the problem is, can you back it up? Though that's the question.
Oh Lord, this kid has a long.
Well, I'm trying to understand flat Earth, and a very critical part of it is what, to me at least, is what contains our ocean.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's nowhere for the water to go. There's no other place that the water can now be falling off or going to. So
there's no other place for the water to go, right? The oceans
where else
or whatever.
Would it go? Do you? I'm assuming you have this idea that it would be "quote unquote" falling off the Earth.
Well, without a container, I guess it would be, unless you think that there's literally nothing beyond there.
Is falling off the Earth to where?
Where do I?
Huh?
What? Oh, sorry. So you're asking...
Falling off to where?
To where? Who knows where? Void, I guess. Do you believe in space? Is space a thing?
Well, no, we can debunk that with you.
Okay, so then space doesn't... Alright, so then if you guys don't think space doesn't exist, then I guess I could call it a void that it's falling into.
It's not that we don't think it. We can walk you through why that's not.
I don't even want to go through that. I'm just here for the fucking water ice wall shit.
Well, think about it this way, Zebong. If the gas is contained and we're inside of a closed system.
A closed system, right?
Yeah, where's the water going to go?
Okay, so I'm
It's still in the
looking.
same system with the gas and the water.
Okay, so I'm looking at a model. It was posted by the Flat Earth Buddha thing, memes, not a disc by Resolve.
Yeah.
All of those are circular, but
Wait.
all of those are circular. But hold on.
No.
Oh wait,
Zebon, read the caption, my friend. Please read the caption before you embarrass yourself.
yeah, I did. I just read the caption, so that
Right,
wasn't
you
gonna
guys got
work.
to be careful about that. That's what you're
Mhm.
thinking the Earth is, brother. No one's presenting you that except for the mainstream media to make it look as retarded as possible. And obviously, those things are retarded. But your
Okay.
questions are formed
Can
around.
we go back to the water thing? I just want to know if I'm wasting my time here. So what I've gotten from this is we don't believe in a shape. We just know it's flat, so it can't be a sphere. And we also don't think.
Yep.
Well, we don't actually think there's an ice wall and that Antarctica is keeping the water in. We just think that there's something out there containing it, but we can't actually tell you what it is, right?
It seems like kind of a loose way to put it. But if you really want it summarized
I want to
properly,
know if I'm wasting.
if you want it summarized properly, we'd be happy to summarize it for you.
You think? I don't know. Does he think he debunks flat Earth by talking about us only? Like,
No,
can he
he's
present
only
any positive
debunking
claims on your side?
He's only debunking the space disk, which is fine.
Okay.
We'll help you
Obviously.
debunk that. We'll help you debunk it.
Also, he doesn't know how physics of water works as well, because he seems very fucking dumb.
Could you just tell me a yes or no for what I said earlier? I just want to see.
No, you never.
Like, there's
you never
no
responded yes or
point. There's no
you
point
never
in
responded yes or no.
continuing
You're not
this.
getting
Why
it
are you
back.
talking over me? I'm
You're
not
not
talking
getting
over
any
you.
answers. You never answered ours. So shut the fuck up.
Wow. Okay. Someone's getting mad.
I ask you one simple question: Have you ever, in your life, observed, or can you demonstrate a running uphill water? Yes or no?
Someone's like,
yes or no?
Naturally.
Oh, what do you think?
I don't know. You didn't specify.
Oh wow, we're talking about the
Sorry.
whole Earth. Can you tell me where I can see that, witness, observe that running uphill water?
A water
that
park.
conforms to the globe.
A water park goes up. Water goes uphill.
Does it? Oh, can you show us a video or tell us where I can see
water going uphill at a water park?
Yeah, running uphill.
Okay, at a water park.
You explain that to us.
Okay, I'll send you a video. I'll send you a video.
How do you have water sticking to a round sphere shaped?
Well,
and running around
gravity.
And running around it. Gravity.
And running around it.
Can you demonstrate that here on Earth?
Can I demonstrate it? Sorry.
Yeah, can you show us where I can
You're just redirecting away again. I just wanted Kodak to answer my question. If my summary was
I've never seen
correct.
witness observe any of that crap.
I'm not here for anything else. I don't want to go off into anything else. I'm just asking Kodak right now if I'm wasting my time by continuing to
Nothing
ask.
can observe that gravity does, conforming the water around the globe, as you claim.
Okay, Kodak, could I ask you one more time?
You can't witness that, observe it, nada. And yet, you keep talking about something else.
You got everybody riled up here, Z-Bong. You got everybody riled up.
Oh,
you can't prove even one thing. You can't even demonstrate any.
Okay, but Kodak, could you just answer one thing for me so I can know if I can just stop at this point? Why are you speaking for Kodak? I don't get. Yeah, I'm not speaking to you because you're trying to redirect me off into something else. I'm not here for that. So I'm not going to be answering.
I don't care.
That.
Yes or no?
All right. Let me just let Quetz ask his question so it can come.
Yeah, I want an answer on that. To that. Yeah.
Just make.
Then he can move along. Can you answer it? Yes or no? For my question, Zimong. Where on Earth can I witness, observe, or can you demonstrate running uphill water conforming to the globe? Yes or no? Where can I do that?
Where can you do that? A water park.
Oh man, why are you playing
water
dumb?
goes down the slide and then back up a hill
with water circling around it. Can you fucking demonstrate that, or tell us where we can observe that on Earth
with water moving around
on Earth, where we stand on the surface of the Earth? Where? Where? Can we? Yes or no?
For what? I don't get what you're asking. So you want it
bendy water? Where can I see it curving?
Maybe I can summarize it in another
curvy
way.
Water, like going around an actual curve.
You're stupid. No, I mean, this guy, I'm done. He's fucking stupid, playing stupid.
I don't know many people that know about bending water.
Do you understand your own model, how it works?
So then you'd be looking for a water park.
Do you understand your own globe model, how it works with the water?
Yo, chill out, y'all. Like, we're talking to a youngster here. We shouldn't have to get all worked up, man. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
You just want to talk about things he can't prove for himself. That's why he wants to go alongside with our.
Okay, but could you please just answer the question so I can know if I can go do something else?
Yeah, Z-Bong. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Are you
I did ask if he says yes, I will leave because I'm not interested in anything else. I just came here specifically for this. So if I get this right, we believe that the Earth is flat, so it therefore cannot be a sphere. But we have an agreement.
Really quickly, that's wrong off the jump. We don't believe that. Okay, so we don't have any beliefs that we've provided you today.
So then you guys believe in nothing, right?
We don't have beliefs. We didn't present you with any beliefs, remember. We talked about how gas pressure requires a container. That's not really a belief.
Would you like me to use claims? I mean, what would you like me to refer it to if we're going to do definite? If we're going to,
you could say the way you guys see it.
Okay, so by the way you guys see it, the Earth is flat, so therefore it can't be a sphere, and we don't know what shape it is. We don't know if it's a circle or a square. We don't know, and then we also don't believe in an ice wall because we don't actually know what keeps the water on the Earth. We know it's contained by something, but we can't actually tell you what that something is. Is that correct? Yes or no?
The bit about the ice wall is something that no one here has presented. That's something that you'll find online from globe earthers saying, oh, they believe in an ice wall. So if you come here and say, we don't believe in an ice wall, it has nothing to do with anything that we've presented here today.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, but just yes or no, is that a general consensus of what I've gathered today?
I'd say I'll rephrase it.
Is that what we're
in the same way that you don't know what shape a lake is. We don't know what shape the Earth is.
Okay, so now it's right on me.
Well, let me finish my. I'll let you finish your summary. I'll finish mine. Right. The waters claim to be curved. That's what Quetz has been trying to get at. We don't observe that, obviously. You don't observe that either. The Earth doesn't move. Gas pressure requires a container. So there has nothing to do with beliefs. There's no like, here, you must believe this to be a flat earther. We're just saying, hey, the waters, real quick, the waters claim to be curved in a hill. That's a belief that people have presented us that was never supported. So until that's supported, why would we believe that? We observe the waters flat. So we stop right there with observation. There's no belief there. Same thing with the gas pressure thing. If gas pressure requires a container, then it requires a container. We're inside of a closed system. So there's no belief that I've provided you, hey, you must believe this. The belief here is that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's something you believe in. So just be careful about using that word belief. So we haven't presented you with a belief system or some things that you need to go away and like just pray to.
Okay, so it was purely a definition thing. But you still
you got to use your words. You got to use your words wisely, as all.
Okay, so you did understood what I say. You just went to go off in a definition gotcha moment.
No, it's not a gotcha.
Was I correct in my summary?
No, it's not a gotcha. I just wanted to correct your position. That's all. Just help you out. Because you said like, oh, you don't believe in an ice wall, but we haven't presented anything like that.
So then, what do we? Okay, so. Could you just answer what I asked earlier? Is it a yes or a no? Because if it's a no, there's no point in me being here because you guys are never going to give me an answer. We're just going to keep doing this loop where I ask, someone unmutes and says "fuck you" a couple times, and then you try and calm it back down, and then
okay, Z-Bong, but I answered your question.
I redirect back, and then it's a never-ending circle.
Okay, but I answered your question. Flat Earth doesn't have anything to do with belief. So if it's like, oh, you flat earthers believe and then don't believe and then believe and then don't believe, then no, that's incorrect then. Like, here's our position. That's it.
Okay.
Level water. Earth doesn't move. Gas needs to be contained. You can stop right there. There's no belief system involved here.
Okay, so would you like me to use claims instead? What would you like me to define your
I just told you. Did you hear what I said?
Just tell me the word and I'll use it. I don't care.
Water is level. Earth doesn't move.
The word to define that water is level. Like I could say you claim water is level, but what would you like me to use? Because apparently I can't use belief. That's a no-go word there.
Oh, we observe the water is level.
Okay, so you want me to use observe in front of everything? Okay.
Well,
So
what do you
then,
observe?
so then you guys observe that the
Wait,
Earth is
Zebong,
flat,
hold
and
on, really
therefore it
quickly.
cannot.
Wait, really quickly, Zebong. We all observe the same Earth, don't we? Do you go outside and observe something different than I do? Because pretty sure we all see the same thing.
Do I observe something? No, I'm just using the word observe because
Well,
that's
yeah,
what you
you
want
got
me
to
to use.
use it
I
the
can't
way
use
it
belief, even though
you.
I think it's more of a belief. I can't use
Wait,
claim because y'all are
Zebong,
going to say you could back it up. So
really quickly, like, what do you observe differently? That's the question. So there's no belief here. You go out and observe the same Earth. So do you observe something other than level water?
Why can't you just give me the yes or no so I can leave?
Well, because
Jesus
I want you to be
Christ.
sharp here. I want you to be accurate. So it's like, do you observe something other than level water?
I'm using whatever words you want to define it.
Well,
I
just
don't.
respond.
It
You don't
doesn't
have to
mean
put.
I actually believe in it.
Listen. You don't have to put anything in a box and label it and then ship it off to the crazy town. All right. So just
Okay, would you like me to put it in a list then?
no. Just respond to what I'm saying, Zebon. Just respond to what I'm saying. Do you observe anything other than level water?
Than level water.
Correct.
Like, do I see curved water?
Yeah.
Let me 1 second. Oh wow! Look at
It's
this
like,
picture.
we're just trying to get you to take a stance here. That way you don't have to label the box. Put a flat Earth in a box and then label it.
Here's some curvy water.
Okay. Well, let's make sure we understand that what the claim on the table is, right? So they're telling us that boats at sea are sailing away over curved water. A hill of water, for example.
Okay, look at that picture then.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's level water.
Going over the water. The level water.
Yeah, exactly. The water's
Why is
still
the
level.
bridge doing that weird curvy shit?
Well, the bridges can do whatever they want. That's not the water.
Yeah, but if you look at it from the side, it would appear flat.
What, the water?
Actually, no, it wouldn't, because that bridge is a very long bridge. Why is the okay? Whatever. Y'all
Let
are
me
talking.
post it.
Let me leave. Holy shit! You keep keeping me on here by asking more questions. I just want to go.
I just post it for you, is all.
Okay.
Wait, why do you want to leave after the water?
I want to go do other stuff, man. I want to play my VR headset. I want to play some video games. Jesus. I want to play Rust. Wipe Day was like 2 days ago. I got to get shit done, you know?
Yeah,
but,
that's fine. I just, I don't want you to leave here with like something that we're not presenting you.
Oh,
you know
I'll be back. Like, don't think this is the end.
All right,
this is not the end.
We're ready for round 3.
Basically, what I've gotten today is that here I'm gonna put it in list format. So don't even.
Well, Zebong, I already told you, so you don't have to repackage it in another way, do you?
You haven't answered. Well, I
Zebong,
do.
I'll make it clear again.
Yes or no.
I'll just make it super, super clear so everyone knows. Water's level. We observe level water. Unless you observe something contrary, then what's the issue with that? Okay. Gas pressure requires a container. Unless you can demonstrate something to the contrary, well, where's the problem with that? So you don't have to make a list and then label it and then go tell other people this is what they believe. Just if you can demonstrate to the contrary, then we'll change our mind.
Okay, so then that's actually what you believe then, right? By the whole change your mind thing. Correct.
There's no belief involved here. Listen, I'll say it again.
So it's a claim then. Stop with the definition.
Listen. Again, we all observe the same Earth. I don't know how much more clear I can make this. Unless you're observing something else, then there's really no problem here. There's no belief system. We see the same thing, the level water. Do you see curved water somewhere or what?
Hold on 1 sec. I'm just responding to result and text real quick.
All right. You shouldn't walk away saying, well, the flat earthers believe.
I'm just trying.
It's like, well, they're saying that the water's level and blah, blah, blah. I'm just here for you guys to prove the earth is flat. That's easy. The water. Unless you've seen something to the contrary.
Hold on.
We don't have to scale on ground level. Well,
okay.
you can't have,
I'm just trying to respond to him as fast as possible so I can get back to you. I don't really care what he's saying. But
Right, but what you said is incorrect, though. Just want to point out, you said that we don't have enough scale to see that it's round. Well, to make a reference to a scale, you would first need measurements of the Earth. So, and we already know that they don't have those. So you can't really support your claim that it's to scale. You don't have any measurements to even make that claim. So just be more careful.
Okay. Could you promise to just answer something for me, yes or no, please?
Sure.
Okay. It's in list so that you don't go off on another rant about it's how it's not a belief.
Okay, really quickly, but before you go on your list, I want to make clear that you heard what we've been telling you. So what were the three points that I told you for our position?
You were talking about level water, the requirement for like a container with gas, and then something else.
Okay. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I'll say it to you because that's where I've gotten most of it from.
That's
fine. The Earth is flat. It therefore cannot be a sphere. However, we don't know the actual shape that it takes. It could be a sphere, a rectangle. It could be whatever. We know
How could it be
something
a sphere?
has to be containing the water.
Wait, can I stop you? How could it be a sphere? So again, how could it be a sphere and flat?
I'm not asking that though.
That's what
I'm
you
just
said.
trying to sum up what you're saying.
You're adding things, though. You're adding things. We
What did
don't
I
know
add?
if it could be a sphere, and we don't
If
know.
it's flat, how could it be a sphere? Spheres are not flat.
Correct.
Okay, so then it can't be a sphere.
Right.
Okay, so then it's perfectly reasonable to make the assumption that if it is flat, then it can't be a sphere, right? That's perfectly reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, so then I can continue then.
All right.
And then you can answer. So we've gotten that, and then the water is contained by some sort of container. However, we don't actually know what this container is. Right? It's just contained. We can't tell you what it is, but it's there. And it may or may not be Antarctica. We don't know.
Let me summarize the globe position then. So it's like
just please, just answer yes or no.
Yeah, let me summarize it. Let me just make it list and see if you agree.
The past 5 times.
Let me make a list for the contrary and see if you agree. Right. So the globe, we're saying that the water forms into hills, but we can't show that. We're saying the Earth moves, your house is moving, but I can't prove that. And gravity, something that I can't scientifically validate, can contain gases, which is something I can't even demonstrate. So which of those two positions sounds more strong, right? So we have level water, that's what you observe. Gas pressure requires a container, unless demonstrated to the contrary. Which of those two sounds a little bit more, I don't know, silly?
Okay, that's not what I was asking. Could you please
I'm asking you, Zbong. I'm asking you, Zbong, because you wanted to make a list about the flat Earth, so I made a list about the globe. I wanted to hear what you thought about that. Do you want me to restate it?
Well, I'm asking you what you're saying. I won't use claim or belief or anything.
I made it as clear as possible.
Okay, no. But was what I said basically what you said?
I mean, I don't know.
It's a yes or no. It's not like it doesn't require more than two. It doesn't require more than one word.
No.
Okay, so it doesn't.
Who the fuck is this guy?
What part in the list do we not? What part of the list do we not?
I'll make it. I've already said it a few times. I can just do it over again.
Could you just
maybe just write them down? Write them down. That way there's no confusion.
List.
Yeah, write these down so that you don't have to be confused.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what the globe is saying. Make columns. We got one side, the globe. Water curves, but it can't be demonstrated. Okay? Your house is moving, but we can't prove that. Gas pressure can exist without containment by gravity, which we haven't proven yet, and we can't demonstrate gravity containing gases. So that's the list for the globe. Now let's take a look at the flat Earth. We observe But write these down. Write these down. So you're not
Okay,
confused. Write these down. So we observe level water. Done.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so stop right there. No belief. We observe the sun moving. Done. We observe that gas pressure requires a container. Done. There's no, well, we believe and we don't know and we believe this and we don't
So
know.
you
In
are
the
just
same
going
way, when
on
I
the
asked you,
definition.
Zebrong, what shape is a lake, you were like, I don't know. So not knowing something isn't like a problem. You know what I mean? That's okay. It's
It is
better.
when you're switching from.
It's better to not know
to the
something than to make stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like gravity contains gases. That's made up.
And
But
it
that's
also,
something you believe in.
with.
And narcissism only goes so far, you know.
Cool. Thanks for the input. But anyways, I don't agree with pretty much any of the glow points you said. We can.
All right, let's go through them one
I
at a
mean,
time.
it's like we can prove it. We have pictures of the Earth being a globe,
Well, let's
but
just
you
go
guys
through it
say
one.
it's
Let's just
Photoshop.
go through it one at a time. Okay, you don't have to make overgeneralized statements. Let's go through it specifically. So, somebody trying to say something?
Yeah, sorry, it's Crypto. Can I just point something out very specific? Like, when it comes to things like demonstration and scientific validation, that's not an agree or disagree topic. So if he says you cannot demonstrate gases being contained without a barrier or by gravity, there's no agree or disagree to that. You either can or can't demonstrate that. So there is a layer of objectivity that you're seeking to dismiss with an agree or disagree statement that's inappropriate.
Okay, Kodak, I don't really think you quite understood what I'm trying to ask you here. I'm not asking if these things are
Well, if you're questioning my understanding, then actually, ironically,
or anything. I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, but ironically, by saying that I don't understand what you're saying, you actually haven't understood what I've said. We're not in the realm of agree or disagree when we're talking about demonstration.
Did you catch that, Zebo?
I'm not talking about demonstration.
That's what we are. That's what we are.
Talking about the.
Wait, that's what we're talking about. Because when I pointed out the list for the globe, you said you just don't agree with what I said. So, as Crypto said, it's not a disagree or agree thing. It's either can you demonstrate it or can't you.
I'm just trying to just get a generalization of what I've heard today.
I told you to write it down.
I'm remembering those things correctly.
Did you write it down?
You just won't tell me if I'm right or not, and I just don't get why, because clearly you don't like me.
I told you to write it down. Did you write it down?
No, because I.
Okay, then why are you acting confused all of a sudden?
Because you just won't. I just don't. You just refuse to answer the simplified question.
No, because you're not paying attention.
I'm
telling you what our position
You're going
is.
off on something
This
else.
guy he realizes he's wrong. He realizes that we're right. And now he realizes that looks silly. And so now he's trying to obfuscate and try to beat around the bush and straw man or whatever the hell you're going to do is try to make us look like we're being pushy or mean to you. You came here, dude. We didn't come to your channel. You came to ours. So if you get a little bit abused and beat up a little bit because you don't know what you're talking about, that's your fault, dude. Don't cry to us about it, man. Grow up, man. Grow some balls, bro. Like, admit it. You know you're wrong. Just admit it. It's that simple. But no, you're going to go and play this game, this narcissistic game, which is all bullshit. It's just to cover your ego. Sorry, dude. You lose.
So just, if you want to know our position, we've made it clear. I don't think you can make it more clear. I told you to write it down. So
okay, so if you made it clear,
do we need to go over it one more time?
If you made it clear, then what I'm about to say shouldn't require any explanation, then, right?
Right.
It should just be a yes, yes, or a no. There shouldn't be any other thing, correct?
Yeah, but remember,
like if I'm just giving you
what you should do is walk away with what our position is, which is what I've told you. What you're trying to do is repackage it, slap a label on it called crazy, and then ship it off. You know what I mean? You're not even trying to address what I'm telling you. So again, I've told you to just very clearly, you can write it down and then read it off and say, is this am I understanding you correctly? Should we go over it again?
I'm trying to ship it off anywhere or make y'all look crazy by going around spouting that y'all believe all this stuff. I'm just trying to see if there's any point in me even continuing to be here, because I've been here asking about the ice wall and all that stuff, and what contains the water, and it just seems to me that you guys just don't have any answers for it.
No, well, there's a thing called
There's a container, but we don't know what it is, right?
He gave you the answer. He gave you three main things. All you have to do is go and prove to us that one of those three things is actually true and not what we said it was. It's that simple. You don't. It's not an argument. It's not an agreement thing. It's you verify it yourself, dude. We don't need to help you with that. That's on you, bro.
Maybe I can ask you a question. So, I mean, you sound like you're from North America, at least. Maybe not America, but North America. Have you ever been to one of the Great Lakes in America?
One of the Great Lakes? No, I haven't.
Well, imagine that you found yourself slap bang in the middle of a Great Lake, right? But you couldn't see to the edge of anything. You know, you couldn't see to the land. How do you know what's containing that water?
How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know what's containing that water? You're in the middle of a Great Lake, you can't see any land anywhere. How do you know what's containing the water?
The land, inevitably. Are we going off the presumption that I have no prior knowledge of where I am?
Sure. So you've presumed that there's land containing that water, but you don't know that, right? In the same way, when you're asking about like an ice wall, what about the ice wall? No one here fucking knows, dude. But we know that there must be something containing it because, like, liquid needs to be contained by land. In our experience, when you're talking about the Earth. So if you were dropped in the middle of a Great Lake, you would know that there's land surrounding you because you're in the middle of water. It's just a logical conclusion that you would come to. But no one here knows about any ice walls, dude. What's interesting, though, is that actually the ice wall isn't necessarily a flat Earth idea anyway, because on a globe, if you go south, you hit Antarctica, right? So whether you go south on a globe or south on a flat Earth, you hit this quote-unquote ice wall anyway, regardless. So this isn't actually, like, what you're asking about isn't about the flat Earth when you're talking about an ice wall.
Okay. Okay, so Kodak, but gosh.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
I just want an answer. I've been asking for so long now, and like everyone.
All right, well, go ahead. We'll let you.
I literally just want to know if there's like any point, because it seems to me like y'all don't actually know what's containing it, and if y'all don't know, then why am I here asking? Like, it makes no sense.
Bro, did you just hear what I said to you for the last 5 minutes?
I did, but I'm just trying to confirm it. So we don't.
How are you not applying that to the? Like, how are you not applying?
Go ahead, Crypto.
Sorry to take over, Creation Bear, but how are you not applying? Because I just said to you, like, if we dropped you in the Great Lakes, you would know that there's land because it's logical. And then in the very next sentence, you're like, how are you not telling us what contains the water? It has to be land. You said that yourself.
Okay, so then the water is contained by more land, right? At the edges of the Earth.
That's the experience we've all had on the Earth forever.
Okay, so then it's not an ice wall; it's an earth wall.
I don't know. If you go south on a globe, you hit Antarctica.
Land. We agreed there, didn't we?
Bro, if you go south on a globe, you hit Antarctica. You're not asking about
go all the way around.
But bro, you're not asking about the flat Earth at this point. You're just asking us geography questions.
Geography questions? Okay.
Yeah, you're just asking.
I'm asking specifically about what contains the water, and I'm just trying to see if y'all can actually give me a specific answer of what that is, or if we're just going to keep going on that we don't know.
Land. That's the answer.
Okay.
Really?
Ball for sure not.
I don't mind.
A sphere for sure not contain water. That's for sure.
Unless there's gravity, in which it would.
The thing is, Sasha, is that it doesn't actually even rise to the level of a meaningful question, because the answer would be the same on a globe anyway, presumably. If you're talking about point gravity, where water is quote-unquote pulled to the center of mass, or, you know, even in the space-time conception, the curvature of space-time is causing that effect, it would still be contained by land. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, I understand you. Yeah.
How would it still be contained by land?
Because that's how your system works. But this question is meaningless.
When I answered the question of the Great Lakes, it's because I was going off me having prior knowledge of it. If I
Okay,
have
so what
prior
if you
knowledge
didn't
of the
have
Great
prior
Lakes,
law? What if
obviously
you
it's
didn't have
contained
prior knowledge?
by more land.
No, our prior knowledge is that water is contained by land, my dude.
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
So Zbong, what assumptions would you make
Not
if
in
you
all
didn't
cases.
have prior knowledge?
In what
Sorry, what'd
case
you
is
say?
water not contained by land on the Earth?
What'd Kodak say? Or whatever the other dude said. I couldn't hear him.
What assumptions would you make if you stripped away your prior knowledge
From
and you're in the Great
the
Lake?
Well, I would say it's contained by something, and if I wanted to see it, if I wanted to see what contained it, I would just pick a direction and go that way until I find something that looks like it goes all the way around. Don't have to find all of it, just a little bit of it.
Okay. Can you go to Antarctica?
Not legally, but you could.
Okay. So why are you giving us such a hard time for this?
I mean, it's not like you can't. You're acting like it's impossible to go there. It's really
No,
not.
I didn't say it was impossible, but like you said, it was not legal, right?
Not legal. Well,
why
doing
would
it
I
without
go
getting
there?
prior permission there's like a whole thing for it, like the Antarctic Treaty. You gotta get, but you can go there. I'm sure you could figure out if you spend enough time asking around and offered up some money, you could probably go there.
Okay. All right.
I mean, probably. I mean, supposedly there's scientists over there, right? And like,
And you can go in all 360 degrees of Antarctica. You can go all that points.
okay, so, but what? Where did
You can go
Antarctica
all
even
in
come back
Antarctica.
into this? I thought we didn't think that it actually contained the water. Very confused. Are we back to the Antarctica contains it or something?
Read about definition of water. Water need to be contained. Maybe that will help you.
Okay, so it is contained by something, correct? We agree on that. It is contained by something.
Yeah. And look at the devil when it's contained the sixth level. And look at the devil elevation. We measure reference to that level. How you measure elevation in your country?
How do I measure the imperial system? It would be. Oh wait, hold on, wait. Elevation?
Yeah, elevation. All mountains, hills, and everything. How you measure that? What?
I would just use altitude.
Altitude, but what is the 0 point?
What is the 0 point?
Yeah, what is the you measure from 0 and then you say its height like this. Its height, I don't know, 1,000 meters. How you know what is 0 point?
What? Well, the 0 point would be the ground.
Land.
The 0 point would be sea level.
Okay. Which sea level? For example, for Switzerland, which sea level are using Switzerland for Switzerland mountains?
Whatever the sea level is for America. The USA.
Which sea level American mountains using in the middle of the US? From the Pacific or from the Atlantic?
Let me look it up. Let's see.
You really want to look that?
What are you asking? Like what are sea level?
Maybe I can help you. Sea level, it's only one. It's not. We don't have many sea levels. It's only one.
I was gonna say it was
for all world, it's only one. For Switzerland, Czech, USA, it's everybody is calling sea level. I don't know. Maybe your country is different sea level than in Croatia.
I mean, I figured that the sea level would be the same, but by you asking what the sea level was, I
And
figured
how is sea level everything the same and it's curving?
Then how can I say that it's curving like the sea is?
Yeah. How you measure elevation on the curved surface?
I measure elevation on the curved surface.
Yeah.
You take the sea level and then whatever altitude.
It's sea level. That is flat. That is you are measuring from the. That means that it's flat.
It's flat.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
But globally, it's a sphere.
No, locally. What mean locally? Locally on 100 meters or locally on 10 miles?
Like local on the ground, it looks flat. and then
really? But why is not curving on the rate should to curve in reality?
Could you rephrase that?
Why is not curving on the rate what is should to curve in reality? 8 inch per mile square. Why is not curving like that?
So why is it not?
Yeah, why is geometrical horizon of the sphere? It's not on 1.2 miles, but it is on 10 miles.
Okay, so you're asking why on the ground it doesn't look like it's curved, but if we go up,
You measure curvature is what he's asking.
can you measure curvature?
Why can't we measure the curvature of the Earth on the Earth? Why is there no curvature anywhere you go to measure it? That's what he's asking you.
Why is there no curvature anywhere we know to measure it? Well, because the Earth is so big that the curvature.
No. I said anywhere. I said anywhere. You can't measure curvature anywhere. It doesn't matter how high up you are, how low you are. You can't measure curvature. That's all he's asking you.
So if we took
Yeah, Zabon, you're missing the point here. It's not supposed to be so big that you can't see any. It's supposed to be the right size that you would see it at 1.2 miles, like he just said. So that's not going to work.
Okay. That's a very good question, but y'all are gonna have to answer that. Of course, well, we can measure curvature if we took a picture of it from space and then did math.
Oh, is that how Eratosthenes did it? Is that the Alberuni method? Is that how they did it? They went to space.
I'm not a mathematician or whatever the dude was, so I wouldn't know how he did it. Sorry, I'm not a historian.
I don't think he went to space in the 10th century. I don't think that they did that in 300 BC or whatever it was either.
Oh, he did it somehow. I'm sure there's a way to do it.
Well, why don't you agree with them? You seem to have your own ideas of how it's done.
Why don't I agree with that guy? I'm just saying how we do it modern day, not how we do it back then.
You can't get to space in the first place if you haven't measured the radius of the globe. So that's not going to work. You need that measurement first before you can make any other space claims.
I mean, you can measure the curvature. Geodetic surveyors do it all the time.
The curvature
I can link you the measurements if you'd like.
Yeah, they do flat plane geometry and then they just use it to reify a sphere. So you can measure the curvature that was supposed to be seen at 1.2 miles but is not. How do you do that?
So we agree that we can measure the curvature then?
No, I just asked you how you measure something that isn't apparent or showing up at all in reality as far as we can tell.
Would you like a picture of a bridge? A very long bridge?
Well, this isn't the 24/7 curved bridge server, so probably not.
24/7. That's pretty funny, man. Good on you. You should be a comedian. But
Soundly's compressed image.
Hold on. Let me turn you up. You're really quiet. Okay.
20 is how to present something from Soundly, which is a compressed image and therefore worth nothing.
So it's worth nothing because it's a compressed image.
Yeah. Do you know?
Would you like to see me? I can show you before and after compressed image if you want.
Yeah. You can do that. I can do that too. The problem is, of course, is that we're talking about images that don't actually reflect reality. That's the issue. So I can Photoshop a unicorn onto.
You're saying we can measure the curvature, but when we apply it to reality, it doesn't add up.
No, we're saying that we can't measure the curvature.
Okay, so then why do geodetic surveyors do it all the time?
They don't.
Would you like the links?
No. Okay, so you've already had this answer.
I'm DMing you the links. You now
put
have
it in the
links. I can't put it in there. I've been labeled cognitive dissonance, apparently.
Okay, cool. So do you know how this works, geodetic surveying?
Do I know how this works? No. I just know they did it because it's not my field of study. So why would I know?
So actually, you don't actually know what you're talking about. But what Central Banker said is exactly right. They do flat plane geometry, and then they curve it mathematically.
Okay.
So where's the measurement of curvature there?
Measures. Hold on. So, how I think they do it is they measure large triangles on the Earth's surface, and on a flat surface, they will have a 180 degree interior angle sum. And on a spherical or a convex server, they will have a larger than 180 degree interior angle sum. They measure spherical excess all the time in these triangles.
Then that's done mathematically. You also got your triangle the wrong way around, but let's not mention that. I'll read through your links when I can. I'm driving at the moment.
Right.
But I'm happy to destroy those once I've had a chance to read them.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying you are not familiar with 1.2 miles geometrical horizon?
Okay, hold on. Could you say that again? I was talking to someone else.
Are you saying that you are not familiar with the geometrical horizon 1.2 miles?
Geometrical horizon 1 point. Are you saying, is that where the horizon line should be? Is that where?
Yeah, on 1 foot height. Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, that's the globe math, you know. And do you know what's happening? We see horizon on 10 miles.
So now you're presenting a geometric sphere of 6,371 kilometers radius.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that that's what
through the atmosphere. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you like to see a bridge that's going over the horizon? Or is image compression going to make it look like that?
No, I'm telling you that on the sphere, horizon should not go more than 1.2 miles. But it's 10 miles away.
I mean, I haven't... Oh, okay. So you're saying... did you post a picture in the text chat or something that I can't see?
Yeah, that picture is from video. If is I don't see now voice section.
Could you DM me it? I can't. I don't have access to that chat.
Oh, okay. Well, some people maybe can give you a role for.
Oh, so you're asking how we can see the other thing? Well, basically, we look through the atmosphere, which curves light along the surface, so the horizon moves further away.
Really? Can you tell me the name of the phenomena which extend the horizon?
Atmospheric refraction.
Yeah. Can you tell me which type of atmospheric refraction extend the horizon?
Terrestrial refraction.
Terrestrial refraction. Can you tell me what should to happen? Which kind of conditions in the air that move horizon 10 times further?
That move.
It should to be dropped there.
Okay. I'm thinking.
It should be dropped there 56 foot. That mean it is not dropped. There is 10 miles. We can see 10 miles. That mean let's read every book, every publication is written like this. Atmospheric refraction.
Temperature gradients close to the surface is what you need.
Okay, great. Can you read me this publication? Because you are a person who has the knowledge. Now you need to go to that publication and read me this. Because of atmospheric refraction, horizon extending. Please post me that and I will believe you.
Okay, so you just need the source of this information, right?
No, I want phenomena, and anyone who made that claim that with refraction we can extend horizon, I want to read about that, and not only read, I want to look into that research.
Okay, so you want the research into how the horizon. Okay. Here you go.
Yeah.
I can't post it. I'm gonna send it. Oh, I got unbanned from this. There you go. It's in live stream voice text.
Okay. How we know standard atmospheric refraction is a real phenomena, and you will say that 7 over 6 are. You know what is 7 over 6 are? Do you know what is 7 over 6 are?
Do I know what? Do I know what are?
What is 7 of the 6 R? What is written there in what you posted?
What is 7 of the 6 R?
Yeah.
Over 7 over 6R.
Oh, 7 over 6R.
Yeah.
It is the quantified refraction effects. There you go. I sent another link.
Over what? Can you tell me over what?
Over what?
Yeah, over that R. What is that R?
He's asking what the R stands for in the equation.
In the equation, the R stands for the previously measured radius.
Okay, who previously measured radius in the first place and how?
Are you asking who previously? So you're asking who previously measured the radius?
Yes.
You said it was previously measured.
Geodetic surveyors have done it over the centuries.
Nope.
Really? Would you like the links to the geodetic surveyors?
Yes.
Let me get them for the second time.
And they measured the radius of the Earth.
All right, 1 sec. I'm getting the links really fast. Second. Okay. All right. Here is the Here's a geodetic survey.
McToon.
What does MC2 have to say about this then? Maybe you can summarize it for us. Maybe you can summarize it for us? No? Okay. Are you link spamming? Or did you actually know? Yeah.
I just publicly collected sources on the topic, which are publicly.
No, I'm asking you to explain the link. Anyone can
you want me to explain the link? Oh, you need an explanation?
Of course.
Ah, okay.
I wouldn't just link spam. I would actually say, well, here's my argument, and here's the link.
It's just a bunch of geodetic surveys over history. That's your explanation in different places on the Earth, of course.
So how was that conducted?
How is that conducted?
Yeah.
Can we drill into it a little?
Oh, like how they got it? Okay. They did it via triangulation. They used large triangle networks.
Okay, so what equipment did they use for this?
What equipment did they use for this?
Yeah.
Wait, why is that funny?
Sorry, this is funny. Oh, like shutting down on me. They used theodolites.
I'm trying to figure out if you know anything about the topic.
You guys laugh at me all the time, so like I'm kind of getting my,
I haven't laughed.
But yeah, they use theodolites. I can put the exact name in chat so you can spell it. Word. There you go.
He's roboting hard.
Yeah.
Mr. Robot, do you want to leave and come back? Anyway, yeah, okay, so they used theodolites. How did they do that then?
Okay. Theodolites measure angles.
Yeah, I know what
vertical, they do. Yeah, they measure vertical and horizontal angles.
Why don't you tell us how that was done?
Like, are you asking? So you want me to tell you how they're used to determine the curvature or whatever? Triangulation.
Because you've provided a link.
So you want the in-depth. You want in-depth triangulation, right?
No, I want you to know. I want you to demonstrate.
Triangulation's complex. If you want things.
First of all, I don't want you to talk over me as I'm talking. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing I want you to do, I want you to actually provide a demonstration that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, triangulation is complex. If I don't know the in-depths of triangulation, if you want that, you can easily find it on Google.
Right. Okay. So you don't really know. Like
As I said, if you measure large triangles on the Earth's surface, on a flat surface, they will have 180 degrees of interior angle sum, but on a spherical/convex surface, they will have a larger than 180 degrees of interior angle sum.
Right. So that's the second or third time you've talked over me now. Really don't appreciate that.
Yeah, sorry.
If I'm halfway through a sentence, you need to let me finish. I let you finish. I think that's a sign of respect. Now, with regards to the angles themselves, have you ever taken a sphere and drawn a triangle on that sphere?
Have I ever taken a sphere and drawn a triangle on I don't even have like any sphere at all.
Because what you're saying is that the internal angles of that triangle on that sphere will be greater than 180 degrees.
Would you like me to show you it? You can draw spherical triangles onto a cue ball. You know that, right?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. And if you think you're going to,
I have the perfect little thing I'm going to show you. Look in here. There's your GIF. Does the whole thing. It's great. Very educational.
Yeah, well, this conversation really isn't. So I think I'm going to hand it over to someone else.
If he is using McToon for his, arguments and so forth, you can already tell that he has been brainwashed deeply. So.
I've been brainwashed, have I?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, there is no such things like a spherical
now you're
triangle.
poisoning the well, bro.
There is no such things like a spherical triangle because you cannot make the angle between curved lines.
Would you like?
I would like to make a angle from the two curved lines. Yeah, I would like that.
The angle of the two curved lines.
That's exactly what you showed in the GIF. Don't act stupid. You just showed a GIF of someone drawing a triangle on a.
Yeah, so you want the angle of the two curved lines, correct?
You realize that they're curving. So that's not a triangle. You realize that, right? You realize what a triangle is?
That looks like that is a triangle.
What is the triangle?
You measure the angle.
What is the triangle? What is the triangle?
The lines are curving.
Jesus Christ, people, come on. Okay, so to get it, you measure the angle between the two tangents at each point of the triangle.
But you understand that the GIF that you posted is on a sphere, right? Do you realize that?
It's just a planar or...
No, just answer the question. Do you realize that the GIF that you posted, the drawing is on a sphere?
It's on a sphere, yes I do.
Okay, so how can you have a triangle? Because what you posted anyways was stupid, but I'm just going to try and make a point here, right? You realize that because it was drawn on a sphere that the lines are going to be curving.
Oh, I see. You're just disregarding that spherical geometry.
No, I'm not disregarding anything. I'm trying to point out how stupid it was, the point that you were trying to make. It doesn't make any sense.
It's just planar or Euclidean triangles.
You can't even say the word, so whoever's feeding you the script, yeah, they should probably use it on someone better.
That's too funny. You think I need That's really funny, man.
Yeah, busted. Anyway, what you're denying is the 1.2 mile horizon that isn't there.
So how did we even get back to what I'm denying?
Well, it's the same thing. It's the thing that you're trying to reify here with your angles that you can't even tell us about because somebody's just DMing you this stuff right now. You can't even say the words. You don't know the terms. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how it reifies a 1.2 mile horizon where it's actually 10.
So now you're presenting a geometric sphere of 6,371 kilometers in the radius. And you're asking how we can see beyond what should be the horizon.
Well, I'm not presenting that to you. That's what you were supposed to present to us, and what I'm presenting to you is the falsification of that, because that horizon would have been at 1.2 miles if that's what you were presenting to us. Instead, it's going the other way.
Oh, so you're just presenting a straw man version of the globe model.
No, that's the globe model. Do you not know it?
The straw man version of the globe.
No, the 1.2 mile horizon version at the 1 foot of observer height. That's the globe version. That's your version. That's 3959 mile radius. That's your.
No, that's the globe model without refraction.
Refraction is just a band-aid that you're putting on there. How much refraction do you need?
That's
And what if
dishonest?
No, it's not just dishonest. You
Using
don't.
the straw man version
You
of the
can't
globe
apply
model.
refraction to something that doesn't exist, right? So you would first have to measure the Earth curve. You would first have to find the sagitta. Show us that exists in reality before you start applying physical properties to it. Light distorting its image, refraction, etc. You have to show us the thing first. You have to show us the unicorn, then tell us it was refracted. That's why you couldn't see it that time. Got it?
Okay, so there's a lot of words there. Simplify it, please.
Pretty basic. Refraction exists, sure. Earth curve, nope, not so much. That's why you can't show it to us. You have to hide behind this refraction cop-out when you try to show it to us and fail.
How is the claimed size of the globe a straw man?
Yeah, it's the claimed size, and he's trying to make it unfalsifiable.
Refraction.
Okay, so let's take that. I'm strawmanning you. Your claim is that there's a geometric globe, 3959 mile radius, but it can appear like a globe with basically any radius. So you have an unfalsifiable claim. It's religious nonsense. We don't even need to humor it.
Unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah.
So then why are all azimuthal triangles on Earth exhibit an interior angle in excess of 180 degrees?
I guess because you pick those measurements to do that, not because you have a 1.2 mile sagitta that you have to use refraction to try to explain away for us when it's not there. Not because of that.
Oh, refraction doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Stupid. I just said a second ago, yeah, refraction exists. The thing you're trying to apply it to, Earth curve, your sagitta, your ball edge, your ball, that doesn't exist. That's the part that doesn't exist. So you can't apply refraction to fairies.
Stupid sagitta or refraction.
Wait, I always get a kick out of this when people start bringing up refraction and saying things like, "Oh, you guys don't believe in refraction." It takes me back because when I first got into this conversation, the debate just a few years ago, we were arguing for refraction. Okay, so it's like, how can you turn around and start asking us about the refraction? Like, dude, that's been our argument from the jump, dude.
And the worst part is he's trying to apply refraction, something physical, to something non-physical and imaginary.
That's
like unicorns, like fairies, like pixies, like elves, and like Earth curve. You can't show us any, so you can't use refraction on any.
You're supposed to be arguing for physicality. So when you argue for refraction, you're chucking the physicality under the bus. Something you were supposed to be arguing for. So I just find that so funny. Like, you guys turn around the refraction thing on us. Like, we've been arguing that, dude.
Yeah, it's a cop-out. And you're throwing your globe geometry under the bus when you do it. You're abandoning your geometric horizon, the thing that boats are supposed to be going over, the curve obstruction. You're just dropping all of that by the wayside, saying it doesn't matter here. It's effectively, invalid and irrelevant. And you're a flat earther with extra steps at the end of the day.
Okay.
You understand the point about
refraction is part of optics, which is part of physics, right?
Okay, yeah, it's a part of optics, it's a part of physics, it's a part of the physical world. No, it isn't. The Earth curve you can't show us.
Right. Maybe we should just take a trip back in time, Zeblon. You guys were supposed to be arguing that the horizon is a physical sphere edge. We were telling you that that's not what's really happening because there's multiple factors. Weather, refraction, observer height, so on and so forth. So when you turn around and dismiss that physicality, the physical Earth curve horizon, and start bringing up refraction, now you've argued our point. So you don't see the problem with that?
The horizon appears... Hold on.
Wait, can you respond to what I said, though?
Could I respond to what you said? Sorry, you kind of cut me off mid-argument, and I'm kind of recouping.
I just want to reset the table, because a few minutes ago you were saying things like, you don't believe in refraction. Like, dude, it shows you are new to the topic. You probably haven't been around long enough to understand that we've been arguing that. You're supposed to be arguing for a physicality. But when you start claiming things like refraction, which is what we've been arguing since like day one of me even hearing the words flat Earth, I'm like, wait, what are the globe earthers saying? They're claiming the boats go over something physical, a sphere edge Earth curve hump that blocks boats and buildings. What were the flat earthers saying as a response? They were saying, well, there's multiple factors for why the boat is disappearing, right? One of them being refraction. So
why are you putting words in my mouth? You're
I'm
just
not
No, man, because
I'm not putting words in your mouth, Z-Bong.
that is
I'm looking.
history of. Sorry, man.
I'm just looking at it because that's just looking at it from a neutral position. When I joined the debate, that's what the two parties were saying. But what are they saying now? Now, now the globe earthers have switched their story. They're saying, oh well, refraction. Well, isn't that what the flat earthers were saying from day one? So like, how can you turn around and say you don't believe in refraction? Like, wait a minute. It just shows you're new to the topic.
And your refraction begs the question of R, which is something you can't have gotten in the first place if refraction is distorting R like you say that it is, or distorting the image of it at least.
That means if your geodesic,
refraction is demonstrated.
That means how your geodesic.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to say real quick, I agree. Refraction is demonstrated, Earth curve, not.
No, the refraction is a demonstrated optical phenomenon, regardless
we
of
agree.
the
We agree. It's demonstrated. Earth curve, not. That's the part you're missing.
Because he doesn't know. He posts the link of geodesic from the history. Now, how they measure, because also that days was refraction in the air, how they could realize what is the real calculation? Because there was refraction that day, every day, even when they was measuring.
Could I ask something, please? How does refraction change the appearance of the flat Earth from a planar surface to a refracted image of that?
Well, that's what you're claiming it does for your ball that you can't show. It's stupid. So why are you trying to put the ball back in? Why are you trying to send it back in our court?
We agree that refraction exists. How does refraction change the appearance of the flat Earth from a planar
so you can't handle your burden, and you're trying desperately
but
to pawn it off.
If you see 10 miles without curving, what that mean?
He can't handle his burden, so he's trying desperately to pawn it off.
You're literally weaseling that right now.
Look at the devil. Do you know what is strange? The strange is this: if we observe that it's flat, how it's possible that could be flat? That you are asking me.
All of these non-answers to the question are really
you're telling me.
You're trying to shift the burden. It's noted. We got it. You can't fulfill your burden.
So
you're trying desperately to pawn it off on us. Now, here's the thing. Refraction altering the image of this presupposed geometry that you're claiming, that's you. That's your claim. So you're the one who has to defend that. You can't do it. Now you're trying to put it onto us to defend something like that. So better luck next time.
And just so you know, Z-Bong, the reason I invited you to a VC to begin with is to talk about burden of proof. It seems like you may not have a full understanding of where the burden lies when it comes to this debate. You were saying things in the chat like, well, the mainstream believes this, so you guys have the burden, which is, I believe, another fallacy. So, like, you understand that the burden lies where the positive claim is, correct?
Okay, I'm not even talking about that, but I think I've realized...
Yeah, you're not even addressing your need to
I'll address it.
I'll address burden. Yeah.
Of proof is? Would you like to know it? The philosophy? It's when two parties are in a discussion and one makes a claim that the other disputes. The one who makes the claim typically has the burden of proof to justify or substantiate the claim. Especially, please don't speak over me. It's very disrespectful. That claim.
Yeah, so I guess he's just telling us what we just told him. I don't know why he thinks that that's necessary, but yeah, that's what we were just telling you, Zabong, so you don't have to let us know how it works. We got it, okay? Do you?
Right, just to be clear, you were saying things like in the chat like, well, the mainstream believes this so that the flat earthers now have the burden, which is, I believe, another fallacy, which is we're trying to correct you on your current fallacy, which is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So we just need to get you to understand where the positive claim is. It's not First of all, it's not here in the flat Earth. We're not making a positive claim. Do you understand where the burden lies here?
Where the burden lies here.
Is it globe Earth or flat Earth?
Okay, so 99% of people say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so that's an appeal to popularity fallacy. Maybe you can look that one up next.
Again, Zblong, I already said that you already said in the chat that because the mainstream, aka 99% of people believe X, and you guys think otherwise, you now have the burden of proof. That's not, well, isn't that a fallacy, right? What's the fallacy again, Shooter?
Appeal to popularity.
Correct. And so then you commit another fallacy by reversing the burden. So that's two fallacies. So you don't have to explain yourself again. We're trying to correct you and help you out. The positive claim lies with the globe Earth. Just because everyone believes it doesn't mean now you have shifted the burden away. You still have the positive claim that needs to be supported. Okay, because the positive claim is they're saying, well, the Earth curves, the Earth spins, and that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Listen to him Google. Shouldn't you have done that all already before coming here and trying to defend what you have to Google now? On the spot.
Typing is intentional. I want you to know I'm typing. So you don't ask, well, come on now, don't take too long. Like, I want you to know I'm typing, just so you know. So thank you for just affirming what I was telling you.
I just think it's kind of interesting because I don't have to type any of the things I'm saying to you. I already know them before I come into this room. So if you're going to defend something, why not know it first? Anyway, that's kind of just an aside.
That's just a side tangent. What do you guys want to know? Like,
well, we want to know how you
make sure that you know where the burden
lies. One person talk at a time, please, so I can actually hear what you're asking.
Yeah, that's why I said go ahead. So that's what he was going to do, so you didn't need to say that.
Okay, thank you. So could one person now go and tell me what you want?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand where the burden lies, so that you don't have to keep reversing the burden of proof, which is fallacious.
Okay.
Yeah. And an appeal to popularity, that's not an argument, that's not logically coherent, that doesn't make something true. The majority of people could be brainwashed or brought up to think that the Earth is an orange. It's not automatically true just because a lot of people say so. So you have to actually demonstrate it in physical reality. We need measurements to go with your geometric claim. It doesn't matter who believes in your geometric claim. There's a lot of religions on the Earth that don't have much backing them. So that's just another one of these until you can back it geometrically.
Could I ask you a question? This is a pretty important question. So we agree refraction exists. So how does refraction change the appearance of the flat Earth from a planar surface to a refracted image of that? Please.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again, which is a burden reversal. You came here to defend the globe. You failed. Now you want us to defend some straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's a perfect.
Well, we haven't claimed anything, so it is. We're just attacking.
Can I ask him a question? If he answered the question, does that will curve the Earth?
Hold on. That will curve the Earth. How does so? Okay, so if you want
to, whatever answer is what you want to ask now. What will happen with because Earth is a sphere, it must curve, but it's showing it doesn't curve. If we answer now, no, yes, whatever, answer that question, how that will curve the Earth, I'm asking you.
I can ask whatever valid question I want if it's related to the topic. And
Are you telling me that this... okay, I see that example, 10 miles horizon, on the Black Swan example. That means that I see flat there. And now I need to think in my head, refraction is making things flat, and I see distance 10 miles and it's flat. How it's possible that I put in my mind that it's flat? Because it's curvy.
Because it's curvy?
Yeah, because it's curving on the end, because it's sphere. How I can put in my mind, if I see how that can work, how this refraction can make these things flat, and it's look that I see the distance of 10 miles, and it is look flat, how I even can put in my mind that I will call that flat? You are asking us that question.
Okay, so how can I put into your mind the Earth is...
Okay, great. Refraction is happening there. And we see the flat horizon, even if it's refraction there. And we see more, and that's what we see. We see 10 we see only distance what we see, and that what we see it is level and flat, and you are
You're not
telling me
answering
now,
the question.
but you are telling me now, because of something, how that can work. That's what I see. It's working because I see 10 miles, There, what I don't see, it's only one thing on the globe. It's not curvature there. And what I see 10 miles distance. That I see. You can see, everybody can see that.
Well, in his religious paradigm, like refraction is this god that just does everything. It can do anything. It can move his globe geometry around any which possible way. So that's his comprehension of the horizon, and that's why he's trying to put that straw man onto us. He's thinking of it in those terms and then going, well, then how does refraction do all these things to the horizon? So that was your claim. You failed to fulfill it.
How
and
do
now
I
you want to try to put it on us.
Exactly what refraction does to light paths.
Yeah. What do you think it does to light's path?
What do I think refraction does to light paths?
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Again. That means
it does. It does
and it extends horizon and
downwards.
But
curving them downwards. Is that all it does?
It curves.
It doesn't curve anything either. Light just changes angles as it passes through media. That's all it's doing. It's always traveling in straight lines, one straight line to the next. That's all it does.
So changing angle is equal to curving, bud.
It's one straight line that changed angle to another straight line. So that's not really a curve.
So it's
straight lines aren't curves, bud.
Oh, so you're just arguing a definition now.
No, that's what it is, literally, physically.
No, changing an angle is equal to curving. What are you doing if something's curving, what is it also doing? What's happening with the angle?
If something's straight...
What's happening? Yeah.
If something's straight, is it curving?
If something's straight, is it curving?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it a curved angle?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now he thinks angles are curved.
If it's something straight,
you're going around a corner.
Can I ask you, if it's something straight in distance and looks flat, how you will look all that?
Okay.
He doesn't know what an angle or a curve or anything is. That's the problem. He doesn't know what refraction is. He doesn't know what any of the stuff he talks about is.
He has a ball in the mind.
Want to get back-to-back questions, though. That would be very nice if I could respond. So, which direction? Okay, hold on.
One better question.
Okay, what direction will a light ray usually curve in Earth's
No. Wait.
No, answer my question. I've answered all of yours. No, now you can answer some of mine.
That's great.
You haven't answered one question.
Oh, I haven't answered one question? So
Earth's atmosphere. You're going to have to define a few things. What's Earth? What's atmosphere? Exactly. Define these things for us first. Let's see what we're actually talking about.
So you want me to define what Earth is and what the atmosphere.
I want to know, is Earth a plane? Is atmosphere sphere-shaped air that is conforming to the surface of a ball? What is Earth? Let us know what these things are. Then we can talk about how
I'm not going to play definition games.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to define your terms. You're not going to tell us what you're talking about.
Definition games, though, right?
No, it's not a game. This is what we're here to talk about. Is the Earth a ball?
How about we only define words if we both disagree on them?
No,
they have to do the same.
I've ever heard.
Because when you ask us what's happening in atmosphere, you have all these presuppositions about what that is and what the Earth is. So we need to take care of those first before we.
So you want me to say that?
No, we just want to make sure we're speaking about the same thing, Zibong. It's just meeting of the minds, okay? We want to speak in the same language. So we're not gonna play games with definitions. We want to use the words wisely and say what we mean, and not say things that mean other things. So we want to be as clear as possible. So that's all. We just want to be speaking the same language, brother. We're not going to challenge you on these word semantic games or anything like that.
Right.
Okay,
because
so give me the definitions you want, one at a time, and I will give you the definition since you insist.
Yeah, just one last clarification, because if you're talking about what light's doing in Spaceball Narnia land, and we're talking about what it's doing here on Earth in reality, those are two different things, so we need to have a meeting of the minds, like you said.
But apparently we want to play the definition game, so could we please get these definitions so that I can get it cleared up?
Just to be clear, we're not playing games.
It is a definition game. You wanted me to list off the definitions for all these words for some unknown reason because you can't answer my question. So
no, I want you to show us what the Earth is before you tell us what's happening in the air above it with light or whatever.
Okay, I have a question. Why were you just so insistent on me giving you the definition, and now that I actually offer to do it, you don't want it?
Okay, go ahead. Give us a
Give me the
definition.
words. I need the words you want. I'm not the one that wants the definitions. It's you.
Okay, so you said atmosphere. What is the atmosphere exactly? Is it pertaining to a ball?
Okay, so the
Is it
atmosphere
air that's conforming to the surface of a ball?
So okay. So the definition of atmosphere is the gaseous envelope of a celestial body, such as a planet, or the whole mass of air surrounding Earth. That's the A
You
and
can
B
throw it
definition.
in the garbage right now. We're not talking about reality then. Never mind. Yeah, you haven't
I gave you
demonstrated
the
that that's
definition. Are you saying Merriam-Webster is not are you saying the Merriam-Webster dictionary is not based on reality?
Well, no, it's not, because you haven't been able to
said their
support it
definition
at all.
wasn't within
You came
reality.
in here, that was your whole claim, is that that's what atmosphere is, that's what the Earth is. You failed utterly to demonstrate it, so yeah, next, we'll just cast that one.
Okay,
Are
is
you
there any
saying
other
that?
definition?
Are you saying that it is based on reality?
Because if it is, then we should be able to.
Are you saying that it's based? Are you saying that it's based on reality? That's what you read.
We heard you, Sasha.
Am I saying? Well, you forget that I'm coming in here thinking it's a globe, so obviously I would think it's based on reality. If
Right,
you
so
want to
then we
change
should be
the
able
Earth
to.
as a planet to such a flat plane to meet your worldview,
Okay,
then that's
great.
perfectly
Let's prove that. Let's prove that then in reality.
Right.
So
And if
you
that's
want
the
me to
case,
prove that the Earth is round?
No, we need to prove. We need to prove that gaseous state confirming the shape of the sphere. We need to confirm that one.
So I need to confirm the shape of the sphere.
Not you. Let's see who did it.
Ultimately, yeah, we would have to.
Oh, you wanna know who confirmed that the Earth is a sphere?
No, atmosphere. It's taking the shape of the sphere.
So you want to know why the atmosphere
No,
takes
I want
the
to
shape
know
of the sphere?
who realized. I want to know who realized that, how he realized that, which method he used, and name would be also great.
Okay, so you want to. So if I'm getting this right, you want to know who discovered that the atmosphere is spherical.
Yeah, I want to know who can make the gas pressure without container. That's the same question, but let's say.
You believe there's a gas? You believe there's someone out there who's capable of making gas pressure
No,
without a container?
I don't want to believe in that. I want to that somebody show me that I don't believe in that. You know.
Atmosphere.
I want to show.
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on a second. We've already talked about this with the gas pressure without a container thing, Zebong. You remember this conversation we had, right?
Not really. It was like almost 3 hours ago.
Okay. Well, that's the topic that we're having now. So, to avoid repeating ourselves.
No, let's go through it again. It'll be fun.
You wouldn't be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, correct?
Okay. So you're asking me.
What I asked.
What does gas pressure do when you increase altitude?
Would you be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
Hello. Without begging the question.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
we can hear you. We're just,
can you hear me?
Anything. You're not saying a demonstration.
Sorry, my internet came out. Okay, so wave your hand through the. So what I want you to do is I want you to wave.
Hold on 1 second. So it seems like you might be a little confused here. So the challenge, what's in contention here is the air. So of course, if you're going to try and prove that the air is uncontained, you can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof. So start over. I'll give you a demonstration or an example of gas pressure with a container. I'm looking at my vehicle. My car has tires on it. There's 35 psi inside those tires. What's containing that pressure? Well, it's the container. So we're looking for an example of gas pressure being contained with no container. And of course, just to remind you, the challenge, what's in contention, what you're trying to prove is that the air outside doesn't need a container. So you can't just use the air, the thing you're trying to prove, as the proof. So Try over again, please.
Would you like? So I'm supposed to make a valid
I just made it as
thing
clear as possible. I made it as clear as possible.
Okay, you want a very, very.
I don't think I can make it more clear. So just give us that, or say that's not possible.
Yo, real quick, Kodak. 35 psi. You get more fuel efficiency if you pump it up to like 40 or 50, whatever the max press is. Just saying.
Got you. You get more grip at a lower pressure, though. You know, I'm trying to rip. I drive a manual, son. Anyway, so Zbong, just it gave you a second there to think about it. So can you provide us a demonstration?
You gotta let me finish before you just immediately mute me on the first line, though. It's actually fairly annoying. Wave your hand through the air. You just created a pressure difference.
Okay. So I already made this.
It is not gas pressure as defined. So you're going to have to try harder, bro.
Let him at least like say his thing, and then we'll just shut him down after he says it.
Well, it's just Zbong. I couldn't have made this any more clear. So the air outside is the pressure you're trying to prove that needs to be uncontained. So you can't use that as your proof. That's circular reasoning. So provide a demonstration or an example, please.
What do you mean? Gas pressure is defined as a force exerted over an area. That's literally it. So what if I replace the entire atmosphere with hydrogen, and then I wave my hand through the air and create pressure differentials? Would that count for you?
I have a citation saying to the contrary that gas pressure requires containers. So if you have a citation, saying otherwise, then please post it to my DMs. Or
I bet you use your hands to carry your Coke instead of a can, right? And you keep the pressurization with your hands.
If you need us to be a little more specific, you could use the term consistent gas pressure. So not just gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, which would not be the wind on your hand.
What do you mean?
Anyway, I'm going to post
it. Google what pressure is defined as, and my wave your hand through the air thing is perfectly valid.
Isn't wind on your hand like hydrostatic pressure?
It's not wind. It's a pressure differential.
There's different types of pressure. So wind on your hand would be hydrostatic pressure.
Mm.
I think that's what you're getting confused on. Like,
okay,
pressure can come from different places.
But even still, you're pointing at the air that you're trying to prove is uncontained as the proof that it's uncontained. So
I'm trying to prove it's uncontained by using it to prove it's uncontained.
Yeah, begging the question.
I'm not arguing that the air is even there in the first place. I'm arguing that there's a container. We're arguing that there's no container there, so I can use the air.
No, that's just begging the question. Like he said, we don't see an example of gas behaving this way anywhere in nature, but this one situation where you can't prove that it's actually doing it. So that's why you can't use that as proof
in the situation
of this thing which is in question, right?
I mean, we've said it like 3 or 4 times now. I'm a little bit shocked that you're this confused.
So I finally figured it out. The dome container thing is actually a reification fallacy.
Wait, no one presented.
Say that and then maybe try again.
No one presented you anything called a dome, Zbong. So remember, you're being challenged to present a demonstration of the claim that's on the table because you understand the burden of proof, right? Someone making a positive claim must support this. So the positive claim here is that this air outside is uncontained. So if you just keep pointing at it, we'll see. Well, that's the thing you're trying to prove. You're using that as the proof. Can't do that. So if you have a real example, just provide it. If not, we can just dismiss that claim altogether.
Real quick, for the person that said wind is an example of hydrostatic pressure, I disagree.
Let's not derail right now.
Zbong, we're only asking you this to send you on a wild goose chase.
What are you asking me?
Yeah, I've made it like painfully clear now, but I'll say it again. I know because you have to Google it as you go. We're sending you on a wild goose chase to look for something that isn't there. So we can just rip the Band-Aid off. You could just be honest and say, I cannot provide a demonstration of this. Or you can just...
right, Zbong. just like you can't demonstrate it without a container. So just take it on the chin and then move the conversation forward.
Would you like me to demonstrate it without a container?
I mean, what do you think we've been asking you for the past
Pressure
hour?
with no container is literally waving your hand.
Isn't your hand the barrier at that point?
No, are you saying your hand contains the air? Is that what you're
It'll
saying?
Contain it. No. It'll contain it in one side, right? That's what's causing the pressure.
And does it just stay like that, or does it continue to seek its equilibrium?
He's still not understanding that air. He's trying to prove that air is uncontained by pointing at it, and you can't do that, brother. You're supposed to provide an example. Like I gave you an example of my car tires. That's pressure being contained with a container. So if you have an example to the contrary that isn't the thing you're trying to prove, then please present that.
The weird thing about it's the same logic as me saying, oh look, I don't need a container for my water because I can stick my finger into the water, which is contained in a glass, and now I have some water on my finger. See, it doesn't need containment. It's the same logic. The air that you're waving your hand in is already contained, brother. So you're proving nothing but just showing that when you wave your hand or you're driving a bicycle and you're going faster, the wind has a certain the air creates a certain what's the right English term? I'm sorry.
I mean, you said it perfectly. The hand in the water. That's amazing. That's a great metaphor. So if you don't understand this, Zebon, don't. You might need to just take a little
resistance.
break.
Resistance. Sorry, I came up with the word here. Resistance. So you create resistance because your hand is moving faster, and that's why you can feel the air, which you normally don't feel this way, you know. But it's already contained air, so it doesn't prove anything, you know.
When you say container, do you mean like a closed system, or do you mean something else?
It's a closed system.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't have an open system with air pressure adjacent to an endless vacuum. Or just a vacuum.
If you can demonstrate that without one, go ahead.
But does a closed system have to have a physical boundary?
Well, the claim is that, like, what they'll try to say is that gravity is doing it, but then that would also have to be demonstrated.
Yeah, but like a closed system isn't defined as having a physical barrier. It's just like nothing can get in and nothing can get out. There's no definition of having to have some barrier.
That's when you take a look at the definition of gas pressure, which needs a walls of a container. So
yes,
I just posted it in the chat as well. It's 49 minutes past the hour. If you just want to scroll up a little bit, I can tag you if you want.
I don't think it necessarily means the walls of a container. I think it means the walls of a pressure gauge, not a container.
Well, it's in the citation, so let me just tag you really quickly.
Wait. Go back. Rewind. Do you understand where the pressure comes from? And the pressure gradient? No, I guess not.
Me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. How about
do you acquire pressure without a container?
How?
Yeah, how? Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I think if it's in a closed system, then yeah.
Yeah.
I can't demonstrate it myself.
Well, no one has ever. I'm just asking in general. Can you or someone else demonstrate that otherwise?
I mean, I believe that like someone has, but I haven't.
That's a belief. Okay, thanks.
All right, I mean that's cool. I mean he can believe it's fine. We don't have to chop him off for that. But yeah, as long as you're honest, I will respect that. Not like that kid down below. Well, he's been dancing around the roses like for hours.
Yeah, it's just good to get that out in the open. That's just a belief. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, cheers, man.
So, do you have pressure by pressing up against a vacuum? Yes or no? The answer is no, right? You can't have pressure of any sort by pressing up against a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure, can't have water pressure, cannot have pressure of any sort by pressing up against a vacuum, because a vacuum is not something you can press up against. It's a lack of something. So having a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr next to the gas pressure, I would breathe down here, without the gas pressure finding its equilibrium up there, that violates the second law of thermodynamics, the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure, because a vacuum is a low pressure system. And the gas pressure we breathe here, relative to that, is a high pressure system. So if you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, high pressure moves to low pressure. Thus, if the vacuum of space existed the way they describe it does, we wouldn't be able to breathe or exist.
Oh, I'm finally unmuted. Thank you so much. I have a very good question, though.
Why don't you just respond to what was just said? Because that was why you were unmuted. Nobody else was responding, so I thought, let's give him a chance.
Right, and remember, there was still a question on the table, so just taking a break and then coming back and asking some random other question doesn't get away from the fact that you still need that demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So if you have that, please present it.
So let's summarize. No demonstration of gas pressure without a container, no demonstration of a physical ball edge anywhere or any earth curve drop. What are you left with exactly, Zabong?
Duly noted.
It was a rhetorical question because I know there's a few other questions actually on the table at the moment if anyone wants to let him try. I don't know if he can, though. He doesn't seem to be able to focus.
Me not be able to focus? You have ran from every single question that I've asked you.
There's one question
That's really funny because that's literally what you are actually doing right now just in saying that. There were questions on the table and you ran from them to say that I'm running from your questions, so pretty stupid.
Maybe we should ask him, can you have pressure by pressing up against a vacuum? Yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I'm just busy typing. So you're asking if I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, or are you on something else? I heard the word gas pressure from what you said there.
Yeah, let's just focus, okay? We've made it painfully clear now, probably for the last 15 minutes. So
okay, well, I've tried to give you an example. You didn't accept the example.
No. We explained why what you're saying doesn't work. So you haven't listened. You just keep saying the same thing over now. So I think we've made it, like I said, very clear that the thing you're trying to prove, you're trying to use that as your proof. So just doing it over and over again.
Okay, I won't. I just gotta get something clear though. Could I ask you something?
Why can't you just answer a question? Why are you running around and running away? Why don't you just answer the question?
All right, well,
why do you have to ask another question first?
You don't have to tap dance around this question here, or any question really. I'm not afraid to take a stance, so go ahead and take a stance, and then you can challenge it.
Okay, if you're not afraid to take a stance, does pressure in the atmosphere equalize?
So he's just going to answer your question with another question. Okay.
Do you understand? We've made it clear what you need to present to
It's a yes or no question. I need to know.
Yeah, I know. We've been asking you that same thing. So.
Oh, you're asking me if atmosphere...
So he wants to say that we run from his question, we give him a point-blank question, and he comes back and tries to divert with another question. What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm not even entirely sure if it's a coherent question.
I mean, we've made it so clear, so when you turn around and say, so you're asking, yes, dummy, we've made it so clear now what you need to present. So just do that or admit that you can't. And if you can't, that's fine, because other people here will say the same thing. Like Douglas, it was here just a second ago. Yeah, I can't do that. Look how easy that was. Why can't you do that?
Yeah, just be honest. Try it on. Your friend did it, no problem. What's wrong with you?
If you can't do that and you think there are reasons why, we can talk about that. That's no problem. If you want to talk about pressure gradients and equalizing gas pressure inside of containers, that's totally fine. But you still have to be honest and say...
It's one of those things you can't
I'm not allowed to...
Like, you can't prove it, but you can't disprove it. So it's like, you can ask them, can you prove it? but like he can't disprove it, so no one wins the debate. It's a pointless.
Wait, what do you mean? Disprove what?
Like you can't make any evidence for it, and you can't make any evidence against it. It's just like,
wait, what do you?
This debate. You can't say it for a fact. You can't say it against. Like
you're vaguely saying no one can know anything. So no, that's
Huh?
not true. We can know things.
No, there are some people
People who try to do that. They get into a debate. They realize they can't prove a point, and then try to bring down both parties. Oh no, neither of us can possibly know. No, it doesn't have to work that way. We can know things, my friend.
Okay.
You can be wrong. It's fine.
No, I don't think you can. In this particular scenario, I don't think you can.
What do you mean? I've already provided a demonstration of gas pressure with a container.
Yeah, but
I understand.
You can't.
Also,
You
Douglas,
haven't. No, you
Douglas,
haven't.
I also understand what an antecedent relationship is.
Or
but like,
what a burden of
you
proof
can't
is.
deny.
Right?
You can't deny it though.
Okay,
It's just, as you guys said, it's a belief, and you believe it has to be in a container, and I believe it doesn't have to be. It's a belief.
No belief here. There's no belief here. It's about what can you demonstrate.
It's a
what
belief.
can you verify?
You can't use the word belief when it suits you. It's a belief.
Douglas, dude.
You believe it needs a container, and I believe it doesn't have to be in the container.
Yeah, but yours is
no one wins the argument.
We're talking about natural law here, okay? We're just talking about the natural behavior of gas that is always observed, that we always see throughout nature, everywhere. You are saying something that is contrary to that, so you are the one with the belief that you have to back up. It's not the other way around.
Douglas, I did ask you for demonstration of otherwise. Why are you saying?
Why are you guys asking questions to answer their question?
Be quiet.
What question?
Now we have to address Douglas really quickly, because people tend to do this all the time. When their beliefs get challenged, then they say, well, everyone has a belief, we can't, and no one can possibly know things. No, it doesn't have to work that way. You guys believe that you can have gas pressure without a container. No one can demonstrate that. That's why it's a belief.
Okay,
we
so
take a look at natural laws. Excuse me, Douglas. I'll finish my point by saying we take a look at natural law, and it dictates gas pressure, requires a container. And I also understand what an antecedent relationship is. You don't get steak without a cow. So
okay, no, which gas law says container? Which gas law says container?
I tagged you in the chat. Can you pay attention? We've gone over this. Why do we have to go over this 3, 4, 5 times?
Where did you? I'm sorry, I do not pay attention to Discord notifications.
So go to your @s and look at where you were tagged. There's a list of citations there. Please just go through them and read them, so that you.
I got like 700 @s. I don't know where it's at.
Douglas, so you don't have to hear it from a flat earther. Go hear it from the people who you believe in.
Okay, can you tag me again, please?
In 1 minute did you post it?
Don't work at Discord
to go through.
Like, where is it? Where is it? I thought you said like 749, but I can't find anything.
All right. Well, you can't work at Discord, so I just tagged you again. But anyway, just take some time, go read through that, and we'll get back to what's his name, Zbong, who's supposed to be presenting this demonstration of gas pressure without a container, or we'll check his honesty. You can demonstrate your honesty.
You still want an example?
Yeah, Zbong,
I'm not allowed to answer.
Yeah, did your handler message you one yet? Yeah, share it.
You don't have to keep asking us, do you want me to present this demonstration? We've been saying it painfully for 15 minutes. So just do it, or be honest.
He's just stalling.
Well, the answer is just lies in another question, but I'm the only one that's not allowed to answer a question with another question, even though
you would just because that's what you have to do. The thing is we have practical demonstrations from reality that just answer whatever questions you might have of us. We try to get the same thing from you, and you just waffle on like this because you don't have the practical demonstration from reality. So this is all you can do. So thanks for demonstrating that.
Correct. There's a claim on the table. We're simply asking, can you demonstrate this? Your demonstration isn't in a question. It's, can you demonstrate it in reality, my friend?
Obviously cannot.
Right. You
can
obviously
concede.
Right.
He won't.
So
he will ask another question then upon the question.
Yeah, I mean, that means that you've just folded, but you don't want to admit it.
He doesn't have to say it. We know it. He
Yeah,
folded a long
exactly.
time ago. Yeah,
The audience knows it, I think. And I would if I was watching this.
Would be
To be
nice,
fair,
of
Zebong,
honesty and respectful. Like if you could concede officially.
exactly. And to be fair, Zebong, like I've been the one fighting to keep you on the stream. People have been wanting to get rid of you for a long time, but now I think it may be time to take a break because you're not conceding to simple points.
Man, you're just going in circles. You're just spinning your wheels. Like, I mean, imagine that it was the other way around, that you came in here asking us for demonstrations of, flat, of Earth measuring flat, and we just turned around and said, let me just answer that with another question, though. No, we just give you the links, we give you the studies, we give you the measurements, bang, boom, done, right? That's all we do. We don't do what you're doing and try to turn it around and deflect and divert it with questions and whatever.
Yeah, you ask for the proof, we just say
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Just like that.
Good one.
There it is, right there.
Let's
There's the FE core measurement. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. I was thinking Douglas maybe can speak if he wants to. If you can unmute him. I'm tired of listening to Zebong. It's been painful.
It's going nowhere with him for sure.
Right. So I just, Douglas, we do get these types all the time that people come in and they seem to have this crab in a bucket mentality. Oh, so you're just going to start yeah, they have this crabs in a bucket mentality. If I'm going down, you guys got to go down with me. No, we're not going down in the bucket with you. Sorry.
No, yeah, this other guy did seem kind of annoying, like
deliberately. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can take a
and
break.
somebody's spoon feeding him as well with information. He's not talking out of his own experience, to sort of say, or research.
He can't even pronounce the words that he's trying to read off.
I know. That was the funniest part. That was the funniest part of them all.
Yeah, he knows a lot about this, huh? Never seen this word before, but he's an expert.
Look, the gas pressure without a container thing is like the toughest pill to swallow, in my opinion. It's hard because we all, well, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm sure a majority of people thought outer space was really cool. I still think it is a pretty like badass theme for shows and movies and all this stuff. I mean, look at my profile picture. So it's like
science fiction. Yeah, sure.
It's awesome, but it doesn't have to be reality. Like no one goes outside and shines a Batman signal in the sky and thinks Batman's going to show up. It's a movie. So be able to separate fiction from reality. Outer space is really cool. They're showing you all these pictures and stuff, and they can tell you all these stories, but it doesn't have to be true.
Do you guys accept that like the surface of the Earth is like one part of like where the boundary is, obviously like between air? That's like one part of the container. Then that's like what everyone agrees on.
The surface would be part of the containment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would be, because the whole thing has to be contained.
Okay, so then what's the rest? Where's like the rest of the container? Like almost like what's on the other side? What's the other side of the container?
That's a good question.
We can't tell you what's outside of the only place we've ever been. Nobody can.
Yeah, so like that's my kind of point. It's like you can't prove what you think the other part of the container is.
Yeah, we can.
Nobody. Okay.
No, you can't. You just said you can't admit
In a
what's
way,
the other side of the container. Neither can I.
Let me explain really quickly, because I already brought this point up about an antecedent relationship. So if you learn what that is, what that means, then you could at least know that there has to be a container. Just like when you had steak, probably the last time, if you ever had a steak, you know where it came from. You didn't see the cow. You don't know what it looked like, if it had any freaking spots or what the farmer called it. You don't know any of these any of this information. But you'd know for a fact that steak came from a cow. So I'm sorry, I can't provide you with what the container looks like, where it is, what is it made of. I have no clue.
Yeah.
Just like I don't know the name of the cow or any of the stuff about the cow. But if you know what an antecedent relationship is and you learn what these like we're talking about gas pressure. I sent you the bunch of resources. Like if you look
I
at
did
stuff
read
up,
them. I did read them.
then you'll understand that you asking, well, what does it look like, isn't going to get you anywhere. You have to.
So if the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, then you can use that fact to reify that there must be a container, to reify that the container actually exists.
Well, here's the thing, Matthew. We could rename the server to Change My Mind. So if you could demonstrate to the contrary, well I'm on board. But until then, we gotta roll with these natural laws that we have here, brother.
So wait, are you trying to say that there's like a container around the Earth or a container around the universe?
No, we're not talking about any supposed universe. We are talking about the Earth system being enclosed. So yes, contained.
Yeah, I would say, and this is my personal stance, other people may or may not accept this, but I would say that there is no place that's not Earth. So the Earth doesn't exist in another place. The Earth is the place.
Well, so there's nothing like beyond Earth.
Yeah, outer space is like a cartoon. Outer space is like, Narnia, going into Narnia's closet. It's like not a real place.
I wouldn't say that there can't be anything beyond it. It's just that we can't know. And from what we know of gas, the natural laws, the way that gas behaves, that we couldn't have this adjacent system of an outer space vacuum with just an open system of air pressure here on Earth. So we're saying it wouldn't be that.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thanks, Bill Nye.
Yeah, Bill Nye, the bow tie. Good old man.
I guess you wouldn't guys accept the argument that I could just say like the universe is a closed system.
Okay, but that doesn't enclose the Earth though, because that's way too big of a container to have 14.7 psi at the surface of this little dot in that infinite medium of a vacuum that you're talking about.
And as far as I'm aware, vacuums also require containment. So
yeah.
But isn't the claim of a never expanding universe though? It's not.
Well, it's all ridiculous. The whole story.
In their theory.
No, if it's expanding, it still still be a closed system. I didn't say like container.
But how is it closed though if it's still expanding? Like the whole.
I mean, I think this is one of the things that just like no one's gonna know. Like, the universe is expanding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a theory. I don't know. No one can prove that.
You know that saying, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if someone makes a crazy claim like, Earth is moving and all this stuff, expanding universes and black holes and all this, well, we're gonna need to see something. We don't just go, well, no one can possibly know, so let's just still believe it.
No, I think you can prove that Earth is moving.
No, you can't do that.
Well, try.
I think there's the Coriolis effect, and then if you have like a massive, really sensitive pendulum.
The Coriolis effect that helicopters don't experience, that planes or aircraft don't experience at all. That they
how would they experience it?
Well, there would be an apparent deflection, right, as the Earth turns underneath them, but that doesn't happen.
What do you mean?
Your house
what I just said is what I mean.
No, I just don't
said what he
understand it.
means.
No, like when I say what do I mean, that's just me saying, can you try and like explain it more, please?
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Merry-go-round. Toss a ball in a merry-go-round. It's just an apparent deviation. It's not some sort of force that's moving things or anything like that. I'll post something in the chat if you want to have a look.
Yeah, Yoke Smasher posted a definition.
Wait, and can't like if you get a massive really sensitive pendulum, can't you prove like the Earth is accelerating?
So walk us through how that would work. You're hanging something from the ceiling, and then what?
It's just like a big pendulum.
Yeah, I know what a pendulum is. So then what? We hang it from the ceiling.
I actually have one, and if I don't push it, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, how come? Why doesn't it move on its own if the Earth is moving?
It's this pendulum.
I find the Earth moves thing is like one of the more silly things. So you were really quick to say you can definitely prove it, but like you don't think we've tried to do that? Like you don't think we've looked into the pendulums and the things that they're saying?
Wait, the pendulum. What do you think about the pendulums then?
Are there other pendulums that the Earth rotates under, or just that one special one that's driven by magnets? Let me know.
Because mine doesn't move at all unless I push it.
And when you push it, do you have magnets keeping it going? Moment.
That's the only way you can keep it going, actually. If you, otherwise, it just stops.
Yeah.
And then even if we accept,
I thought that this is first time that we brought pendulum.
right,
Matthew.
But even if it was moving under the pendulum, then we should be observing it moving under footballs and helicopters and drones and stuff. But that doesn't happen either. And it, like, to be honest, man, if you really just think about it, and I don't mean to like make the globe sound even more ridiculous than it already does, but you go outside and you observe planes flying across the sky. No one ever stops to say, "Well, I must be moving. That plane's not moving." And you go in your room and you turn your ceiling fan on, and you have never thought that your room was spinning. And if anyone told you to believe that, you'd call them crazy.
No, you can think that.
Hold on, Douglas. Hold on, Douglas. When we go outside and we observe the sun moving across the sky, you have people telling you that the room is spinning, your house is moving. That's silly. Just like it is silly to think your room is moving, spinning.
No, it's just like your reference frame. Which one is moving? It's just it doesn't matter which one is moving. It's just your reference frame.
It's just goofy to see a plane flying across the sky and then start talking about, well, reference frames. I could possibly be. It could be hovering. Like, no, dude, that's just ridiculous. So
no, the laws of physics would still work if you treated it as like the plane is hovering and I'm moving. Like everything would still be the same.
But that doesn't happen in reality, does it?
No, yeah, it does.
Right. So
is it that
the plane is hovering in the sky?
The plane stays still and everything else moves around it. That happens.
No, like yeah.
If you're goofy if you're gonna.
In the reference, if you were in the plane, right? That's what you would see.
No. Objectively, Douglas, we're talking objectively here. The plane is moving objectively. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking. We're trying to speak objectively here. The plane is moving. Fact. The ceiling fan, it's spinning. Fact. But if you're going to come along and start telling me, no, the room is really spinning, you're smoking something. So that's what people are telling me.
The room isn't spinning because you're in the. But if you were on the fan moving with it, then you would think that the room is spinning. Depends on your
subjective experience. We're talking objective reality. You can say things objectively. Listen, if I put a Monopoly house on a treadmill, the house didn't get up and walk on the treadmill. It's just moving on the treadmill. It's moving.
Yeah, but if you were on the treadmill, then you would.
But Douglas, we're trying to look at things objectively.
I don't think you can.
You can. You literally can. You literally can. When would you ever objectively say? When would you ever objectively say that a plane is not flying in the sky?
Okay, so how you should say it, like, from the reference frame of someone on the Earth, the plane is moving. On the reference frame...
No, it's just moving. You can say it objectively.
No, I don't think you can.
What you're trying to... Well, yeah, you literally can. What do you mean?
You're selling yourself short if you do that, because it's not the entire story.
Just a heads up, Douglas.
But Douglas, who are you going to go and convince that plane is not moving? Who's going to believe you?
This is how, just a heads up, Douglas, this is how ridiculous the globe makes you.
Yeah, what you have to do now is start casting spells.
Nah, that's kind of personal, to be honest. Like,
think about it.
You didn't need to say that, though, did you? Like, why would you say
it's a ridiculous argument, and you're making it.
but why did you have to say that? You didn't have to say that, though.
Well, I'm just letting you know, heads up, that it's going to get ridiculous if you keep doubling down.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. I think you're ridiculous, but I'm not like.
Yeah, but notice how no one here is saying our houses are moving.
Wow, he's moving pretty quick.
Right.
Your only proof is that the Coriolis effect, and that's 100% fake. So prove this movement of Earth, dude.
Yeah.
There was no Coriolis. Remember, we talked about the planes, we talked about the helicopters, and then you started telling us all about why they don't experience the Coriolis deflection, that you started all of this by saying that there is. So maybe we should just cap this one off here.
Maybe so. Yeah, it's funny. Like, people try to say the flat Earth is like a crazy thing, but it's like you're the one saying your house is moving. You're the one trying to tell us that a plane's not moving. You can't say that, really. But
yeah, and the whole point. was that there was supposed to be an apparent deflection, right? That was what he started all of this was saying, and then he goes to how, you can't tell if it's you or it that's moving to try to explain away why that deflection wasn't there. But that was his whole point in the beginning.
Yeah, well, we get these subjectivist types all the time. You can't know things. Everything is a belief, and like, no, dude, it doesn't have to be a belief.
That's because they want to cling to the ball, which is just a belief. So they're trying to bring reality down to the same level as their beliefs.
That's true. You have to force everything to be a belief.
What are the chances that the television, the government, and kindergarten are all teaching you the truth?
Seem pretty low. I mean, they're telling you Santa's coming.
So what did Z-Bong do to get muted?
He just needed to take a break, dude. He just ran out of fuel.
It's been chewed on a lot. Nothing much left to chew.
Repeating the same shit over and over.
Yeah, question with a question and not answering.
When you ask him a question, he answers you with a question.
Yeah, basically.
And then he says that none of his questions get answered, that he just gets questions back, projection.
Just playing the game with us.
You'll take 15 minutes to make one point extremely clear and precise, and then he'll go, so what, you're asking me to do what? It's like, dude, okay, just take a break, dude.
Yeah, he also doesn't know the script that he's being spoon-fed too well. He didn't know the terms, he didn't know how to pronounce them, but he was going to tell us all about it.
Yeah, that's too funny. A Theodolite.
I like his logic about movement. I'm interested opposite way, like how we can prove that something is stationary if is everything moving.
Yo.
Wait, who did you ask that?
Yeah, because you can, in a sense, somehow you cannot prove something stationary that it's stationary. If something is stationary, it cannot be stationary. It must move. In his logic.
I mean, there were some experiments in the past that were made, and they failed to prove the Earth was rotating. So, if they can present the contrary of it, we'll go ahead. That's what we're here for. I mean, what the hell? What are we doing here daily then? Like, just talking out of asses? What the fuck? Presenting empirical evidence, and then like I don't get these people, like the Globers. They just want to talk philosophy and.
Oh, you want that I look now? You want that I look now? It's there. You can find it.
Yeah.
I'm not scientist. I'm not. I'm nobody. But it's there.
Yeah, so Douglas, this isn't some impossible conundrum to figure out. Like, we can look at a horizon and figure out whether it's at 1.2 miles or not. It's pretty easy. The globe's falsifiable. It's not that hard.
It's true.
Yeah, and if it's so hard to figure out, and if it's just something that we can't know and that we just have to take some sort of belief in on one side or the other, then where did we get this whole globe thing from in the first place? And why are they calling it science? Is that what science is supposed to be?
Spoiler alert, it's not.
I mean, if you just want to admit that it's a religion, it's a belief system, which you seem to want to do at first, that's okay, but...
Or it's a high level where we never will reach that level of knowledge.
Yeah, we just can't know, so we better just err on the side of, yeah, it's probably a globe.
Isn't it weird how they want to go and get all this information to try and debunk something they don't understand, but they haven't taken that same gusto. They don't have that same swagger when it comes to trying to prove their own worldview.
It's true by default because it has to be. And then they have to hold reality to impossible standards.
Everybody else believes that, so it has to be true.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. They fall back on it. It's default. I don't need to look into it. I already know. Everyone knows. Like, but see, that's just a weird thought too. Even if that were the case, then it should be really easy to go and get a little piece of information, know a lot about it. You don't have to be what is it? You don't have to be a master of like 10,000 kicks or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if it's out there, just go get it. You know. But they tell themselves, I'm reading, the only reason I thought of this is I read the chat here in the Cog Dis room, and they're like, well, there's no point with arguing someone who's not going to change their mind, which is a classic case of projection, of course, because we already did change our minds. And I just see it as a defense mechanism. They tell themselves, well, they'll never change their mind, so that they don't have to go use energy to try and prove us wrong. But they should use that energy to go prove themselves right. But they will never do that, though.
They tell themselves that we'll never change our minds because they're not going to change their minds. We won't change ours, though, like we already did.
It's easy to believe these things about flat earthers. It's not easy to address a flat earther like who's being genuine. That's why, like earlier, you see people like, oh, trying to rage quit and stuff. But like, you could rename the whole server to change my mind. I would go back on the globe tomorrow. That's no problem. I'm not stuck to anything. We already did leave something. You know what I mean? So like, I'll give up the flat earth. That's no problem. But you have to present me with a globe. You can't present me with your beliefs and then shaming me for not believing in them. That's not going to get me to change my position at all. Imagine trying to win a court case to a judge and you're just shaming the judge for not believing your client. You know, you need the evidence. You don't need to do any convincing. Put the evidence in front of the judge and the judge will see it for what it is, evidence. But if you're going to come up with stories and saying like, well, you can't possibly know if my client was on the scene because it could have been anyone. You're just casting a spell, and anyone with a sound mind will see right through it. You're trying to tell us the plane's not moving in the sky. Who are you going to go and convince? You're going to only convince fools like you who will believe in these magic tricks, these magic spells that you've casted over them. So it's not going to work on someone like me or the people here.
No, in the reference frame of the plane,
he's going to double down. You're going to triple down on this, my friend. You can't be serious. The only people you're going to convince that that plane is not moving are other foolish, sheepish people like you,
or yourself.
No, in the reference frame. In the reference frame,
I know what a reference frame is, Douglas, but there's no leaving the Earth. There is no other reference frame. Okay, so we're all on the same Earth.
Yeah, but if you can have a reference frame of something on the Earth that is also moving.
When you're in the plane, you know you're moving. So it doesn't matter what you're saying anyway. The plane is objectively moving. You think the pilot's like, we're not moving. Give me a break.
In the reference frame of someone who stood still on the Earth, then yeah, it's not moving. But
you're still looking at it subjectively, though. How it seems in your perception, but you're not stepping back and looking at things objectively.
Because there's no one true origin.
Douglas, what you need to do is you need to float around 50,000 feet in the sky, perfectly still, and watch the Earth rotate one direction and planes fly another direction.
What do you mean?
You heard me.
No, I don't get it. Like, explain.
That's the only way you're going to see anything rotate underneath you. You have to stand perfectly still, watch a plane go by, and watch the Earth rotate underneath. Can you do that?
No.
Nobody can do that. You're right. So it can't be done. So your imagination is not going to solve any problems.
Right, we get where you're coming from, Douglas. You're coming from a subjective view on things. I'm just asking.
I'm not.
Step back away from that subjective view and you can look at things objectively. I'll give you my example again. If you put a Monopoly house on a treadmill,
yeah,
and turn it on,
yeah,
right?
Mm-hmm.
You can objectively say that house is moving. Now, it's not moving on the treadmill, but objectively, it's moving.
Okay.
You can say that. Fact.
In the reference frame,
in the same way, again, you're stepping back into, this is what you're doing. You're going back into perception. Well, if I was inside the Monopoly house, I wouldn't believe it. It doesn't matter, Douglas. You can you can step back away from that and know that that house is moving. So you just going back to, well, if you pretend and believe, it doesn't matter what you believe or how you see it or how you pretend to look at it. You can objectively say that house is moving. So be objective. Speak objectively here. The plane's moving. You cannot going to convince anyone.
I'll speak objectively. Right. From the reference frame of the Earth.
Here you go. That's a subjective view, my friend.
What's subjective about that? That is so true.
Because what you're going to take,
argue with that.
What you're going to do is take that and say, well, you can't know that it's moving.
What?
Objectively, is the plane moving? Yes or no?
Relative to me, yes, it's moving.
So again, objectively, not how you view it, subjectively. You said you're going to speak objectively, right? So is the plane moving? Yes or no? Not how you view it, not how someone in the plane views it, not someone inside the Monopoly house. Is the Monopoly house moving? Is the plane moving? Objectively, yes or no?
Okay. Imagine,
it's a yes or no question.
Is it moving?
Yeah, I've made that clear probably for 3 minutes.
Okay, but the thing is that
it's a yes or no question, Douglas.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Listen, you don't have to put your tap dancing shoes on. It's a very simple question. It's not even a gotcha question. It's just be honest. You said you could be objective, so go ahead. Is the plane moving? Yes or no? And we can talk about why it is or isn't after that.
Okay.
It's a simple question.
It's not a simple question, and it can't be answered.
Simple. It is a bit.
It can't be answered with a yes or no. I'm going to be honest.
It can.
I used to come on. I used to come on here. No. Let me talk.
Douglas, listen, buddy. You can, just like you can say that Monopoly House is moving. So none of this sophistry garbage. I'm sure if anyone wasn't shy, they would speak up and say, "Yeah, the Monopoly House is moving." I'd be curious to hear anyone else who said that it wasn't. You're the only one in here, so you're not going to convince other people by casting a magic spell on the room and saying, well, if you were inside the Monopoly house, then we understand that already.
And if you're inside a Monopoly house that isn't moving, guess what? It's going to feel like it isn't moving, so you haven't done anything to help yourself here.
All you're going to do is take this statement, well, subjectively, you wouldn't know, so we can't possibly know. No one can know. No. You can know, okay? You can know things. So, sorry, man. You want to answer the question now?
I like the treadmill example because notice that the treadmill is not going to yank the air above the treadmill along with it. Let's say the treadmill is going 20 miles an hour. It's not going to yank all the air on top of the treadmill back 20 miles an hour, will it?
Right, and if you hovered a drone over the Monopoly house that was moving, you could then also say, well, look, then it's moving. Okay, so I don't know who you're trying to convince besides yourself, Douglas. But imagine that. Imagine going on knocking on some doors and being like, hey, do you see that plane right there? It's not really moving. People are going to like slam the door in your face and call you stupid. So
be in the padded room for that.
Yeah. You know what? Someone might actually call the police and be like, get this guy out of here, man. This insane guy is running around my neighborhood saying that planes are hovering in the sky and we're moving. So,
You can say the drones hovering in the same place are moving because the Earth must be moving, so the drones must be moving, right?
Yeah, maybe the house where the treadmill is actually moving. So when you hover the drone, it's moving like it starts to get that ridiculous. You know what I mean? Well, what if the drone
Do
out of
you
the house
know
is moving?
that for the drone to follow the Earth, there would have to be tiny ropes attached to the Earth to the drone and kind of drag it along with it? Because you can't just pull on things with air.
Wait. Conservation of momentum.
I don't think so.
How do airsoft guns work if you can't pull things along with air?
You mean push? So you mean what on the air gun, a valve opens and the outside air sucks the balls out? Is that what you're saying?
The higher pressure inside the gun pushes the airsoft bullet out.
I didn't say anything about not being able to push it.
Okay, so then the air can push the drone.
I said gravity would have to have little strings attached to the Earth to keep it in place when it's hovering without moving.
Hello, Matthew.
There would have to be little tiny laser beams of straightness holding that thing in place while it turned, right? Because how else would it know to stay above that certain spot? So it gets more ridiculous when you break it down to reality.
I think what the Globers are trying to say is that the Earth is like the back of a truck and it's driving down the highway.
Okay, so the drone just lifted off the truck. How does it know to stay exactly in the same spot over the truck?
I know this. Conservation of momentum.
I see. What about airplanes when they go different directions? North, south, east, west, upside down, spirals. What happened to that conservation of momentum? Oh, it's still in the plane from when it took off? Nope.
Let Matthew explain that one.
Planes fly in the atmosphere, and so they generally follow what the atmosphere is doing. So you have to ask, is the atmosphere moving or not? And I think it is.
Yep, I just posted an example. It definitely is moving. Which one is moving with the Earth rotation? You should be able to figure out with this picture.
Yeah, it looks like there's at least 3 different levels, and some of them are moving. They're all moving a different vector compared to the Earth.
What about this right here then? This one should be easy to explain. You can see all the different directions clouds move in this one.
That's taken from so far away, it'd be hard to see any cloud movement there.
That's a long time for that thing to spin that far. No, you would see clouds moving. Clouds move in like 30 seconds over my house. 1 second, and 30 seconds later, that whole cloud could not be there. So
it looks like that's about maybe 4
it looks like it was done in Blender by NASA. Just admit it.
It looks like it's about 5 hours, and so I don't think the clouds would move that much in 5 hours.
Go outside with your P900 and take a shot of the clouds for just do 10 minutes, and it's going to look like a tornado is blowing through your neighborhood. And you tell me clouds don't move? That I posted a picture of it.
Oh, clouds definitely move, but they would only.
Okay, so they're moving,
but not
right?
that much.
Yeah, so they moved about that in that 10 minutes. They moved probably 3 miles. What I'm seeing. Roughly to the lower level.
In 5 hours, maybe they'd move 100 miles, something like that.
So you'll see that then. You'll see movement.
Okay, so if in 5 hours clouds move
in 10 minutes.
Miles, yeah, I'm talking about in 5 whole hours, the clouds might move 100 miles.
So what I'll do now that you want to challenge me on this, since my camera is set up and everything's ready to go, I guess I'll do another time lapse and you're going to get a satellite image, and we're going to line up everything right over my house and see how that works out.
I'm agreeing that clouds move. I'm saying at the image that you posted in 40 past the hour, maybe 100 or 200 miles would only cover what, 1 pixel, 2 pixels? So I don't know if you'd notice.
No, you got no idea. So according to you, I should see those same clouds tomorrow. Really? They move so slow.
No, it would be slightly different. I mean, they move.
In 5 hours, we didn't see anything change on that screen, according to you. So every 5 hours, everything in the sky is basically perfectly still. That sounds a little ridiculous.
The way that you put it, it does sound ridiculous. That's right.
Matthew, can you help me out with my
picking on Matthew? Matthew hasn't learned anyway, so stop picking on him.
Oh, he left.
Is Matthew still here?
No, he bounced.
He bounced.
You'll have to use his replacement, Douglas.
So he didn't like that when I gave it to him straight up. He said, well, when you put it that way, then he's got to go. See? Just give it to him in reality. So we're gonna time lapse my sky, and any Glober wants to take the challenge, and he's gonna get me the time lapse of a satellite over my house, so we can actually see me on my deck taking a picture of the sky if we zoom in far enough. And I'm going to NASA this week and just saying I'm going to work here, and they'll say, "Yeah, most likely you are," and I'll just start working there.
So how are you guys?
It's nice and peaceful on this Earth that doesn't move.
I was telling you earlier, I would be seasick if we were actually moving and you could slightly feel it. Because I don't even want, I mean, I'll go on boats as long as I'm driving the boat. But if I just have to sit in the back and be a passenger and just kind of stare off into space, forget it. I'll get seasick. I have to be driving it, looking at the horizon, thinking, doing the thing, paying attention.
Did you guys do anything this Sunday?
Just dunked on a few more Globers is all.
Scattered a lot of dreams this morning.
So when you put it, you make it sound like you're bullies.
Oh, well, I mean, my whole point of doing this is to shatter people's dreams of going to space and just do it in such a way that they get mad and angry and go into denial, and then eventually they accept it, and then they end up in this place with everybody else.
Whoever said that? If if I'm playing basketball on a court and someone comes up and they're like, "Hey, can I play?" and I dunk on them, am I a bully, or how does that work? I didn't go to them; they came here. We're just hooping on this court right now, and people roll in here. I mean, we have good conversations. That's no problem. They can hit 3-pointers, and we can hit some shots, and might score a dunk and all this stuff. It's
not gonna lie, the conversations they used to be better. Like I used to come here and debate some people. I don't think it was the same guys, but it would be like a good conversation. But now you're making me answer like a yes or no question, but it's just not a yes or no question.
Because you have to realize
this is the intellectual equivalent of this guy going up to you, CB, on the basketball court and being like, "Hey, you saying the basketball court isn't a basketball? I'd say the basketball court is a basketball."
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. When I came on here before, it was just like a genuinely good conversation, and at the end of it, it would typically end we'd agree to disagree. But now it's just
if I don't answer the question how you want to answer it, I'm just wrong. But it's just like that's not the case at all. You just don't want to listen. Like
we know what you're saying, though. It's not that we don't want to listen. We used to be just like you. But the thing is, what you're attempting to do is cast a spell on the room here, and we're just trying to help you. You don't need to do that. We all understand your position quite well, but we want you to speak objectively, and you're just refusing to do that. We can have a nice conversation. We can continue on past this point, but you're like being a stick in the mud. You're saying, well, no, we can't possibly know things. Well, then just go away for a little bit and understand that you can know things. Go measure your height. Who's going to tell you that your height is a conspiracy theory, or you can't possibly know what your height is for real? Dude, just go measure it. You objectively know how tall you are. It's that simple.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with that. But it's just when you was like answer the yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Like,
how come
you wouldn't even like let me explain myself.
Well, we already know what you're trying to say because you've said it over and over, my friend.
And you're doing it right now.
Can I ask a simple question? When you have to take a test,
explaining myself.
Listen, when you have to take a test,
talking, but you're still talking,
and it's a yes or no answer, do you give a reason why you're answering that yes or no?
This is crazy because I haven't been given a chance to speak, and no wonder there's no conversation anymore. Like, this place used to be all right if you wanted to have a debate. Like,
well, you're not.
But now, if I try and say something, it's like someone's just going to cut over me. Like, it's kind of like
you've made your point clear.
Hang on, I didn't hear his point. What do you want to say, my friend? Go ahead.
No, so what I was trying to say is when you was giving me this yes or no question, if it wasn't a yes or no answer, you wasn't prepared to listen to me explain my point of view. Like, you were just like, oh, if this guy doesn't say yes or no, I'm just gonna mute him because like, yeah, like that's cool or whatever. Like,
clear. I said we can speak about what you think. If you think it's yes, then we can talk about that. If you think it's no, you can talk about that. I was asking you to take a stance. I don't have a problem with what you go. But the problem is you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. You're refusing to do that. And your stance
you didn't like my response.
No one can know. You're going back to this no one can know anything philosophy. It's a subjective view on the world, and it's not. It's just not what we don't do that here. We can go and measure your height, and then we know what it is for sure. I can go knock on someone's door, show them the measurements. I don't have to cast a magic spell and tell them, well, you can't possibly know, and this kind of thing. We know your point. You know your stance, my friend. So you don't have to keep making it clear over and over again. We know what it is.
I think what he's running into a problem where he's going to give us it's yes and no. That's all he wants to say. It's here's why. Let me explain first. It's no, but yes, and we hear it. Oh, I don't know, 100 times a day.
Yeah,
like it was either of those things, neither yes or no.
What's that?
It was neither yes or no. It's not that it was both yes or no. It was neither yes or no. The question is oversimplified.
So he just reversed what I said and said the same exact fucking thing.
Let me just ask another very simple question: yes or no? If you measure your height, like, is that something you can know?
No, the thing is, right, you'd rather argue and like if about the question, like
so we got another guy who just won't answer questions directly at all. He's just going to shuffle around it and cry about how people hurt his feelings, and he's just never going to get to the point of where is that Earth curve, where is that geometric ball edge, where is any of this stuff.
I think that what you're realizing now, Douglas, is that when you answer your question, it's leading you somewhere that you might not be comfortable with. But where does it lead if we go with your ideology? What it leads us to is no one can possibly know anything. No one knows anything. Neither of us can be proven right or wrong. Where does that lead us? It leads us to nowhere.
Hang on, that's a tactic. It's called casting confusion on the debate.
Yeah,
that's a tactic.
We see this on a constant basis. So that's why we're cutting you off, because I'm asking you very simple questions. I mean, anyone can answer this. If I put a Monopoly house on a treadmill, turn it on, is it moving? Yes or no? Yeah, obviously it's moving. Clearly it's moving.
He couldn't say yes to that?
You're trying to cast a spell.
He was afraid to be. He's afraid to be pigeonholed. So if he answers that, then he's wrong.
But that was a simple yes or no. You just answer yes or no.
It's fine to be challenged. You know what I mean, Douglas? It's okay. We're not going to flame you for saying the house is moving. What are we gonna do? Jump on you? It's just being honest. That's not a big deal. So that's all we're trying to get at. So can you try again? Maybe you could try again.
I have a question for the Glober if he's up for it. Are you there? Is it Douglas?
Yo.
Okay, let's say we take a beach ball. The beach ball represents the Earth. And we put a Lego just right above that beach ball. The Lego, let's say, represents the plane. Let's say we start spinning that beach ball ever so slowly. I noticed that the beach ball doesn't tug along that Lego with it. The beach ball will spin under the Lego, under the plane.
Is the Lego like on the ball, or is it just like above it?
It's just right above it, just enough that it's not touching it.
Like,
the Lego doesn't spin that. The plane that the beach ball spinning doesn't tug that Lego around it. So how does the Earth tug planes flying above? Question for you.
Could you please repeat? There's some background noise from someone. Like, I can't really hear what you're saying.
Somebody's typing. I know that.
Oh, my bad.
Like, and I know that there's like a Lego with like piece of Lego above a beach ball. That's sort of I understood.
The Lego represents the plane, and the beach ball represents the Earth. And you just take that beach ball, start spinning the beach ball ever so slowly. I noticed that the beach ball doesn't tug along that Lego with it. It starts spinning under the Lego.
Yeah.
So now, how is it that the Earth?
Hello?
Yeah, you cut off there, but I have a feeling they'll.
Anyway, how does the Earth keep the Lego up out in the same spot?
Did I cut out, or did someone else cut out? Because I didn't hear much.
He dropped off, but scientists just restated the question, so just answer that question.
The question: how does the Earth not something? What was it, please?
Yeah. So in that representation, the Lego's independent. It's free of the spin of the beach ball.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't get tugged along with the beach ball spinning. So how does it work on Earth? How does the Earth tug along these planes? You see.
And I never said that the Earth tugs along aeroplanes.
But you claim that the Earth doesn't spin under the planes, like the beach ball spins under the Lego. So what's the difference?
What's the difference?
Wait, does the Earth spin under the planes? As when the planes go up in the air, does the Earth spin under them independently?
So if you're on the plane, it's going to look like the Earth spins underneath you. If you're on the Earth, it looks like the plane is flying over you.
Do you understand the difference between perception and reality?
You
keep talking about perception, Douglas.
I know where this is going.
Understand that. Well, I'll make my point clear. What you're talking about is how things are perceived. And that's fine. That's what I mean by a subjective view on things. If you were in the Monopoly house, if you were in the plane, if you were on the ceiling fan, we understand this. We're trying to step back away from just your subjective view and trying to look at things in reality as they are, as subjective as possible. But you keep bringing us back to someone, individual, how they're viewing it from their eyes. We can step away from that. So I'm asking you, please, try to speak as objectively as possible. We understand your point about reference frames. If you were inside the house, if you were inside, we understand this. We already know, brother. Well, we want to know what it's really doing for real, for real. So if we can talk about that, that's the topic on the table.
Okay.
Try to stick with us here.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, like I genuinely understand what you're trying to say. Right, like just hear me out. I don't think you can like just objectively say if something is moving or not, because there's no Okay, when you draw a graph, like there's an origin, but there's no objective origin where you can stand still and just be like, okay, there's no origin of the universe. Like you know, that is like the be-all end-all.
It's so hard for you to show that the Earth moves that now you have to deny movement.
And I just want to add one thing, Douglas. I get where
I
you're coming
haven't
from.
denied movement.
I want to get where you're coming from, but I just want to say this really quickly. Our foundation here on the flat Earth is we start from the ground up, right? So we go outside, and that's our foundation. We start from there. We build on top of that. What we observe, and then we build on top of that. Okay, so what you're doing, and what we see a lot is people work backwards. They're putting themselves in outer space, and they're building everything around that. So you're saying, well, in space, we can't. There's no original point, and all this stuff.
It doesn't even have to be in space.
Our origin point is here on Earth, brother. We can debunk outer space, so don't start out there. We haven't even proved that that's a thing yet. So don't start out there and work backwards from that assumption that outer space is real. Work from what you know here on Earth.
I didn't say the word outer space. Okay,
I know, but that's where it comes from. That idea that no origin point. If you were in outer space, you couldn't know if three things were moving. We already know this, bro. We've been down that road. I used to believe it.
I didn't say the word outer space though.
I know, but it's tied to that. Just so you know.
Yeah, but just so you know, I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say outer space.
You don't have to say it. We used to believe it, just like you. We know where these ideas are attached to, my friend.
I think,
and know things are moving.
No, I think. Can you say something like objectively is moving, right?
Yes.
But when you look at something to see if it's moving, that's from you. Like that's your perspective. If you see if it's moving, like. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but Douglas, remember, the next step is not just what you see; it's how can we make sure for real? How can we check? How can we know? You keep bringing us back to, well, you couldn't know because you only see it. Well, go check, dude. Is the plane?
No, I'm not
saying use understanding and know that the plane is moving. You don't have to. You said sell yourself short by only believing that it could be doing both and yes and no. That's ridiculous, my friend.
No, I didn't say you can't know if it's moving.
Well, that's where it leads us to. Your ideology leads us to that type of thinking that we can't know.
No, I didn't say you can't know if it's moving. Like, in a way, everything is moving and everything is stationary.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
It is.
If you are moving relative to something, that thing is moving relative to you. If you are stationary relative to something, that something is relatively stationary to you. Like, it makes sense.
Remember, you keep bringing us back to you. We're talking about for real, in reality. Remember, Douglas, I don't know how...
What do you mean for real? For real isn't scientific. Like, what does for real mean?
Well, you keep talking about perception. We're talking about reality.
Yeah, I'm talking about a reference frame.
Yeah, perception.
Okay.
How it's viewed. Your perception, subjectively. I'm trying to get you to step back away from that and look at things objectively. I don't think you understand the difference yet.
Okay. You can try explain it to me if you want then, but like I don't think I will ever understand it, not gonna lie.
I've been trying to make it as clear as possible. You turn your ceiling fan on, right? You have a ceiling fan somewhere? You've had a ceiling fan around you? You know, like if you turn a ceiling fan on, you look up and you see it spinning.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you objectively say that ceiling fan is spinning?
Okay. I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna not like it. So, like, why did you lead me into this? Like, you know exactly what I'm gonna say.
Yes, you're gonna go back to subjectively how it could be viewed. I'm trying to get you to speak objectively, Douglas.
So, why did you ask the question that you said you're trying to explain to me, but you've just basically said the same question, and you know what I'm gonna say? Like, you haven't tried anything new, have you?
But Douglas, you asked me to help you understand what I'm asking.
Yeah, but you haven't tried anything new, have you?
Because this is simple. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible.
Well, obviously, it's not simple because I don't understand it.
Wait, Douglas. Godric brought up a little bit more of a complicated scenario with the beach ball and the Lego, and you were a little bit struggling with that. So let's keep it really, really simple.
No, I understood exactly about the beach ball and the Lego.
Okay, well, then maybe you understand that was what it was about the ceiling fan as well. Then can you objectively say the ceiling fan is moving?
No.
Okay, then.
What?
Okay,
Why
I don't
not?
know what that do at this point.
What the fuck is he talking about?
So Douglas, yeah, we might have to put a pause on this because I've tried to make it extremely clear. You're
Is the
trying to talk
ceiling
about.
fan spinning or not, dude?
Objectively, you can't say if it is or if it isn't.
Put your fucking fingers in it and tell me if it's spinning.
This is great. This is what the globe did to his brain. So I guess, I mean, talking to him is obviously going to be a lost cause, but he can at least show the audience what globe belief does to your head.
Is this an example of what's to come?
But you're not.
This really should be a stopping point, Douglas. You should really think about what you're saying. Go, yeah, like whoever said put your hand in it. Yeah, go put your hand in it and then tell me that it's not happening.
I'm not going to. This is where your tax dollars are going to pay for, this guy's public education. This is what he's being taught as critical thinking.
That's what I mean. So now the next year, is it even going to be crazier? Are we actually going to be disproving unicorns?
Yeah, we're going to be asked to disprove unicorn.
Douglas, what do you think about putting your hand in a ceiling fan? Would that hurt? What if your head hit it?
Yeah, man, that would hurt.
So what happened there? Can we say objectively what happened there when you got hit on your head or your hand?
Okay.
Can we say what happened there? Did you get hit? Did the room spin you into the fan, or did the fan spin and hit your head?
I got hit by the fan hit me, I hit the fan hit me, it doesn't matter, I hurt.
Right, so objectively you can say that fan hit you in the head.
Or I hit the fan in the head, or whatever.
Okay. But you can't say if the fan is spinning or not. You don't know. Even though you just got smacked in the head by it, regardless of
There's
whether
a picture of it posted at 4:03 of him jumping into the ceiling fan. Okay, but he doesn't know if it's moving yet or not.
Oh my god, that's brilliant. Yeah,
that's him jumping into it with his head, and he doesn't know if it's moving or not. He's going to say, "I think the room was half the room's fault."
Yeah. This is ridiculous, Douglas, dude.
Good luck out there, Douglas.
For real, dude. You need all the
help, into any kind of engineering job where you have to give yes or no answers.
The fan is stationary. It's the fins that are spinning.
It's his head that's spinning. That's what the globe does to you.
Right. Well, maybe we can get some help from Marcy, or if I'm saying that correctly. Maybe you can help us out. Do you think the fan is moving, or what?
He was the typer.
Yeah. Help us out here, because we got Douglas seems confused. Douglas isn't sure whether the fan is moving or the room is spinning. So what's going on there for real, Marcy?
Probably the fan is spinning.
How do you know that, though?
Because I put my finger in it, and it hit my finger.
So, Douglas, what do you think about that?
I have no thoughts.
Are you fucking blown away by this, dude? Are you serious?
I'm sure you don't have any thoughts, dude.
Obviously, no thoughts.
Have you tested your thumb in the plug socket yet?
Nah, honestly, I came here to have a good debate, and I said this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. You gotta go away and think about whether the fan is moving or not. So, what's up, Marcy? Marcy, what's going on with you, brother?
It's Marcel.
Marcel, got it.
Yeah.
Cool. So, do you think that?
I don't really mind if it moves or not. Really, I'm just here to chill, to be honest.
I'm sorry.
I'd be down for one way or the other, but
he's choosing a neutral
I probably would have slept a little bit better if I wasn't waking myself up all the time and scratching my legs off.
He's choosing the neutral side.
Yeah, people like to do that, but yeah, I'm fine either way. But how do you think we could go about proving it?
If you can't hardly focus.
I don't know.
What is neutral between movement and non-movement?
Both.
I would like to know.
Like the last goofball. Yes and no.
I thought I was really going to pay for it.
Says who? Are you trying to get
grass and stuff.
Yeah, he's like coming in and out. I can't understand him.
I'm not sure if he's hot mocking or not. Okay, well, what about Marcel? What do you think about curved water? Have you ever seen curved water before?
Well, I know that if I'm by a sea and I look into the ocean at certain moments, I won't be able to see the water anymore. Like that's
So
further, you know?
Is that looking at a hill of water, or what? You just don't have Superman eyes, or what's going on there?
Probably a mixture of both. I have glasses on, so
Yeah. Okay.
Let me ask a question about that. So that day that you're looking over the water, when you got up at 7 and you turned on the news and the weather lady said today's a 10-mile visibility. How far do you think you're seeing that day?
I don't know, probably 10 miles, maybe even further, because I don't know.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
Let's say the moon is like behind the water. I can probably see the moon because the moon shines. So it like I don't know how to explain it, guys. English is not my first language. My bad if I
Well,
just.
the moon isn't on the ground, so that's a totally different story. Moon is in the sky, actually.
Right. Well, yeah, scientists brought up a good point. If they're telling you the visibility is different on different days, then is that was that horizon Earth curve if it changes on a day-to-day basis?
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Could you rephrase that a little bit different?
Sure, yeah, no problem. Yeah, if you go out 10 different days to that same location where you saw that horizon at the beach, right? The sea. And that horizon changed day after day, then is that the curve of the Earth if it's changing?
No.
Right, yeah. Well, we would agree with that. So, I guess to keep it really simple, like we can get into this on a more complex level. We can talk about the claimed size of the globe. Because if it does change, it's not like the size of the globe changes. It's like rocks don't change in size. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But people are telling us that, oh, well, the horizon, that's Earth curve. That's one of their main arguments. So, yeah, there's a couple different ways to attack that. On a really simple level, well, I've never seen curved water. So I find it funny when people are like, yeah, there's curved water. Okay, where? You just have to believe. So, but then that's just one way to attack it. Another way to attack it is like we have some real crucial evidence we can get into. If you like specifics, if you like to look at things on a deeper level, we can definitely post some stuff for you. We can get into it if you want to, but it's up to you.
Right now, my brain's kind of dead. It's like 10:30 for me or something.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
just to listen to the conversation.
Yeah, that's all good. So I guess I would ask, like, what's your thought about the curved water? Then, like, do you experience curved water at some point, or is this something you believe?
Let me think. I'll go mute for a second.
No problem. Well, people, I drill into this with people sometimes, and like, what I've got from most people is they'll say, well, something is making the water curve on a very small level that you can't see it. It's happening in a cup. It's happening in every body of water. I've had people say it only happens in nature. I've had some people say it happens in like little cups. You can have curved water in a cup because of gravity, but you can't see it or measure it. So people will say different things, but I think ultimately they'll admit that it's something they believe to be happening, but it's not like anyone observes this because we all observe the same Earth.
Let me ask you a question about that. So if you if everything's curving, it's the water's curving in the container that it's in. How do you explain using a water level that's actually a clear hose where you mark one end on one thing and you take the hose like 500 feet another direction and you can actually hold both ends and shoot it perfectly level? Where did the water curve there? and now we have it level again. It's level. You can use water that way to level everything. So there's no curving water anywhere, that's for sure. There should be a curve in between those two pieces, right? Like we should be able to see that. Each piece of those curved water that's making that level should be pointing upward to the whole arc of that distance that you made level, versus what you're saying each little cylinder should have little tiny arcs in it, shape of the earth. So which is it? They point to each other, or they point down to the earth. So you can't have both. If you want to put it in reality, that's a water level.
Yeah, I find it funny. I'll just, while you're thinking, I guess, or whatever, but I notice that sometimes when you bring up level water to people who are new to the topic, it seems like they're thinking along the lines of, well, like they're thinking something about the water being held down. But even if that were the case, we're still saying the water is like level. It's still basically flat. So whatever you think whatever magical force is doing whatever to what water, it still appears flat. So that's kind of the point.
And we can test that, because if it's being held down by the center of mass of a ball, then it has to curve at the rate that the ball's radius dictates, and it doesn't. So that's it.
Yeah, and that's one of those pieces of evidence that we can get into next time. Marcel.
Yeah, guys, I'm really sorry. My brain is so dead. Like, I've been awake for so long.
No worries, brother.
Take some time adjusting to this info anyway. It's kind of a shock initially, so yeah, no worries.
It is a tough pill to swallow, unfortunately. But the good news is, it's not as crazy as the media is telling you. Like, if you start stepping back and looking at the globe and the things that it claims, you'll realize that one of the two parties is crazy, and it's not the flat earth.
And can I say the other good news about it is, once you know that the earth is flat, everything is hilarious at that point. You watch TV, it's funny, you just think everybody's just insane, because you know what they're going and their people are telling you and what other people believe, and you just sometimes sit back and watch a show, just watch a circus of people talking in a room. It's funny.
You heard that China's going to take over the moon, right? The PSYOP. It's like, to me, that shit is funny. That's pure comedy gold. All of it. It's like, wow.
You're kidding. They're going to take over the moon? You mean like in...
Yeah, the dark side. The backside of it, right?
Oh, I did hear about that. Like in Space Force on Netflix?
It's so, like, I didn't watch that movie, but I mean, watching propaganda news is like a comedy movie. It's like, I can't believe people buy this shit. And the problem is 99% of people believe it all. And, well, I wouldn't say 90, maybe like 90% believe all of it. 5% are somewhat skeptical. And I'd say maybe 5% know the truth. And that would be like the people in here know the truth. And I don't watch it. I hear snippets of it. And I think it's like, holy shit, dude. What are they going to pull next? Like, if they got away with this, what else can they get away with lying?
Anything.
A lot.
Maybe they're going to say that China's going to build a factory on the moon.
They're mining rare earth minerals on the moon.
And who will go on the blue?
Rare lunar minerals.
We need to go to Mars. We need to go to Mars then first. We need to go to Mars. We need to go in this decade or the next or whatever, however that goes.
They've already landed. Haven't you seen the pictures from Devon Island? They've already landed on Mars. At least with a robot. And so is China, allegedly.
Do robots get hungry? Because I found a
No.
picture of a Minions, I think juice box or cookie box on Mars also.
The litter
But I
bugs.
think there may actually be a type of robot that, in a certain manner of speaking, does get hungry. I learned about this from Clyde Lewis. I was actually talking with him on the radio about this, which is he said that DARPA had developed some kind of a robot that has the ability to power itself on the battlefield by eating the dead bodies of the people it kills or various other biological things to fuel itself.
That sounds awesome. I mean, that's probably true then.
Yeah, but whoever's like, that is a great point. Like, if they can tell you the Earth is tilted and you believe them, they can tell you anything, and you'll just go along with it. I mean, they're telling you there's glass marbles on the freaking moon, dude. Let me see if I can find that.
What? And I keep hearing about the big spaceship that's supposed to take people on trips, like a space liner, jet liner, or whatever the fuck.
Yep, found it. China just discovered strange glass balls on the far side of moon. Yeah, so this is what I mean, dude. Like, we could dedicate a whole freaking shift in this VC to talking about the silly stories that they put out every single day, and they must know I'm a flat earther or talking about the Earth or something, because they push this stuff in my Google feed. There's always some sort of, oh, here's what we did in space today. It's freaking hilarious, man. Once you realize the truth, it's like a theater. It's absolutely hilarious.
You know how many layers to the psyop there is? There's like, well, there's private industry like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Richard Branson. They've all got their own private space exploration companies. And it's like, they want you to think this is a profitable business or potential. I mean, there's people buying shares of a stock, Virgin Galactic, that goes, I think it's their space subsidiary. It's like, yeah, we're going to launch tourism into space. And it's actually traded under a ticker on the NASDAQ. I forget that it's like SPCE or something. And I shorted that thing and I got beat up. It kept going up on me. I'm like, oh shit. And eventually I did get out in time because they pumped the hell out of it. Just like they pump up Tesla. The Tesla stock gets pumped up to funnel money to Elon Musk. I think that's why the shares of Tesla, the auto company, got pumped up so high, to make it look as if a guy like Elon Musk can afford his own space program. Same thing with Amazon and Jeff Bezos. It's like, oh yeah, they're multi-billionaires. Of course they can. This is their pet project. And that company, Space, the Richard Branson's company, that one also got pumped up to a ridiculous valuation.
Yeah, it does go really deep too. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they can get you to trade in your face diaper for a space junk helmet any day now. You'll see a bunch of people walking around with freaking helmets on because the space junk is going to come crashing down any day. I mean, they'll literally, that's how
Wait a minute. I've seen space junk. There was a satellite from Samsung, and it crashed in Michigan, and it was tethered to a helium balloon. It said space selfie right on the fucking satellite, space selfie. So we know where the satellites are. They're attached to balloons. And that explains why NASA buys so much fucking helium. It's like, well, they need it to purge the tanks. Well, guess what? You could use any inert gas. You could use argon, which is way cheaper. And I actually do welding. Like, it's called shielding gas. You use like argon or you use helium. Helium has gotten much more expensive since people started launching weather balloons with cameras. Right around that time, I noticed the price of helium. I'm like, why is it getting so fucking expensive? They're like, well, they use it for MRI machines and whatnot. And they do. But what they wanted to limit the amount of people that could afford to launch a balloon with a camera. All these flat earthers were launching balloons. They're like, we can't have this. Now it's very expensive. If you want to launch a balloon, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars for the helium and the camera, the balloon, all that shit to recover it. And that's beyond most people's means. We've got footage of it. Lots of people have done it, but I'd like to do my own. One day I'd like to launch my own as a project, like a hobby project, to see it for myself on my own camera.
Well, we're the only places that have. I mean, you could probably buy helium overseas, and maybe it's cheaper.
Well, you got to buy it from a welding shop, but I can get it, but it's just fucking expensive. You're going to need about 5 tanks, and I'm not sure of the current price now. Everything's gotten so expensive, but I know the welders are like, "Holy fuck, dude! The helium prices. You don't need pure helium. A lot of times you can mix it with argon, but helium's best for aluminum. If you do a lot of aluminum TIG, it's faster with helium. It's like turbocharging it. But these fuckers have priced it out. They priced it out of our budget for a lot of people. I remember buying a fucking balloon for my nephew. It was his birthday, and the balloon was like $15 for a fucking balloon. I'm like, what? Why so much? It's a fucking balloon. And they don't even use straight helium. They use like helium with a mixture of other nitrogen or whatever. They don't need straight 100% helium.
Well, what about hydrogen?
Yeah, they cut the helium.
As long as it has some buoyancy, it doesn't matter. But like for launching a balloon, you want that bitch to go high. You want pure helium.
Well, I mean, hydrogen is pretty good too. I mean, that'll work.
Yeah, but if you get a static charge and you got a balloon full of hydrogen, now you got a fucking problem. You got mylar. It's very.
Forget it. Might as well.
I mean, that's the ideal material is mylar, like those mylar balloons. Those fuckers don't break. They can go and go and go. But to get one big enough to launch something like that, it'd be hard to get one that fucking big. And if you used a bunch of them, then you have the problem of you have more material. Like
NASA made one. It was a gigantic ball. Like I don't even know how many stories tall that thing was. 8 stories
like a football field. Yeah, I seen that fucking giant hot air. It looked like a one of the hot air balloons.
Yeah, that was their first. That was a satellite. They sent it up, and you can bounce signals off of it. You point a signal at it, and as long as you're within the radius of where that thing's curving and your signal's wide enough, you should be able to pick it up from almost anywhere.
That would be ideal, man. If we could buy mylar balloons, then they could stay up for a long time. The problem is we need to recover them. Like people like us, we don't have tracking and airships. Here, go get it with the jet plane, go snag it. It just fell down in Brazil or wherever the fuck.
Well, they got planes that capture those things before they come down.
Right. Well, they have $1 trillion budget, like worldwide. All these space agencies.
Yeah, those things go up. Those things go up. They have extra tanks. They have actuator valves. They have all these things so that certain altitudes it adds a little bit. Then, if there's too much or it starts going up too fast, it can let a little bit out, add some from the tank, pump it into this tank, and they can do that back and forth. That's what all you need is 24-volt little pumps to move that stuff.
How do they recompress the gas?
Not necessarily recompressing it. They're using that mylar.
They're just bleeding it into the air.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that would be because I don't see them bringing it up to 3,000 psi to put it back in the main tank. They probably just bleed it off and add more as they need it.
Yep, I'm just moving it around.
Yeah, it keeps the bag from rupturing. Like that's the problem. When the pressure gets so low, the gas inside the balloon expands until the balloon ruptures. That's why you see them when they launch the balloon, it's a little bit baggy. They leave room for expansion. You don't need
those things are giant when they're full. They're way bigger than the one that NASA had in that one photograph of their first one. They're way bigger than that now when they get full. They're giant and they can hold a lot. I think they can hold like 3,000 pounds or something now, or maybe more than that.
I've heard 8,000, but when they launch them, the balloon is not completely full. They leave
Yeah,
about
I know.
50%.
Of course.
And then, like you said, if there's a bleed off valve, they could bleed some off once it starts getting too high. It's like, okay, this bitch is going to pop. Let's bleed off some pressure.
Yeah, they don't just send a balloon up and tie it off and say "see you later." That's
pretty
not how,
much.
that's how you make it. That's not how you keep it at a certain altitude. It only has to
They
stay
have
in a
it down,
range.
dude. They have it down to a science where they can make these things go where they want. Different
So they know
altitudes.
how fast certain air is going, and they just send it to that altitude, and that's how they know how long it takes to go make a circle.
And that's what it does. That's what your weather satellites are, all that shit.
It's the circle inside, closer inside, a circle a little bit farther out, a little bit farther out. I mean, I don't send them up, so I wouldn't know which one which height does what, but a picture's worth 1,000 words, and when you have a picture with the sky moving in two different directions, there's more than that going on. That's just 2 or 3, like Matthew said.
Do you remember the days before everyone had a cell or a tracking, like a GPS in their phone? Like I had a Garmin GPS when I was driving a truck. This is probably at least 12 years ago, and I got fucking lost in Ohio. I lost the signal in a cornfield in Ohio somewhere. I'm like, what? I thought there's a fucking satellite up there. How is it Ohio's as flat as fuck? There's no trees. I'm in a cornfield. How did I lose signal? It's just because there was no cell towers. It was a rural area. Like, oh fuck, dude, I lost satellite signal. I've lost it going through tunnels before, but I'm like, okay, I'm in a tunnel. But
Yeah, you don't lose it anymore when you go in tunnels. They make sure they got cell towers everywhere. You know exactly where you're at now.
Oh, in the tunnels?
Yep.
No, you don't, dude. When I'm on the road, anytime I go to Wyoming or through, I head to Colorado through Wyoming, always lose signal, dude.
Oh,
Cell tower
in Colorado? I'm
not
surprised.
Colorado. On the way to Colorado from North Dakota, dude. Every time, it's like for a whole fucking state, dude. It's fucking annoying. And
North Dakota, they probably don't have so many towers up there.
Yeah, I'm going to say it depends on where you're at, I guess. But as far as tunnels I'm thinking of, going in through DC and stuff like that, your stuff works.
Even in parts of Michigan, like going up north, there's no cell service. I'm like, fuck, I got no service. It's fucking dead spots. But that's just cellular, right? That's your cellular service. But this is like supposed to be a satellite. Like, here's your GPS. This can take you anywhere in the United States because there's satellites overhead. I'm like, I found that out a long time ago. I'm like, why the fuck am I losing signal? How is this possible?
No, it's the same thing, dude. When I'm going to the GPS goes too, but it doesn't go. But like, here's what happens: if the bars go, you get that X, right? So if you jump out of your GPS, you can't start it back up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you jump out of your GPS when that signal's gone, you can't get back in there. I mean, obviously it's not silent. You should just link back up, because when the signal drops for your phone, the GPS doesn't drop. But if you were to exit out of it, it would, because it won't start back up.
Yeah, I think I came back like maybe like 5-10 miles later. I'm like, okay, I got one bar, and then it got a little stronger, and it's like, okay. But it's like that's before I was a flat earther. I'm like, what the fuck? How is this possible? There's got to be more people that work for these companies that they know, but it's like, look how many of us know it's flat, but is it reaching enough people? There's a lot of us, man. There's I'd say right now there's probably about 20-30%, but most people are not vocal about it. They just keep it to themselves.
So I don't even know how it's.
Oh, your voice cut out, dude.
So is there a reason why I was accused for being a troll?
Who said that?
So I don't understand. If the phones are cellular, how can they pick up satellite information? Then why not just make the whole thing satellite? I mean, if you can run, if the GPS is supposed to be satellite and that connects with the phone, why can't the phone just be satellite? Period. Does that not make sense?
What was that point you're trying to make?
I'm just saying, if the GPS connects with your phone and that's satellite, and your phone is cellular, why not just make the whole phone satellite? Why? Why the separation? I don't get it.
I don't think the GPS does connect with your phone because that's called T-Mobile. They said we don't use any satellites; we use all towers. What they told us.
So
I don't know.
GPS is not satellite powered. Is what we're led to believe now.
Well, the global claim is that the GPS is satellite powered. They say it's GPS, but I know, like, let's say I'm doing Waze, right? It tells me how fast I'm going, 78 miles an hour or whatever. So it'll turn red because you're going too fast. You know what I mean? The Waze app.
Right.
That doesn't work in the countryside. It won't get no readings. So you have to have to be near cell towers for it to work. So we have to figure out, what their claim really is. If satellites give GPS, then we have to test that. We have to see where this GPS is. How do we find out?
That's what I'm saying. Because like the claim is that the GPS on your phone is supposed to be satellite, global positioning satellite. So it's supposed to be uplinking supposedly, right? Or are we uplinking with a system that's uplinking with the satellite? Unless that's what it is. We're uplinking to a system, and the system is uplinks to the satellite. So where is the system then? Is it somehow connected to the towers? I don't know.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I do know that the military, though, is the one that controls these so-called GPS satellites, and we can't get in there. We can't hack into it. We can't look at it. We can't touch it. So we have to trust whatever information that they give to us that it's genuine. But where is this information coming from? We don't really know. It could be coming from weather balloons above us 10 miles. It could be coming from supposedly orbital 200 miles away, which I think is ridiculous that you can get a signal 200 miles away. These orbital satellites. And how do we test it?
Yeah, none of it makes any sense.
Now, they have this satellite phone that they'll claim that will work. They'll claim it works where there's no cell signal, right? So we have to test that. And then so let's say the satellite phone does work, right? Well, probably it's going to these weather balloon satellites that have blanketed over the sky. And since it's so expensive, that keeps people off of the system. So not that many people use it. It's very expensive, as far as I know, to have a satellite phone.
Do you know like how much a month?
No, but it was like in the hundreds.
Oh, more than two.
Well, I guess the regular cell phone bill was $100, but it was like it was like $3.99 or something when I checked.
Good. Yeah,
So you would never pay for it unless you were doing some kind of crazy ass shit. Like if you were Gordon Gekko, fucking stockbroker, do like $1 million per trade. I don't see how else you would need it. Like a millionaire that goes on his boat, goes out to the Cayman Islands, can pay $400 for a cell phone. That would be fine. But otherwise, I don't see how it works. If they did keep the price really high, so barely anybody used it, that's a really great way to keep people off of it. That keep them unsuspecting. So if I spent, I'll tell you what, if I spent, a lot of money on a satellite, which I know they reportedly cost millions of dollars. First thing I do, I would put a live cam on that thing all the time so I can get feedback from the live cam. So where's that? Only one place I've seen the live cam pictures video stream is from the reported ISS. Among the 10,000 satellites that are up there, only one gives us any kind of signal. Suspicious. I think all these pictures of the like Google Maps, all these pictures of like the properties overhead are all low flying drones. I don't think any satellite's taking these pictures. Not from 200 miles away, anyways. And they don't update them. If you look at your property overhead, you'll probably have like a really grainy picture. And like when I did it, it showed my car in the parking it showed my car in the driveway, and it was like an 8-month-old picture. So we're getting 8-month-old pictures of the property from overhead. Well, how about isn't there satellites taking pictures all the time? So wouldn't it update every day, if not every week or month? Well, what is this 8-month-old picture of my house, and where is this from? Why is that? I suspect it from a low-flying drone that only goes over every so often. They put it on Google and act like, oh, we're watching your property from space.
It's definitely a drone. It's not the space. It's so obvious it's drone footage. I mean, if it were space, it would be so much cloud cover all the time. No.
Yeah, I always thought that if you were going to see like the Earth, if it was a globe and you'd see it from space, I always thought that it would just be totally white, because you can't, like, how many miles and miles of atmosphere are you looking through, right? And you're looking from space, right? So you wouldn't see, I don't think you see continents, just because of all the atmosphere you have to look through. So I think they made a big mistake in showing us clouds and continents from a globe. I don't think you would ever see that. They would just make a lot more sense to make a white cloud that you can see through. That would have been more believable to me than trying to show us continents and landmarks from, not landmarks, but like islands and stuff, and clouds from a distant space observation. And we know they fake that anyways, because they tell us they sew images together from many satellites to get this picture. They sew them together. So they don't have this one observation of Earth, which probably, if you had to see the whole Earth in one picture, you'd probably have to be about 1 million miles away to get that picture. So they admit there is no satellite a million miles away. This is just what it would look like, if you were out there. But in reality, we're just getting low, close satellites, sewing them all together, these pictures. And this is what it would look like. Just trust us, Well, I don't trust you. Where's the original footage? Let me see it. Let me sew it together and see what I get. I don't trust that bullshit. So they're not only are they lying on the image, but they're lying on the distance. They're making up this distance, which isn't there. They're not a million miles away looking at Earth in one photo. I don't think anything's that far out.
Yeah, I want to know what's the claim for the drone. I mean, the GPS. Are they saying the footage of your house is from space, or is that from something else? I'd like to know what the claim is on that.
Well, they have a problem if they're going to say it's from the satellite, because then they should give us, continual footage. Like, I should wave my hand. I should wave my hand on the ground. And they should pick that up and put that through Google Earth, And then
think about how fast they're traveling by. I mean, you're going to tell me they're going by at thousands of... I mean, get the fuck out of here. And they're taking this great image at this high rate of speed. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, then they use the perspective argument. They'll say, well, close by objects will be blurred, but far distant objects, since it don't move that much, at 17,000 miles an hour, we can still get a grainy picture of you. And here you go. They'll use that argument.
Yeah, there's no way. You cannot forget pictures like that at that rate of speed. I don't know. And then the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour in the other direction. Because are they going with the spin of the Earth? They're going against it. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's interesting because the ISS, the Earth, suppose the Earth spins under the ISS, so it doesn't. So that's not geosynchronous, correct? So
it should be spinning under it because they're not going the same direction. And if they were, it'd have to be 18,000 miles an hour to go a little faster than whatever to defy this.
Well, isn't that what's happening? Because notice that the ISS pictures the Earth that starts spinning underneath it, correct? You see, continents go by. Does it not do that? So it doesn't stay with the ISS does not stay with the Earth spin.
Well, you're seeing the ISS. So yeah, it's obvious. It's got to be going the opposite direction, or it's going way faster, or something like that.
Yeah, we have to rectify if all the if the 10,000 satellites that are up there, are they spinning like the ISS opposite the Earth, or are they spinning with the Earth, synchronous, or are they spinning faster or slower? And then what that would look like, and that's the problem they're going to have. They can't figure all that shit out. That's why they don't put any cams on anything. If they did, it'd be too tough to fake. Because if they put cams on all the satellites, then they'd have to show what those cams are seeing. And
I think I've seen the artist rendition of the transit of stuff. I can't remember. I think some are going in different directions or some shit, and then different orbits and different heights.
Oh yeah, satellites aren't going the same direction. A lot of them are going opposite direction, different directions, different speeds, and also different different directions. They're not going like it's not like a traffic.
Direction. There is no direction. So it's not like you're on the north and the south. There's none of that in space. It's all the same. I know it's bizarre, because the only point of reference I guess you can go off of is the fact that either you're going against the spin or with the spin, or if you're going around the poles, you're going from pole to pole. You're going in that direction. I guess north to south. I guess you want to call it whatever you want.
Well, let me stop you there, because no satellite can go south to north to south in that direction because it's impossible, right? But
why would that be impossible?
well, because you can't go south and end up north because it's not a globe. But they'll tell you that, well,
But that's what I'm saying. What is their claim? You know what I'm saying? Are there satellites that go there?
they claim the ISS will never cross the south pole. They'll claim that. They say we never cross the south pole just because it doesn't coincide with our orbit. I checked that out. It doesn't. They'll never cross the south pole. ISS.
I guess there's a heavily decaying orbit. If we were to do that, probably the decay would be so much that it wouldn't be. I guess it wouldn't yield any purpose, because if it decays more going in that. But I don't see how. I mean, because if you're going with it, yeah, I guess the decay would be less if you're going with it than against it, right? Or in any opposing direction.
I honestly don't know about the decay, but I know they say that the satellite drops closer to the Earth every so often and it has to thrust it back up. So the ISS does have reportedly has thrusters on it that'll thrust itself back into the correct orbit when it falls down close to the Earth. Where are these thrusters? Let me see the thrusters in action. Let me see a movie with the thrusters. I've never seen any thrusters on the ISS. Thrusting anywhere. But it does thrust back up once it starts falling down. Has to thrust back up into the orbit. Am I right?
You would think that, but I'm curious as to what would happen if you go outside of the gravitational pull of the Earth, put a satellite out there. What happens then?
Well, then you should see the Earth spin around, like if you were watching from Mars or watching.
My question is would the Earth be pulling away from the satellite? Would the satellite be able to keep up? All these questions.
It would spin under the satellite. There's no way the satellite can keep.
Right, but would it be caught in the gravity? What I'm saying is, you know how the moon is supposedly within the gravitational pull of the Earth in an opposing attraction. So if you go beyond that to where the gravitational pull of the Earth has no play on the satellite, what then? What then? How do things work then? Because
there's no glober that will claim that gravitation makes the satellite spin. Gravitation will make it pull towards the Earth. It won't make it spin at all. It just pulls it towards.
Right, I know that, but I'm just saying, if you go outside of the gravitational pull of the Earth, what then happens to the satellite? Will it still be able to maintain, be able to keep up with
it'll just stay there. It'll just stay in one place. They might claim that there's an orbit.
So then are they saying now that the Earth is going to pull away from the satellite? You see what I'm saying? Because if all of the planets supposedly are caught in the gravitational pull of the sun, what about the gaps in between? So if it's acting like what do you call it? A drainage pipe, right? When it's going circular down the drain and everything's been pulled down with it. Anything caught within that gravitational wake or pull of the sun should maintain its velocity, right? So if you go outside of the pull of the Earth, the gravitational pull of the Earth, you should still be able, let's just for sake of argument, 1 million space miles away from the Earth, you're not getting pulled in by the Earth, but you're still getting pulled by the sun. So you should still be able to keep up with the speed of the Earth and be able to view it without it, starting to just, to go out of view. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So if you're outside of the gravitational pull of the Earth, then you don't have to worry about decay or any of that shit. You could just sit there and just be pulled along just like the Earth by the sun, without having to worry about crashing into the Earth or the moon or anything like that. Is what I'm saying.
But back up though. How is the sun pulling you along? How does that even work? How is the sun pulling you?
Well, they showed the animation that the sun is like a bullet being shot out of a cannon or out of a gun, and all the other planets are caught up with it, spinning around.
Oh, you mean okay? Yeah. Okay, you mean flying through the universe at 56,000 miles per second?
Exactly. Yes. So
before you go into that, that can't be proven. But before you go into that, you can't prove it. So it doesn't really I don't think.
And I think it's silly, but I'm just saying, like, why are all the satellites just around the Earth? Why are they further? So when any interference, they won't have any issues with stuff.
Well, okay, so the globists claim conservation of momentum, right? So all this whole solar system has conservation of momentum. So you can't really, it's going to stay in the same static as it is. It's not going to move around just because the galaxy is flying through space or the solar system. We don't notice it. We can't tell. Basically, there's no way we can tell. So because of conservation of momentum, nothing's going to move. It's going to stay basically static. If I throw a ball up in the air, it's not going to fly towards the sun because the Earth is moving away from it. It's just going to stay where it is, right? So basically, you can't tell. I think that's the whole answer.
All right, because obviously, like, when they have these comets that supposedly fly by, they're outside of the gravitational pull of the Earth. That's why they miss us. So if you put a satellite that far out, it will never have any issues with having to adjust for decay.
That's a good question. Like, so you have these flying meteors going by. Well, what about those? I don't know. I mean,
obviously their velocity is so great that they can defy the pull of the gravitation.
yeah, they're definitely independent. If you have an asteroid that flies to us every, I hate this comet or whatever, that's definitely independent of the solar system. It leaves the solar system, correct? 44 years or something. Hades comet.
Right. So it's missing all the planets. So obviously, if you put something that far out, apparently, unless it's the velocity that's keeping it from being pulled into the gravity. So I'm guessing what they're trying to say is like, they keep getting closer every time they come by. That's the only thing I can think of, because it obviously can't be getting further away, because why would it be getting further away if it's within the gravitational pull of the Earth, unless it's totally outside of it?
Dark matter. Dark matter keeps it perfectly so it doesn't collide with the Earth.
Or anything else, or any other planet.
Or any other planets, yeah. Dark matter pulls it. Yeah, the gravity didn't work in space, so they had to invent dark matter. You know about that, right?
But and then the whole idea is like that comet is orbiting around something. Because it's not.
If it has a 44-year cycle like Hades comet or whatever Hades comet is, I don't know what it is. It's technically in an orbit. Yeah, it's going in a circle. It's orbiting around. I don't know if it's orbiting around something, but I don't know.
What is it? Is it orbiting around? It obviously can't be orbiting around the supermassive black hole, because that's so far away. So it's orbiting around a galaxy or a solar system. Something's making it do that.
Halley's comet might be orbiting around the sun. I think that might be an explanation.
Is that what they're saying? Is over around the sun?
I'm assuming that.
Is it in a decaying orbit? So that's something else. Is it, or is it? Yeah, I would like to know. Is it I'm sure they're going to claim. I'm sure they're going to claim it's in a decaying orbit, because you're not going to keep orbiting, and it's going to maintain the same distance every. No, it's ridiculous, because things change, patterns change. Well, supposedly supernovas are happening, collapsing stars, all these shits are happening. So so it's just going to maintain its orbit without all its interference. You have the sun shooting out solar flares. All of these things are changing the solar system, and it's a transit all the time. So how do get the fuck out of here? This shit is just so crazy, convoluted.
Look, if there was really gravity, all the planets would stick together like grapes. I don't even believe an orbit can even work.
And then didn't the asteroid just miss us not too long ago? I want to say maybe like 3 months ago. Something just missed us, apparently.
Oh shit! They say that every couple years. Thank God for NASA. NASA's telling us we're getting real close to this asteroid. Man, luckily it missed us. Keep checking with NASA. They're gonna tell you, they're gonna tell you if you're gonna live or not, or die. That's how you know it's bullshit. It's fear mongering. Hey, we're NASA. Hey, you almost died, man. We had this asteroid come close to Earth. You can't believe it, bro. You're lucky. Lucky for us. Keep giving us money. Oh, and if you give us enough money, we'll shoot a missile at this next asteroid so you can be okay. Give us more money. Keep watching.
It's like that. It's like that. What is it? That internet company that protects your that's supposed to protect your what is it? All your
Like McAfee.
all the things you do, like your footprint. You know what I'm saying? So like, not McAfee. There's something else. Life something.
VPN.
Life, not VPN. Some life something. You buy the service, and it's supposed to be protecting any
LifeLock.
Yes.
LifeLock.
Yes, that shit. So if you buy the service, I'll say, "Oh, we just saved you from all these." I'm like, dude, I haven't had any problems ever, and now you're telling me you're just saving me from all this crap. I'm like, why would people fall for that
Dude,
crap?
that's a good business, man. That's a good business. Hey, you're fine so far, but pay us, and then we're gonna protect you in the future, even though you're fine now. All these hackers are out there; they're gonna eventually get your information.
Yeah, it's like
LifeLock.
It's such a scam. It's a brilliant cheap ass scam, dude. Anybody falls for that crap is stupid.
Hey, you know what that kind of reminds me of? Like, NASA being like, "Oh yeah, we need a separate budget or something, or extra money for watching out for asteroids. They might come and get us."
Yeah, well, it's like the system they have to supposedly watch all the space debris that the Air Force is. It's supposedly, they have this division within the Air Force that watches all the space debris and keeps track of it and lets the ISS know what's coming, so they can brace or prepare or move a little, screws, for nuts or bolts or screws, those microscopic little things supposedly are being tracked, and they send the information to the ISS to tell them, hey, this is coming your way. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
If you remember far back enough, guys, Reagan had Star Wars. We had to give billions of dollars to get a Star Wars budget. We had weapons in space. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember that crap. But now,
where's the Star Wars? Where are these weapons?
It's just Trump's Space Force now, dude. That's all it is.
I honestly think like they really made like a joke out of that Space Force. Honestly, like even Trump didn't take it seriously. Honestly. And what do you do? Like if you're elected president, do you tell and you find out that it's flat? Do you just say, hey, you know what? We're going live. Turn the live on. It's flat, guys. This is all bullshit. Someone's been lying to you. Well, is that what you'll do? They'll think you're crazy. Be your last term.
It's just a big joke, like the comedian said in Watchmen. It's all a big joke.
Oh, Watchmen, the movie?
Yeah, the comedian. It's just a joke. It's all a big joke, and he was crying.
What scene is that? I want to look at that.
That right before he died.
Who died in Watchmen?
The comedian. Remember, he was fighting with Ozymandias, and then he died. Ozymandias kicked his ass and threw him out the window.
Remember that scene, but I'll have to look into that. I haven't seen Watchmen in a while.
Dude, that was a great movie. I must have watched that, like, no lie, like 30 times. I love that movie,
where it has sort of like an adult theme to it, you know, like some sex adult themes to it.
Oh no, that the scene I'm talking about. He went to the what was the owl guy named again? His nemesis or whatever, his arch nemesis, and he was in the kitchen, and he came to tell him what was going on, and then he just left. He's like, man, you're the only friend I got. And he was like crying, even though you're my enemy. You know? And then he tells him he has cancer. The nemesis guy is like, I have cancer.
Wasn't there a Watchmen too?
No, they made it. What they made, they made a series. That's terrible.
Wait, they made a series aside from the movie? So there's a movie plus a
Yeah,
series?
it's on HBO Max.
I don't think I caught the series. How long did they go for? One season?
I'm not sure. I never watched it. I just knew it was stupid because they were basing it around a woman. I'm like, what? I'm like, how do you? I'm like, this is. I'm not sexist, but I'm like, this is not what the movie is about. I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, but no, they keep people hanging on with all of this space. You know, because I keep downloading. What does I do? Is I they'll put something on YouTube about new projects. So I just save them all, and to remember all the crap that lies that they say. So you're supposed to go into the moon here, and then in 2030 this, and then 2028 this, and then 2026. Like all this crap that they're supposedly to be doing. And then just watch as it all doesn't happen. It's ridiculous. I mean, why is NASA going to the moon? Why can't SpaceX go to the moon? Why can't you guys go? You obviously beat NASA back to space. You're docking with the space station. You're hanging out. You're having coffee, chugga chugga. You're talking to people. You're bringing rockets back from the edge of space, landing on their own, and then reboosting back up. Come on.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
Well, I guess that was he was their mascot, man. That's crazy, dude.
Hang on, I just thought of something. The reason why he's telling you that you shit and make your own coffee is because that'll keep people from being astronauts. Keep the population really low on astronauts. That way, have less people that need to lie for you. What do you think?
Yeah, man. I would never. I'm not using shit. You take the shit. Use the same water to make coffee. You was out of your fucking mind. Well, we probably do anyway, though. Honestly, unknowingly, that's probably what really goes on.
Here is pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
Come on, man.
Why can't we ask you that? Well, maybe because you're not really there, buddy.
Yeah, the important question is who came first, the egg or the chicken?
Or the space station.
No.
The
Who
egg of
came
the space
first,
station.
the egg or the space station? They built the space station around the eggs.
And there's always the question: why is there no footage of the space station being built or put together or even connected like Legos? Nothing.
There are a little bit of footage, little tiny bits that show nothing, as usual. So yeah, major things that you would have covered over a period of time. I mean, that would be the greatest accomplishment of anything so far. Besides the cardboard flying through the moon mission. That is now not possible anymore, but that would be a great movie to cover, but for some reason they I guess they were too caught up with playing with Angry Birds and making some cup of coffees, so yeah, nothing to see here.
Oh, it is a very complicated thing.
Don't ask how he got it on the space station, okay? I mean, don't ask why they have a gorilla suit on space, or don't ask why, when there's a certain team playing football, why they already have the right things to wear and so forth, like as if they're in a studio or something. Yeah. And don't ask why there's one astronaut actually saying that they're sending from a studio here on Earth, so yeah. It's just all crazy coincidences. Oh, and the wirings, I guess the wiring system on the ISS with the invisible wires that you can grab, I think that is just I think that's just magic. Yeah. Magical coincidence, provable to be needed with a scientific calculated formula, which makes it real and believable, and gives credibility to the astronauts' different views of what they see in space. So yeah, the ISS is real, okay? Do you get it? I just talked a lot of things and now it's real.
If you guys follow along, they just had a Domino's pizza delivered to the ISS.
Oh, nice.
So that I heard it cost like $1 million. So that percentage on that tip, man, that delivery boy must have been really happy.
Yeah. Exactly.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
And the Earth is actually also photoshopped from the ISS. Like they it goes chugga.
That pizza was $10 million a slice. Money well spent.
Exactly, yes. And astronauts.
Oh my God, it was more than I thought.
Astronauts tend to love drinking coffee in space. Sometimes it's a little residue of salt, a pinch of salt in the coffee, but that's okay. I think Don Pettit, you can really tell when you look at his face that the coffee really hits different up there.
I mean, think about how unsanitary that thing has to be. Think about a woman having to urinate. She's got to place something around. I mean, can you imagine?
No, man, I actually think that's pretty logical, because it's the same structure and perfectness of order that they have with the cables in the background and so forth. I think it's very much well structured, and some pee floating around into your face or so forth. It's okay. I mean, I think that's all pretty reasonable, and not really being able to shower yourself. What?
When you show something moves out of a bottle, it doesn't come out in stream. It comes out in droplets. So if you have to urinate on the stream,
You're breaking up, Fraud. You're breaking up, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's kind of right. It would go everywhere.
sorry. But I'm saying, like, is there some kind of suction that happens? Like, what if that someone has diarrhea? Like, bro, what are they gonna do?
They say they have like vacuum cleaner like toilets, where it's basically a vacuum cleaner sort of thing. Which
You have to
it's kind of
put it
nutty.
to you have to put it to the orifice. You'd have to put it exactly on the orifice. You can't just put your butt over the hole and press and hold down and hope that all goes well. You have to put it. Like I don't know if you ever watched Formula One or like NASCAR. They pee into a tube. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. There's a tube connected to up their leg to their thing, and that's what they pee into. But there's no there's no zero gravity, so you don't have to worry about droplets. The stream is just going to go down. But I'm sure they change that I'm sure they always change that. After every race.
Yeah.
Imagine going to the bathroom in a place where everything, not just gas, is omnidirectional.
Yeah. Imagine.
And then how are you going to replace that? How are you going to replace that? Where are you going to put the bad one? Like, all right.
They poop into a plastic bag, which is actually not like, there is no suction for pooping, by the way. There is no suction element, so for some reason they need to, like, when they poop the poop out and it's floating, they need to like put it down somehow so it not just floats back onto their, you know what I mean. So
it's gonna
imagine
up to their butt. How's it gonna go in the back?
do you know when we sometimes eat something and sometimes the poop has like different I mean, everyone knows it's not always the same, so you can't tell me that they have the ability to always have the perfect texture up there. Especially like the digestive system in itself, doesn't it need to create a certain type of density within the structure of the thing that you're gonna put out, So, and another thing is that recycled pee. Have you ever looked at how crazy or how interesting actually is how we recycle pee on the earth with these huge facilities where you have like very big little ponds, and then you need to weigh, they put some stuff in it, and then because of buoyancy and density, things separate. How is all that stuff gonna work in your Magicum ISS floating around the earth when you actually need separation of liquids in order to clean them? So it's all a big in Germany you say im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes, it's all a big shit show. I don't know what im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes would be in English. Let me Google this.
That place it would have to be full of germs, man. There's just no way. There's just no way it's not. If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? It's highly unsanitary up there. It'd be disgusting.
Oh yeah, you guys just say literally, yeah. So it's literally a shit show.
And what if you sneeze and you cough and all that? I mean, come on, man. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Imagine some other colleague sneezes right next to you, and some glowies will just say, it's gonna be magically, from all the vent system that we have, it's all gonna be magically pulled in. Like at every little corner where you can maybe fart or sneeze or whatnot, they have like perfect
It's got to
filter
stink up there
system.
too, man. It's got to stink. It's got to stink. Yeah, it's got to stink, dude.
So you guys have heard of this thing called the vomit comet, right? You know what that is? The airplane where you can feel weightless by just going really far up and then having a nosedive for like 5 minutes or something like that. Maybe maximum 7 minutes or something. Well, they call it the vomit comet. I mean, that's what they call it. So since things in this ISS, this hypothetical ISS in the vacuum of space where everything is omnidirectional, if that's weightlessness and they call it the vomit comet because so many people vomit when they're weightless like that, and they're weightless, for days and weeks and months on end. I mean, like, how come there aren't any stories of people vomiting and the vomit going omnidirectionally all directions and just getting in the computers and stuff?
The first place it's going to go is back into your face. It's not going to go anywhere else. It's going to go right back into your face. If you're going to in that kind of weightless environment in a plane, it's going to go back into your face because you're not going to be able to shoot a projectile because it's weightless. So it's like as soon as it leaves your mouth, it's just going to go everywhere, mostly in your face.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot of it. Yeah, and it going in your face would only make it that much more difficult to clean up the stuff on the computers.
And the thing is, do you guys know this very I guess many of you already went on a roller coaster or something. There's weird feeling when you have this little moment of let's say, I don't want to really say the word, but like where you let me describe it, where you feel like you're floating for a second and like everything like goes up within you, like your stomach and so on. It feels very weird and not nice to have that feeling the whole time. I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, usually and stuff like that, they tell you to do it on an empty stomach. Like you go on a roller coaster or anything that you want to do that stuff on an empty stomach because of that. Because you get that weightless feeling for a moment.
Yeah, I think that your inner workings are not actually able to function in a zero gravity environment, especially in the length of time that they is supposed to claim. I think you would just straight up after 1 minute of weightlessness, or like let's say 5 minutes, and then you would eat something. You just no, I like. Isn't your food supposed to fall into the what, I don't know the English term, the liquid that makes it do you get, like, imagine you have the liquid that I forget how that liquid is named in your digestive in your stomach. When the stuff falls into that, imagine having all that liquid just floating around. How is it able to create the outcome that we want to have as texture, to be able to everything just doesn't make sense in the workings when you have zero gravity, so to say, or you're just floating, like everything inside is also floating.
Well, it's called relative density, or relative mass and volume. It's actually a physical reaction that occurs when the ratio of mass and volume are lower than the density itself, or higher. So that's why things rise or fall, because of their relative mass, volume, and density.
What?
Yeah, but that was not what it's not what I'm talking
What the
about.
hell is he talking about?
Well, if you really think about it, if you put half air in a helium balloon, and you put half helium in a helium balloon, and half air and half helium, and you mix
what
them
does
together,
that?
mix it real good,
It's gonna find equilibrium, so it's still gonna
it's
rise.
going to find equilibrium, and it's going to float in the air like it's floating, like it's literally floating in the air, like it's anti-gravity. And guess what? That's just with pressure.
Wait, what was that word? What was that word you just said? You said gravity. What?
No, pressure. I said that's just pressure.
Even before that, he said mass.
I heard him say gravity.
No, the only reason things even have mass is because you're consciously able to perceive it.
Oh, perceive it. Hey, maybe he's onto something. Can you define mass?
Yeah, exactly. Can you define mass? Please do that for us. Thank you.
Mass is the size of an object.
So density is not included?
Isn't that more of a geometric thing? The size of an object?
Mass is merely the size of an object. That's all it is.
It's not even what it is.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Mass does not attract other mass. You've never seen that ever in an experiment. You've never seen mass attract other mass in any experiment in your entire existence. So stop acting like mass attracts mass, and stop acting like you know more about mass than other people, because you don't.
Yeah,
I've never seen a unicorn attract another unicorn either.
You don't know why the electrons are flooding in order to produce an image in your eyes for you to be consciously able to perceive reality. You don't know that. You don't know why you're able to perceive reality. Stop acting.
Are you talking to somebody right now? Who are you talking to?
No, I'm talking to all of you. I'm talking to all of you snakes.
You're not making any coherent sense.
Dude, I was talking about digestive system in space, and now you're talking about a whole other topic.
He's all over the place.
What?
No, I didn't care what
he's all over the place, and he's telling us we're not making sense.
Well, that's not how the conversation
Helium balloon filled with air.
Why would I care what someone else is talking about if I have a voice myself?
You want to stay within the room?
Yeah, good point. Go off into another room. Sit in the corner with a dunce cap.
Please. We're talking about
I'm sure
different
that's what you would like, gay boy. I'm sure that's what you would like, gay boy. You'd love to see me dressed up, wouldn't you, you gay boy?
Personal attacks already.
Is this guy
how dignified?
You guys probably can't even lift 100 pounds.
Is this guy spiraling? What happened to him? Did someone attack him before?
You guys can't even lift 100 pounds, and
I think we hurt his feelings.
No, I bet you if you guys try to lift. Wait. I bet you if you guys try to lift 100 pounds, you'd be like, "Oh, gravity's so heavy. Gravity's so heavy."
Man, if you're listen,
invisible gravity is pushing down on me, but I can't do it.
Listen, if you're
100 pounds because gravity is real.
If you're in the bathroom right now, one second.
Why are you fighting with us? We're the same thing, dude. What's wrong with you?
Because he seems to think that mass is a thing. And gravity.
Mass is not a thing. Mass is not a thing. It's a measurement of a size of an object. I already said that.
Okay. Well, it doesn't make any coherent sense then. If that's your definition, then the way that you use the word mass in a sentence didn't make any damn sense.
The word mass and size come from the same root words and everything like that. Mass, size. There's other words too that relate to mass that you could decode, and you could realize where they came from, which cultures they came from, and then you could really decode what mass really is. Mass
I don't care what culture they came from, dude. We care about definitions and things that are practical and demonstratable.
Mass is just the relative size of an object, and you need to know cultural origins in order to understand the knowledge.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Fuck your cultural origins. Fuck culture.
All right, good. Fuck culture. So I guess you don't have any culture then, right?
I don't need any.
Oh, you don't need any? So I guess, do you use math? Do you use math? That's a cultural advancement.
Yeah, he said
oh my god. What are you talking about, dude?
So golf ball.
That's called sacred geometry. People have been using it for thousands of years. Ancient cultures have been using it for thousands of years. It's called mathematics.
And
it's called sacred geometry.
All right, yeah, fine, dude. Culture's great. There, I retract the statement. You happy now? Can we move on?
A golf ball and a ping pong ball are the same size, so same mass?
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it?
It's relative size. It doesn't matter what weight they are. When you're bringing in weight, that doesn't mass and weight have nothing to do with each other. You guys are idiots.
We're idiots. Great.
You guys are literally brainwashed by fucking occultists.
You guys are literally brainwashed. You guys don't understand. You need to listen to RV Truth. He knows the truth, and you guys are just stupid.
You need to listen to Eric Dubé. Eric Dubé is the guy who's speaking the truth.
Help us learn. A golf ball and a ping pong ball, same mass, same size, or what? Help us learn.
What does it matter? Are you gonna go and fucking prove that
I'm
mass
asking you.
doesn't exist
What
now?
has more mass? Is it the
Dude, are
same
you
mass?
is the next thing
I'm
you're gonna
asking you.
do is go prove an experiment that mass doesn't exist? Be my guest. Go prove that mass doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Hey,
So you
you
don't know
should
me.
believe in the ball. Someone like you, I'd prefer you to be a glober than a flat earther. You should just go back to believing in the ball, dude.
No, I'm good. I'm happy in my spiritually endeavored, long awaited center of the universe amalgamation epiphany of what the exact nature and phenomena of the universe is. I'm fine with that.
You know that I really wanted to finish the conversation about the digestive system in space, and now you're just all about your what I don't know your journey of mass. It's nice, man. You can gain some mass, you can lose some mass, whatever you want to define it at. You know.
Well, mass damn sure doesn't attract other mass. That's for fuck's sake, sure.
Yeah, so just so you know, there's actually a word we have for the kind of thing you are. It's called a pretender clown flat earther. You should try not to be one.
You should debate me so I could wreck you entirely.
Debate you about what, dude?
Either he's on drugs
Anything
or
you
he's
pick.
a
Anything you choose. Anything you choose.
I don't. What do you mean? Anything I choose? I'm just telling you to not be a pretender clown. That's what I'm just saying to you. I'm not trying to debate you about anything. What are you talking about?
Did he answer if a golf ball has more mass than a ping pong ball? Did he answer that?
Are choices not made in life?
What a pointless question.
Are cars made out of metal sheets? Hey, do you sometimes breathe?
Do you sometimes realize that water is
Do you
entirely
sometimes
level?
also drink water and it comes
Do you
out
sometimes realize that the
your?
nature of water is to stay level no matter what
Do you
container it's in?
know? Did you know that Michelle Obama could actually also be? Oh man, what is going on? This guy is not a flat earther. He's just
He's a LARPer.
Yeah.
He's coming in to troll and make fun.
Yeah. He's like the pea drinker guy.
Yeah, sort of another variety.
Yeah.
That.
It's like they're being, they come out of a camp or something where they're trained to do this and they get some, I don't know, credits for the video game they play all the day, all the time of the day.
I think it's much more simplistic than that. I think it's really just that they're stupid animals. They're just animals.
Now he's going to chat. I'm a flat earther, bitch. Stop talking shit. I will find you all and end you. What is this? Oh man.
Demsy, you're hot miking.
They should really limit the internet access and asylum.
Nah, don't ever limit anyone's internet access. Remember, that's what the terrorists want.
Oh yeah, right.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
They ban people off the platforms if they don't agree with the narrative. So, if you want that.
Yeah, anyway, so back to the point I was talking about. So we know that from there's like these videos of cameras showing how what happens when you eat food, and you see how the food like falls into the stomach where you have this this liquid that breaks it up. And I just wonder, like for me it's no wonder why they call the zero G flight vomit comet, because all that stuff just can't work in in an environment where everything floats omnidirectional. You know, like what is preventing your the liquid in your digestive system from permanently just like tiny little bits going into your back up to your throat, you know. I mean, your throat is a muscle, right? Yeah, but it's not capable of especially in a position that you're in, to always keep everything back when it's just
Yeah, you're
floating.
saying if the food was floating in your stomach, it wouldn't be able to digest because it's going up instead
Yeah,
of down.
properly.
So that would
Yeah.
probably ruin your whole digestive tract. You
Yes,
probably couldn't even
exactly.
survive in space for very long.
Exactly. Thank you. That's actually what I'm trying to say. That's why
Your
also
shit,
these people
your
probably
shit might go backwards and end up in your stomach.
right. Not to mention your whole what is it called? What is the English term? The stuff that you use for balancing in your ear. Man, what is that called?
Vestibular system.
Yeah, exactly. Like how are you not just repeatedly being sick because your body has no clue where up, down, left, or right is, since there's a liquid inside, you know, that is just floating, giving false sensory output to your brain.
Hang on, I got this. Hang on. Astronaut training. You get used to it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. They like superhumans, you know, they can also make good coffee. Yeah, I got it. It's just all at the end of the day. Globus would just go back into their state of, there is this is this excuse and this coincidence and it's a globe. Our professional time waster is actually back. I mean, he's not here anymore right now, but I've seen he was in here for a sec. Yeah, this German dude is also very fishy, and I wonder where these people come from. Has he been wasting time lately since he was banned for 7 days or something?